So, and it happened to my father, it happened to my brother, and it also has happened to me, right? Periodically, right? I'm 20, I'm 25 now. It's way stopped, right?
So it's like adolescence thing.
Yeah. Now that I mentioned it, he might just fuck up my entire algorithm and just, show up. But
Oh yeah, no, I
Dang.
looked it up, so mine's about to get fucked up. I got a video. I got a
Well, so
video for
Bumpy,
this.
did they tell you about their dream or their experiences before you had yours, or did they once you said, "Well, this happened,"
once
they said,
I said,
"Okay," so it wouldn't have been
so
like
yes,
programmed.
yes, it was not programmed.
Okay.
But yeah,
Once,
people typically don't talk paranormal stuff unless like it's in a setting. It's like it's typically you're always in a setting. Either you're a child or you're an adult, right? And you're sitting there, and it's really a chill setting. And then like you start talking and you start like sharing, and then it gets really fucking creepy. Like, I don't
right.
like talking about the paranormal.
So for some reason, this fucking entity or what the fuck ever has decided to like specifically just harass every male line of my like direct
It's
family for some
generational
reason.
debt, bro.
For some
Your family
reason,
owes somebody else money.
dude, I think maybe a great grandfather did a deal or something, and like this, and
He
I'm
wants you to renounce your racism.
Huh?
What if that was it? What if that was
Did your
it? What if that
brother
was it?
no, did you guys tell each other, like whoever had it first, did you guys tell the other brother first?
No.
Or no?
So my brother is like 10 years older than me, right? Or 11 years older than me.
Okay.
So we didn't really talk that much, right? So
Yeah.
when I first saw it, I was actually raised by my grandfather on my dad's side, right? So when I first saw it, he's the first one I talked to about it, right? Because he was like that father figure, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when he was like, "Oh, what? That's weird." And then he told me his story and all of that,
Okay.
and it kind of clicked together. Yeah.
So, if y'all know Georgia's like one of the most haunted states in the union, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm from Georgia. Like up in my grandfather owned a parcel of land up on a massive hill in Noonan, Georgia, or near Noonan, Georgia, where that old Confederate hospital is. Like it looks like a castle. And that area is some of the most haunted fucking woodland you'll find in Georgia. And like the house, it's like all cow fields have been cow pasteurized, for dude owns like 1,000 acres out there. And like my grandfather, so they sold this house, but like the whole time, like growing up, that's where I would go. And my grandfather had a creek, like he had a bunch of fucking land out there himself. And there was a creek in an area where like it ravines down because it's like on a hill. And there's a bunch of inlets that you can like walk around, like different layers. And up above the creek, there's this like little like miniature cave that goes about 5 to 10 feet in. And like I had a weird phenomenon when I was a child. Like I had one of those childhood things where you get angry and you like walk away or run away from a situation and you just alone. Like they found me in that cave talking to someone or something. And like
Really?
they were just sitting out there and I was having like a conversation. And
How old were you?
I was like 8.
Damn, that's crazy.
I had my BB gun in my backpack because I
You
was
did?
girls and shit, and I was just
Little
chilling.
gangster.
Yeah, no, dude, I was a country boy from this fucking like, nah. My grandfather was an old Vietnam vet, but like I was talking to something,
Weird.
and like it didn't have it. Like my grandfather, like he was sitting out there because he heard me talking. He thought it was like a homeless person or
Yeah,
some weirdo.
yeah.
So he had his
Yeah.
45 just sitting there waiting for whoever I was talking to, because he always said like, I don't remember this. I do remember chilling in the cave and then coming out by myself. But my grandfather told me that he remembered who I was talking to, or not who I was talking to. He remembered the situation and he was waiting out there. And
What were you saying?
I don't know.
He couldn't tell what you were saying. Were you speaking English?
He said I was having an adult conversation.
Okay.
And
So not like in tongues or something.
No, nothing like that. Like I was having not a like when I talked to him about it when I was a teenager, he said if it was sexual, he would have busted through there with his 45, right? He said, but it was like very adult, like just talking. And
like you were talking to an adult in public, like
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And like he's like something came over him. It's like he didn't just bust in because he felt like something bad would happen. But he was sitting there for my safety listening. And apparently, because I remember like when I came out by myself. And I remember leaving the cave. I don't remember anything happening. Like I felt like I was only in there for like 2 or 3 minutes because like I was crying. I had something like annoying happen and I was very angry and upset. And like when I came out, I turned to my right. My grandfather was sitting there, like up against the fucking wall, like slumped, sleeping. So I'm like, oh, okay. And I woke him up, and then we walked back to the house. Like I didn't feel like I was in there forever. At first I panicked slightly as a child because I see my grandfather sleep. I thought he fell down, but when I touched his arm, he was and woke back up. And then we went back to his house, and we had fucking watermelon and candy.
And it was night?
No, it was daytime. This was midday.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Bye, Radical Coder. Thank you for hopping by. But
you don't remember it being in, like, you don't remember what happened in it. You just know you were in there.
Yeah, to me, what I remember is I was just sitting there. I was sitting there for what felt to me like a really small amount of time, like maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. But apparently to him, he said that I left the house at 12, and he said we didn't get back until it was like 3:30.
Oh, really? So you were in there for hours?
Yeah. He said that I was just having a conversation, and like he's like he didn't bust it. He said he didn't bust in there because he felt like something bad would happen.
So you didn't seem afraid or anything?
No, I wasn't afraid. I was just chilling. Like, I did have an eerie feeling. Like I remember like a hair stand up on your neck feeling from in the cave, but I thought that was just because it was cold. Because it was really cold and damp. So like,
what would possess you to go in a cave?
Because it was a hollowed out little spot, and I've always liked little spots that I could just fucking like shimmy into. That like something
DNA.
that
it's that Caucasian mountain blood.
Yeah, it's the cave monkey DNA.
We love to shimmy ourselves into caves.
Caucasus Mountains.
Like it was a nice little spot where I had enough. If I wanted to, I could have built a little fire. I would say it was about 10 feet deep into the ravine, right? And about 4 to 5 feet wide.
Oh yeah, I love me a good ravine.
It's a perfect little tiny home.
Yeah, and I was like an 8-year-old kid.
Yeah, that's like
and so I had my little hiking pack with my fucking raisins and nuts and M&Ms in it, the trail mix. I had my bottle of water, a can of Coke, and like I didn't have a cell phone back then, and I don't think I would have got good service anyway. But like it was enough for me to just big chill in this fucking little cave. Now, fun fact: the only reason I remember this story is because anytime that I would go to that little ravine since then, like near that little cave, I would get the most horrifying feeling.
Really?
Yeah. Like I was never allowed to go back.
Wow. You were a prepared runaway though. You had all your supplies.
Well, see, my grandfather raised me like I was going to war the minute I turned 18. So like I learned how to shoot guns by the time I was 6. And like I learned how to pack bug out bags and fucking like start fires and cook and hunt and trap. So like that was just nothing.
Yeah, but you're right about Georgia. Like I have a picture of myself out in like the streets of Savannah when I was there, and the people behind me are in this little caravan. Like they're pulled on, I don't know, like it's not horses, but they're being pulled basically, and it says ghost tours on the side. So they were going.
Yeah, there's a lot of cities, especially Augusta and Savannah.
Yeah, that's where I was. I went to the because of the golfing tournament thing. But yeah, so I love it there though. It's so awesome. I love just the trees and I don't know. It's nice.
But I'm gonna play this. This is the chat. This is a Benadryl challenge. The truth of the Hatman.
The parents of a 13-year-old boy who died.
By the way, what makes the Hatman so unique in mythological history, right, is that it's something that predates meme culture.
So it's like Slender Man.
Well, no. See, that's the thing. That's a lot of what people compare it to. But because Slender Man the first documentation. Well, the first documentation of Slender Man comes from the Something Awful forum, right? The first documentation of the Hatman comes from like the 1800s. Like
Well, Slender
way,
Man's
way
old
back.
too, like the Native Americans talk about. But so you're talking about that
See,
one?
I don't
only
like, I don't
comes
like,
in your
I don't like Slendy Man. Like that's the one I won't cover because that one creeps me the fuck out the most. I don't know why.
Maybe that's who you met in the cave. Just kidding.
See, that's what my cousins always said. But like, I'm not scared of it. But like that one really fucking it just makes my skin crawl. Specifically, I don't know why.
Well, because that's the one that they were saying was causing teenagers to take their own lives because they were like saying that it tells people to basically,
But
end themselves.
but the thing is, the Hatman, like, I don't think Slender Man's real, right? I think the Hatman is actually real because I do believe in the supernatural. But I
Okay,
don't
let's watch
think
it.
Slender Man is real, but I definitely do believe in the Hatman.
Participating in a TikTok Benadryl challenge are warning other parents to keep an eye on what their kids are watching on social media.
It's an over-the-counter drug that is used frequently, but it's being abused in this challenge.
Why did they do that to their eyes?
Side effects, which in turn are harming
It's an
and
aesthetic
killing
choice.
young people.
Over the years, social media has seen its fair share of absurd and completely stupid challenges. These videos typically seek to make us smile at their stupidity, and some even encourage us to support good causes. One specific challenge, though, stands out not for its amusement value, but rather for the severe pain it has caused to numerous people, and tragically, even claimed lives. This is referring to Benadryl, also known as diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat cold symptoms. Under normal circumstances, Benadryl is thought of as safe when taken properly with the recommended dosage. However, it becomes one of the most potent reality-altering chemicals you can come across when consumed in abundance. Anybody who wants to play with this dosage discrepancy risks losing their life. Countless impressionable youths and young adults were intrigued by this task. You can probably guess it didn't go well. The challenge gained even more traction when news broke about young teens losing their lives to this challenge. The biggest issue is the misconception of Benadryl. What makes the hallucinations and experiences on Benadryl different from psychedelics like LSD is Benadryl, or diphenhydramine, belongs to a pretty rare category of hallucinogens called deliriants. Another example of a deliriant is datura, and that should give you an idea of just how powerful
That's a crazy classification name.
deliriants take you into a state of delirium, which is a condition where you feel seriously confused and the hallucinations you experience are incredibly vivid, almost like they're real. When someone takes Benadryl, they might not always get the desired effects right away. This can be especially true for individuals who are trying to use it for non-medical reasons, like getting high or experiencing hallucinations. Since the effects of Benadryl can take some time to kick in, some people might make the mistake of redosing. Redosing with Benadryl can happen when a person doesn't feel the effects they're looking for after taking an initial dose. They might think that taking more will make the effects stronger or happen faster. However, Benadryl can be quite unpredictable, and the effects can vary from person to person. Redosing can lead to taking too much, which can be dangerous. Taking high doses of Benadryl can cause people to end up seeing strange things, like shadowy figures they don't recognize. There's even this famous Hatman I'll talk about in a bit. Some people even say they feel like they're smoking invisible cigarettes. These experiences are really weird and can be dangerous. In some cases, they've even led to serious harm or death. It's like entering a whole different world when you take a big dose of Benadryl, and it's so common that there's a whole group of people who study and share their experiences with it. For everyone watching, this community on Reddit isn't there to encourage anyone to do it. If you read through the multiple posts, you can see the numerous stories that people have with experiencing this. What makes this so interesting and so dangerous is that there are numerous posts of people knowing and acknowledging how dangerous and deadly this can be, but for some reason they keep doing it. The common consensus on this subreddit is that Benadryl trips are dark and terrible, but these people don't seem to act on it and seem to keep trying to top themselves. Pinned in the forum is a post that explains the levels when taking Benadryl, which leads us to the next segment. Therapeutic level. This is the range where Benadryl is typically used for its intended purpose, to treat allergies and induce sleep. At the lower end,
Bumpkin, what's your level of Benadryl?
See, I've never had to take Benadryl to see this dude, so I don't know. What does that say?
That's really crazy that you.
Does that say something about my state of mind?
Well, no,
I
the
think
thing
it
about
says
it
something
is,
about the Hatman.
well, that's the thing, right? So what if there's a certain population of people that can see the supernatural in the other dimension, right? And then another portion of the population, like the rest of everyone, has to be like high or have
Right.
some brain altering chemicals to
Yeah.
see it.
Like their
And
brain has to open up, kind of.
well, because
My last
they're not evolutionarily evolved to be able to see the other side. It kind of makes them crazy.
I think it's a gift. I don't know about evolutionary, but I was gonna say, I mean, it'd be different if only people on drugs saw it, right? Because that could be like the way it. But since you saw it sober, that means more likely that is
Well,
a
see,
thing.
my best friend that I call my brother, like one of my other friends growing up, right? Not the one I was talking about the house, right? We were relatively young, and like meme culture hadn't taken off like that, so there wasn't like the Hatman. I think Slender Man was like the only thing at the time, and we did Benadryl, right? I didn't see shit. It didn't even affect me. Most drugs that are not like hardcore narcotics does not affect me unless I do
So
a very dangerous amount. So
it's
like
weird though that it was a hat, right? Because if it's been around forever, hats have not been around forever, especially that kind of hat, like in other countries. So I wonder if it's something to do with America.
It's only really been around since, like you said, the colonization of America, right?
Okay.
Because like it's very weird. But then again, these beings, these supernatural beings, I think they're all demons, to be honest. They manifest differently depending on what time and era. Like it's culture. It is culture.
Well,
But,
yeah, because dead people don't stay on Earth. It says that in the Bible. Only demons.
Sounded like you said beans. These beans are evil spirits.
Pretty
Like
much.
They are kind of
baked
beany, I
beans.
guess.
No,
like
bro. Have you ever
spirit
had a
beans?
bad baked bean, bro?
Oh, beans. I get what you're saying.
That's like five Benadryls. The Hat Man's really coming. But no, like my brother referenced, he didn't call it the Hat Man. He didn't really have a name for it. He said, "Yeah, I like getting high and talking to this guy in my mind." I mean, his girlfriend looked at him like, this dude is a half Hispanic, half Italian guy. And the reason that matters is like culturally speaking, he was Mexican. So they really didn't fuck with drugs and do quote unquote white people shit. And we were looking at him and we're like, what do you mean? It was another friend, his girlfriend, me, and him. And all three of us were looking at this guy like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh yeah, dude's like, he's like, he described him as like Mad Max, but with a hat. And anybody knows like Mad Max, he like wears dark leather.
Are you talking about the house?
Huh?
No, you're talking about the house again, right?
No. I'm talking about
this is a separate story. So some of your
no,
friends saw the
friend.
Hat Man too.
Well, he said that he likes getting high and talking to him, and like it's always been like a stress reliever. And he's like I haven't seen him since I was a kid, but then he's like every time, like once I started experimenting with drugs, and like I did Benadryl, I talked to him, and like my friend was trying to explain this to me. Like this is before the memes, this is before the internet, where like there's all kind of memes and funny creepypastas and everything, and he's trying to explain this, and like I can't tell if he's joking, but he's like dead ass serious. And he's like, that's why I like to take Benadryl. And if you take like a whole pack of them, you get really fucking high. He's like, and I get to talk to this dude that I talked to when I was a kid. And it's like a familiar thing. And I'm like, you're fucking retarded. And my homie, this particular Mexican homie that I grew up with, I have a lot of stories. Me and him have had a lot of supernatural stuff happen to us in our life. And like,
yeah, Mexicans totally believe in supernatural stuff. They did
Yeah.
the Day of the Dead and all kinds of stuff.
Well, me and him spent 90% of our time together. Like he either stayed at my house or I stayed at his house. Right, and his house was haunted as fuck. We've all three had
I've lived in 2 haunted houses, yeah, and they're all evil. There's no such thing as like a nice ghost.
Me and all 3 of his brothers.
They always want something from you.
No, it's just that like humans' spirits can't remain on Earth. It says that in the Bible. So if you don't believe in the Bible, you might not believe that. But demonic spirits do possess the Earth.
You got attacked by 2 women this morning? Or the other morning, Denison?
No. I wish.
But yeah,
But
I
no,
live in two, and they're both mean. But one of mine was what do you call it, where they can move items? Starts with a P, I think. What is it called?
psy- not psychosis. It's
No,
telekinesis.
no. It's the ghost move stuff. They're called it's a different name
Oh,
for the ghost.
poltergeist.
What?
Poltergeist?
Yes,
Poltergeist.
poltergeist. Thank you. I got the
No,
fuck out
dude.
of that house. It was literally scary.
Just saw a truckload of caskets pass my house.
That's
That is not a
wild.
good. That is crazy. It's funny how when you start talking about the supernatural, what's up, Distant Lights? It's funny when you start talking about the supernatural, everybody starts having weird shit happen to them. I think when we talk about the supernatural, it just means that we become more fucking schizoid, like we're looking for shit to happen, and so we
Yeah.
notice more.
Well, I
But
used
no,
to go to like spiritual readers and stuff like that, and I used to be into like crystals and tarot, like not tarot,
you
like get to it.
definitely strike me
But
as a crystal chick.
this
Yeah.
this was only up until like a few years ago because I was kind of like I believe in God, but I wasn't like hadn't like fully understood Christianity and like accepted it. But so even I would do like all kinds of stuff, and I think maybe that's why unknowingly I was inviting like demonic spirits kind of, or I don't know if they're demonic, but they're definitely evil, like nefarious spirits. So I try to avoid anything like that now because now
What's
I
up, Snake?
understand how it comes about.
Well, my thing is, I can't be on any substance and talk about the supernatural. It doesn't matter. Like I have a pack of weed. Like my friend, I bought some weed from him. He brought it in one of those seal packs, right? I want to smoke during the stream. Like I'm remembering that anytime I smoke and talk about the supernatural, it doesn't matter if it's weed, cocaine, any mind altering substance that I've ever done in my life where a supernatural topic came up makes me wig the fuck out. Like I have to force myself to go to sleep and sleep it the fuck off, or it ruins my high. Like bad.
Nah, man, I revel in it, bro. Last time me and the Hatman, I think I was 17. I think the last time I saw him I was 17, bro. I stood 10 toes down, right? In the middle of my room, and I was gonna fight this dude, not gonna lie. It kind of operates like that though. It's almost like a similar thing I had with my grandfather too. Like that's literally what he told me to do, was like it's like something you have to conquer, right? And as soon as you like actually stand on business, dude literally goes away. It's weird.
See, here's the thing, right?
Yeah, they have to be invited. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I mentioned this Mexican homie, right? And a lot of supernatural stuff that happened to us. All three of his brothers and myself included had the same dream, just at different times, right? Because like their mom would, whenever we'd have a sleepover or we'd chill and we were at their house, we'd be packed up in their room, all three of us. And like the thing is, the house they lived in was severely haunted. And I don't want to speak ill on the woman because I love this old lady, but there was a nice old lady that would give, and shut up, Bumpkin, would give like all the kids cookies and like do nice things, and she was blind. She was one of the sweetest people we ever met. She died in the house. Like she fell and broke her hip and died in the bathroom, which was like right across the hall from them. And we all had this dream, like, and there's been suspicions that she was a witch or like some type of demon worshiper. I've never confirmed them, and she was way too fucking nice. But we've all had the fucking dream where we were outside of our bodies in a specific corner looking down through the room, and we all seen this bitch stroking our face, and it was not her. It was a dark, evil form of her.
Right.
With long,
So,
crinkly fucking nails. And it's
but
still
she would not be there, right? Because she'd be gone. But that demon that she invited into the home could still be there and could be like what do you call it? Disguising themselves as her.
Well, the thing is like we didn't talk to each other about this when it happened. Like each and every one of us eventually because I was like, when you're with your friends, you eventually talk about the supernatural stuff, right? So there was no poisoning of the well because like only me and my homie were really close, right? His other brothers we didn't talk to. So it come out years later that all of us had this, and the mom told us recently, actually, because me and him no longer speak. Some fuck shit happened, but before that happened, like we were talking and she's like, yeah, I used to have nightmares whenever you kids, like the reason I'd be angry that y'all would be up and I'd make y'all go to bed and I'd yell and like cuss. She's not only my bitch, and she laughed, she's like, but like I would have nightmares that y'all would like be hurt. And like we're like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, I would have nightmares that y'all would either drink poison or like very bloody deaths would happen to y'all. And it's like you too. Like she was talking to me, she's like, you too. Like any kid that come and spent the night at the house, like I would always like. She's like, I don't know if it's anxiety because I didn't want to take care of someone else's kids, or if it was something wrong in that house. But she's like, when I didn't live there, it didn't happen. Because like even when he moved out of that house and moved to the next town over, when we'd still have sleepovers and shit, like she was fine. Like she was less bitchy at that place. Honestly,
Denison, have you experienced anything like that?
Anything like what?
Just like feeling like you've seen some kind of like ghost of some sort, or like anything like.
I've had sleep paralysis several times.
What?
It's fucking terrifying.
yeah, I've had sleep. Here's the thing: I've had sleep paralysis.
Oh no, Orthodox gonna hog the show today. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, it's my show.
I know, but I wanted to hear Denison's. Okay, go ahead.
Denison, do you have a story?
Well, he's talking about his sleep paralysis.
I've had different kinds. Like sometimes it's peaceful. Like if the sun hits my face and I can't open my eyes. One time, like this thing was like flying around the room, slamming all the doors, and like it kept sitting on my bed, pushing my bed down.
Could you see it or just feel it, like sense it?
Like couldn't open my eyes or move.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Ooh.
Is that in the middle of the night or the day? Or like
it's usually when you're waking up. This happened to me more than once too.
How long does it last
I
for?
have a similar story to that.
Sometimes like 10 seconds. You know, that's like an eternity if you think about it.
Oh yeah.
That's the longest it's ever lasted, I think.
So you can't
maybe
move
like 10
anything,
seconds.
You can't move your body.
Have you ever had sleep paralysis
so you can
with
hear.
your eyes open, where you can see the world around you, and you just can't like move?
I've never had it. Thank God.
Yeah, but there's never any demons in those, and that's why I think they're like, it's a consequence of still being half asleep. Because if I could see, then my brain would know there's nothing there, and it would defeat the illusion.
So there's a room in my house like right now that I don't like sleeping in and will not sleep in. And when my ex was mad, like I have my old bed in there. When my ex was mad last year, she'd get up and go sleep in there because she knew that I avoided. I would go hang out in there. Like I'm not scared of the room. But I had a sleep paralysis attack where I whenever I get creeped out, right, and it's something that holds over, even as like a grown ass man, I'll turn the light on so I can see. Because if I can see, I'm fine. I can fight. I can do whatever. But one day, and this was during the day, is why it's so fucking creepy. I was sleeping before I had to go work. And I guess it was the fear of having to go work at Walmart that made this happen. I don't know. But I could see, and like I randomly had like these 3 fucking really banshee harpy looking demons like jump on me.
What's a banshee harpy? Like what's that mean?
Okay, so it was like a weird looking hag. They looked weirdly young. They were naked, and when I say weirdly young, I mean between like in their 20s. Like they looked haggish. They looked raggedy, and like they didn't have beaks like a harpy. Their face was like razor sharp fucking teeth, and they would like extend their fucking mouth and screech at me, and they were clawing at me.
That's what they say they look like when people die and come back.
Well, I was able to look around the room, and I could see the room I was in, and I could tell, and I had my light on, like the light was on.
You could see the light.
I could see around, and I'm just sitting there, literally clawing at me. They're literally like the ones on my left and right are literally like getting into my ear, going, like just screeching into my fucking ear.
Ooh, wow.
The one on my chest is like clawing at my face.
So that's exactly how they describe them in the life when they come back to like people that have, they'll be pronounced dead for like 10 minutes and then they'll bring them back somehow miraculously and they'll have seen everything. And like the ones that do see hell or and demons, they say that it sounds exactly like what you're saying.
I don't think I died.
Well, I know, but I'm saying like that's what they look like. I'm not saying you have to be dead
I
to
mean,
see them per se.
they look like. I'll actually pull something up real quick because
They have the
truism
big
has
teeth and the claws. Yeah.
Truism had a really similar. Truism used a really similar thumbnail to partially what I seen. Like this, it was very feminine and not green. Like it looked very human.
Oh, it
but like
did?
the teeth. The
Did
teeth
it smell
is,
bad, or could you not smell?
I couldn't smell. It didn't sound like a smell. It didn't. I don't remember a smell. But no,
Maybe that's just when they die.
it's not this character that Truism used in his thumbnail. It's the mouth. The mouth is
I
what.
try not to look at them too much. I listen.
Like you see, it's the mouth. Like everything else on the thumbnail is like irrelevant, but the fucking mouth is what got me. The mouth is what I remember, and that shit is so fucking creepy to me.
That's how I feel about most of my exes.
Yeah, but like the mouth on my exes was good, but like I could get where you're coming from.
Yeah, why you getting busy with fucked up teeth? And then what's going on there?
But no, that's
What?
the thing. That's the thing.
Just
Like
joking.
I don't know if it's because like one of my fears is like the scene from Legion where the fucking guy unhinges his jaw and it's sharp teeth. It, like that shit fucks with me. But we're gonna
Really?
watch
That's one of your fears?
Yeah, like okay. So speaking
Getting
of
domed by a dude with bad teeth.
speaking of supernatural fears and it lingering with families, right? My grandmother is an old Christian woman who is like super superstitious, right? There was this like 1960s, 1950s horror movie that my grandfather took her to see on one of their dates that led to the my dad wound up being born because of this date. But like I forget, it was like one of those retarded old
Like Psycho or something.
movies where the person was like in like really stupid space film, and like they found this planet where a bunch of dolls or a bunch of like little like super midgets were like stacked up and like sitting and like just chilling in like cryostasis, I guess. Well, the doll like jumped off the wall and bit the lady on the hip, right? And it scared my poor grandmother to death. Like that shit scared her to death. And my grandfather was telling me this story. Interesting fact, my dad has a birthmark that looks like a bite mark on his fucking hip because of that shit. And I am horrified of teeth.
I don't know about that.
Sharp teeth. My dad also
family,
had a fear
watch
of
show.
sharp teeth. And it's not like shark teeth. It's sharp teeth in like a human mouth. And then like they can unhinge and bite.
I mean,
That's
technically, we're all afraid of sharp teeth.
Right.
Yeah, but no. Like it's something that I cannot handle seeing even in media. It just creeps me the fuck out.
Well, a human with a big sharp
25.
teeth mouth would be weird. Yeah, regardless. Hey, Pumpkin.
Well,
Yeah, what's up?
So you mentioned that your grandfather said that the Hatman pulled on his leg. Did it ever touch you physically?
Yeah, one time.
What did it do? Or is it shame? You feel ashamed?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. No, pulled my leg and tried to pull me off the bed. Yeah.
That's fucking scary.
It did what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, pulled me halfway off the bed.
For real?
When I was like 11 or 12. Yeah.
By your legs?
By my left leg.
So let me ask you, because I don't discount supernatural stuff at all, right? But I do notice for those of us that have experienced supernatural,
I'm sorry, bro. Well, Moxie, I'm afraid of Latinas, so we all have our fears.
No, you got
I'm
stabbed.
not.
No.
That's fair. I did get
Moxie,
stabbed by a
shift
Latina.
shape.
You tried
Sometimes
not
she's white.
cheating on me.
Send me all your Latinas.
Go ahead, Denizen. You can have that, bro. If you send Denizen all of the Latinas, he will be dead within the week.
What a way to go.
What a way to go, he says.
Vanta, I'm interested because like it seems like a. All right, look, I'm not trying to bring this into the stream. I want to get Vanta in here because I feel like supernatural stuff has both a racial and cultural phenomenon to it. Like it affects people differently from where they're from and like who they are.
Meaning growing up Muslim like he did?
Growing up Muslim, being black, being sub-Saharan, being a Somali, Like supernatural shit
Oh
seems
yeah,
to
they do
affect.
voodoo over there.
Have I told you guys the clown story yet?
No, you haven't. But let's
Okay.
watch some of the Hatman before we
All
hear
right,
it.
watch more
milligrams,
of the Hatman.
you might
We'll
experience
tell them about
drowsiness
that.
without any significant effects. If you push towards the higher end, closer to 100 milligrams, you may feel a mild body high and some mental slowdown,
like
somewhat similar.
Bruh, it's
This is
already
like a
been.
to-do manual. Like it's a little.
It's
How to
already been.
abuse Benadryl.
Yeah,
It's
like you
already
do
been
100,
an
but don't do
hour.
that more than that or wait.
It's already been an hour since we started. By the way, it's crazy. I didn't even expect that.
Similar to the effects of a benzodiazepine. However, it's generally not recommended to explore these effects
Yeah, like
unless you
Xanax.
simply want to sleep better. It's worth
Dude,
noting
I
that
fucking
doses
love
between 25
Xanax.
to 50
You like to roll
milligrams
on it?
can enhance
I
the
love
effects of
benzos.
opiates.
They
Level
should just
My
one.
call
friend used to do that.
Xanax
This level is
Denizen. They
sometimes
should
referred
just...
to as a FAP dose.
Yeah, I had
You
a
might
friend that
notice a slight
loved it.
enhancement of music, and you'll likely experience the characteristic heaviness in your body associated with DPH. However, it's important to mention that some people take this amount to enhance sexual experiences, but it's not recommended due
Hello.
to potential side effects. There have been reports of sexual dysfunction after repeated use, including one case of a 20-year-old who developed severe erectile dysfunction after a year
My
of
dick.
DPH abuse. This could be attributed to DPH's vasoconstrictive properties,
Damn.
which can
Well, have
restrict
fun
blood
listening,
flow.
Vince. I wish I could hear
Level
some
2. This range is often considered the sweet spot if you're aiming for a DPH
The
experience
sweet
without
spot.
full-blown delirium.
I know where that is,
Music
ladies.
tends to sound great, but be prepared for an extremely dry mouth and frequent trips to the bathroom to urinate. It's worth noting that some people find it challenging to urinate on DPH, or it becomes very difficult.
Well, Vanta, that's because everything is about sex, except for sex. That's about power.
When I was like first dating my kid's dad, like obviously we weren't married yet, but he, I say kid's dad because we're divorced. I feel like I don't know, either way. But anyway, he did the Robo trip where you drink a whole bottle of Robitussin or whatever. We were like total,
Every
like
day I'm
party
tussin-
kids, little brats. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Yeah, Robo
Just a
Trip.
waste of tussin.
me and the same Mexican brother, like the same fucking day that we did the benzo trip I was telling you, we also had 2 bottles of Robitussin that we down, and like I could not stop singing every day. I'm tussling. Like, yeah, like I could not help myself.
Why, what if your baby brother breaks his leg or something? There's not going to be any tussin left.
Yeah, but I bought that tussin. That was my tussin.
What
And
is
every
it
day
for?
I'd be tussling.
But yeah, he threw up. They puked, but then they did trip. But I was like, I'm not trying to puke. I didn't want to do it, so I didn't. But
I just realized when I tell people stories of me being a teenager that I'm a filthy degenerate.
Physically,
Yeah,
your
same.
body may feel incredibly heavy as if it weighs a ton, but you might not necessarily feel sleepy or fall asleep at this level.
Whenever I hear stuff like your body may feel heavy, but have you tried not being fat?
Visual effects may start
Yeah,
to
like,
creep
have you
in,
tried
such as slight
salad?
movement.
I'm like waiting for the positive attributes of this.
The positive attributes were at the very beginning of the video. It just gets worse from here.
I thought it was bad up front too. It said they're all dark. Like
If you can get high enough, you can get like a secret spirit blowjob.
Yo,
that's true. Yeah, but it didn't say anything about like happy floating, like cartoon look. It was like it's dark.
no,
and
see,
scary.
I'm a teenager with full of angst, so I only did things that could hurt me.
Movements in the corners of your eyes, or occasional sightings of objects like spiders that aren't actually there. You might also experience auditory hallucinations,
Oh,
like
hell
hearing
no.
a family member's voice.
Okay, like that happens to me anyway. Like I always hear like my mom or my dad or like whoever's in the house with me yell my name, and I'm like, "What'd you want?" And they're like, "I didn't call you." I feel like they be calling me just to fuck with me sometimes.
From a distance or faint footsteps outside your door. Mentally, your short-term memory begins to deteriorate, and you'll find it difficult to maintain a
describing
coherent
my
thought
life
for
now
long.
at this point.
Some
The
individuals
bug
even
sounds
report
horrible.
closed-eye
I
visuals,
chased-
Well,
which are
I don't
often
see
brief,
bugs.
nonsensical,
I can't
and
find
highly
the mosquito I
abstract
killed
visions.
like right before I called in.
These visuals
I
can be
chased it
influenced by the
around
music
for
you're
like
listening
15
to.
minutes.
Level 3,
I
delirium.
think it says, I can't find it.
At this point, delirium starts to take over, especially once you pass the 600 milligrams mark, and it's almost a certainty at 700 milligrams, often referred to as the 700
It's way
Club.
too detailed.
During this stage, you might completely forget that you've taken anything, and you'll experience full-blown, lifelike hallucinations. Your surroundings
700
can
Club?
transform dramatically. You might believe that your parents or the police have entered
I
your
gotta give me
space and are
some
questioning
Benadryl.
you about drug use.
Still not here. Yeah.
You may
No,
see
dude,
spiders,
Benadryl is a
snakes, or
great
other
high.
creatures all around you, and everyday objects like your phone or a remote might appear to vanish as soon as you touch them. It's not uncommon to have friends visit during your trip, engaging in conversations about bizarre and surreal topics. Some people find that smoking phantom cigarettes can be quite an enjoyable experience at this dose. Strangely, your emotions tend to be dull.
I'm horrified to do Benadryl in my adult life now with everything that's gone down and losing the. Because if my dad or my ex walk in through the door, I'm gonna hit them. Like, they're dead. I have your ashes on my dresser, old man. You calm down. You get out of here. You go away.
Your ex passed away too?
Yeah, my dad died, and then my ex died like 6 months later.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard about your dad. I'm sorry. I thought about you on Father's Day actually, but
Yeah.
that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that.
That would wig me the fuck out. And then if it's a friend or a person I don't want to talk to because like they did some fuck shit, I'm gonna start swinging either way. Benadryl as an adult does not sound as good as it did when I was a teenager.
Dulled significantly, so things that would typically terrify or disgust you may not affect you much. Negative effects often become less noticeable.
Well, did you take 700 milligrams of Benadryl, Lawrence?
As your perception becomes
you in the
increasingly
700 club?
distorted. For safety, it's crucial to have
Last
do you
time
know-
I took Benadryl, I went blind.
Well, do you know what makes the 700 Club so funny? Is like that's a Christian group that like donates to Israel all the time as well.
That's old school.
Yeah, that's what.
700 Club.
Yeah, my great grandmother. Like I grew up watching the Trinity Network.
That's back in the day.
or at the very least, hide your keys and phone from yourself. It's also wise to keep any
Grab a
remaining
cigarette back.
DPH pills out of reach, as you may have the urge to redose while tripping, which can be extremely dangerous at this level. It's essential to remember that once you reach this level of delirium, you'll have limited control over your actions. Your experience will resemble a dream, where everything makes perfect sense in the moment. However, unlike a dream, you'll have to deal with the consequences of any poor decisions made during your trip. Level 4. This level is an extension of Level 3, and as you increase the dosage, the trip becomes even stronger and lasts longer. You may also experience some level of HPPD, hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, especially at doses exceeding 1 gram. It's important to note that if you care about your
No, Moxie. If you take a half or a whole pack of Benadryl, you will have one of the most hallucinogenic highs you've ever have. I've done it. I know.
health, this is the highest level you should consider. A trip sitter is absolutely essential at this point to ensure your safety during the intense experience. These are the basic levels where most people range from, but there is one last level which is the most dangerous. It's so dangerous that only a few have made it to this level. Ariel. At this level, individuals experience an almost complete disconnection from reality. It's common for people to believe they're actively engaged in various activities, like walking around, talking to
He was a
people,
teenager,
or
didn't have
trying to
access
swat
to
away
LSD.
imaginary
This
insects.
is what triggers
However,
schizophrenia
in a
people
moment
that
of
have the predisposition type
What?
of thing like this. Because it's genetic, but you have to like trigger it. And usually like psychosis on drugs is one of the most common ways to have schizophrenia the rest of your life. I had a friend that happened to. He did acid and
Well, shit. Maybe that might be my problem now. All the drug use that I did as a teenager and in my early 20s.
if it's in
clarity,
your
they
genes.
suddenly realize
Fair enough.
that they've been stationary the entire time, and that everything they experienced was purely a product of their imagination.
Oh, have y'all ever done spice, like the fake weed?
No, I haven't. But I know what you're talking about.
Well, when I was a teenager and living with my dad in Oklahoma, my cousin come out to stay with us for Christmas, and then like me and my homies there had weed and spice and alcohol, and I don't know if it was a combination of that or just the spice, but we took a highlighter apart, and I guess it was the burning plastic that had something to do with this as well. But in the spice, I tripped so fucking hard that I started hallucinating, and I could see like X-ray. I could see the pulses from my brain go to my heart, and I felt like my heart was about to stop. Then I relived every moment of my life, past, present, and future, like a million fucking times. Then it played on a screen, like it was like repeating itself. And then like I had time dilation where I was walking to the living room, it would speed up and like slow down randomly. Like I don't know what the fuck was in that spice, but it fucked me
Yeah.
up.
Is it?
Like I just told my friends
So
like
why
I
do they
saw
call it a
God.
weed substitute? Because weed doesn't do that at
Yeah,
all.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was the plastic chemicals. I don't know if I was about to fucking die because of the burning plastic and the homemade bong.
You smoked it out of a
or-
highlighter tube? Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
yeah, we had a 2-liter and then like a yellow highlighter
Oh my
that we
god.
used as like a piece. Like we took it apart and then put it in there. So like I don't know if it was the
I think that's
microplastics.
phosphates or phosphorus is what glows. I'm not sure. That I don't know.
I don't fucking know, but like it was a really great hallucinogenic high. Like I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen like the old Windows player or the old Xbox 360 player where you play music and it's the spinny flashy lights and it's like white light and then it does like the RGB and it dances around. I saw that shit, but then again I like looking at shit like that. And it like I don't fucking know. I don't know what happened. I just like tell people I saw God and I was afraid.
You can't see God.
Hallucinations at this
That's the joke, Blue Jay.
stage tend to take a dark turn,
Blasphemous.
often featuring disturbing and even violent imagery. It's important to note that enduring a dose of this magnitude can be psychologically
Yes,
traumatizing.
distant light. So you
and
know what
some
I'm talking
individuals
about.
may genuinely develop PTSD as a result. Shadowy figures, including the Hatman, are frequently reported during these experiences. Hallucinations at this stage tend to take a dark turn, often featuring disturbing and even violent imagery. It's important to note that enduring a dose of this magnitude can be psychologically traumatizing, and some individuals may genuinely develop PTSD as a result. Shadowy figures, including the Hatman, are frequently reported during these experiences. From a health perspective, this level poses significant risks. Seizures are not uncommon, and there's a high risk of death or severe health complications.
Was it just me or did he read that twice? About the
Yeah,
Hatman?
it sounded like it might have skipped. They should
I'm
put these
so
people on
glad
a
Blue
watch
Jay's
list.
on here. I'm so glad Blue Jay's on here because like Dennison and Bumpkin could have fucked with me so hard right there and be like, no, dude, that's just you. That's just you.
Maybe it was me.
I would never.
You would have been Dennison wouldn't have done it. You would have been the one to do it.
Well,
I
we
don't
now
know,
know
bro.
that Bumpkins
I'm
is
a
mean.
good I'm good hearted, you know, I genuinely care for the
Or
character.
you are nothing
What'd
but a
you get
being
on
of
the
pure
evil score
malice.
again?
I'm
I know it's high.
Very evil. Yeah, his evil score is
Dark
his
or
fucking
something like
evil
that.
score.
I
Yeah, his
don't
evil
know.
score tells me he would have exactly gaslit.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, dude, I never hallucinated on shrooms. I've never done acid, but I've never hallucinated on shrooms, except for it looked like everything was blurry and like the room was melting. That's the only.
Bro, I
thing that-
literally took like a lot of shrooms one time and I did not see a single thing.
It just
didn't
makes
affect
shit
me at all.
brighter. It just makes shit brighter.
It didn't even make shit brighter. It didn't even make anything brighter for me.
You got some bad shrooms then.
Those were like Bella
Pizza
mushrooms.
You
Yeah.
just ate somebody
You just
sent
had a bunch of creminis.
somebody just sent you a bunch of portobello mushrooms.
Yeah.
I did them once and it was very visual. Like everybody looked like cartoons and it was like
I was
very cool.
fucked up too because I
Yeah,
prepared.
no. Distance lights is right. That's pretty much what it looks like when you do shrooms. Shit gets really fucking bright. All the lights give off like a rainbow line. And then if you do enough, it's like they're dancing or the room's melting.
The only time I've ever had like a actual, well, technically, even smoking weed for me gives me like a fucking psycho shit. But the only time I've ever actually like saw shit that wasn't there, right, was when I was prescribed codeine.
Nice.
Oh, so that's lean. You purple drink.
Yeah.
All right, Little Wayne, calm down.
Yeah, no, codeine. I was prescribed it, by the way. Chat, everyone. I was prescribed it. This was not taken illegally.
Bro, I like that purple
Did you
drink.
put some Sprite in it?
No,
Purple drink.
I just fucking took
Nigga, what the
codeine
fuck
pills.
is juice?
I just took the codeine pills and I saw spiders. That was fun.
Oh my god, that was
Spiders on my skin. Spiders on my skin.
Well, opiates tend to make you itchy and like feel crawly anyway, so that would and it's an opiate, so yeah.
Okay, so I once took a shit ton of Niacin. We're not going to talk about why. A shit ton of Niacin, like a whole bottle, and that shit made me so fucking hot and itchy.
Oh, for working out.
We're not going to talk about why. Yeah, okay, bud.
Hey, it worked.
Yeah, I used to do those little boosts where you like take a scoop of a powder before you go work out, and then you get like tingly. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's nice.
Yeah, and then your boner doesn't go down.
I didn't remember that experiencing that.
Hey, bro, it's cheaper than Viagra, all right? And it works.
What's the new one they call the blue pill?
Complications,
I forget.
including stroke and heart attack, when doses exceed 1.5 grams. Personal experiences at this level can vary dramatically, but they often involve profound confusion, terrifying visuals, and a total loss of touch with reality. I want to stress
And
that
visions of
experimenting
Taylor
with such
Swift.
high doses of Benadryl can have severe and lasting consequences. In extreme cases, like the one I personally experienced in a suicide attempt, the outcome can be especially devastating. My dose was approximately 1.5 grams, and my intention was to consume 4 grams, though I don't recall much of the trip. What I do remember involves moments of confusion and fear, such as being in a cave and throwing a torch at an imagined creature, before realizing I was in my hallway, throwing my phone at my dog. The most disturbing recollection was witnessing a horrific scene where my entire family, along with most of my friends and coworkers, appeared crucified and bleeding on my front lawn, all screaming at me for my actions. This experience, along with prior usage of the substance, resulted in severe HPPD, hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, worsened my depression, and caused momentary flashbacks.
Is it bad that I read that as monetary flashbacks?
The delirious state for months afterward. Again, I'm going to say, do not attempt this at home. This is extremely dangerous and should not be even considered by anyone.
Go let my dog back
So
in.
now that you understand the levels of Benadryl, let's get into what started the Benadryl challenge. A user on the r/DPH subreddit that goes by the name of TopF2 made 3 separate posts where he outlined his alarming plans to ingest dosages ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 milligrams of diphenhydramine, DPH. These amounts were a staggering 80 to 160 times higher than the recommended dosage. His post conveyed a profound sense of personal despair and self-loathing, with explicit statements indicating that he didn't care about his odds of survival at these extreme doses. After these posts...
Are y'all familiar with skinwalkers?
I mean,
Yeah,
vaguely.
it's in Utah. It's not that far from me, like an hour
I think
and a
my
half away.
dog may be a skinwalker because I could swear I just let the little bastard out like 30 minutes ago. And when I stand up, he literally is coming out of my room. He looks up at me, shakes, and then continues what he's doing. I'm like, I could have sworn I let you out.
No, the
My
Skinwalker
cat-
Ranch. Have you guys... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My cat turned into a kitten once.
Whoa, that's crazy.
When you were
Yeah, he
high?
d-
disappeared from...
No, this is when I was like a teenager. Just
for a
like he was
minute, or-
chilling on the he was chilling on the bed and he looked up at me and I looked over and he was a kitten and I was so fucking terrified.
That's
I
weird.
closed my eyes and I was like, this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. And I opened my eyes back up and he was a big cat again.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
And
like
he was
you're not
just-
fucking
he
with
was-
me. That actually happened?
Yeah, and he was just looking at me. And
I
then
think
he
we
just
talked about
kept cleaning his toes after that and I was like, okay, whatever.
Dennison, didn't
That
we
is
talk about, I think we
wild.
talked about the Skinwalker Ranch on one of my live shows. We were talking about like that kind
Yeah.
of stuff, remember? Yeah.
Oh no,
I was
my dog.
on the
Orthodox.
platform
You
for
were
3
funny.
months.
I
But like,
rewatched the part
I'll-
where you joined with me and Dennison on the, it was like 11 months ago, and you were saying like crazy.
Yeah, that's where I
gay
met him.
Oh, it is? Oh my, oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. How funny. But you were going off about like gay people. You were saying all kinds of wild stuff. You were like not as PC as you are now. It was funny though. But it was
Well,
good
I was
discussion.
all-
We
I
should
was
reveal
all-
one of these
Me
days.
or Ortho?
Orthodox. No, you're always chilling. But yeah, I watched a little bit of it, but I didn't watch like the whole thing. But I want to go back and like maybe review or something. It's like funny now that we have these conversations and see like the difference. I don't know. But
I think my dog's mad at him that I wouldn't give him any of the meat that I'm cooking, so because he's being really distant. But he is not beating the Skinwalker allegations over the past 10 minutes.
I think you were still a white nationalist at that point because you were talking about your
I'm
politics.
not.
It was
I'm not.
different than it is
I'm.
now.
I'm not a white nationalist. I mean, like.
I thought you told me you took the white part out.
Well, I mean, not really. I love my people, but okay. Here's
Well,
my
yeah.
thing, right? Here's my thing. The dude who came in here on the stream, I don't know if he was watching this morning or earlier today when I stream, right? They come in shouting the N-word. That guy's probably a white nationalist, right? The porn
Really, though?
probably a white nationalist.
You
Well, I
think
mean,
so?
like,
I don't
yeah,
know. What was his
yeah,
name?
because like only like
I
white
think they're just
nationalists.
retarded.
Well, most white nationalists are retarded. Like most political dissidents are retarded.
It was someone new on your show. I don't think I know who you're talking about.
Skinwalkers are real. I once knew all these normal white people. Then one day they started yelling whoop whoop at everything and kept referencing me as fam. Weird shit. I have worked construction. Why? No, that was not MC Nemesis. That was like some random dude.
It was MC Nemesis on my channel. Who said that? Was that Lawrence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often
Yeah,
do you do
Lawrence.
live?
Lawrence knows the lore. And it was definitely on my channel. Only one person's just come up, just like spamming the N-word, and it was 100% Nemesis.
This could have
I
been
know what you're
Nemesis
talking
that
about.
came to my channel and did it then because he is blocked on his main account.
That guy on welfare, that he's like fat, kind of. He's proud of being a
MC
welfare.
Nemesis. That's all I know about
he
him.
raps, right? And
I
he
didn't even think about that. It could have been MC Nemesis under a sock account. It actually makes sense.
He came on CTs a few times, but
Later returned with a
Dennis-
progress update on his
This
struggle
guy's
with
this
addiction.
video
In his
after
following post, he shared a
after
powerful
the,
message for
the
How much longer
newcomers
is this
and those
video?
curious about DPH.
7 minutes.
is
I
it
highly
mostly about
recommend
the
that you quit
Hatman
before
or
you even
the
start,
drug?
or quit now before things take a turn for the
Well, that's the thing. The Benadryl.
It's not talking about the Hatman that much, but I just was curious because I want to hear more about that.
The Benadryl is typically the reason for the hat. We'll go ahead and play this real quick because it's short.
Okay, yeah.
And it references why people shouldn't have rights.
Well, I just wanted to hear the legacy or the legend of the Hatman,
I
the
love this
origin
guy.
and stuff like that.
And I love this clip too.
Okay, I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, you'll like this, Blue Jay.
Government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Yeah, no, if you have a society where they have an entire fucking mythology based around drug use, I think the people are retarded.
I wish I could have.
And the funny part is
ago.
the longer clip is him going, which essentially means that you have a government of the retarded for the retarded.
Is he
By
just
the
a random dude, or
retarded.
who is that guy?
I can't remember his name. He's like a yogi.
It looks like the
I think I've seen him before.
Khomeini, but I think it's like a Sikh. I think it's a Sikh guy from India.
Yeah, I think he was on what's that? I mean, his name, that white kid, Theo Von.
I'm gonna
play.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Past is the past, and I can't change that. However, if any of you are determined to try it, I must tell you about my experiences with DPH. Top F2 went on to detail the dire consequences of his DPH use, including ICU admissions, intubation, comas resulting from dangerous heart arrhythmias, severe
my dog is definitely not beating the fucking Skinwalker allegations. I hear him in the living room, like whining and growling. Let me go check on him real
That's all the
quick.
skinwalkers do, though.
respiratory depression, and seizures, all occurring 3 times in a single year. He also revealed how DPH had inflicted permanent short-term memory loss on him at the young age of 20. He emphasized the highly addictive nature of DPH, making it a challenge to stay clean. DPH had not only affected his health, but also hindered his ability to learn efficiently in school and perform well at his job. Over the next 7 months, Top F2 continued to engage with the online community, sharing trip dosages of 1.5
and they turn into
grams.
werewolves. And they suck blood. They're like vampire werewolves.
Well, if it smells like piss and copper all of a sudden, you're just gonna hear my AR and my fucking pistol go click clack. Cause I keep my bullets blessed in holy water and salt. Let's fucking go.
And higher, memes about DPH addiction, and polls to connect with fellow users. His post swung between indifference and self-contempt, reflecting his deteriorating mental and physical health. His trip logs revealed a concerning trend of escalating dosages, including episodes of overdoses and hospitalizations. Despite these hardships, he remained an active member of the community, often responding to posts by other users. Among his interactions, there was a mention of encountering the Hatman, a recurring figure in the world of DPH experiences. In response to the issue of people pretending to engage in risky behaviors, Top F2, which stands for Tired of People Faking, posted a striking image. 276 pills, totaling 6.9 grams of Benadryl. Their caption read, "Why the hell not?" However, their subsequent silence tragically hinted at the dire consequences that may have followed. It seemed that they had possibly succumbed to their addiction, and sadly, they weren't alone.
That's the
This marked the
Hatman
emergence
seal.
of the Benadryl challenge, a viral trend on TikTok
to do
that
that
encouraged
shape on
people to
purpose, though,
consume
right?
dangerously
I mean,
high
it
doses
looks
of
like
diphenhydramine,
a flying
DPH.
something.
This fad led to a surge in cases of diphenhydramine poisoning. In response, TikTok deactivated the associated hashtags and removed videos promoting the challenge. The FDA also issued a public warning about the potential dangers of Benadryl abuse. Unfortunately, despite these efforts, the damage was already done, and as a result, the r/DPH subreddit nearly doubled its number of subscribers in just over a year. Now that I have covered the origin of the Benadryl challenge, this now leads us to the last segment of this video, which is probably the most well-known discussed topic when referring to tripping on Benadryl. I am of course referring to the Hatman.
Oh, that's the shape. The way he had the peel thing. So, what was that on TikTok challenge? I just didn't clarify
The
that.
Hatman is a mysterious and recurring figure in various reports of paranormal encounters and sleep-related phenomena. It's important to note that there is no scientific evidence to support the existence of the Hatman. Instead, it's a phenomenon often discussed anecdotally by
Look at
people
big
who
homie
claim
just
to have
chilling.
experienced it. The Hatman is typically described as a tall, shadowy figure wearing a hat, often a fedora or wide-brimmed hat. The figure is usually described as male, although some reports are more gender-neutral. People who report encounters with
Nah, he did not just say the fucking Hatman is a tranny. Pumpkin, can you confirm?
Non-binary.
He's not a tranny, he's non-binary, yeah.
Yeah.
Bumpkin, can you confirm?
with the Hatman often describe feelings of dread,
Why you show this man to me?
You're welcome.
fear, or
He's not a
unease.
slender.
Yeah, I'm
He's
not
not
looking
that
at
slender.
it.
He's not
The
that
entity
slender.
is
Oh,
often
hell
said
no,
to be
that's
silent and
scary as
motionless,
fuck.
observing the
Nah,
person's
me and that bro.
existence.
I'm sending 10
Many
toes down
accounts of the
fighting that
Hatman
man.
occurred during
Bro, I
episodes
would
of
punch
sleep
that
paralysis,
motherfucker in the
a condition in which a
hell
person
no,
is temporarily
no,
unable to move or
no.
speak while falling asleep or waking up. During sleep paralysis episodes, individuals
Bro, I
may
want you to
experience
I
vivid
want you
and
to
sometimes frightening
understand.
hallucinations,
I
which
would
may
be
include
swing. I'd be
encounters with the
busting,
Hatman.
bro. I'd be shooting.
There are
the shit
variations in the
out, I would be
descriptions
out
of
of
the Hatman.
ammunition.
Some people report benign or even protective encounters with the figure, while others describe more menacing and terrifying experiences. The Hatman is a mysterious figure with theories about his nature and origin varying widely. Some attribute him to the category of shadow people, while others entertain the idea that he might be an extraterrestrial being or an interdimensional entity.
Oh, there's 3 of them motherfuckers. They coming to jump you.
Yeah, no.
Why would he come visit the degenerates if he's extraterrestrial? Why waste his time on the drug addicts?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, because like, what if beings like Slenderman and the Hatman, right? If they are real, what if they were actually angels trying to help certain groups of people?
They're not.
Because of their nature, they were, or because of their misunderstood nature and their appearance, they were taken as something evil. Because
I'll
here's
have to
the thing,
read a little bit
Pull me
more
out of the
again,
bed.
but I don't think angels can be viewed. Just
trying to pull you out of the bed. Well, maybe
I
you
had to look that
bad
up
in
in the
your
Bible,
bed.
but I don't think that's possible. Oh, that's true.
Maybe there was something bad in your bed. Well, I never got to ask you the question, right? So what if he didn't try to pull you out of the bed, but you were seeing him, right? You were seeing this being,
Yeah.
but he didn't try to pull you out of the bed. Instead of him trying to pull you out of the bed, because sometimes, like, have you ever did that jerk where you feel like you're falling for a split second when you're falling asleep and you fucking kick yourself awake, and it can be like a very violent spasm that like causes you to fall out of the bed, especially when you're a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what if that's what happened, and then like this being was just like watching over you the same time, or seeing you the same time that happened?
No. No. I was 11. I was terrified, right? You think this thing just stands in the corner? It moves, bro. I watched this man walk over to the foot of my bed from the corner of my room, right?
Uncover your leg.
And you're paralyzed or no?
Yeah, absolutely paralyzed. I'm 11, right?
Okay.
Did not uncover my leg, by the way.
Yeah, I believe things from kids because they're not crazy yet and they're aware.
And literally from over the covers, grabbed my left fucking ankle, dragged me off the bed.
It's crazy.
Entity sent from a
And then
distant
they went
another.
I want to play tummy sticks.
Yeah, bro.
You scared the ever living shit out of me.
Oh,
sounded like that voice from that when we did about serial killers in the truck.
so nah. If this is like a ghost, like a demon, whatever. Like when I die, me and him are gonna have some words.
Plane of existence. There are those who
Video creeps me the fuck out. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you would have done that while this video is playing, I probably would have shitted on myself.
believe he is a malevolent demon, and some even assert that he is the devil himself. The Hatman's motives remain shrouded in mystery. He appears to be primarily an observer, sparking feelings of intense dread in those who encounter him. His demeanor doesn't appear to be friendly.
Any supernatural thing, I want you to know my self-defense against supernatural is I'm gonna diddy it. You call my reaction.
We might be into that.
I'm gonna be real with you, man. I don't get it. I don't know. He's mostly a watcher. Yeah, nah, Drake's my ass out of bed. Why does it have to be my bloodline? Why can't it be someone else's bloodline? You know what I mean?
You owe the fucking.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's the thing. You owe the Hatman about $350. He wants that money.
Yeah, well,
and although he's frequently cited within the Benadryl community, many others have reported their experiences with him, often during episodes of sleep paralysis.
That's it. Pause it.
Satan has dominion over the physical earth, right? So they can actually.
Others have reported their experiences with him, often.
Which one is it, Mumpkin?
Boom.
Which one of these shadow people touched you?
It's the motherfucker in the light one, all the way. Yes,
the left one.
The left one. Yes.
Brother got snatched by an atheist.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that was actually your grandpa.
Yeah, no kidding. Saw your dad, your brother, and you. Anderson might be onto something.
During episodes of sleep paralysis.
No, my grandfather.
It's noteworthy that sightings of the Hatman
you find a hat.
But have been reported all over the world. The more I research this topic, the more questions I have, and unfortunately, the answers aren't exactly clear.
Conclusion.
Don't take Benadryl.
I think it goes without saying that this challenge is downright stupid. I still want to reiterate that you should never try this challenge, ever. This is extremely dangerous, and too many people have lost their lives already due to this challenge. I do want to mention how strange it is that so many people worldwide describe encountering a shadowy figure wearing a hat. It's quite astonishing that individuals...
See, that's the thing. Like, before meme culture was a thing, like, people did describe this, and it's all over the fucking planet.
We're
archetypal. Parts of the globe consistently report
Slenderman. Slenderman is all over the planet.
Such similar details about this entity. It's especially baffling because these experiences are typically seen as hallucinations, which aren't expected to be universally consistent. If you know a lot about the lore of the PH or even the Benadryl challenge, you might have come across the 700 Club. I didn't touch upon the 700 Club in this video primarily because it warrants a dedicated video of its own to comprehensively delve into this topic. I want to thank every single person who made it this far in the video. It really means a lot. Also, huge shout out and thanks to Cryptid Candy and Pandox on YouTube. They inspired me to make this video while adding on to their ideas. I'll link their channels down below for you all.
So, what do y'all feel about the Hatman? Y'all feel he's a diddler? Or is he...
I think it represents our fear of that.
I think it's a corrupting factor. I think whatever it is, it's a corrupting factor. And if you willfully accept it in, it corrupts you.
Right.
I think that's what he specifically represents. That's why he specifically is like in adolescence and stops when you like start to like pretty much fully mature, like 16, 17, right?
Yeah. Also, a lot of these people are doing it on purpose. So I know you guys don't necessarily believe in other things, but the Holy Ghost will leave you if you purposely engage in like trying to go to an outer realm, like whether that's like Ouija board or whatever. So once you're out of that protection, then then they can approach you and stuff like that. So that doesn't explain yours, but like the drug when they purposely want to treat the Hatman.
Right. I'm never gonna take a shit ton of Benadryl. I joke about that shit, right? But I've always been like that. It's weird. I've always been like that. I can walk into a house and if I can feel like I can tell if something else is there. You know what I mean? Like I've always been able to do that.
Yeah, I have that kind of sense.
Have y'all heard about the Doom mod that a guy made that is like his house, but like he fucking apparently, and I don't know because I haven't watched it, but apparently he was a demon worshiper and he killed his family in that house and then uploaded the
Can
mod.
we talk about? I don't know. I just don't want to watch too much demonic.
And like he left secrets of his crimes in the mod.
Oh my god, I don't want to talk about that.
I'd rather talk about like even true crime, but I don't like talking about too much dark because then I feel like I'm maybe inviting it, and I don't want to do that.
You're not inviting it in. But if we talk about it, make it aware. All right, now I'll change from the Hatman. Right, I'll get to the clown doll situation. All right.
Oh, you had one of those. Were they porcelain too? Were yours porcelain as well?
I hate you so much. I feel like you're just
You don't think
stealing
those are
my
demons?
fucking life at this point.
No, dude. In Noonan, in that house in Noonan, Georgia that I mentioned, my grandmother had a room where like I was sleeping and I heard a utteral growl from the fucking closet. And like, and this happened when I was a teenager. I wasn't a kid. Like I heard like an utteral growl and like whispering that kept getting louder and louder and louder. And fucking like there were these creepy ass porcelain clown dolls that she had all over the room. And like I swear to God, it felt like they were watching me at night. But go ahead, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt your story.
No, you're good.
Well, that's just imagination. That's just childhood imagination.
You weren't.
No, you've never seen these fucking creepy ass clown dolls.
Well, I know, but I mean, the fact that they're watching that, anyone would feel like that was clown doll at night in the dark. That's
okay. When okay, look, not to do the cliche, but when you literally purposely face them the other fucking way, and you wake up the next morning, they're facing back at you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nah.
Oh, like up on a shelf.
Are you ready? All right, so I'm gonna give you guys.
No, bro. I had to cover my fucking screen. Nah.
Okay, so this
she had that exact one. She had that exact one.
Oh, this is a similar doll, but he did not have a hat. He had a smaller hat on.
Corn.
It had a smaller hat on the top, right? And it was much older, right? The body is completely cloth, but the head was porcelain, okay? And my grandmother gave me this doll, all right, when I was a child.
What the fuck is up? What the fuck is up with fucking?
Yeah, why would your grandma give you? Oh, because it's a clown, not because it's a doll. Still. Well, they came before John Wayne Gacy.
That's not funny, Molly. That's not funny.
So I think we all hate clowns even more now because of him, but maybe back then they didn't think they were scary. I don't know.
Go ahead, Bumpy, finish your story. We are literally the fucking same, by the way. We are the same human being at this point.
No, because you invited it and Bumpkin tried to get away.
Stop victim blaming me, all right?
What? No, I'm blaming you for.
Ortho was like, "Hey there, Mr. Hatman.
Yeah.
You looking for a good time?"
I'm an innocent, you little boy.
You're like, I was a what'd you say? Not a rebel, but like a demon child or something.
Oh no, the clown's got Bumpkin. Oh no.
Poor Bumpkin. The clown's probably what gave everybody the Hatman. Probably passing that thing down.
So I think, like at a certain point, when you're a kid,
Molly, why are you speaking of yourself in the third person? That's crazy.
She's going full Latina.
Yeah, she's putting some fucking voodoo on my ass.
The clown's got him.
The clown's got him. He had to fight him off.
Send in the clown.
10 toes down, bro. My computer just randomly shut off for some reason.
Because you're talking about that clown.
Well, I'm gonna keep talking. I took
Maybe we
care
should do
of this
intermittent,
goddamn
like
phone.
happy.
My
things.
bad,
Let's do
Ma-
something
It's all
happy.
that Hatman prawn he was downloading.
So you think we should do like an
Why you
intermittent,
like
like
this?
positive, like not serious,
Because I was raised by the internet.
Yeah, don't be raised by the
we 10 toes down on creepy stuff. We got 30 minutes until daylight, so we ain't doing positive stuff. So y'all don't want to watch the video. Like, I could be wrong, but
I'm
apparently
just
that's
joking.
what it's supposed to be.
10 toes down on the shit, yo.
If I didn't want to watch that, I'd go. I'm an adult.
So I'll finish the clown story because I ain't afraid of no goddamn clown. I got rid of this goddamn clown. Don't worry about it. So one day, right?
I'm gonna find out what that exact clown was and mail you another one.
And I'll go to a church and I'll burn it.
So how did you find that picture? That it was so similar.
I just searched it up. It wasn't.
There's a bunch of old women that like to collect these things, and most of them are still alive.
But that was a common.
These are very popular items.
Yeah, but the one she got
I
me
never
was
seen nothing like that.
I've never seen that either.
Okay, so
Y'all are fucked up. Y'all are fucked up.
I've never even seen clowns in
Come from like some
before.
kind
That
of.
reminds me of Joe Dirt.
Yeah, you got some creepy Georgian Southern type spooky hootie doo doo shit going on there. You know, like what was that song by the fucking Creedence Clearwater Revival where he's like chasing down a hoodoo there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck a hoodoo is, that's what y'all be into with them fucking clown dolls and shit.
And that's the Bayou because that's where Joe Dirt's parents were
We've
from.
lost
too.
Hell
Remember?
yeah.
He was
We've
from
lost control of the
Louisiana.
stream. We've lost control of the
You see
stream.
fucking Blue Jay nose.
Yep. And then they were.
Is my mic coming through? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You just wouldn't let me talk at all today. You're quiet the whole time, and you wouldn't let me say nothing.
Bumpkin really wants to finish his story.
Fuck. Yeah. So
it keeps cutting out on me. I can't hear what you. Are you talking to me?
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
So this was a doll that my grandmother gave me, right? So my grandmother liked to gamble a lot, so she took a lot of trips down to Vegas to gamble. And unironically, she brought this back from a pawn shop in Vegas. Okay, it was a much older doll. It was a much
with a gorilla paw.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. It was a much older doll, and obviously I kept it, right, because my grandmother gave it to me. And I think it was like 11 years after she gave it to me, she actually passed away. So it was like a memory, you know what I mean? It was like a memory of hers, right? This fucking cat is trying to interrupt as well. Get the fuck off my desk, cat. Anyways, and she dies. I move, right? I move in with my mom, and this one I'm like 16, 17. And one day, this doll, for whatever reason, I had it up on my desk. It accidentally fell off my desk and hit the ground, and the back of the head actually broke, right? And when I tell you that all hell broke loose after the back of this doll's fucking head broke, like the just random paranormal shit would just start happening in the house, right? So for instance, just randomly at night, I would hear a cupboard door, completely home alone. I'd hear a cupboard door slam, right? Or witnessing a cupboard door open when I'm watching TV in the living room and I can see the kitchen clearly, and witnessing a fucking cabinet door just open, or the dishwasher open, or hearing fucking plates rattle, right? Hearing footsteps running down the hallway into the master bedroom. My mom, right, even experienced some random shit. She was in the bathroom. Obviously, she was in the bathroom, right? And there was it was like her bedroom was a master bedroom, right? So the bathroom was one bathroom. It had two doors to it, right? And so the bathroom to the hallway was closed, but no one else was home. She didn't. Well, something was there, but no one else was home. So she left her door cracked to her bedroom because she had just gotten up in the morning. Okay. And suddenly she sees a kid, like, kind of skirt past her door, right? And she's like, "Oh shit!" I have older brothers and sisters, so she thought, maybe one of them were over, right? And she just didn't hear them when she woke up. So she called out, I think my niece's name. I'm not going to say my niece's name, obviously. And a little kid, like, comes back, right? And she's like, oh, that's weird, right? Because it was a little boy. My brother didn't have a little boy. Okay. And also the little boy was a lot taller. And she's like, hello. And then this thing looks at her and it has black eyes. Like clear, black fucking eyes. All right. When I tell you that she said she screamed.
Was she pooping?
I don't know, bro. I don't ask my mom what the fuck she was doing on the toilet, dude. I don't give a fuck. That's weird as shit. Do you ask your mom if she's pooping, Denizen?
If she was telling me a story about whether she was hanging out in the bathroom all this time, I'd be like, what are you doing in there?
You're crazy.
That is fair. That is a fair question.
Are you taking a shower? Are you taking a deuce?
She was probably
doing your nails.
She was probably shitting. Anyways.
I didn't think you could see them. I thought you could feel them. I don't know.
And she picked up a candle and she threw it at the door and shattered the candle because she freaked the fuck out. She told me that, and it just got so much worse. So there was a time frame.
Was she trying to hit the guy?
I guess she was trying to hit whatever it was, bro. I guess. I don't know. Because obviously whatever it wasn't one of the...
I fucked up my algorithm, by the way. Now there's nothing but like demonic horror stories on my fucking
wonderful
page on YouTube.
Wonderful. So obviously this stuff keeps happening. Like in her room at night, right? She would tell me that she would hear scratching at the bottom of the bed, and she would see stuff. So I grew up really poor. She had one of those old style like TVs, right? That still had it was like big and it still had like the bubble in it, right? And when it was turned off at night, you could like wake up kind of, and if there's any sort of light, you could peer through it and see the reflection in it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Those lights stay on forever too. They glow sometimes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, anyways, you'd wake up, right? She told me about it. So I said, you know what? One of these days when she's not away, I'm just going to sleep in that room, right? So I slept in the room, and I kid you not, same thing, right? I heard scratching at the bottom of the bed frame, right? Of the bed that you're currently sleeping on, all right? And then that would wake you up and you peer into the TV, and in the reflection of the TV, you would see shit moving.
Like The Ring?
You would see shit fucking moving in the reflection in the back. I'm getting you a song about it. In the back fucking closet, because they're also like a big master closet as well. In the back closet, you would see shit moving back there. I kid you.
So you did it on purpose, though, so you're inviting it.
I did not do it on purpose. Well, I wanted to investigate. I wanted to see what I thought she was fucking going crazy.
Blue Jay, you be victim blaming, bro. These demons are a menace. You be like, you called it upon yourself.
No, I'm saying how to avoid it. How for people to avoid it.
Well, there's no avoiding it. It's in our house, anyways.
Well, okay, whatever. I was just asking a question. Calm down.
I know. I got you.
Do what you want. I'm just clarifying.
I got you.
I'm just gonna light sage and put out my crystals. Okay, trap it.
But
no, I don't do any of that anymore. I didn't know that
anymore.
I got to be clear. No, I'm serious. Ever since I realized that's witchcraft and sorcery, I didn't know that. I don't do it.
But anyways, so I decided we're gonna test it, right? So I was telling my friends about this. All right, friends from school, whatever. And there was an entire week during the summer. No one was home, so I invited them over, hanging out and all that. And we decided to test it, So, also throughout this entire thing, when I put the doll back up, because I didn't throw it away, right? The doll would move on its own. By the way, the doll would move on its own. I had a hypothesis, but I thought I would just go and fucking.
Now that I believe.
I just thought I was going.
Guys, they do move stuff.
Yeah, I just thought I was going. It was around this fucking doll, though. I don't know where she got this goddamn doll from, but it's around this goddamn doll.
Might have been something moving the doll. It would have been its prized possession. It was.
Yeah. And then so I tested it, right? I said, okay, I'm going to set this fucking doll on the bed facing the corner. All three of us are going to leave this apartment. By the way, no one could enter this apartment. Everyone was out of town. Door was locked. No one could enter this fucking apartment. All three of us are going to go and walk to the convenience store and come back. It's like a 20-minute walk there and back, right? Very close. So
you're playing a game with it.
Yeah. I wanted to see if it would call our bluff, right? And we go back into the apartment, and that fucking thing is back sitting on the shelf, right where it fell off originally, looking at the door when we opened it.
Oh hell no! I've been expecting
No,
you.
I believe you. I did
So-
the light as a feather, stiff as a board when I was a kid in like elementary school. I slept over
Yeah.
this girl's house. I didn't even know her. I think I didn't know her very long. I don't know why my mom didn't go, but yeah. Anyway, I didn't think there was any parents there. Maybe an older sister, but we did that, and it literally like happened. It worked. I was like, I couldn't believe it. It scared me, but I still remember like it's so clear. I was probably 10, 8, maybe 9. I don't know. But yeah, after that, I did believe in stuff like that to some extent.
Yep. So I took that. All three of us took that doll, immediately left, locked the door of the house, took that doll, took it to a nearby church, and we literally broke all of the porcelain and we burned it. And legitimately, nothing happened after that.
Yeah,
Like-
that's the key. You gotta have like genes.
And the doll's like, kill me.
Dude,
Well,
when I
if you,
when I
if you were sincerely asking for it to leave and then in Jesus' name, it will. But people have to want to. People sometimes use that as like blasphemy because they actually still engage.
I hate talking about the paranormal stuff because it makes my eyes water.
I think it's okay as long as you show you like how to avoid it or get rid of it.
Senses.
Yeah, but that doll, dude, that freaked me the hell out. I don't know, because my mom thought
Your grandmother.
like my grandmother, bless her soul, she didn't know she was giving me a fucking like a demonically
Maybe that's why
possessed
your
doll.
grandpa was seeing the Hatman. No, he's a kid. Never mind.
He was a kid, yeah.
So maybe he.
I missed the whole story.
You missed
He
the whole
broke
story,
that,
Denizen?
Yeah, my
the
fucking
clown
internet
at the
dropped out.
church and burned it, and it went away after that.
So to run it down, right, Denizen, right? The doll would move on its own. So we did a little test where all three of us, because we were home alone, right? All three of my friends, we put the doll in a corner facing the wall, right, on like the corner of my bed, right? Went, locked the door. No one could touch that doll. 20-minute walk there and back to the convenience store. Came back with our snacks. When we opened the door, that fucking doll was sitting on the dresser, pointing at the door when we walked into my room. So I took the fucking doll to a church parking lot, burned the doll in the church parking lot. By the way, anyone witnessed, I probably thought we were fucking crazy. Burned the doll, broke all the porcelain, and never had any problems in that apartment ever again.
All right, so
I think you might have burned your grandma, bro.
Shut up. My grandma would not fuck with me like that.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not trying to be mean or funny, but like, is there a possibility that she did give it to you on purpose?
Yeah, she gave you the doll so that she could possess it when she died and be with her little bumpkin.
Yeah,
and then
no,
you
like,
burned her, man. You burned her alive.
I'm not
Or
being
dead?
I'm not being funny, right? My ex's family, they're all witches, and like they don't believe that it's like demonic. Witchcraft is demonic. They think that it's separate from like God and the devil, and like a lot of them have done stuff to their partners in their family without meaning to. And I have a great aunt that also used to do palm readings and stuff. And like, and I've come to the conclusion that a lot of these women who are like retarded, well, women are stupid and make bad decisions, first off. We'll just say that outright. I found out that a lot of these women, when they're younger, they'll do shit that they don't realize is damaging, that has bad repercussions. And like sometimes even as they get older, they'll still do certain shit like that. And it'll
Like
be
what? You gotta
hard.
get more specific. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know, like giving your
possessing a doll.
grandson, like giving your grandson a demon doll.
No, but you were saying your family would do stuff without meaning to.
All right,
other people?
for instance, my ex would make little, not voodoo dolls, but little protection dolls
Oh,
for
yeah, that's
people.
witchcraft.
And like as they rotted and wilted away, it actually caused
What?
like it. I don't think it caused
What'd she
bad
make
things
them
to
out of?
happen. Their hair,
What the fuck?
or pieces
Tyler,
of their
scary.
clothing, things
Oh,
that they
hell no.
owned. Yeah, no, like when I say I like witchy
said
girls, I
that's
don't
not
mean
meaning
fake
to?
wizzy girl.
You don't think that was meaning to?
No, she wasn't intentionally trying to hurt people. She was making them.
Oh,
for
okay, yeah,
protection.
like kind of like how I got, maybe invited.
Yeah, but
those
she would
ghosts
make
in
them
my
for
house.
protection. But as
thought
they
it was-
rotted away, because they weren't preserved, because she'd make them and she would lock them in a box and she would say do whatever prayer, whatever the witches do, and she would dig a hole and put them in the ground.
So
but
she was
as
actually a
the
witch.
box rotted and like throughout the years, that it caused like, according to her, looking back on it, it's caused more damage because as the dolls rotted, it caused people to have problems in their life. Is
So
what
that's
she.
intentionally that's not me. That's meaning too.
Yeah, but it's not something that she meant to do to hurt people. She was trying to put a protection thing on them. And I've noticed that a lot of
if you're a
women.
witch, you know that it's you know it's bad. You just don't care. I've watched interviews with people that were like former what do they call it? Wicca and stuff like that. They know that
Well, Wicca's
demonic.
fake witches. Wicca's fake witches.
It's
Wicca was
in
literally
line with Freemasonry.
Well, Wicca was literally invented by a horny old dude in the I believe the 1800s. It was the 1800s or the 1700s, and he just wanted to fuck under like fucking 15 to 25-year-olds.
Well, I don't know a lot about Wicca, but you know what I'm talking about. People.
No, I'm telling you, like Wicca's fake. It's like feminism before feminism.
Okay.
It's
well,
it's
the real
girl
one,
power
whatever she
shit
was,
just to get the guy. Yeah, no, she was like an honest to god witch who practiced witchcraft.
She had to know that.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, there's it's weird to say, but there's a science to it, right? You experiment, you try to find these things out, and like, I just don't like it.
So actually, it's the
because
first time someone's life unraveled from her box.
that's the thing. She made a box of like 5 people, myself included.
Oh, all at once.
And she's like, I noticed that, and like she dug up the box. She said that she dug up the box, and like all the dolls were destroyed and ruined. She's like, I don't know if it worked and it protected people, or if all hell broke loose because the dolls like deteriorated.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm just not gonna do it again because like I don't see any way of preserving the doll.
I think that's more just confirmation bias because
it's weird.
Yeah, but as far as like the rituals and stuff like that, a lot of them are harmful. Like voodoo, you know, they have spells and all that. She sounded more on that like a voodoo than even the witch, right?
She didn't really practice voodoo per se, but she practiced like her and her entire family, like her mom, her grandma, like they all either dabbled in it or like full-blown witches. Like she's part of a witches coven that I know, and it's funny because I have a cousin that is also, because like from a small town, right? I also have a female cousin that's in the witchy shit, and she's also a part of it, and like I'm just like, y'all are retarded. Like,
were you okay with that, knowing that she'd be like your children's mother and stuff like that?
Yeah, no, I loved her. I like witchy girls.
I'm just curious because I know you've talked about your.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in magic and people being able to wield magic.
But you said people's lives deteriorated.
I think I live in a rural town that's like.
So you don't believe that's why they deteriorated?
Yeah, no, I don't believe it's bad. Like I live around poverty and abuse and drugs. Like life's gonna be hard here. Period. I don't think her little dollies did anything or did anything bad, or even good for that matter.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
I said, why don't you move?
Because I own the land, and it's expensive to move. Why is that always everyone's like first question?
Because
do you realize how much it would cost? Do you realize how much it would cost to get a house anywhere that's decent?
I didn't say you should move. I didn't make a judgment on you for whether you should move or not. I just asked you why you don't. So I wasn't saying you should.
Now might be a good time though to sell and to rent for a little while until the crash rolls over. Then you could buy even more land.
I don't have anything to sell, so it looks like I'm renting.
I'm spiritually tied to this place. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not.
Okay, we got the real answer. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
There's with the Hatman and everything, huh?
No. Like I've tried my best to leave this town behind, but like I'll get sick. I'll get hyper super depressed. If I stay gone longer than a year and a half, bad shit starts going down until I come back.
So that's why you got defensive, because you had.
Like I had a full-on schizophrenic meltdown. Being too gone when I first turned 18, being gone for so long, like I became catatonic until I came back home.
I think these demonic conversations are making you reveal too much information. But
I've talked about this before.
okay, I just want to make sure people aren't gonna like, I don't know, these weirdos aren't like.
Okay, so we've got Zombie Biology Explained, The Science of Zombinism, Terrifying Ghost Towns of Deep Appalachia, The 9 Appalachian Tertians That Become Something Much Darker, The Extraterrestrial Encounters Iceberg. This is a 2-hour long video, so if we're going to watch any of this video, it's going to be the last one. We also have a refresher clip of how it's actually made, which is a comedy, Swiss cheese hammers, rolling skates, colored pencils. We have What's Up, Jim?
Is this Australian guy?
Yeah, we have
Hey,
Georgia's Weird Folklore. We also have some more missing 911 stuff. I'm gonna go pee. Everybody discuss what y'all want to watch, and we'll see. We'll choose when I get back.
I don't care. I mean, I kind of like the discussions, but I like. So whatever one would be like a good, interesting discussion.
These burgers go really good with fries.
Cheeseburgers?
Maybe.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
You're so weirdo.
Nothing, Jade. I'm not a weirdo. What?
At least you did the right thing and burned it in the church. I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but it sounds better than, keep moving it around, playing with it. That's good. It went away, though.
No, bro. No.
Are you worried when you have a son, it's going to see the Hatman now?
I know he's going to. It's not even a
You
question.
you can pray he won't. Hopefully you can break it.
I think it's just something that for some reason my family line has to overcome. I don't know.
I mean, it could
Y'all
be
are
something in your
weird.
lineage that happened like before, and you just have little glimpses of that realm or something. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? Who fucking knows?
What's up, Jim? Is he still here?
Another thing that happens throughout my line is right before anyone dies in my family, you hear 3 knocks on the front door.
I don't know if you can hear us. Are we in the back?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. It's just the screen. You can see. Yeah, it's just Orthodox did that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. How do you know if they're about to die? Did they tell anybody?
What do you mean?
You said right when someone's about to die, they hear 3 knocks.
No. The family will hear 3 knocks.
Oh,
Why?
Is it just the men or is it women too?
No, that's everyone. That's just family wise.
No. Women only get 1 knock.
Yeah.
1 knock outside the head.
Don't know why.
Knock 3 times on my window. Anyway.
Also, horse hooves as well. Also, hearing horse hooves. But that's from people
I've had that.
That's from people that are.
I was out in.
You've heard that?
But
Yeah, I was in the backwoods of my property. Like, in the back, the farther away people got from the house, the more trees there were, and the woodier it got. And I was way back in there on a night where there was no sound in the air. I don't know if you've ever had that happen.
Oh, like the haunted forest kind of.
It gets really silent, like you can't hear any animals or wind or
if
anything.
it's horse hoofs, that means you're going to hell.
Why the fuck are you talking over me?
Sorry. sorry.
When am I going
like the
to hell?
Horsemen?
How long is it going to
Bible,
take?
isn't that demonic?
Anyway, so I was out there, and all of a sudden I felt the thumping, and I heard the thumping, and then I heard breathing, like, and I fucking ran. I ran like Forrest Gump.
That sounds like the Skinwalker.
And I was running. I contemplated.
From then on, I wasn't running.
Like I contemplated
like
not coming back for a few days after I got up to go piss, and I'm like, nah, I can't fuck with people like that.
What's that one in South America? The chupacabra or something like that. What's that called?
A chupacabra?
Chupacabra.
I prefer the chupacabra. It sucks the finances out of your country.
And they breathe heavy and stuff, and then maybe it was one of those.
But El Chupacabra is like a little guy. This thing was huge, massive.
Oh, you saw it?
No, that's the way it could crumble the ground.
Yeah, right before my grandfather
Alright.
died, he was literally in a hospital right bed on like the 4th story in the said hospital, right? And I was sitting there with him. I didn't hear anything, but he straight up was like, "Do you hear that?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Do I hear that?" He's like, "Do you don't hear like it sounds like there's a horse walking in the hallway?" And then like 20 minutes later, he was dead.
Oh no, dude! Before my grandfather died, my grandfather has the most base Grim Reaper story. Before, like 2 months before my grandfather died, he had a dream that there was a black fucking muscle car. I can't remember what model it was, but there was a black muscle car that was just parked outside, like in front of his door at the old person, like because he lived in an old person community, not like a retirement home, but like one of those government communities for old people.
Yeah, you have to be
Because he
like
was like fully
55 and
able.
older.
Yeah, he was like fully able to like take care of himself. And he's like, yeah, no, I feel like it's my time because like this car, I keep having the same dream that it's parked there no matter what the weather, no matter what. Like he had a dream for like a week that this car was parked out, and like 2 months later he died. Crazy.
Or before,
Yeah.
can I interject for 5 seconds? And
Go ahead, Jim. The floor's yours.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Then we'll talk what we are talking about now. Actually, my stupid secretary went to the bank the other day. Yesterday, actually, I went to the bank today, and the bank told me as follows. That applies to you, Orthodox, and to Bumpkin. It's got to have the bank account, so I will use the name Orthodox Guy. You know, they do this international transaction, and for Bumpkin, I will use Bumpkin. What they need is the address, the actual name of the bank, and the bank's address for some reason.
All right.
So, I will reduce that in an email because I got your email and Bumpkin's email. Not tonight. It's nearly 8:00 evening here in Sydney. I'll probably do it tomorrow or the following day. Okay, but I'll reduce that into an email. So I've got both of your emails. Anyway, just to let you know, I have not forgotten. My dumb secretary went there, but anyway, I should shut up before being accused of being a sexist. All right, so I'll put some shekels into that thing as I promised 2 or 3 weeks ago. All right.
I know, me too. I gotta go put cash in my card. I feel bad. I wish I could just.
All right, boys and girls, and all right. I shall shut up and listen. Go ahead with the conversation.
I'm gonna say one thing real quick that I gave misinformation. I just remembered.
Hold on one second, Blue Jay. I figured out what it was about PayPal. I never confirmed my bank or my identity, so I had to do the verification on PayPal. Chuck, that's what that was.
Well, have you got an alternative? Look, I'm one of those effing boomers, and I'm not computer savvy. The problem I'm having is that my family is in Europe as we speak. They're gallivanting, spending my fucking money. My wife, my 2 kids, and my daughter-in-law. There's 4 of them. And I'm really concerned about, the shit happening in Iran and the great uncircumcised kingdom in the Middle East.
Your family's in danger right now?
Well, they've got to go. They're going from London to Singapore, Sydney with Qantas, and they're coming back on the 1st of July, and I'm genuinely concerned. All these rockets firing away. It's not even, anyway.
Okay, so when is it Singapore and then to Sydney? Is that what
they fly. Yeah, they fly from London.
Safe.
I'm sorry.
Singapore is very safe.
I know, but if they reach Singapore, thank the
Lord.
Lord.
Have to fly over the Middle East. Too.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah, he's very like.
Of course, Singapore's safe.
And he's Indian. A lot of them are Chinese, but he gets mad if you like. I said, "Oh, you're Indian." And there's a caste system, and he's like very defensive of his tribe. Like they're the top, and make sure that everybody knows.
Here's the topic of the show. Jim.
Yeah.
Once you get through telling us your worries, because I don't mind giving an ear to a friend. When you get through, I do want to know before you give up the floor. Have you ever had any supernatural, any scary supernatural stuff? Ghosts, demons, aliens, weird folklore from Australia. Have you ever had any encounters with any of
Yes,
that?
yes. Look. It's well, it's well known. I mean, if you believe in the first thing of Christianity or any belief which is positive, which we call God or whatever, and there's positive and negative. What are the negative forces? Satan. And
Why does
here's
everybody give Satan such a bad rap?
well, you can use another name, but it's positive and negative forces. So in itself, by talking about in Chinese terms, yin and yang, female, male, whatever you want to talk,
Yeah, up and down.
good and bad, up and down. I mean, we use these dichotomies or opposition, but they're all in unison. I mean, the whole idea of, for example, in Christianity, marriage, male and female, with Jesus, within the blessing of God, whatever we want to use God, it's become one body and in unison. So there's no distinction in terms
Kinky.
of spirituality. It's not kinky. I know your imagination and your theological knowledge is probably not that well developed, but that's all right. I forgive you.
So, what like a breadth of power would do you
Well,
think,
for
based on the
example,
Bible,
I
like
can give you an
demons
example of.
have?
I can give you an example. A good friend of mine he actually was involved in a big car accident and he died. And his parents, the night before, had all these birds congregating around his bedroom window. Both his now deceased mum and dad have concurred. He says, well, they went outside and they see all these, a whole bunch of birds chirping and hitting the actual window for about a minute or couple of minutes, and they all of a sudden gone. And that was the time he actually was involved in a car accident, which he passed away, deceased. That's an example. That's an example of a sort of a sign.
One time I found a Lincoln log in my sock drawer.
You what?
I'm sorry.
I found a Lincoln log in my sock drawer.
No, I tend to agree. Like, all jokes aside, I tend to agree that the world will give you signs of bad tidings to come. When I was in Job Corps, we were coming home, right? Because my Job Corps was well out of the way, right? So they chartered buses to take us to Muhlenberg, Kentucky. It was like an hour and a half ride from the middle of the woods.
Did you say Nuremberg?
Yeah, Muhlenberg, Kentucky.
Oh, shit. You said Muhlenberg. I thought you said Nuremberg.
Oh, yeah, I went to camp in Nuremberg, but no,
sorry.
but no, like, so, and Job Corps is a very diverse place, and they were taking us to the bus station. It was a 2.5 hour ride. On that fucking ride, because I had I had friends on the other bus, like, all of those buses saw the same shit. And like, we were talking about, like, everybody on all three of them buses were horrified because we passed a house that had, like, not just a murder of crows, but like a metric fuck ton of crows. It was like watching a horror movie. Like, they were swarming and swirling around the fucking house. It was horrifying.
I've seen
like,
it once or twice in my life. It's very scary.
Yeah, it looked like it literally, there were so many fucking crows flying around this house. It literally looked like it was storming. Like, they blotted out the fucking sun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that the baby Jesus?
Nah, bro, that's the baby Antichrist. I swear to God.
I saw it not very long ago. I was driving. It was so weird. It looks like, when they're in the Peanuts comics, when they draw that little thing around their face, you can't see them. It almost kind of looks like that, like a scribbly.
Yeah. It's fucking wild. But I do have a little something to lighten the mood. This is as I love zombies. Like, it's one of my irrational fears, right? Like, when I was younger, I'd watch zombie flicks all night, and I'd hear somebody messing around the kitchen. I'd be like, "Oh no, it's begun."
Yeah, I can watch zombie things because I know they're fake. So
but like, well, it's one of my irrational fears, right? I would rather deal with the nuclear apocalypse based. I would we will cover the supernatural topic because there's so much of it that we can talk about. Because like I like talking about it, and we'll probably do this show for a while. Like I'll probably be live until we do the morning show or the evening show. So because I do want to cover all the videos I have pulled up, and like one is 2 hours long, and like the vast majority of them are like 20 minutes long. But like I've had a lot of supernatural stuff happen to me, and it's kind of like I get where Blue Jay's coming from, because if I talk about supernatural stuff too long, like it'll mess my emotions up, it'll make my eyes water, my sinuses fuck up out of nowhere. It doesn't matter what the weather is. It just gives me an eerie fucking feeling. So I get what Blue Jay's putting down, but I like talking about it because it's such an interesting topic.
Well,
But
yeah, sometimes you have to be educated on it if you want to avoid it, right?
Well, when I stepped away from the computer, I felt like pulling a prank and just not coming back and going to sleep just to mess with people.
I think you killed your dog and then he killed you too. It's like, oh no.
No. I would never hurt my puppers.
So
like if he stood up on
you were gonna shoot it. Remember, that is a joke.
If he stood up on his hind legs and like quasi-morphed to a skinwalker, but who's a good boy? Who learned a new trick? Like I'd be the first guy to have a pet skinwalker. Because I love my boy. Actually, you know what?
Or the next guy to get eaten by one.
Skinwalkers are bulletproof.
They ain't been hit by my bullets.
They've shot them, they just go right through them. They're like,
well, then I'll beat the fuck out of it.
But the problem is they actually do kill a lot of livestock. So that's the problem. There's actual physical evidence of something because they suck the blood out and leave the carcass.
Well, the thing is, like, we'll get to that in a minute. This is right now. It's about zombies, and like I know it's fake. This is fake, obviously, but I like the idea.
I had an ex who did the same thing, to be fair.
Sucked out all your blood. Sucked the life out of you.
Leave the carcass behind.
We do that.
Hey, bro, that's why I miss my ex so much. Jesus Christ.
I don't think that's what he meant.
12 years, I have been the sole pioneer in the study of diseases
like
that most scientists would not deign to research. At best, they see my work as unpleasant. At worst, an affront to the scientific method. But I believe that my time of vindication is imminent, and my research into these little understood viruses will soon prove invaluable to all of humanity. In a previous volume, I presented the human vampiric virus, a disease which turns its victims into bloodthirsty revenants bent on destruction. But while the threat of HVV remains to this day, it isn't the only insidious pathogen I've discovered. Following is a summarized account of my work with an equally terrifying disease, which I have dubbed the human zombism virus, or HZV. Should this virus go unremedied, its flesh-hungry sufferers could pose a threat to humanity that may even surpass HVV. Now,
All right, so this leads to I watched a video when I was younger, right? A teenager, back when YouTube was first getting started and getting big. It was the scientific argument and reasons behind zombies, where they tried to talk about it in a scientific way instead of like looking at it through like a cultural or media lens of how it could happen or something similar could happen. Does the panel believe that it is possible, not necessarily a reanimation of the undead, but some type of virus or something that makes people kind of like super rabies, where they attack people and eat them, or just attack them and like gnaw them to death or something, and it spread through saliva or scratches? Does the panel think that that's possible in any way?
Like, if it detects this certain neurological piece of the brain that like was the function and it thwarts it, I guess it's possible.
Hey, that also describes my ex, bloodthirsty revenant bent on destruction.
I would say that anyone voting Democrat is a zombie.
Yeah, that's true. Like a sheep. Yeah,
enough.
They just don't eat people. Well,
see, they want to make it legalized before they start eating people. Apparently,
I can't make you a Democrat by biting you on the arm either.
What if you could, though? What if you could, like I remember a couple years ago, people were saying like plasmaplasmaticis or whatever.
Talk so.
Oh, isn't that the shot where you go into?
Toxoplasmosis.
Septis? Septic or something?
It's cat poop disease.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cat poop has a worm in it, goes in your brain, makes you act like Jim.
They had something
No.
from like when I was pregnant because they talk about that. It's really dangerous for pregnant women.
Look, we're talking about zombies. I mean, it's very pertinent and I think relevant. But if you look at the society today, most people are just followers. And again, when I say followers, whether they're fervent, zealot, religious, or in terms of politics or culture, they genuinely
You mean
believe.
real zombies?
Yeah, well, but it's a very, very small distinction. You think about, I don't know, those protesters in LA and so forth. Look how fervent. Look at their faces and expressions. They are really. I mean, there's no way you can talk to them in a rational way. I mean, that's sort of, to me, looking, not all the people, of course, you can't categorize every person, but to me, they are genuinely sort of zombies.
No, it's true though, because if you had voted for Trump, they would literally like hate you. I mean, so I can see that.
Yeah, it's it's my way or no way. I'm right, therefore I cannot even talk to you.
Or people that didn't get the jab,
yeah,
they would actually
yeah,
want to harm
exactly,
you
yeah.
physically and call you a killer and stuff like that.
Mate, here in Australia was just horrendous. It's particularly in Melbourne, not so much Sydney.
Yeah, they do have kind of a vengeful. It's not just that they're so strong in their beliefs; they hate people that don't have their beliefs.
Yeah, but yet they talk about love and passion and compassion. This is the
unless
dichotomy.
You're a child or a woman.
See, I feel like Democrats, if zombies were real, we wouldn't be able to dome them because Democrats would have like a hug box for them and set up zombie rights organizations. To be honest.
See, this is why, as a Catholic, and my house is being, religiously blessed every year by the priest, and holy water, and these are the provincials having crosses, having rosary, prayer, and I don't know how many Americans or Australian families get together at least once or twice a week and gather around a table with no mobiles, or as you call them, cell phones or television on, and you gather and you have dinner or lunch. Not many. You ask yourself. So we are all zombies, individual. Zombieism means individual. You are just not part of the community. You're not part of, you're hypnotized, basically. That's my understanding of it.
Speaking of the dangers of Benadryl,
Do you think could be real zombies, Jensen? Or
do I think what?
it's possible to have real zombies, like Orthodox
I mean, anything's possible, but it depends, to which extent. People being able to take gunshots and things like this is not likely.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that aspect. I'm thinking of vampire. Never mind. I was thinking something like, or
I think
a brain virus. But yeah.
We could probably design something that would give people superhuman strength and make them push through death, but then it would be short-lived.
You think so?
Yeah, but it would be short-lived.
Topical, Chuck. Did you watch the part about the Hatman in the stream? Benadryl is his friend.
Last time I took Benadryl, I went blind.
Bumpkin. Chuck is the one who's like, you owe Chuck money, or your family owes Chuck's family money, and Chuck's been sending the Hatman after you to collect.
Whatever is on the screen, the way it's frozen, is that like a little hand or something?
Yeah, it's a hand reaching out of soil. Chuck, the Hatman is like a shadow person that people see, because if you take too much Benadryl, you can hallucinate. It becomes a very potent hallucinogen past a certain point, and like people who take
Maybe he
like
knows. Maybe that's why he likes it. Maybe
a
that's why it's his
shit
friend.
ton of Benadryl have claimed to see an entity or a ghost that has existed far longer than Benadryl, but Benadryl specifically causes people to hallucinate this entity, and it's called the Hat
I
Man. It's
don't.
a shadow figure with red eyes and a hat.
I don't think it's coincidence either. I think it's a byproduct of your mind when you're entering or exiting post REM brainwave state.
Do you think? Do
Okay.
you think that it's possible for it to be an extra dimensional being or a supernatural being, or do you think that it's purely a trick of the mind due to normal processes?
It's possible. It's more likely a trick of the mind. Once you like, what solidified these things for me was actually learning how the human brain works. So first, for me personally, and for other people I know who are kind of nerdy like me, the first thing you do is you try to study these phenomena. So you try to reproduce them or disprove them, and most of the time, they're easily disproven. But then what really changes it is when you've just realized how fucking wonky human memory, recall, interpretation, vision, all of these things are. Like, you are riding on a fucking wave of information that you can't process. Every thought you have is like, the random chance to be completely and utterly insane or disconnected from reality. Like, your brain is flipping images upside down simultaneously while it's filling in gaps of information that you don't have.
Right.
And like, then the left is running independently of the right, but your subjective experiences of the two thoughts or combination of therein. Holy shit, bro.
So wait, I have an hypothesis that maybe could neurologically explain Bumpkin. What if we inherit some of our
Neurologically explained
memories?
bumpkin.
No, what if some memories are inherited? So maybe we pass them through our like chromosomes or something, and that's why maybe if his grandpa had it, he might have passed like a slight memory to his dad.
I mean, blood memory has more or less been proven to exist. It's the extent.
Right.
It's the extent that people argue.
So
So I would think this is an archetype, and archetypes would be stronger in families. And to me, it's reminiscent of like a child first realizing that they're not safe, that the world isn't innocent, and that even as children they can be sexualized. That combined with the subconscious awareness that when you're asleep, you're completely vulnerable to anything and everything. And that you might not necessarily be able to trust the people that are your family or that live in the same house as you, because they lie about Santa and they lie about democracy and this, that, and the other thing. And that's how these things manifest themselves when we're children in our dreams. Like demons coming to get us, inappropriately touching us, making like suggestive behaviors and trying to trick us into doing things that are bad for us, etc., etc.
See, I would believe you if I only had my ex to go by, or I had several other girls to go by, and even a couple guys. But I've experienced supernatural things as well. And like I do agree that a lot of this is a trick of the mind, right? Because this zombie phenomenon in culture can be explained the same way you're talking about. Like, it's a subconscious fear of being consumed by the next generation or by the next evolutionary step of humanity, or even could be explained by being conquered by like brainless culture, like the left, like Jim and Chuck are talking about. Like, it could be, yeah, it could be that. But at the same time, like, I've experienced, like, for instance, one of the stories that I was going to tell that I mentioned earlier, right? There is no physical contact between me and this entity, right? But when me and my ex were teenagers, I lived with her and her mom, right? And they lived in a house that's basement was partially exposed to the ground, right? or partially above to the ground. Well, the parts that were above ground had bars on the windows. It also, when they moved in, the downstairs locked from the inside, or locked from the outside. My bad. Like the lock and shit was on the outside of the door, and there was like a particular thing like under the stairs, a small crawl space that stayed ungodly cold no matter if you even
Wait,
put a heater in
are
it.
you kidding me? This is exactly how the haunted house was.
Wait,
Holy shit, it scared me.
hold on. Let me finish.
No, I am.
And like every glass, even the small like bar ones that you could lift up that like are right at ground level, built up, like was triple pane glass that was soundproof. And the lock going upstairs that connected to like right in front of the front door also locked from the upstairs. And like,
so somebody was being kept down there against their will.
Probably.
That's what it sounds like.
But here's the thing, like it was like a feeling of existential dread being down there. Everybody that I know that came there felt like that. Everybody we talked to, me and my ex, like me and her started talking about it, and like I'm a big motherfucker, right? And back then I wasn't chunky either. I had muscles and shit. And it still basically turned me into a fucking baby because there was something much larger than me literally breathing down my neck. Like I could feel it breathing on my neck. Every time I would take a step, it would take a step with me, and it would be right there up and down them stairs. And then like I don't blame airflow because you couldn't open the windows down there, and we didn't have the door open that was down there that was to the outside. So like the door to the fucking, I was down there one day in the game room where I had my gaming set up, and I was cooking dinner upstairs. That's where the kitchen was, right beside that room. And out of fucking nowhere, the door slammed. And, you know, people can blame airflow and shit, but you cannot explain to me when I'm in a house by myself why the door slammed and it fucking locked.
No, I mean
airflow. It was all airflow.
No, listen, I rented this house. This was only a year and a half ago. Okay, this 2,100 square foot house, really cool. I was all excited, and it has this downstairs, like you said, it was halfway above the ground. Okay, it did not have a door to get out, but okay, they had bars over the windows. I didn't notice until I was trying to move out that the windows did not open; they were like sealed shut. And my friend, he wouldn't come over because he was scared to death of this ghost. When I was moving out, I said, fuck it, you can have this house back. Like, when I moved in, first of all the crosses that were packed up and all my stuff were broken. So it was weird. Anyway, a broom went right in front of my face. And the reason I moved, because it flooded with sewage twice in 3 months. So I just left because they were going to fix it right. So that might have been a blessing because that just was weird because it was so much similar.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that, again, if I hadn't experimented with drugs, sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, you know, like on purpose, and in many cases even meticulously recorded the results, I might be like, hell no, that doesn't make any sense. But once you do that and you realize you gotta understand, I read about neurology and then I experimented. So the text and the actual experiences came together in a personal experience that is very difficult to describe, other than to say, when I was done, I knew that not a single one of my fucking senses could be trusted at any time. Yeah, I'm really utterly full of shit all the time, and this sensory overload, I'm doing my best job at guessing what reality looks like and what I'm experiencing, and I am not a reliable source for information. It's the nature of how my brain works. I wouldn't be here, be able to fuck, eat pizza, and reproduce if it weren't for that, and that every other motherfucker who doesn't test these things is even worse off than I am, right?
I get where you're coming from, right? But how do you explain the door slamming and locking?
You wouldn't even know, dude. That door could have been closed the whole time, bro.
You said there was
you wouldn't even know.
I went downstairs to grab something, and literally when I was in the room, the door went boom, and fucking I go upstairs. Like I don't even run upstairs. Like because my first thought is, oh, it was just the air pressure and the wind. Because like I'm very scientific minded, like you are, right? Yeah, I
Why
still
would
had
you
that
not
feeling.
think that?
My son had birds
I
flying
still
in his
had that
window,
feeling,
too.
but here's the thing that creeped me the fuck out: the door was locked.
Yeah, that's
And
happened
then,
to me before
No,
too.
that can happen. That's a poltergeist because they can actually touch things. So that was I just found it out.
well, see,
But
the issue is when I tried to go to the door that led outside, it's like something was pulling on the door from the outside, and I was having trouble opening it. And then when it finally opened, I fell on my ass and almost broke my fucking hip because it was nothing but concrete floor I hit. Like I had bad
that
bruises
Orthodox,
closet
Orthodox.
downstairs, that closet you're talking about. That's what I forgot to say real quick. So we looked in the very back of the closet. It probably went back 7-8 feet, but when we got down to the bottom, it was totally open. It was dirt, and look under there. It was high enough, a crawl space. There was a wheelbarrow in there, plastic, tarp. I was like, what the fuck? I had them come boarded up, but yeah, I was gonna say
no.
that was in common sense.
Orthodox. Can I interject? Just say that must have been Joe Biden's childhood house.
I swear to God, dude. I have access to that house because it's in Griffin, Georgia, on the ass end of Taylor Street. You can look it up. It used to have a bomb shelter. It is at least made in the 1930s at minimum. Somebody asked how old it was. No, it wasn't a Civil War era house. No, it
You know
was
what?
like it
Oh, in
seemed like it
Griffin,
was
Georgia, you
relatively
said?
new. Yeah, Griffin, Georgia, on the ass end of Taylor Street. When I start vlogging, when I start actually like showing where I'm from and stuff, and showing some of the historical stuff, because we have like a Confederate cemetery and some gnarly looking houses. When I start doing that, I'll actually take you guys to the house and I'll contact the
Very cool.
owner because it hasn't been remodeled since my ex and her mom lived there over like 10 years ago. So
Okay.
like,
You know, it's crazy.
so
that house.
it's a very scary house. And the crawl space, like when I say the crawl space, like I don't actually mean a crawl space. Like under the stairs, it was an extra little storage room. And we thought that maybe it was connected to the air conditioner because like that room, the game room, the reason we call it the game room is you can tell somebody had a bar there. Like they had a bar built in, and like in that space literally was a bar that you could open up and go stand behind the bar, and it had shelves for drinks and shit. And like
you could stand
it was
in it?
crazy. No. The crawl space you had to bend down and go under the stairs.
Oh, right.
But it was ungodly cold. I'll tell you how cold it was.
House. It's so weird.
When you
this one went all the way. It went 30. I bet it went 20 feet by like. It was all the same shape of the rest of the house. So this one was big. It was just dirt.
Yeah, pretty much acid reflow. It was like a Harry Potter hideout. But it was so fucking cold in that crawl space. Like I had demonic air conditioning, all right? Do you know how I felt like King Solomon because when the power ran out and it was so fucking hot, because me and my exes, our room was down there, right? And then we had 2 other rooms and a bathroom. So when the power would go out in the midsummer there due to a storm or something, it'd be so fucking muggy and hot. We just open that fucking demon doorway and it'd be fucking cold as fuck down there.
So did you could access this crawl space from the house, inside the house too?
No. Yeah, no, it wasn't.
How
it
this
wasn't
house was.
It wasn't a crawl space. It literally had like a little evil barn door looking thing that you could open and like go under, and it was like connected to the game room via like the inside of the bar.
That's crazy.
No, that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's old enough to go through. It wouldn't have been a speakeasy because it would have been easily busted. I think it was just some like sexual degenerates fucking fuck.
Well, maybe
fuck
they did like
stairs,
canning.
and like they had bars and pan. Well, no, it literally.
Storage has to be cool.
Well, no, it literally. Here's the thing. It literally. The game room I'm mentioning literally was a small bar, like somebody for throwing parties or something. You could probably rent out that space down there and throw parties because it was a 3-room. I think it was some sexual degenerates fucking sex dungeon, to be honest.
And that's why the demons were there, probably.
Because it was like you can tell that this was meant for privacy and like small parties and get-togethers.
So if I don't believe in demons, does that make me automatically impervious to them? Because I can never invite them in.
No, because I didn't believe in it or know about them either. But you know what's crazy too? What learned
But
me
you
that
got
house?
possessed?
That house was, I won't say my birthday, but it was my birthday numbers and then Enchanted Lane. And I was like, oh, this is meant to be. And then I realized, I was like, wow, that was like Eagle Lane.
It was meant to be. The demons
What
are like,
month were
yes,
you born in?
Well, like Pride, you know what I mean? I'm not going to tell you.
December 11th?
But anyway, it was crazy because I was I thought it was a good sign. And so to answer your question, Dennis,
Blue Jay,
that was not a
if
good
Dennison,
thing.
what if Dennison got it right the first time when he asked you your birthday, and he just turns out to be one of those demons at the house? Like the whole point in his existence is try to get you to move back there.
A lady did
That's
that.
what
I
all it's
think,
led
but
up to be.
yeah.
Can I ask just the guy who said if I don't believe in demons? I'm sorry, who was that who said that?
That
Me.
was Dennison.
What's your name?
Dennison.
Dennison, is it? All right.
Yeah.
If there's no demons, do you believe in God?
No.
So no demons, no God.
I mean, I believe in God and demons. I just think they're both man-made.
No, I'm talking about. Do you believe the word God? I mean, the highest spirit. Let's call that God. Do you believe in that?
A higher spirit?
Existence of spirit. It could be Allah.
Can you
could
break
be God.
down higher
Like
and
a
spirit just a
creator?
little
Well,
bit?
there's
Like 2
more.
sentences?
Yeah, certainly. There's more beyond us being just animals.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Is there a higher being, supernatural being above us humans?
See,
Yes or
like,
no?
you just asked 3 questions, and I would say yes, no, no.
So there's no God. If there's no God, and so there's no demons. Well, how can you talk about demons or God if you don't believe in them?
I just said I believe in them, but they're man-made.
Are they man-made? Well, how can a man
The
make
definition
something?
includes not being man-made. Like the definition of those two things.
Like man invented and created God. Man invented and created demons. Just like man invented and created Spider-Man. And with great power comes great responsibility.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go.
So you disagree that as
I'm gonna use the
defined,
restroom, so I don't want any dead air. So I'm gonna play some of this video. All right?
Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Permit me a moment to provide
Here's
some
the question.
context for my research. I humbly ask you to let your mind remain open to what follows. The
I will
future
not
of our
let my mind
society
open.
may well depend on it. In my youth, an unrelated
My
research
mind is
project
completely
took me to
closed.
the island of Hispaniola, and specifically to several
Fuck you.
rural
You can't
regions
tell me
throughout
what
Sounds
to
the
like it's
do.
island.
trying to
It was
brainwash
there that I
everybody.
first learned
You
of
can't tell
the
me what the
legends
fuck
of
to
dead
do?
bodies that had been reanimated by voodoo
The
magic.
first step into
Corpses pulled
blinding
from
you
their
is getting
eternal slumber
you
through
to
an
open
act of
your eyes.
necromancy performed
Exactly.
by a sorcerer called a bokor. Despite the prevalence of the
How
accounts
would
of
I fight? How would I fight
zombies,
Medusa?
I
I'd
was
punch her in the face with
skeptical.
my eyes
Still,
closed,
as
bro.
legends are often based
Grug
on
brain
some
this shit.
truth,
Let's
my
go.
curiosity was piqued.
Honestly,
Unfortunately,
I would
my
try to
time in
grab her
that
by the
beautiful
snakes
country
and
was
give her
cut
some
short
doggy
as my
style, like
unrelated
for
research grant was abruptly
serious.
You
terminated.
need to
I
get
returned
laid
to
and deserve
America
something,
and
bro.
observed with
You
fascination
talk
as
about
the
this shit.
Just
zombies
think it
began to
might
make
make her feel
appearances in
better. That's
Western
all.
media. Books such as Seabrook's The Magic
She might
Island.
not
No
be
eye
so
contact,
angry.
though.
Yo,
Right.
yo! I just stood up to go to the restroom, right? And as I stood up, there was like this weird whining noise.
Hatman.
I can't make it. I went to my kitchen. I went to my living room to check on my dog. My mom came out of her room, was like, "That woke me up. You heard that too?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm doing a stream on creepy shit, and she's like, "You need to stop that. You're gonna invite them in." Unironically, she pulled a
She's
Blue Jay
smart.
on me.
And movies like Night of the Living Dead
Well,
depicted
it's daylight now, so they have no power here.
them as
That's not how
Yes,
that
they
works.
do.
corpses singled
I'm
out
That's not how that
atheist
works.
now, so they have no
You
power.
think you think they stop just because it's daylight out, bro? That's not how that works.
There wouldn't be any crime in the day.
They
if that was
stop
the
because
case.
they're gonna get this dick if they try to bother me. That's the thing.
Yeah, I
Fight 'em with the
mean,
power
I ain't
of
never
demons.
put hands on a bitch,
Don't
but I
threaten them
put
with a
dick
good
on a
time.
demon.
Exactly.
I ain't never put hands on a demon, but I put dick on a demon. I know that for sure.
consuming brain matter. Then, only recently,
they
my
gonna
research
catch it.
into the
I
human
fight with the
vampiric
power of
virus
demons.
would once
Be,
again bring me
part of
into
the LGBT
contact with the
community, you might be
zombie,
actually
not by
inviting them.
magic as the legends told, but through an insidious infection that robs its victims of their humanity, transforming them into mindless, decaying shadows of their former selves. I hypothesize that the zombie plague is in fact caused by a virus from the order Mononegavirales, negative strand RNA viruses that cause Ebola, measles, rabies, and
He's
of
being
course,
serious?
vampirism. I have determined that HZV, or the human zombic
Okay.
virus, is a zoonotic virus, initially spread to humans by a lowly tick from the family Ixodidae. These ticks are found in
Kinda
great
like the
numbers in numerous
Yakuza
tropical
story.
regions, including Haiti, where I suspect the virus may have originated. Tick-borne pathogens are certainly nothing new, but rarely are the diseases they spread so devastating to humans
That
as
is disgusting.
HZV. Once bitten, the unfortunate victim will begin to undergo a kind of transformation, but the source of the infection isn't limited to ticks. For
Oh, get
one,
off
a
the
tick may
screen.
bite a rat, raccoon, or other animal, which in turn may pass the virus to humans, though a direct bite is certainly possible and in rural areas even likely. But the virus survives quite well apart from a host. I have personally tested freestanding water in which the virus survived for nearly 3 months. This ability makes HZV a major threat to water supplies, and though certain treatments can remedy this, this danger should not be ignored. Of course, one of the most common vectors of transmission is via the bite of an individual infected with HZV, where it travels into a fresh victim's bloodstream through the infected's saliva. Once inside the body, the virus appears to enter the host's cells, replicating at an alarming rate.
Walking's so
There, it
funny.
utilizes a reverse transcriptase enzyme to produce DNA from its own RNA genome, and this new DNA is then absorbed into the host's nucleus and incorporated into its genome via an integrase enzyme. This effectively makes it a provirus, which in turn transforms the cell and directs it to synthesize new virions. This is much different from other
He's making
mononegaviruses,
that
which
shit
do
up,
not
huh?
produce DNA or use the nucleus for replication. It is in fact remarkably similar to the vampiric virus, though much smaller in size, and it's possible that the two share a common ancestor. From the point of infection, visible symptoms occur quite rapidly, within 1 to 2 hours. Like
I had
HVV,
a bird
victims
nose
will
and fucking
experience a
cough.
headache, fever, chills, and other flu-like symptoms, along with extreme thirst, itching, and an increase in heart rate and overall metabolism. This combination of factors, especially the latter two, facilitate the rapid proliferation of the virus and the onset of increasingly
This video is
destructive
hella weird.
symptoms. If bitten by an infected human, the infection is made worse by a bite wound filled with bacteria from the infected's mouth, causing even greater pain and inflammation. I have broken down the stages of zombic transformation into 3 parts, which I have observed personally. The aforementioned symptoms could be considered stage 1, with the victim progressing rapidly to stage 2. Coma. Though only lasting 4 to 6 hours, the accompanying fever raises body temperatures to unbearable heights, causing brain damage in virtually all cases. Rather than being a peaceful sleep, the zombic coma is clearly uncomfortable for its sufferers. I must admit that despite their scientific necessity, these comas rarely fail to elicit feelings of empathy toward the subjects of my own experimentation. At roughly the midpoint of the coma, the victim experiences cardiac arrest, and blood flow, breathing, metabolism, and body temperature abruptly plummet to nearly nothing. It is at this point that the victim enters stage 3, the transformation. In a world where pathogens can create zombies, vampires, and yes, even lichens, it's vitally important to protect yourself and your loved ones. And in modern times, it's equally important to protect yourself from all the online malware that bombards us every day. It's even more important now with the rise of digital currency and malicious ads. That's why I'm super excited to talk to you today about
NordVPN.
a truly phenomenal privacy and cybersecurity software that I actually use every single day on my computer, tablet, and phone. By creating a secure tunnel for all your browsing data, NordVPN threat protection conceals your IP address,
And
location,
Orthodox
and
stepped away
shields your
too, so we
data
can
from
even skip
snoopers,
this.
even while
Oh,
connected
fuck.
to public Wi-Fi.
Commercialism, I
Personally, as
love
someone who
this.
uses
I
coffee
love
shops and school Wi-Fi often, I can't tell
You
you
know how
how
fast I
valuable it is
skip
to have
forward when
peace
this
of
shit
mind while
happens?
I'm
Why
not
is
on my
Chad
home
working on
network.
the computer?
Plus,
What
even
the
when you
fuck?
are at home, threat protection identifies malware-ridden files and can even stop you from landing on malicious websites in real time, even when you're not connected to a VPN server. And when it's time to relax, I use NordVPN to unlock streaming content not available in my country. Just the other day, I wanted to watch a documentary called Life in Outer Space on a major streaming platform, but it wasn't available in the US.
Okay,
But you know where
advocating
it was
violation
available?
of federal
That's right,
law.
France.
Nice.
Just a couple of clicks into NordVPN and boom, Netflix thinks I live across the pond. As I mentioned before, I use NordVPN on
Is that
all my
actually
devices, and you
federally not
can
allowed?
too. Up to 6 devices
Yeah.
per account. It's also super easy to use. I just toggle it on and let it
Copyright law.
automatically protect me whenever I connect to a new
Is he
network.
just not
Best
at
of
his
all,
computer or what?
NordVPN is currently offering an exclusive Christmas deal for
He's going
my
to jail
viewers.
for
Just go to
I think that's what he said, that he had to step away and
or
he
click
didn't
the link
want
in the
dead air.
description, and you can get
Oh,
a
I
deal
thought I
on a
heard him
2-year
laughing after
plan
that.
plus 4 bonus months for free.
Nah,
it comes
he
with a
stepped away.
30-day
Might have been
money-back
me.
guarantee, so there's no
Oh,
reason
maybe
not
it
to
was,
see for
yeah.
yourself
I'm
just
not
how
sure.
easy and effective it really is.
He's having a
So if you're ready to
delicate
take
interview with
control
his
of your
mother now,
internet
huh?
privacy
He's
and
deep
break through
for
geographic
a minute.
barriers, check out the links in the description today and get started.
Anyone Anyone near a victim as they undergo the latter half of their coma could easily be forgiven for thinking that the victim has died. Nearly all metabolic function is sharply reduced
for a period of up to roughly 2 hours. It should be noted that the heart does indeed cease to beat, and it never resumes. I will explain this in more detail shortly. It is at this stage that many an unfortunate victim has been left
2
for dead,
hours
or
buried?
technically buried alive. But no
I've
matter
never
what
had
is
that.
done
It's like
with
2
the victim
days
when they are assumed dead, this
minimum.
brief reduction in metabolic processes likely accounts for the idea that zombies return from the dead or are reanimated corpses. It may sound harsh, but abandonment or burial may actually be the best course of action, at least for anyone near the victim. Gradually, the victim will awaken from
Have
their
you guys ever
coma,
heard of anyone
albeit
getting
in a
buried within 2
catatonic
hours
state.
of dying?
Within an hour, they will rise, shambling about, often seeking the flesh of anyone nearby, and in my
Yeah,
testing,
okay.
remaining unresponsive to virtually all stimuli. Unlike common portrayals in the media, newly awakened zombies are not mindless. On the contrary, they clearly retain some memories, and
Bro,
if
was that
awakened elsewhere, they
Zatoichi?
may even attempt to shuffle to their home, though this behavior is motivated exclusively by hunger and facilitated by simple rudimentary habit. Indeed, loved ones may greet the
I
I
don't
victim
can't
know.
do
Is this
that
a lie?
without a
I think
heart.
by the
almost every
shell that
culture has
remains.
like a
Once
memorial
more,
or
I must thank you
some
for
sort of
listening up to
ceremony.
this point. By now,
2
it
hours
must have
seems
crossed your
crazy.
mind that surely all of this is the ravings of a madman, someone who has mistaken myth for reality. But I assure
Correct.
you, I have, through direct study, observation, and sample collection, obtained numerous evidences, each of which shed light on the biological
He's in like
processes
the
that occur as a
1700s with that
result of
calligraphy pen.
HCV. I will attempt to describe these now, beginning with the zombic brain. As previously mentioned, recent victims of HZV do not wake from their comas as mindless ghouls. Some semblance of humanity remains, though only for a brief time. Due to a now barely functioning circulatory system, a point to which we'll return, failing organs, as well as brain damage sustained from the coma's high fever, victims' ability to think and reason disappears immediately, though certain habits and abilities, such as driving a car or even using tools, may remain for 2 or 3 days. The ability to perform even simple tasks disappears as their bodies, including their gray matter, begins to decompose. They are transformed into a
I thought they
hunting
had like
machine and
less
with a
than 1%
single-minded
of the death.
purpose: locate
That happens.
prey, capture
Like
prey,
1 out of
and feed.
100,000.
Certain hormonal functions persist, though serotonin production diminishes almost immediately following transformation, and the scent of flesh appears to flush their brains with adrenaline-like neurotransmitters, causing their characteristic voracity. Just as I did in the early phases of my research, you're likely wondering how a technically living creature could begin to
That's a
decompose
cool
and even go on living
sculpture.
without a functioning heart. In fact, these two symptoms are directly related. You see, once the heart arrests, both the nervous and circulatory systems are drastically restructured. And specifically, two fascinating phenomena occur in tandem. First, by a mechanism as yet unknown to me, the nervous system appears to proliferate, strengthening pathways and innervating muscles to a level not seen in the uninfected human. Second, and likely directly related, skeletal muscle assumes the role relinquished by the arrested heart, rhythmically contracting and
Some
relaxing.
people believe
The
this, I
increased
bet.
nerve activity certainly assists with this, though it appears that the contractions that force blood
Obviously,
through
this is
vessels and an
fiction,
almost
right?
I know,
peristaltic
but
movement
some people
aren't
believe in
terribly
flat earth and stuff
predictable,
and all
leading me
that
to
extra
believe
stuff.
that zombic circulation is more of a reflexive action. Though it serves its purpose adequately, circulation via skeletal muscle is not efficient. As a result, blood moves relatively slowly throughout the body. The blood itself becomes viscous and dark, like oil. This is caused by increased iron and bile levels, which also improves oxygen storage. On one hand, slowed circulation is an advantage, as it makes clotting more effective. On the other, tissues and organs struggle greatly as a result, and eventually, nearly all are completely overtaken by necrosis. But thanks to their improved nervous system, zombies are able to remain mobile for much longer than their decaying bodies would otherwise allow. In fact, zombies have exhibited the ability to withstand significant trauma to both their central and peripheral nervous system, and both exhibit impressive regenerative abilities. In
Thriller.
some cases I have tested, even a severed spinal cord is a mere inconvenience. I have documented zombies regaining the ability to walk after only 24 hours. Though the exact mechanism of this process of repair eludes me still, it appears that massive stem cell production and the absence of obstructive glial scarring are key elements. But with zombie biology, there is always a give and take. For example, an apparent increase in olfactory receptors and limbic neurons bestows upon them the ability to smell humans from as far as a mile away. But
Why
their
doesn't it
other
show the
senses
content
degrade
creator?
greatly and rapidly. Due to the decaying of the lens
put
and
that up.
cornea, zombie eyes suffer severe
Where's the
myopia
what?
even early on.
You know, I usually will
And
say
as
the
time
content creator's
passes, the
name when you're
scleras
playing a
become
video.
red with inflammation.
There you go. No, it only okay. It's back. I guess when you play it, it goes away, huh? And then it comes.
Yeah, it does.
While the pupils become a gauzy white due to cataract formation, necrosis will eventually take their vision and even their eyeballs completely. It also takes their hearing and a majority of their sense of touch. But this decay also stunts their ability to feel severe pain, though chronic aching likely affects them greatly. Between their poor coordination and increasingly necrotic tissues, zombies are not able to move much faster than a shuffle. This makes them relatively easy to avoid and is likely why we haven't seen a major outbreak of HCV in modern times. At least, not yet. However, perhaps counterintuitively, if you were so unfortunate as to be caught by a zombie, you'd quickly discover that they are quite powerful. This is largely because, beginning in the coma stage, the muscles of the hands, forearms, and jaw recruit additional fibers. When contracted, these become a nearly unbreakable force. In fact, the average zombie's grip can exert up to 400 pounds of pressure per square inch, which is 10 times greater than humans. Perhaps even more fascinating, however, is what occurs in the jaw. During their coma, an increase in growth hormone facilitates the relatively rapid deposit of extra bone at the insertion points of major chewing muscles, such as the masseter. Additionally, the masseter itself, as well as the pterygoid and temporalis muscles, undergo a modification similar to what occurs in the arms, and as a result, zombies have an average bite force of well over 1,000 pounds per square inch. Contrast
You want to
this
hear
with
a
a
fun
normal
fact
human's
real quick?
bite force.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Blue Jay.
So it was talking about the like your grip strength in terms of pounds per square inch. So it said like the zombie 10 times, but a woman's grip is or a man's grip is 17 times stronger than a woman's.
Bullshit.
Swear to God. Pounds per square inch, like they can measure it. Have you ever noticed? Like I would try to grab my ex-husband, I'd squeeze it, and he'd be like laughing because he couldn't even feel it, and he'd barely like squeeze my head, and I'd be like, okay, when you play little games, but I didn't really.
I ain't gonna make the joke that I was gonna make because that'd be disrespectful.
What?
Think about it, Blue Jay. Think about it.
Okay, you're going into like porn mode. Okay, but your hand grip. Let me be more.
Porn mode? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Jesus gripping.
We call that being male, ma'am.
Right, it's 17 times per square.
We don't go into porn mode. That's the default BIOS.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant your hands being stronger.
As soon as
True.
As soon as you power on the system for the first time, it goes into porn mode.
True.
Somebody said, "Is he British?"
Oh, the guy with the teeth.
Force of up to 300 psi, and it becomes little wonder how zombies are able to tear into the toughest flesh and even grind bones with ease. But where the virus gives, once again, it takes away. Zombie teeth remain maladapted for the intense pressure their newly strengthened jaws are capable of, causing them to crack and, within a few meals, fall out. This doesn't halt the zombic imperative, however. They will continue to chew with only their exposed jawbones until they too disintegrate. Zombies
so
do
I just feel like I just feel like I just feel like at this point they're talking about British teeth, to be honest.
That's another adaptation for their
Is this a male or a female zombie?
They keep degrading or whatever they call that.
Their saliva is abnormally high in tissue factor, a protein found in the saliva of many organisms, though in much smaller quantities. Interestingly, this is one reason the virus is able to spread, despite the fact that the infected attempt to entirely consume potential new hosts. Anyone unfortunate enough to be attacked by a zombie may survive the encounter, as the coagulant nature of tissue factor stops major blood loss. Sadly, the agony of having major body parts chewed off and the subsequent relief at having survived the encounter is all in vain. Survivors will almost definitely contract the virus, invariably transforming them into zombies themselves. But in contrast to common conception, zombies will seek out any kind of meat, not only human and especially not
So what you be saying is zombies be seeking that schmeat.
Limited to the brain. They will, however, avoid necrotic flesh of any kind, and as such, I have never observed them to attack each other. In any case, no matter how advanced their degradation, zombies still undergo normal bodily functions and must also ingest water, usually obtained from streams, puddles, and in early stages, even water bottles. The zombie digestive system itself remains largely unaltered, save for the gradual rotting away of its tissues and organs. Unsurprisingly, zombies must also urinate, but thanks to a combination of poor circulation, brain damage, and kidney necrosis, they are physically incapable of doing so. This condition, known as urinary retention, causes the bladder to swell to a grotesque size, and eventually it will burst. The abdomen is then flooded with the retained fluid, and it will remain there until a wound or ulcer perforates the abdominal wall. Indeed, the life of a zombie is one of numerous bodily
Gross.
horrors, and between their decaying bodies and reduced ability to absorb nutrients from their food, most zombies will truly die in less than a year's time, a direct contrast to the common notion of the immortal undead. This claim of lifespan comes from direct personal observation, but if you happen to see a zombie in the wild, as it were, its age could be determined from the amount of decay apparent from its outward appearance. Between months 1 and 3 post-transformation, zombie skin is mottled, often peeling, and dotted with open sores. Between 4 and 6 months, the epidermis begins to split as underlying necrotic tissue bloats outward, and eyelids, lip,
How that boy get barnacles on him? That's crazy. That must have been an underwater
Yeah.
zombie.
That's what I was gonna ask.
nose,
What the hell's that?
ears, teeth, hair, nails,
That's a
and
beach
sometimes
zombie.
fingers have all but rotted away.
That's saggy too.
Yeah, no, bro. That's the final form of the beach bod, bro. That's what it is.
I get around here.
Oh
Your
God.
chest is looking rough.
Nose, ears, teeth, hair, nails, and sometimes fingers have all but rotted away. By 9 months, entire
Okay, yeah, no, that shit is horrifying in that movie.
What?
Fucking in Return of the Living Dead, they captured the one like lady zombie. I would show the clip. If it's on YouTube, I'll show it. But like like she tells them like they eat brains because it makes the pain go away. That and when the zombies fucking attack those cops and shit, and they picks up send more cops. While that's absolutely funny as fuck, it scared me as a kid.
limbs
Well,
are
he
missing,
said the
as
voodoo
are most
people,
prominent
they really
facial
do eat
features, and
monkey
exposed
brains. And I mean, so that still happens.
Nothing like the
Oh.
metaphoric value of a cop's brains being eaten by a zombie. I mean, come on.
is common. The eyes may have fallen out by this time, and the decay of the digestive system has led to a nearly unfathomable level of emaciation. Needless to say, it is within the first couple of months when zombies are at their most dangerous.
Oh, look
But
at 'em
while a
dancing.
single zombie poses little threat to a healthy human, the reality is that unless their numbers are kept in check by vigilant citizens, they usually don't hunt alone. Often drawn to the same sources of sense, zombies tend to congregate together, and though I have yet to determine the exact reason for this behavior, especially in early stages, it seems likely that it's the result of a residual and deep-seated human need for community. Within a very short amount of time after an outbreak, herds of dozens of zombies can form. Surprisingly, zombies exhibit rudimentary forms of group hierarchy. The strongest of the herd eat first, and
How did
any
it
who
get you
approach
moving
too
that
early
slow?
will be dealt with aggressively. Most surprising of all, there is evidence of larger groups working together to attack humans through very basic flanking maneuvers. But of course, the main catalyst for hunting behavior is simple: the scent of flesh and, at least while their vision remains, movement. Indeed, even while feeding, zombies are relatively easily distracted. They may abandon a downed victim in order to pursue another, more mobile victim. Interestingly, this is another reason why
powder
HZV is able
gracing us with his presence?
Ew, that's disgusting.
The powdered
You're
zombie.
disgusting.
Hey, what's up?
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
victims are sometimes able to escape.
Welcome back, by the way. Sorry I missed.
He's alive! He is alive!
Wait, no, Dustin, are you a zombie? Hold on, wait a minute.
That the
Are you a
Blob?
zombie? Hmm?
That movie that.
We will build him back stronger.
Can we
Is that
take
the Blob?
the hotness of Denizen's mic and then just douse it by like 98%?
While their attacker's attention is diverted to another source of food. Fortunately for us, zombie outbreaks tend to fizzle out relatively quickly as zombies move slowly
Welcome back,
and
buddy.
cover little ground. Once
Thank
they've
you.
exhausted the food supply in any given area, they often starve to death before many new zombies can be created. One example of this can be
I turned your mic to 200% when you were arguing with Stanley.
Oh, see, that's
found in the
Warren.
notable
Yeah.
Okay.
outbreak that occurred in
AJ.
1863.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Kev told me you were AJ Incognito, and I didn't believe him. I was like, nah. Orthodox guy's his own man.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely AJing out. AJ came over here, but he left. He left angrily.
Who the hell is AJ?
The Indian lawyer fella.
We're on to
So,
you.
so Flo, we're talking about like supernatural zombies, ghost stories, right? You have any of your own?
Not zombie stories.
Of course not.
I mean,
Ever met a Democrat before?
I mean, I was just wondering how, like, where do you draw the line between junkie and zombie? Because I got a lot of tweaker stories.
Yeah.
I mean, there really isn't a line. They would eat you if left in a room alone and got hungry enough.
And now they even stand around bent over waiting for people to, like, walk by.
They've got about the same amount of teeth. They look at you with the same, like, a little glimmer of hope in their eyes. Like, you might, like, ooh, look what I have here. Is this an opportunity? Nah. But no, not really. I don't have a lot of supernatural shit happens, except my cousin and aunt are psychics, and I do believe in that shit. I've had a handful of psychic things happen.
Fear.
I believe in the supernatural by and large. There are parts of things that people claim that are supernatural that I don't believe in, but like by and large, I believe in it. I think there's a part of the world, there's a part of existence that we can't fathom and we can't see. What's
I
up,
agree.
Dave, Uncle Fatty?
I believe
Leo?
the children are our future.
Hey.
Flo, so do you believe that the psychic things have a good or a bad connotation, or they just are?
Well, the chat is now curious in what psychic things, if you feel like talking about them. So that would technically count as like a ghost story or supernatural story.
So, you know the phenomenon when you think about somebody you haven't talked to them forever, and then they call you that instant, like that sort of thing. It's mostly like that,
serendipity.
scaled up a lot.
Yeah, they call that serendipity.
Like, the last time that I actually was booked into jail, I missed a court date for for tags. I missed a court date for tags, right? And
So you got a warrant?
So I missed the court date, so I called the county and I said, "Hey, how do I do this?" They said, "You need to come bond in and bond out." I said, "Okay, I'm doing it tomorrow night. I'll bring the money." I'd gotten pulled over earlier that day and had my shit ran, so I knew I didn't have warrants, right? So I'm going in good, and I think they pulled a thing on me. Anyways, they booked me in. They put me in holding cell. They're like, they leave me there about 20 minutes. The guy comes back. He goes, "We got warrants coming in for you from all over." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, you got at least 3 full extradition only ones from Jackson County. Hang tight. We'll go over all of it at once." And so I'm like freaking the fuck out.
Hang tight.
After all said and done, right? They pulled fast one on me, but after all said and done, get back to the thing. My aunt had texted me the one I said. She goes, "Taylor." I responded. I go, "Aunt Jody." And she didn't say anything else. Now, that's never happened. She's never just texted me like that before. Katie, you can chalk all of it up to a coincidence if you want. But at some point, you just know when something is a little bit more than can be explained by coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Katie,
I agree.
When I was going through my legal shit, Katie knew every time I got arrested, she knew before I did. The only time my dad ever checked to see why I was coming home late, which was a nightly occurrence throughout high school, was about, I was like literally 3 minutes past curfew and we had just flipped a car. So just things like that.
That's parents' intuition too. I think we kind of feel things.
Who is we? Me, Rojo, and Donovan.
Last names?
Well,
no, federal agent. I do not have that information.
Don't worry. The cops already came. We rolled a car into a front yard, and the couple who owned the house stood there on the front porch with their friends watching and sipping cocktails while we ran around the front yard trying to gather up all the Budweiser cans that popped out of the trunk and throw them down the storm gutter before the cops got there.
You know what's a real scary story, bro?
In other news, if you need to roll a car, make it a Volvo. Go ahead.
Yeah. What's really scary is the fact that like I have auto pay set up on my goddamn car payments, but it never like tells me it like when it processes. So I made one payment, that payment went through fine, but it just like it doesn't even tell me that I have auto pay set up, but I know it's set up and the payments are going through. but it just gives me like major anxiety.
It was
like,
so that was an option that they snuck in the fine print of the loan paperwork. You can turn it off, but you'll have to set up something else.
I've already set up autopay. Autopay set up, but like it doesn't tell me that there's anything pending, and it's now on the date. It's due today, and nothing's pending yet. And I'm just like,
I'm telling stories about about some weird supernatural shit that I've encountered, and like Bumpkin's like, yeah, well, I got a scary story for you. Financial dissolution.
Goddamn progressive fucking payments and shit. Talking about like supernatural. You're like, well, yeah, I got a fucking.
Yeah, but have you heard of how scary insurance is?
You know what's more scary than anything in my life? Having to pay bills. All right.
And they'll probably waive the late fee, and then it doesn't hit your credit till 30 days late. I used to work for a credit card company, so you're fine.
This ain't the supernatural bro was talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and if you get overdraft fees, just call the bank and literally ask to have them back. They'll give them back.
In Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Yeah, they do. All right, so I think we've pretty much shot the wad with the zombie videos. So, do y'all want to see creepy church cults?
No, but just hold on. Orthodox, continue, please. I'm about to change my hands from right to
fucking
left.
Jim?
Yes, it is Jim.
Jim, good to see you.
Everybody,
Don't say hi to me, Jim.
Oh, no, I apologize. Excuse me.
Accepted.
Clear your throat. Say that shit.
You didn't
with
know.
respect.
You didn't know this, but Jim's actually one of our secret agents. Flo, you didn't know
Exactly.
That.
Oh
You
no,
didn't know that.
Flo knows me. How are you, sir?
Intimately, like, or just personally.
Don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird.
Yeah. Carry on.
Fairly intimately.
So we're gonna start with the church cult. The church cults.
Churches stood as beacons of hope and salvation in these isolated communities. Places where people gathered to pray for better times and divine protection.
Was that old school phone on the video, or is that somebody's?
Did someone just get a fucking? Did someone just get a goddamn call from the 1920s?
Exactly. I'm sorry, but just to let you know, Flo, your
That
car
was
insurance
me,
payment
my
is late.
bad. That was me, my bad. My dead mother called.
Oh, that's dark. That's dark.
So,
the
speaking
dark
of
part is she wants to talk to Kev. That's the dark part.
Accounts receivable, this is Nina speaking. Just a moment.
So Bumpkin, what scares you more, the thought of like having to pay bills or the Hatman?
I'm at the point where like the Hatman, like we're
It's
fighting.
the same thing.
It's the same thing. Like,
Yeah, no, dude, I told you, generational debt.
Is the
Dude,
Hatman like
yeah,
Slenderman?
yeah.
That's when you realize that you're vulnerable as a child, and now you're a man. You're no longer a boy.
So I guess I'll explain.
The Hatman is a Benadryl monster.
It's not a Benadryl monster, bro.
He's the
I've
tax
seen him when I
man.
wasn't on Benadryl, bro.
Is that like the shadow people?
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of, but most
it is a shadow person.
But he has red eyes and a hat.
It's terrifying.
Dude, that's the
And he
shadow people.
touched Bumpkin's leg.
Yeah, bro. So
it ran up his
Can I
thigh.
get like a
caressing me.
concise or conservative?
Do you still have Denizen up at 200?
Yes.
I think my
No.
mic might have
No,
actually
he's-
went lower for some reason. Yeah, it did. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
All right, there we go.
Wow.
So the Hatman is some sort of entity, right? And I already told this story, but pretty much 3 generations now that the Hatman from the age of like 11 to like 16 harassed both grandfather, father, and me, right?
Did you call him Uncle Hatman?
No.
See, that's what I said.
Don't
No.
be disrespectful, Flo.
It's
Watch your
fucking
goddamn
terrifying, bro. It's fucking imagine just like waking up.
I maintain that Bumpkin's family owes some other family a debt and they haven't paid it back. So like the
Mine.
spiritual debt collector is like harassing them.
Exactly.
You could pay me some money, so we'll see if we get that squared away.
I've already paid you plenty of money,
let's square
motherfucker.
that up.
I maintain that
He
the
go-
great grandfather just likes to watch boys sleep, and he wears a hat.
Denizen, I'm gonna need the great
Who
grandfather.
doesn't like that?
I don't. Flo?
I mean, there's whole ass
Put
sleep
some
streams
some bass in your voice, Flo.
that get more viewers than this panel right now.
That's why you keep getting visited by the Hatman. You know what I'm saying? You gotta put some bass in your
Is
voice.
Gimpy a hat man? That's a funny comment.
Awesome.
He's a small hat man. There's a difference. You don't see them. You don't see them when you OD on Benadryl. You see them when you're late on your loan payments.
But the thing is, like,
For real.
Everyone that said they saw the Hatman, right? They're like, "Oh, I OD'd on Benadryl," and I was like, "I didn't have to OD on no fucking Benadryl, bro." Like, what the
Were you taking Coricidin?
No, I wasn't taking anything, bro. I was like, it was from the age of like 11 to 17.
Hey, Bumpkin, is in your story usury involved?
No.
What does usury mean? That's crazy. That's like a
Usury.
broad spectrum. What the fuck do you mean by usury?
Usury means
basically
interest.
Unfair interest, basically.
In the U.S., it's over 36%.
No, it's
Oh,
called
you
the
guys are talking like
circumcised.
financial. I thought-
It's
okay,
called
gotcha.
circumcised interest.
Wow.
We gotta
What the fuck is
circumcise. We gotta cut
uncircumcised?
these interests.
What is uncircumcised?
Drugs are bad, okay?
Free.
The last time I did Benadryl, I went blind.
Are you still blind?
No.
No, I was not sleep deprived.
I regained my sight.
You had codeine nightmares. I wonder what that's like.
Do some codeine, bro. You ain't gotta wonder.
Nah, I don't do drugs.
Oh, dude. I had a fucking ear infection, took codeine, and I had a fever at the same time. I legitimately thought I was like a Civil War general.
You mix that shit with some Sprite.
I hallucinated like a motherfucker.
What side were you on?
I was on the Confederate side, no joke.
Weird.
That's the best side to be on. The fuck?
Acid reflow. Like one of my best friends, I call my brother. Right? He did Benadryl, and I don't really
he
care
black?
for Benadryl. No, he's a Mexican.
Juan?
Huh?
Nothing.
You're the worst white supremacist ever. Go ahead.
I know. I have friends who aren't white. I'm terrible. But I do like Robitussin, and like I drunk a bottle of Robitussin, and I could not stop saying every day I'm tussling. I could not stop singing this. I could not. It was fucking
Wait a
hilarious.
minute.
Have
What do
you?
mean you
When's the
like
last time you
Robitussin?
tried
That's
tripping
crazy.
on that shit though? Because it is not as fun as you remember it.
Oh no, I haven't done it since I was like a teenager.
Right. Me and some friends decided to go back down memory lane with that shit when we were like 21 or 22. Fuck
Robo
that shit.
tripping. Yeah.
Don't do it.
It's like, you know what? I'm a grown ass adult with grown ass adult money. I can buy real drugs like
Right.
cocaine.
Right. That cough syrup is only fun when all you can get is cough syrup.
Exactly.
It's actually crazy that they was putting all the fucking. Bro, you could just go to Walmart and get some codeine. Just go robo tripping like the chorus and all the shit. Like,
You could go down to the
fuck
corner
up.
pharmacy and get some cocaine if you wanted back in the day.
Bumpkin was talking about how he was prescribed lean. I'm like, all right, calm down, little Wayne, calm down.
I was not prescribed lean, bro. I was prescribed codeine. I didn't make lean out of it.
It's not lean until you mix it with Sprite.
Exactly, bro. I just took fucking. I almost said lean pills. Holy fuck.
Whatever. Oh my god.
I just took fucking codeine pills, man.
All right, little Wayne, calm down.
I
If
snorted
I
you-
swear to
rocks.
God, bro, you're about to be. You're about. I'm about to go take a nap, dude. You're
All right, Big Wayne, we get it. You don't like Sprite.
All right, yep. Deuces. I'm gonna go sleep.
Big Wayne.
See, Bumpkin. Oh,
Death
Bumpkin,
to
codeine is the same-
tyrants.
That's the same thing.
Death to tyrants. I'm not
Liquid
tyrannical
codeine is-
at all.
Doing.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
Bro, I've been to Reno twice, and I've never known people who did rubbing alcohol in Mountain Dew. That's not even a thing. That shit will kill you. I feel
People
like
on the streets drink
I feel
rubbing
like this is a
alcohol.
myth.
Try it. How do you know it'll kill you?
Because it's a different kind of alcohol. Rubbing alcohol is not like yeah.
If
it's
it'll
not the
fuck
same
you up,
kind of
but
alcohol.
people drink
Rubbing
that shit though.
alcohol?
Well, there is a way to dilute it. Like, wouldn't you have to do like one part?
People
rubbing
will
it?
drink. You know the little like
Molecules
heaters
different.
and warming
Yeah, it's like
heaters under buffet
isopropyl is
food.
what it's called.
Yeah. I don't know. I never knew anybody who did that. And when I was in the detox wing, they had me in between two alcoholics. Those dudes were hallucinating. It was all bad.
Those
Yeah,
guys
I never
visited
hallucinated
the
about
Hatman,
alcohol.
weren't they?
Between them, like your barracks or whatever.
Yeah, sure. We can call them barracks.
A lot of alcoholics do have
What
that.
is it? Like a hospital room?
Probably, I would imagine.
Delirium tremens, they call it.
Yeah, mouth.
Let's get back
mouth
to
was.
scary churches.
These
You a broke
sanctuaries
bitch. You a broke
transformed
bitch.
into
You a
something
broke.
else entirely.
I'm trying to
Vessels
fuck your
for
mom in there.
darker
Would you give me a
devotions
break?
You're rude.
is transformed
My
into
bad.
something else entirely.
Do you think I get in
Vessels for
trouble
darker
with kids or something?
devotions that the
Talking to
outside
Bunky
world
for
could
playing that
scarcely
video.
comprehend. The transformation didn't happen overnight. It began with subtle changes, strange symbols etched into pewbacks,
Why is the fucking
unusual
planet?
gatherings after midnight,
Why is
hymns that
the
carried
what is the what?
Why is the History Channel guy narrating this?
Well, what's a pew bag?
Yeah,
The back
right.
of the church pew.
Oh, okay.
What's the
Not
what's
what I
the
thought it
clue?
was.
notes,
What?
faithful
That's not what I thought it was either, buddy.
leaving these
Don't worry.
buildings to deteriorate, their foundations sinking deeper into soil, enriched by centuries of
How do you know you got the B and the
What
space in the
follows
right
is an
spot?
account of 9 Appalachian churches that abandoned their holy
What?
purpose and became
What?
monuments to something much darker, something that still haunts these mountains today.
It could be Pube Ack.
The Whispering Chapel of Black Hollow. Deep in the coal country of West Virginia stands what locals once called the Black Hollow Methodist Church, built in 1880.
Just want to say, being a Methodist church, you know there's some demon shit there.
The
87.
Black Hollow, the
By
Black
miners.
Hollow Methodist Church. Is that a real
Yep.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's be real. Even Jim will back me up here. Everybody knows the Catholics have a monopoly on creepy, haunted artwork, sculptures, and buildings.
It's all
Fair.
Gothic architecture.
Well, see,
That
this
being
is
the-
underground creepy structures, all right?
It looks like an inverted pentagram, whatever they call it, the Satan's
I
satanic
think
symbol.
it's cool.
Where was that
Well, this
church
church was
supposed to be at?
apparently built by miners.
Black Hollow.
Miners, like
Methodologists.
7-year-olds.
Yeah, where was
Like
the
the
Black
Seven
Hollow
Dwarfs?
Methodist Church supposed to be?
Right.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Kev? Let me turn you up a little bit. You're quiet.
Oh, hold on. I got it. You good. Where was the Black Hollow
Nah, you don't got
Methodist
it.
Church supposed to be?
I'll rewind it a little bit.
All right, for sure.
So we started talking
Methodist
about
Church.
we started talking about the 411, the missing 411, and I don't know if you guys know, but there's a whole sub story about random fucking staircases in the woods connected to the missing 411.
Virginia stands what
It's in West Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay.
I wonder what. Do you
Whispering
know about
Chapel.
the numbers?
Say what, gematria?
What numbers?
Like the number stations?
Oh yeah. The number stations, the radio stations and shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
As long as it's not 3 or 4.
a lot of these churches share the same like ceremonies and setups as like Freemasonry, so a lot of them were like inspired by that.
of Black Hollow. Deep in the coal country of West Virginia stands what locals once called the Black Hollow Methodist Church, built in 1887 by miners seeking spiritual refuge from the dangers below ground. It served its congregation faithfully for nearly 70 years. The church closed in 1956 when the mine dried up and families moved away. But unlike other abandoned buildings, it never quite settled into silence. Hikers passing through Black Hollow report hearing whispers emanating from the church's weathered walls, hushed conversations that stop abruptly when approached. Inside, the pews remain intact, though peculiarly arranged in a circular pattern facing inward rather than toward the pulpit.
Anybody else see those
Local
bats
historian
floating around
Elijah
on the
Thornton
screen there?
discovered parish.
Do what?
Bats floating around on the screen.
Yeah,
it's
those little
his
flash.
editing thing.
Yeah, they all look the same. It's weird.
Records
No women,
describing
kids,
a
just
splinter
men.
group
Y'all
that
fucked
continued
up.
meeting there
The
in the
answer was no.
1960s,
It's just you,
led
bro.
by a man who claimed to
There's definitely
speak
flashes.
with those beyond the veil. The strangest feature remains the church floor, where the original wooden planks have been meticulously removed except for thin strips that form
there's no
an
women.
elaborate pattern.
And replaced
Pattern
by the
that becomes
foreskin.
visible
miners.
only
Looks
when
like Freemasons then.
you gotta understand. This is AI generation. Fucking picked things for his video, so it don't really mean anything.
Well, I know, but I mean,
When
isn't
This
this
is
people?
all
filters through
dudes, bro.
holes
It's
in the
all
roof.
dudes, right? In the AI generation, it's all dudes. So probably
see,
like
like,
AI something like, "Hey, this shit gay." Just to let
I
y'all
think
know.
Well, they're
I think our
minors.
saying things we aren't.
And all
They
the
still had
bricks in the
women
floor will
nurses
be
and
replaced by the
seamstress.
foreskins of all the clergy's babies and all the bullshit. Hey, what? Oh,
Well, have you?
rewind that? What the fuck?
Wait for those bats
That's
to like
pause.
morph
That's crazy.
into like some
No,
I
hot
don't know about
yeah.
that. I'm not sure about
Yeah,
this.
I saw you tune in earlier, right? Or comment. Did you hear what I said? I do like my last line of defense against anything like supernatural is literally just Diddy fights.
Yeah, I did hear that.
It's just like, nah, bro.
And like, I'm gonna try to fuck it. If I can't kill it, I'm gonna try to wrestle it and fuck it.
Dennison said it perfectly. I don't put dick on I ain't never put hands on a demon, but I'll put dick on a demon.
Flo got a clip that's crazy about that. Like, I never put hands on a bitch. So I'll put dick on a bitch.
Yeah, that's where I got it
Flo,
from.
check it out. Thank you for coming over, Flo.
Oh, J Prince. See you, Flo.
Hey, oh, Flo.
I've had
Revealing what appears to
non-sexual
be an-
orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
See, Talcott was just
Flo went with the
literally
flow.
fighting demons, non-sexual orgasms.
ancient symbol unknown to modern religious scholars.
I'd imagine you could achieve orgasm through
Agnes of the Hol-
I'm gonna be real.
what is
this
it,
video ain't-
meditation?
I'm gonna be real. This video ain't hitting like I thought it would. I thought it would be a scary story.
Why
Oh,
did
I'm
it
bad,
yeah.
actually. It wasn't that
Maybe because
bad.
it's not talking.
I'm scared.
It wasn't that bad. Y'all want to?
He said, "I'm scared."
All right, I'll run it back.
I mean, it wasn't that bad.
Who
kinda
all's up in
boring,
this
to be
bitch right
honest.
now?
Who's up in this bitch? We got Blue Jay, we got Ruck, we got Arctic Timberwolf, we got Marathon Kev, and then we
think
got
there's
the
just-
host
oh,
and
sorry,
Jim Bowden and you, Denizen.
Welcome, new peoples.
Well, when there's this many people on the panel,
Welcome, Zeph.
do you think you should have more talking instead of just watching the video?
No.
Isn't that why Flo left? Because he wanted to like have a discussion. I know. Not that you care. I'm
No,
just asking.
he got hard off of the fucking lore. He got hard.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, Flo.
apparently I gotta go.
Well, Flo also gets bored of stuff really quickly.
Yeah, I imagine there
But
was
it's
like
good to
a
have on your
I
channel.
think he's more of a chronic
He has a lot of
masturbator
followers,
than he
so it'd
gets
be good to have him
bored.
on.
like drama happened somewhere, and he got that tingly sensation,
He did get
like a spidey sense. It's like there's
Well,
content there somewhere in them hills.
Oh yeah, he's on
came up
Jess
to,
White's show right
talk
now.
and bullshit. So that's why he left, 'cause-
Yeah,
He's
I
on Jess
must
White's
go.
show right now.
Yes, I must go suckle
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
teeth of
He
Nightdish.
wanted to have an interaction. That's the point, right?
But no, okay, so Kev, Ruck, Arctic.
Oh shit, RK Mango's over there, the fat ginger that said he wanted to fight me earlier.
All right, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take a break. We gotta go raid this. I want to see what's gonna.
Hold on, let's see what Flo's saying first.
I want to see the drama.
Kind of, yeah.
So, basically, what I was gonna ask you guys while we're getting this drama pulled up, have y'all had any fucking supernatural things that happened to you?
Shit ton.
A shit ton. Couple.
One sec.
Y'all feel like sharing the story, or do y'all want to watch?
Too many, but let someone else go first, please.
You don't get.
We've been.
It's finna be an hour
I'll tell you
before we
one
get to the
that-
next piece of content. Everybody telling.
I'll tell you a recent one. A telekinetic type of event, right? I'm alone, fucking.
All right, hold on. Wait, Bumpkin, you might want to over there. He's still talking about fighting. This is going to be funny. Hold on. We'll get back to that.
All right.
We've been talking about
See, you could have
supernatural
him on your
stuff for like
panel.
3.5
Now he's on.
hours. Taking a drama break.
Now you're having to cover someone else.
Oh, Todd.
And signed a piece of paper that said he will block your face out in the recording.
He's all up on that
Not
panel.
men.
Tell
Come to the
Louis
States,
CK.
I'll fight you. You got to come here. I'm not allowed there.
What crib?
Oh, not men. We're not men still living in his fucking mum's basement. Fuck that guy. Don't worry about him.
Morning, Squatch.
I'm not worried about him.
What's up,
I'm just saying
Zephyr?
I'd fight him.
No, he's
Fuck you,
Kieran,
Squatch.
are we
fucking
not men
swing.
has more balls than you do? Don't talk shit.
I would not men swings his dick all over the place, but actually does nothing. Okay. Bumpkin.
So-
I'm not man
so
does a lot
he
more on
said
this
he's
channel
not
than
fighting
what
him?
you'll ever know.
CJ,
I know. I know. I
I
love
put
the guy.
myself in corners. I put myself in corners. If somebody will fight me that I challenge to a fight, then I'm gonna fight, right?
Yeah. So what RK said
You
he
got one lined
fight
up for Friday
because
night.
it's
He reiterated what he said
Hey,
earlier.
Kieran,
man.
who do you think made the emojis in the chat here?
Jess, I'm gonna go full fucking retard. I love Are We Not Men, but he's a fucking asshole. Okay, I love
He's
him.
meant to be an asshole. That's why he's hired.
RK. What if we meet up like not at your address, right? What if we meet up at a park a few miles away? What about that?
He gave me the
Well,
address.
that's all I was trying to do. But once soon as YouTube got involved, like, oh, let's stream it on YouTube. No, that's fucking stupid. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing YouTube. I'm not doing publicity. It's going to be private, and we'll show our black eyes on social media and then talk about it. That's fine. But I'm not doing that fucking YouTube bullshit. No.
Meet up in an alley.
Is that that same fucking guy?
Okay.
Hold on a second.
That makes
you
no
guys.
sense. But
I've done it before. I mean, like, I'm not telling you something I've never done before.
Okay,
That's
so
the fucking guy, man.
You don't.
I'm gonna go stir
Are we
the
supposed to know
pot.
what's going
I
on?
gotta go stir the pot.
So
I'll be
you're
back.
so we're just
Fine, bro.
Yeah, very funny. I'm not falling for this trap. Like,
he might beat me.
So
He's
we're all
got that
sitting here
incel
and they're on
rage.
another panel. I don't get it.
I mean, that's what it sounded like, bro.
I'm not falling into your trap. Like, I'm not doing it. Like
This
earlier,
is AIDS.
I don't know what the fuck that was
I'll come
about
back.
earlier, but
This is weird.
assholes to be assholes. You can't change people from not being an asshole. If people want to think it's funny to do what they did earlier, then you just gotta let it go. I'm not going to fret over it, but if I'm going to maintain my own image, I'm going to do whatever I want to. I'm not going to fight in front of a fucking camera. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
You have to recognize that your image is shit.
I don't care what you people think. I don't. I honestly don't. Why do you think I'm here and not cowering into a hole? I'm, come on.
Yeah, hang on.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, Mangoes,
Sorry.
hang on. There is something liberating about going on full cam. I'm not saying do it. I'm not saying to you do it. But flow state, am I wrong? There is something liberating about saying I don't give a bumpkin. There's something liberating about just going full cam and going, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
There is.
Flow state. Am I wrong?
The camera's bugging. There we go.
Bumpkin. There we go. How's the music going?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
We're not doing that right now. RK. So obviously you can't be forced to do anything you don't want to, right? But any time that we get into
Not
a
yet.
heated discussion,
Not until we meet up.
Yeah. But legitimately, anytime we get into a heated
Off
discussion
camera.
and you say that you're gonna beat my ass, I'm gonna call you a pussy, right? Because you wouldn't meet up because there were cameras involved. That's what's gonna happen because that's a bitch move, right? If me and Dusty, right, which me and him don't agree on a lot of things, right? If he was suddenly like one day, you bumpkin, I want to beat your ass. I'm like, all right, we're gonna go record this shit or live stream it, and we're gonna box it out. And whoever
He told me he wanted to punch me.
right? But the fact that as soon as cameras are involved, right, it just shows that if you get your ass beat, you don't want that on the live stream.
You can do it with a camera where he's not on cam. Just get him to wear a GoPro. Get him to wear a GoPro so you're only seeing Flow State kick his ass.
See,
That'd be hilarious.
Part of my strategy is to not challenge people like Bumpkin because I know that Bumpkin has made a career out of dealing with people like me who get uppity. Not going to do it.
That's fair.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump out. It's been great talking to y'all. I'll be in chat. Night, boys.
And listen, RK, it's all right, man. But if that is genuinely, oh fuck, here we go. If that is
What's up, boys?
If that is genuinely how you want to play, that's fine. But just like, don't expect me to not call you a pussy every time you get uppity with me.
That's not a knife.
Like I said, man, if that's look at it, I don't care. And quite frankly, if the dude beats my ass, I'm going to give him props. Like, he beat my ass. He was the bigger man. All right, fair enough. I'll move on. I got my ass kicked in fights before. So it's like, and it goes back to earlier I was saying, you guys don't know who I am. You said that I live on a mother's basement. I'm not married. That's what you said earlier, and that's why I said if you say it in my face, I'll pop you in the mouth because you're saying a bunch of absurd bullshit.
The fact that you're an e-thug is not
We
helping.
know who you are. We don't know who you are. Correct. We don't know who you are. That's absolutely correct. Well done. You fucking played yourself. We don't know who you are.
Yeah. And I'm telling you that I would look at you and say, hey, man, you look like a fucking incel. And when you went to punch me in the mouth, I would light your shit up.
I did do that. I took that gamble. You backed out. It was a decent gamble. I mean, it was a disappointing one. But it was a fairly safe bluff to call. Somebody who's lying about living in his mom's basement, about having a wife, probably lying about throwing hands too.
Right.
I'm so glad that you have enough virtue to think that. Like, good on you. I honestly don't give a fuck.
Virtue?
Dude, it's okay
Where's virtue coming into this? I got balls and word. You don't have those things. You don't have virtue.
That's great. I'm so glad that you're able to think that. Congratulations.
If you're a coward, it's okay, but don't act like a tough man on the internet when someone calls your bluff. With it, man.
It's not calling a bluff, really.
It's kind of fucking true.
AIDS.
It's just funny to me. It's just funny to me. That's it.
Flo told me once that I have a punchable voice. I think he wanted to say punchable face, but he doesn't know what I look like.
I'm going to share the StreamYard. I stop having double voice.
No, you had a chain
just
on.
saying,
You had
I'm
an
just
earpiece in. You
I'm
fucking
just saying.
have your jacket
I'm
still
just saying,
on. Like,
rude
what were
cunt.
they even doing?
No, fair call.
They were
Rude cunt.
crowded. They were doing things in a weird order.
Yeah, rude cunt. I'm on your side, but you did kind of call
That
a
is
bloke
crazy.
out for not being on cam, and you weren't on cam.
That is crazy. My boy got a Bluetooth piece in on his mugshot.
Yeah,
He was a criminal.
Let's let the guy with the Bluetooth like headset on that he could be totally just like talking or someone could be on a phone call with him, book into the jail. That's a good idea. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you ever been booked? You ever been booked?
Hang on. Have to shout out the trigger warning in the chat. Driving while white. that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I thought it was done. Okay, that's fine. I'll just listen.
Yeah. Who?
I don't know any of these people, so I don't know the story, so I'm listening now.
Mangoes.
It's like a continuation from.
Well, why is it necessary to have it on YouTube? That's my biggest problem. Why does it have to be on YouTube?
It's content.
Oh, it's content. Okay, yeah, great, cool. You can go fight someone on YouTube. I won't. I'm not doing it.
Why is it like Orthodox guys talking? We can't hear him.
I'm technically really not. I'm just here to. Fucking.
And then he accepts your challenge, expected to be on
He's
fucking
probably
YouTube.
sharing
You want
his
to
own
drive 3.5
StreamYard.
hours to roll around with some sweaty fat motherfucker?
Hey, this motherfucker got an
Oh, like
FBA
he doesn't
hat
have
on.
it muted
Fool.
or something.
Don't play.
No, if it's when you're on StreamYard, you don't hear yourself.
Whatever you guys want to, whatever works for you
I
guys,
see
that's
what you're
fine.
saying. Okay, that makes sense.
But I got to drive home.
What works for me?
My work
What
is.
works for me?
I was at work
Okay.
out the whole time. I got to drive home.
Yeah,
It's an hour away, so I got to go.
You kind of said whatever works. You
So
kind of
you
said
can go
whatever
ahead
works
and
for
believe
us.
me or not. Call
What
me a
works for
pussy, call
me?
me a coward, call me a chicken. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't
I
care.
just-
I don't
you
care.
just said-
I
you
don't
just
care.
said- you
Anyways,
just said-
anyways,
you just said-
Teriak, hey
you
man,
just
you
said,
cool.
yeah,
You take it
nah,
easy. I'll see you
shut
on
the
Easy's
fuck up,
channel at
bro.
some point, you know. But hey, you take
You
it easy,
just
man.
said-
Jess,
you
thanks. You
just
guys have a good
said
day.
whatever works for you.
Did he just say
Fucking
Teriak?
This is very dramatic.
Another one gone. Another
Fuck.
fucking retard fucking gone.
I was just
one
here to
going
stir,
one.
I was just here to stir the pot. 'Cause I
One
thought it would be
going
funny. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, me too, Austin.
Dusty, good work, buddy.
Sorry about that, y'all. I like stirring the pot.
I think I have AIDS now.
Well, I mean, yeah, you had to deal with a pussy. That's dirty, stanky pussy. Easy. We had to take a drama break. We had to take a drama break from the ghost stories. Yeah, I love stirring the pot. It's fucking hilarious. But we can get back to why does it have to be? Because we're content creators, Zephyr, and dude wanted to make threats on another person's podcast. Go with the flow.
Do we have to do the church one? I don't know. It's just like I think it's the AI voices. Like it's kind of annoying. But I mean, if everybody else likes it, I'll sit and watch. That's fine.
Yeah, go with the flow.
I'm trying, but other people said they didn't like it in the chat, so I'm also like trying to be honest.
So do y'all like the video? Do y'all want to continue this video since we're getting back to the scary stuff?
This one, I don't think so. What is this one again?
This
is the
See?
churches.
Now you're
Like,
agreeing
it's
with
the
me.
haunted churches.
I was quoting Rick and Morty, Blue Jay.
Well, I'm always gonna give honest feedback, even if I'm the only standalone. But I figure that's like actually what a friend would
Praise
do.
the one true Morty.
I'd rather someone tell me the truth, you know. But that's just my opinion, though. But yeah, it's in the
The
chat.
problem I have is it turns out I don't like anything that everybody likes. And the stuff that I like, nobody likes. So after a while, I just shut up.
Well, I think the subject matter's cool. It's just that video is kind of slow. It's not real pictures. It's not real voice. It's just kind of like an AI thing. So
Yeah,
that's
this
the only
one's
reason
not
why.
going over as well. And I don't know if it's just because it sucks or because, like before, we were interrupting it 80 times.
I mean,
I'm
we
not
can do
sure.
folklore video. Let me. So, does anybody have any scary stuff they want to go over? Let me take some opinions from the audience because we do have a lot of people in here.
It was pretty
by the way,
scary when I took Benadryl and went blind.
By the way, you guys can post links on my channel. I have that setting. Available for everybody in my settings, so you should be able to post links.
I personally like kind of more cinematic, where it's like if you are gonna watch the screen, it has to be like worth watching. Otherwise, you might as well be doing something else. Just
That
listen.
there's some visual stimulation, you mean?
Right? Yeah, and like maybe real people talking and stuff instead of that voice that kind of gets monotone. That AI voice.
What's crazy is like for me, just like some titties over something informational works, you know?
How did you like that saggy skin zombie sculpture titties?
Why? I don't know why you would do that. It's like I hurt you or something, so now you're trying to hurt me,
No,
you
it's just
know?
only titties we've seen today. So.
Hurt people, man. Come on.
Hurt people.
You know,
I don't
looking
know.
for
What did I
feedback.
do? What did I do, Blue Jay? What did I do?
You exist. I'm just kidding.
You know what the fuck you did.
Damn, Kev, it's like that.
I guess it's like this and like that and like this
And like this and the.
Yeah.
It happens.
You can
Don't
go with
blame
this,
yourself,
or you
bro.
can go with that.
Yes.
But this is where it's at.
Oh, yeah.
So-
See,
What did the other one you had next? Videos.
I have one about extraterrestrial encounters.
Are those real people?
I have a comedy video. We'll lighten the mood. We'll restart with the comedy video. How about that?
Brought to you.
Oh, one of those how it's made.
Yeah.
The Swiss call this cheese fromage del page, which means cheese from the high mountain pastures. Master cheesemakers retreat to their chalets high in the Swiss Alps to make this special cheese. These individuals follow a tradition of cheese making that goes back to the
Oh my
Middle
god, I
Ages.
come back to fucking cheese.
You like AI, don't you? That
It goes full circle, Bumpkin.
I come back to fucking cheese. I never left the cheese purgatory.
Yeah,
I'm still
full
there.
circle. Like a circle of cheese.
Oh my fucking god.
Stop yelling.
Cheese is produced by cheesemakers who hike their most attractive cows high into the Alps for 5 months.
Look at that fucking guy.
In the morning, they milk
fuck
their
yeah.
cows' drippy udders for about 7 minutes
I don't like
using a milking machine. Patting the cow's hindquarters increases its arousal during the process, which results in
Ew.
milk with a higher fat content.
Nasty.
Smack that
hole.
ass. When you smack
Meanwhile,
that ass,
in
it
the
makes it
room with 2
fattier.
giant
That's
saucepans,
awesome.
previously harvested milk has its fat skimmed from the top, which is put in a slop bucket. Meanwhile, in Uncle Gary's rustic cabin that he bought to finally get away
Oh,
from his
shit, Uncle
stupid
Gary.
fat wife, Uncle Gary adds live bacteria to the milk to help preserve it and roasts
what
it
the
in a
fuck?
cauldron over an open flame.
Where do they
He
get the
pasteurized
bacteria?
While
that shit?
roasting, the milk's dust
That's
is removed
gay.
with a dustpan, and an enzyme called renin is added while Uncle Gary
Where
enjoys
do they get all this
swirling
shit?
his arm in his
No
new
fucking
milky white
fuck.
bliss. After about 40 minutes, these active ingredients create a disgustingly goopy pile of slop known as cheese curd. He then uses a wire broom to sweep up the cheese curd, which is something he probably should have done before using the dustpan. Oh, now he's got 2 dustpans. Well,
Knows
fuck
what
off,
it
Uncle
is.
Gary, you good-for-nothing showboater.
That looks cool though.
A mysterious stranger enters from just off frame as Gary continues to absent-mindedly continue to mix the mixture, separating the curds and leaving behind the liquid called whey. Uncle Gary, you are so bad at sweeping, it's unreal. An electric mixer then does the whole job far better than any human
I
ever
love it.
could.
After
The
all that,
cheesemaker
he
then
uses a
washes his
machine.
arms and hands
Yeah, that
because
does sound
any
nasty,
impurities in
too.
the cheese would ruin it. This step seems
You know what? The fact that he shows washing his hands in this video is better than every other cheese making video we watch where they finger fuck the cheese.
Look at that bucket. Is that really that
Hold
big?
on.
You're not
I
even
hear-
rinsing in clean water.
I hear you, but no matter how much you wash your hands, when you put your fingers in that dirty little cheese,
But, like, you're not even rinsing.
Cheese is crazy. It
It's
was
just
already
literally like a
sick
mop
enough,
bucket.
bro. You
Kev,
have to call it
what's
dirty
up,
little
baby?
cheese.
Look, no, brother.
Watch,
What's
that
wrong with these
bad-
people? Look at how
that-
dirty the floor is.
That bad cheese was asking for it, you know?
Yeah, that bad cheese.
Naughty
That dirty
cheese.
Oh,
He
this is a
looks
long
like he's
video,
got the
huh?
arthritis.
Are we gonna watch the whole thing?
If it
I'm gonna stop.
wasn't
I'm gonna be like Denison.
dirty bad cheese, we wouldn't be in
Gotta
this
be a red
situation.
bucket. It's
Like
gotta be a
cheese-induced
red bucket.
arthritis.
There we go, yeah.
seems meaningless because he was molesting the cheese with his bare arms earlier. But it's not my job to commentate, only
Do you
to
have it on
narrate.
1.5 speed?
One of the best perks of working at the cheese factory is you get to do this, which is often described by cheesemakers as having a Swiss orgasm.
Whole arms!
Uncle
This guy is kind of nasty.
I swear to God, he was trying to get his armpit in the fucking cheese, bro.
No, but everybody missed the phallus-shaped orb with the cage around it. Though. That was crazy.
Nah, I saw it. I'm almost there, Kev.
Gary and the mysterious stranger experience a wholesome homosexual meet cute by filtering out the
Oh
curds.
my gosh.
Unfortunately, both of them are straight. But that's not going to stop any of the ravenous Swiss cheese
Denison, you
cinematic
definitely have
universe
AIDS now.
fanfiction writers all over the internet.
Yeah, that's right.
The cheesemaker stuffs the sack of cloth into a
Yeah.
mold
Now watch, I bet
and
they put it
presses
in
it
that
while
hot
screaming,
box on your
"Become
mouth.
cheese!
You-
Become cheese,
Yeah,
damn
okay.
you!" to remove the leftover whey. 3 molds can be placed into a wooden cheese press at the same time.
Yes.
Fun cheese
Yes.
fact. This process was the inspiration for the Queen and David Bowie song Crazy Train.
I feel like I'm intruding on a
After
party
a
of
long
some
day
sort.
of being pressed, the cheese is then tucked into bed so it can get enough rest to do it all again tomorrow.
Yes.
Nighty-night
Much
cheese.
like Usher at Diddy's flavor camp when he
If
was
too much
14.
liquid is left in the cheese, the Prime Minister
What
of
are they putting on
Switzerland
the
has
top? What is
vowed
that
that he will
sheet thing?
declare martial law for the entire country for the next year until the problem is corrected.
Yes. This is North Korea cheese.
You guys know what that like blanket looking thing is?
Yeah, it has
The
no
next morning,
holes. So
the
there's no.
excess cheese created by the mold is cut off and thrown in the garbage.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
According to Swiss cheese propaganda, this and every other part of the process is done by hand, even though we literally saw them using an electric mixer just 1 minute ago. I'm not making this part up.
It's the salt
It's
bath.
time for the cheese to be put on a cheese shelf, which acts as their form of government, similar to a caste system. Cheese on higher shelves have more rights, power, and authority than the cheeses on the lower shelves, just like God intended.
We watched a cheese video.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of
Hold
Loyal
on,
Cheeses,
pause.
the Swiss
I'm sorry.
president
This
elects the
assembly
Prime.
got far too political to let go. Children, this is a cheese riot. This is a cheese class system. We must overthrow the bourgeoisie.
This is a cheese matrix.
Cheese on.
If you guys don't know by now about a salt bath, I'm never coming back.
The cheese
What are you talking about a salt bath, Blue Jay?
Exactly, you guys
So
don't pay attention.
sad, bro. So
No,
the
there
Bible
was
tells
no
us.
there was no salt bath.
Yes, there was. It was in
there
this
was.
little
There
last
was.
video.
And there was.
That was
In
a
both
brine
videos.
bath.
God, this is why we don't gaslight on this channel because nobody goes
Did you
through
not see it? The reason I know about it is the
No,
first
you
video
did that
explained it
wrong,
in
bro.
detail.
You're supposed to say, "I've got a salt bath for you, baby."
How do you not know
fuck
about that?
yeah.
It just showed it. I'm getting annoyed about the salt bath thing. You guys think I'm crazy? It's been in both videos.
Nah, bro.
It's the final
not
step.
crazy.
Speaking
Not
of,
crazy.
speaking of,
You're not
anyone got
crazy.
any bath
Yeah.
salts? Speaking of,
Pumpkin's getting
Hey, yo,
hungry.
hey.
It pulls the
Mom.
moisture out, and it's the final step in all the cheeses we've watched so
So
far.
is it
I'm the
the
only one that's
salt
noticed
bath
it. Well,
the final
that's what they were-
solution to the cheese?
Is salt.
Prime candidate for one
Yes, they
final
dip
top
it in a
secret
salt bath
mission
and it
to
seals it.
assassinate Director Mozzarella, ending their competition in the cheese market and ensuring Switzerland's complete dairy dominance.
Wisconsin.
that with
Say
it,
about
Now,
that.
a quick word from our
BDSM.
sponsor.
Dairy
all the
dominant.
cheese.
This episode is brought to you by Air Up. The Hugbees Educational Network would like to thank its sponsor. The need to hammer things goes back to prehistoric times, when early man used stones as tools. The modern hammer evolved from those first crude implements. But with its forged steel design and user-friendly handle, the hammer of today is strikingly different. Before we begin, here is exclusive footage of a hammer hammering some nails. Now here's a hammer pulling them out. A rare sight many of you viewers have probably never seen before.
It's probably actually true, though.
It starts with a thick steel
Getting nails
bar.
out is hard.
An automated system loads it into an induction furnace, set at more than 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. The fierce heat makes the steel malleable. This forge hammer, replicating what I do to your mother, pounds the hot steel into a series of hammer-shaped
I'll say that looks
impressions.
cool.
At this stage, we now have a glowing hammer, which is far too powerful for mortal man to wield, as well as a dark anti-hammer.
A dark anti-hammer.
That
That
presses
is cool,
the
though.
shape
That
into
looks
a
awesome.
pressed shape.
Wow,
The
look
hammers
how
are
cool
cooled
that
by
looks.
being placed into an art piece called The Evolution of Hammers.
That's a good video.
You know
look
what?
at that.
Never mind. Hammer making is stupid. So the factory has decided to throw out all of their hammers into an industrial grinder, destroying them once and for all. Just kidding. It's actually a
gonna be, like,
tumbler
mini
filled
golf
with
when you
metal
go and get
shavings
one
to
of those.
clean and polish the hammers. They then clamp the hammer in an automatic circumciser, polishing the hammer's head and making it easier to clean. One added benefit of this
I
that
know how
isn't
you guys
talked
feel
about
about that. I
often
won't
is
say
that it
anything.
also improves the speed of the hammer, allowing for more rapid thrusts.
Oh my god.
Very defensive on
This
the
is
porch.
sick. fool.
Now, the milk from the previous segment about
That's
cheese
cool.
is used to lubricate the hammer while ridges are carved into the hammer's head.
No way.
The grid surface deals an additional 5 points of bleed damage every second when striking an
What's
enemy.
that liquid?
Yes.
Next,
If
the
you've never
hammers are
crushed a
terminated.
finger with a waffle print hammer, you have not lived or
And
died.
then quickly rescued before
Yep.
any of them create a
yeah,
time paradox.
What is that?
That's right.
Then it's off to a nice, safe, cooling dip. And oh my god! Oh
wish they'd tell us what
Jesus!
they're dipping it in.
What the fuck just happened? Now it's time for another polish. Sometimes the polishing is so efficient, the hammers transform into leather rings. The leather rings are assembled in a tray, along with some plastic ones that are thrown in for style to create a suitable workplace dildo. The end of the hammer is inserted
like
into the
silicone.
rings and
So-
excuse me.
Yeah.
That's actually a suitable workplace male masturbator. My mistake.
Somebody to take this guy's internet.
The end of the
access away.
hammer
This
is
guy's out of
secured in a
control.
clamp, and something else deviously sexual happens to it.
Who has a hammer look like that?
I mean, seriously, look at what's happening. You can feel the air getting warmer in that factory by the second. Using a series of Adam Sandler belts, they smooth the ends of the leather for a smooth finish. This is a tank of heavy lacquer, and this is the World Hammer Dunking Champion of 1997. Watch what happens when the two meet.
Oh.
No. Leather? I don't think I've ever seen a leather hammer before.
Amazing. Anyway, when the
Amazing.
leather dries, it'll give
Oh,
the
it's
hammer a
staining it.
tough,
Okay,
sleek
got it.
finish.
That's cool.
For a
Pretty
different
full
kind
stick.
of handle, they pour liquid blue inside this robotic male masturbator, which will eventually
that's
trap
leather,
a
though,
nearby
huh?
horny robot,
That looks like
who will
wood.
then be exploited to make a superior hammer handle in exchange for his freedom of his robot genitals. The next morning, the excess cheese created by the mold is grinded off and thrown in the garbage.
Oh, that's silicone.
They stamp
You
the
think
model
you just
number
do a better
onto the
job on the
hammer.
mold, so you didn't
This
have
is
to
the
do all
20th
that.
hammer ever built. Then it's on to the Hammer Ballet, where an interpretive dance version of The Evolution of Hammers is being performed.
Hell no.
It's exceedingly boring.
There's no way they're doing that by hand in the factories.
After they stamp the company logo
branding.
onto the handle, the hammers are given an I'm a Hammer sticker, so customers can be sure of what they're buying. After all, there's some very confusing screwdrivers out there.
I have a really confused axe that says it's an Eastwing.
Oh, is that a popular brand or something?
Yeah,
It's the one in the
Roller
video.
skates were invented
Well, I
by
know,
the
I know,
Dutch in
but
the
it looks
18th
custom made
century.
'cause
They put a
some dude
whole
did
new
it.
spin on skating. Before that, people could only skate
A whole
on
new
ice
spin
surfaces.
on
So
skating.
the sport had definite seasonal limitations. The wheels of the first roller skates were wooden spools, but today's manufacturers have come up with some better tricks to make them. The
I think I
first idea
skated
for
as an
roller
adult.
skates came from the 1880s, when
Don't
children
wanna
would
talk
steal
about it.
assembly line
Okay.
rollers from
Steel wheel
factories they
skates
worked
when I
in
was a
and glued
kid.
them to the bottom of their shoes.
I discovered that I can't skate, but I can
It
rollerblade.
starts with the shoes.
Yeah,
A
rollerblading
die
is
press
easier.
punches out leather patterns
agree.
called quarters, 8 of them per shoe. They place the quarter under a die stamp, and the manufacturer's name is placed on the product well
God
before
damn.
they do any actual work.
My sister had her daughter's
Utilizing
birthday
roller
party this
skate
year at her
arithmetic,
ice
the
skating rink.
dimensions of the
I'll
perfect
come to the
roller
dinner,
skate
I'm
are
not going to
calculated.
that. I need all that joint.
This skate has racing stripes
double
stitched
tap.
onto them,
Double tap.
which will make it about 20% faster. The outer lining of the skate is sewn by hand, because despite our technological advances, we have yet to invent something called a sewing machine. She then sews the line again, except this time this little thing buzzes around. We don't know exactly what it does, but it's very annoying. Everyone knows unwanted vibrations are the absolute worst. This machine imagines the liner is its stepchild and punches holes in it. These holes are for the shoelaces, but can also hold your spaghetti noodles if you leave your spaghetti pouch at home. This machine places the
I wish I
shoe
could
through a
sew it
process
now.
called stratification.
I've tried to sew. It's hard.
That's what she
Fortunately,
said.
most roller skates are immune to their
You get everything so
neuropsych
perfectly lined
implants. Otherwise, intergalactic war would have started 18 years ago. Another machine nails the rest of the shoe around the insole while a worker uses a mysterious, unknown tool to pound them in further. A multi-steroid injection is put into the shoe, making sure it's strong enough to support the 400-pound weight brought on by the average American. A UV light kills any surviving parasites.
I have all the same
The
safety
outsole and
equipment just in
insole
case
are
I find a
reunited
chick.
after all this time, and a
Did she
hydraulic
just quick,
press
like,
makes
heat
sure
it
they
up?
can never get a divorce. This is just a safety precaution, as insole and outsole divorce has been outlawed in every state since the 1970s. The bottom of a roller skate usually has a decorative swirl of delicious icing. Go ahead and lick your roller skates at home to taste it for yourself. Let's make a sandwich at the roller skate factory. First comes some nails, then a delicious piece of roller bread, and finally a roller skate shoe, complete with decorative bottom icing. Be sure to cut the crust off with a circular cutter, since most skaters are children or eccentric men in their early 60s.
What?
I thought that was a woman
They
making
screw
it.
a skate latizer into the
It's a
shoe,
man, huh?
drilling holes in it to
I
add
hear
screw
you.
latizers into the frame.
It is a woman?
You know what? This one's pretty boring. Let's just move on.
Oh.
Colored
That like
pencils
part-
come
no,
in
it is.
basic
That is a
color
woman.
packages for school children,
Hairy arms.
upgraded sets for architects and other professionals,
This
and
is
elaborate
racist.
collections of shades
hard,
for the
though.
serious artist.
Makes it
It
look
isn't
easy.
so much the color variety that determines the quality, but the pigment concentration in the lead.
Yeah. Exactly. You should go to art store.
This company produces colored pencils exclusively used for drawing hugbees, the greatest content creator in the entire world. The lead composition of these pencils is special. When you paint over them with water, they smudge around a little bit and look like absolute shit.
That's true.
White, yellow, orange, red, stink, Movember, bloop, pertangle, racist green, mystery
What?
color, and even red again are available as colors for
I have
pencils.
with that green.
Oh, I went to interior
Where do I
school,
get
we
racist
sketched a
green
lot.
from?
and-
Hold
Each
on.
color
Is
also
this where you
comes in
get
a
your
version
lines,
suitable
Martha?
for use as dog food
Yes.
There is a
to give your pet delightfully colored poop to decorate your lawn.
None of them are white.
The entire process starts by boiling water, because 99% of all the planet's industry is made to boil water.
What did they say that pigment stuff's made out of, though? Did he say?
More
it
water
clay?
is added to ensure the water stays wet enough. Powdered Swiss cheese is also sprinkled on top for flavor.
Holy shit.
The colored pencil dough is mixed until it turns green. No matter what color is being made, the mixture always turns green for some unexplainable reason.
Oh, yeah. That happens to pudding sometimes. too,
Meanwhile,
chocolate
at the packing peanut factory, production is going along smoothly. These processed chunks might be used to intensify color, or they could be used by Army medical officers to plug up bullet holes on the battlefield. We'll let you, the viewing audience, decide which one is true. The green stuff is squeezed into a rope which employees will use to swing over to the next factory where the pencils are made.
Pause. That wheel needs repair.
Yeah,
That thing needs maintenance. It's flopping around like my ex-wife, man.
We're not supposed to show how white we are, Caucasian. Move on.
Sorry.
I wish he would say what stuff's made out of. What's
That
the clay
man
made
should
out
be
of?
fired. I want to find that maintenance man and give him a swirly in the bathroom. I'm going to give him a
You
milk.
know-
I'm going to give that
you
motherfucker
know-
with atomic wedgies where they flip over.
You know the fact that his bosses have no idea how that machinery is supposed to work, or they would have been on his fucking ass because there's camera crews coming.
But no,
Why does
they're
he care?
Have you ever had like a crew coming in to film some trash, dude? I've never had more work in my entire life.
Yes.
5 days straight of repairing everything that doesn't need to be fixed.
Oh yeah. No, they want top to down, no spider webs, no nothing in that motherfucker.
Oh,
That would
here's
give
a
me anxiety looking at it doing
here's a
that.
pro life tip. If you ever get in that situation, don't say a word. Just go get a leaf blower. Fuck all those spider webs up. None of that dust to be in the same
Oh,
place.
yeah.
You fucking look like you came through and swept that bitch with a goddamn crew.
Good idea. I just would be afraid that
It
thing
does
would,
work.
like, fly off.
And I mean in like record time, like your ass be done in 15 minutes for some 8
I'll
hours.
be right back.
All right, we're gonna play the rest of the video.
Using a very long and thin hammer with numbers written on it, workers measure the strands of green that have just been cut for uniformity. Then it's off to the wax bath for hardening. A single group of wax-coated pencils is not a threat and can be... Oh God.
It's cool
I am
video,
not
but he's
trained
not
for
good at
this.
explaining what's
I
going
am
on.
not trained for... Run! Everyone run! It's happening! Run! Run for your lives! Now it's time to play everyone's favorite instrument, the pencil accord.
He's not telling us what's going on here.
Pencils found guilty of wanting to be pens are immediately executed.
Maybe
These
that's
pencils
what
are the
we should
oracles
try.
and are drawing how the universe
That
will
must have been
end.
dye.
This company makes its pencil bodies from wood as opposed to obsidian because that would be
that's like
fucking
that,
stupid. The grooves of the wood are filled
Spirograph.
with
Did you guys
glue
ever
by
have
this
that as a kid?
industrial-style roller skate. Then, the Omega 1000 Giga Crusher fills the wood with the leads. Another piece of wood covers the lead, even though it doesn't really want to. Stress from the upcoming entrance exams press a hexagonal shape into the wood before they're sliced apart by the Slice Hexagonal Wood Shapes Apart machine.
We got a problem. I've got
One
a
at a
piece of
time. The
pentagonal
pencils
wood.
shoot through a vat of green? Again? How does this keep happening? Once everything dries, the company burns their logo onto the wood because they can't help but get their capitalistic hands on everything produced by Mother Nature. This brand politely sharpens their pencils before sale. This incredibly advanced pencil sharpener only cost the company a reasonable $37 million. I'm not even going to begin to describe what's happening to the pencils here. And finally, a worker with fabulous nails slides the pencils into their tray, making them ready for store shelves.
Is that?
Did you check your phone just now? See, I told you unwanted vibrations are the absolute worst.
I thought somebody definitely was buzzing.
Well, I'm buzzing, but it wasn't my phone.
Big
No, those are nice.
Resto is here.
I
What's
want
up,
those.
Big Resto?
What's
I
good, bro? How you doing,
thought
man?
you said we had some.
Oh, look how nice that set is. It comes in a briefcase thing. I love that.
I don't even know how the fuck I got here, but I appreciate you.
Oh, it's because you got lost and ended up in the wig neck corner. It's okay.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
Motherfucker, I was asleep listening to your live.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
How-
I'm
how
trying
are
to enjoy
you,
the
Purple
fucking
Diddy?
video. I'm good. I'm good.
Hold on.
You know I came up here with violence. Who the fuck is that talking? Who the fuck is that? No, not you, not you. Not you, the girl. Who is that?
Oh, that's Kev.
I feel like I just
Who
got
is
transported to another panel.
You.
Blue Jay.
Yeah. We're trying to watch the fucking video, okay? Like you.
Then why are we all here? We can't watch it on our own. He wants us to
We're
talk.
trying to watch the fucking video.
I don't even know who you are. Don't come up here trying to be funny.
Yeah, I
like
don't
you're
know
a
who you
douchebag.
are either, but
And whenever
you're really
guys
fucking
come up here trying to
annoying.
sweat
You're
the
super
female,
fucking
they're
annoying.
obviously a loser. People
Yeah, you're
want
super
females on
fucking
their
annoying.
channel.
We're
Well,
trying
how
to
do
watch
y'all
the video.
why do y'all
They always attack me. Have you guys noticed
That's
that?
crazy.
Like they don't.
You're
even
always
know me,
talking.
they
That's what
always-
I fucking noticed. So shut the fuck up and let us watch the video, please.
Well,
Jesus
Orthodox
Christ.
hasn't told me to shut up.
Yeah,
I don't give a
I heard she talks. It's funny.
Who is this
It's all
guy?
good, man.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
resto
Okay.
chesto.
I'm going back into the chat.
He thinks he's funny.
Grab a cup of coffee.
Yeah, try again.
I don't have
Hey,
to. I
you
made
tell
my
him
point,
that you
ma'am.
are.
I made my point. So you're gonna think about it before you go to sleep tonight. Thank you.
No, I won't. I promise.
I'll be back.
I don't know your name or your avatar.
Man, white people can have anything, dude. I'm just joking.
You know, the best part about Resto is he learned to back it up real good.
I get the trolling, but if they
Oz?
choose a woman, like that's so gay. Who does
Was
that?
that Russian man?
I've been trying to tell y'all that nigga gay. I've been trying to tell everybody.
Seriously.
Whatever. Fuck Kev.
He's gotta be.
Pause. But yeah, nigga gay.
I see why you'd want to, Kev. I just don't know why you'd tell us about it.
Well, whenever guys
trying to
attack
warn the
women,
rest
it's
of the world,
weird.
my
It's
boy.
a sign of maybe there's a little homosexuality going on.
More than just
That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. Exactly. Thank you, sister. Appreciate that. You know, that nigga gay.
I don't think he was a chat.
Yeah, thank you for
Hot dogs are
understanding
an
it. It's a
all-American
basic concept.
fare, but most likely it was
really is.
German sausage makers who first came up with the idea. In fact, there are reports of German immigrants selling them in push carts in New York's Bowery as far back as the 1860s. A century and a half later, hot dogs are still the #1 treat on the street.
Snow cones.
Each individual hot dog is made from a mix of pork, beef, and 2,040 chickens. The cuts of meat they start with are called trimmings and come from animals that are too sick to be housed in typical meat production plants.
Hell no.
The trimmings are pushed through grated metal plates, simultaneously grinding the meat and producing strings for high-quality mops. Other regurgitated foods are collected and added to the ground meat, followed by food starch, salt, and mustard scooped up from the factory floor.
Ah, yes.
Ground up pieces of Mars rock are also added to the mixture to give the hot dogs a flavor that's out of this world. Water is
That is
added
so
to the
gross.
mix, which is
What a
then
messy
rolled to
fuck.
prevent it from hardening into
Ew,
concrete.
the food color. Oh God.
Then corn syrup is also added.
DJ really hates looking how our food is made. I've noticed.
Well, I don't eat
that.
hot dogs, so I mean, I don't
Bro,
care,
that
but-
was crazy.
Because all
I mean, this isn't really food.
Right. Thank
To
you.
be fair.
I love cooking shows and like chefs.
Slop, flop,
You go outside and look at the trees and the animals. That's how food's made.
Well, this isn't even how like a traditional like bratwurst would be made or anything like that. This is just
Right.
like
No, it's not.
They make it
so
in a
fucking
tube.
terrible, bro. But
So
I'm
bad.
still gonna eat hot dogs. It's not gonna stop me from eating hot dogs.
See, hot dogs are still good every once in a while.
Food products in America are legally required to be at least 10% sugar.
I do prefer
Like
all
Whole
beef hot
Foods.
dogs though.
We know you like that beef, baby.
Oh my God.
Oh
He
my
likes those
God.
Hebrew nationals.
That's
That's what he
why-
likes.
The addition
All
of
right.
yet even more
All
water
right,
helps
time out.
dilute the
Hold on.
product into a flavorless paste, which
What
is
is that?
regrettably pureed into a fine
all
emulsion.
lipo-
The
section
finish,
runoff.
honey. That's the
I
money
bet
shot.
it
section
stinks
runoff
so
right
bad.
there.
Oh man. It looks
Long
like
rolls
spam.
of plastic wrap are loaded into the stuffing
That's
machine.
cool though.
Nah, that's all the Kardashians fat rolls right there.
It pumps the meat in, twisting it every 5 1/4 inches,
Is that Kim
which is
Kardashian?
exactly what Paula here wishes her
Ew.
husband would do more of in the bedroom.
That'd be a horrible job.
It takes just 35 seconds to make a chain of a whopping
smell bad.
10 hot dogs.
Ew. Oh my
Then these hot dog chains are linked together and loaded into another machine, ordering them by color.
Racist.
What?
Hot dogs are
Nice
racist,
one,
dude.
acid.
It's a cool system, but oh.
The hot dogs are drenched in pig sweat to enhance their flavor, and then they're
Oh, he's
taken
lying.
into an oven with
Also,
several
pigs
cooking
don't sweat.
zones.
Pigs don't sweat.
Pigs don't sweat.
Pigs
That's
don't
why
sweat.
they wallow.
Oh,
What's the
that's
little
right.
black lines on
You're right.
them? I never seen
why
a
they
hot
stink
dog
like
with
a
black
That's,
lines.
that's an
Well, it's
artificial
toxic.
casing, bro. That's to keep the sausage together until it's cooked enough to stay together on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right. That's what they meat.
Which is funny is
right?
like traditional bratwursts they have the casings too. They just don't take them
Hot
off.
out of the oven, the hot dogs are
don't they?
drenched in chilled
Yeah, they use
pig
the real
sweat,
skin.
this
Nah,
time to
ain't
cool
no
them
way.
down for packaging. The black stripes on the hot dogs disappear for no reason, and a small child in disguise as a factory worker plays with the food. The
guy's
hot dogs are
hilarious.
positioned for
They're gonna
packaging,
shave it off,
and no
huh?
matter how humanely or efficiently this process is done, vegans will still complain about it. We don't know exactly
way that
when
ends looks
popcorn
like
first
a
exploded onto the
I won't
snack
say.
scene, but it was likely thousands of years ago. Popcorn grains date.
Pause.
Yeah.
I just have a point about popcorn. The first time they discovered popcorn, you absolutely know it was after some type of an invasion and everything had been burned down. And some asshole was standing in the dregs of their village, looked down and saw this white floofy thing, picked it up, stuck it in his mouth, and was like, well, it's not a total loss.
Yeah,
We
that's
discovered
true.
popcorn.
Things like it's snowing or something. That's true. That's cool.
That's fucking crazy. Resto, are you trying to neg on Blue Jay? Blue Jay
I'm not looking at
has
this.
a crush on you.
I don't care. He can go on the
Damn.
blacklist like the rest of them.
100%, bro. He has a blueprint that's like rinse and repeat. Like, oh shit, I'm
Oh,
finna
yeah, I
pop up
know
on the
you like
panel.
it.
If she got an avatar that like I might try to fuck on, I'm finna hop up on the panel, antagonize, say the worst shit about it, and exit stage left. And I know she finna think
I'm
I'm
not
Mr.
junior high
Mysterious.
anymore.
I'm Mr.
so-
Mysterious at this point. Shut the fuck up. Duh, you stupid boy.
To be honest,
Shut
I'm not
your
reading
dumb
the
ass
chat.
up.
Can we get
Go
two
back
black
to
people
sleep,
on the
nigga.
panel that actually like won't fight with each other?
No, we finna fight. So
Yeah,
you
that's
finna
every
up here,
single
we fight.
fucking time, dude. Like the last
No,
one,
dude.
Kev, you followed
No,
his ass.
Bumpkin,
He's a dude,
you missed it. You missed it on Kev's. What was it? Your last show or your show before last? Like it was like
Yeah, show before last.
yeah, bro. I went on there. I didn't even know who Resto was. I don't know who he is. And like I didn't know the dude on there was him. It looked like a black Q-tip. I'm like, bro, why did dude look like a black Q-tip?
Yeah, well, purple dye.
Like, it's fucking crazy. And then like he was talking to this Russian dude. He said it was a woman, but that bitch had like the thickest fucking jawline.
And the fingers, bro. The fingers were like twice the size of a normal man, like width wise, not even length, like width.
And that's why your girlfriend loves him.
Kev, you troll? I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
I
I'm just
am.
letting the people know about you, fool.
No, but like tell me why that Russian man grabbed that dude. Just get over here.
By the back of the neck too. Just grab him by the back of the neck. But get your motherfucking ass over here, nickel. You're like, all right, I'll pay for the meal, bitch. I will.
Yeah, I've never seen that
no,
guy
I
before.
already know that. I already know that. He hit her with it was like a Taiwan version of like Friday. Like, that's my bike, fool. You know? Like, I know that's your bike. Yeah, my grandmama gave me that chain. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Do adults
Weird.
still try to do that? Like try to, like where they be rude to a girl, and in elementary. Adults.
I mean,
males
to
do
be
that?
fair,
Snapping their bra, snap their bra.
Yeah, I thought people grew out of it.
A good 50 to 60% of the time, if like you have a good personality, it works. If you're only playing.
It does, yeah.
There's a way to do it though. I get like a slight little.
Like coming in hot, like you a whole bitch, alright?
That's not.
Shut the fuck up.
And maybe he's
Shut the fuck
serious.
up. Matter of fact, I just woke up and shit. I can't even hear everybody.
You're
Shut
supposed to
your
start
dumb
with
ass up.
something subtle, like a frog down the back of her shirt,
Right. I'll be back.
The ice cream down her shirt always works.
Take it easy,
Oh
peace.
my
Dynamo.
God.
Take it easy, man. Have a good day at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, salute to you, buddy. Have a good one.
All right, let's watch some of this popcorn.
Dating back nearly 5,600 years have been discovered in New Mexico. And down through the ages, this unique grain just keeps popping up. Nothing says typical American
Ew.
family like a single man eating some popcorn with orange juice sitting way too close to his television. This snack food is marked up nearly 1,200% at your local
Pause real
movie
quick,
theater
pause real
because
quick.
it's important.
All right.
That is honestly like, bro, that is honestly the most disgusting combination.
Right? I was thinking that.
popcorn and
I've
orange
never seen a
juice
man
is
make
crazy.
popcorn or drink orange juice.
That is fucking
Wait,
wild.
there's one that's worse. Coffee and spaghetti.
No. That is worse than two. Brushing your teeth and then drinking a glass of orange juice. That is worse.
Ew.
That's disgusting.
It's really
This
weird. Yeah.
motherfucker nice.
I can't remember the last time I bought orange juice, to be honest with you.
I have some in the fridge, and
Scurvies, dude.
since the brunch I
No, I
got
eat
before.
other fruit, bro. Just I don't have to drink.
You
orange
eat other fruit.
I'm about to leave the panel.
God
You eat
damn,
banana
bro, we
side
just
days.
got rid of
Don't
Resto. What the fuck are you
I'm
doing,
about to
Dennis?
leave the panel. I'm about to go full dictator Palpatine and be like,
your
fuck
show.
the screen.
Hey, Denizen, stop talking. You're gonna bring fucking Resto back. God damn it.
Who?
Right?
He just called Blumpkin Denizen. This is fucking great.
And
That's good.
Caucasian can't say my name right either. I fucking hate this place.
No, I did that on purpose just to trigger you.
I fucking hate this place, dude.
Is that Blumpkin?
It's your place.
It's the charcuterie
sure?
board
Are
said
we sure?
put junior mints and hot buttered popcorn.
He left.
in.
I
Get
need
your
a
ass
break.
back here.
Oh my God, Blumpkin. My bad, bro. I wasn't being serious. I was just on trigger edition.
Oh, he
God
knows.
bless
He just be getting. He be just
He's being
getting
dramatic.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a little
Oh,
girl,
you can't throw nobody else on the team, no, Dick?
little girl, except he's big and
I
white.
like how the final straw was calling him Denizen.
That's true.
Yeah, I noticed that part.
That's true.
All right, we're gonna.
I'd take any kind of insult, but not that.
Yes.
No, the last one was Blumpkin twice in a row, bro. That's what.
we gonna that video because it's fucking
Oh,
hilarious.
you can't throw nobody else on the team, no, Dick? See, that's that bullshit.
Bitch, ain't nobody about to throw you no dick while you out here smelling like a hot NBA locker room during double overtime in the 6th game. You've been wearing that sweater since September 1969.
Fuck you, Fred.
You fucking wish, you musky mushroom goblin bitch.
Oh, that's crazy.
He did her so fucking dirty, dude.
Wow.
Imagine if you heard someone say that to a bitch in public.
I would piss my pants laughing, bro.
I almost did. What's fucked up is I heard it said out loud and then mentioned the musky mushroom goblin bitch to someone else, and they just popped that short up. It was like, here. But I seen it in the wild first. It was beautiful. It was like watching a fucking Elon run.
In the wild first. And it was beautiful. Oh my God, bro.
It's okay. You can call me Sasquatch.
Fucking crazy. Y'all are hell.
Ported from nearby farmlands.
Kevin, you.
I'm gonna call you
are
Yeti.
Really
I'm
quiet.
gonna call you Sasquatch. I'm gonna call you Yeti.
Yes, Yeti.
Not Yeti. I haven't made it there yet.
He's Yeety.
Popcorn
Yeety
is
will
one of
do.
6 types of corn and one of 11 types of pop. Popcorn
That is
plants are
good.
bred to enhance color, taste, and how easily they get stuck in your gums. Dehusking the corn
That's
typically yields 7 corn cobs and 1 large popcorn bucket per harvest. Here we can see the 3 stages of popcorn: determined, relaxed, and soft popcorn. These giant
When
silos have
determined
nothing
popcorn
to do with
is in
popcorn.
the US, it's dangerous.
True.
Wait, what was
Please
that?
close your eyes until they are no longer visible.
That corn is dangerous.
If I'm ever actually gonna kill myself, I'm just gonna jump in one of those. By the way,
Thanks.
Bad idea, but go ahead.
I'll
In
die.
the factory,
Jump in
a
what?
series of oscillating screens sift out broken glass accidentally left in the popcorn during
Oh, like a wood
harvest.
chipper pumpkin?
No need to
Nah,
worry.
it's a green
The
silo.
machines
Not
have
a
a
green
98% accuracy ratio. Sometimes the popcorn will harden into rocks as a defense
Pause.
mechanism.
Arctic
These
Timberwolf
rocks are later
deserves,
discarded.
Arctic Timberwolf deserves a participation trophy. Homie said, "Well, shucks," and nobody commented on it.
I don't get it.
Ooh.
It's corn. They were shucking corn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm slow.
W
That's funny.
comment. W comment of the night right there for sure.
That was good.
I love how nobody
Like he
picked up
does.
also that he had that the shifting machine has a 98% rate of getting rid of broken glass.
I was
I
fixing
picked up
on what
on that.
Bumpkin said he'd jump in it if he was about to die. Is that what you said?
No, I said if I was ever gonna kill myself, I'd
Yeah.
jump into a grain silo and just slowly suffocate myself. Thank you, Distant Lights, for actually being the best mod ever and continuously spamming this. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Support the
suffocate.
Griffno State.
We're
I thought you
3
meant, like,
hours
get
and
chopped
30
up.
minutes away. We're 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's our last grift break. We will be getting back onto spooky stuff after we stop laughing, but I am trying to find actual scary shit that may be based in reality instead of just having a bunch of scary stories.
I have a story. I don't know how scary you'll find it, but it's really weird, and I can't explain it. But I'll tell you about it later.
Let me give you a let me give you a little let me land your pre-land your plane. Caucasian Sasquatch is finna lie to everybody.
That's called a crash, sir.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
pre-land. It's before you land. You hit the ground solid.
Well,
Alright,
yeah, well, help me out, bro.
We'll look at some Skinwalker stuff then for you. How about that? But we're gonna watch a couple more of these videos before we get back to the scary shit.
These are hilarious. So.
Oh yeah, no, I wanted a laugh break. Had some creepy shit go down. I'm like, nah, I need a laugh. My hi-hat
Play
before
like
I
a 30-second Diddy clip so Resto will pop back up here. Play like a 30-second Diddy clip and Resto will pop
I have
back
a
up.
poll.
All right, let me look for one real quick.
Or used an animal feed.
Animal
At this
feed.
junction, the system funnels
that?
American popcorn in one direction and Canadian popcorn in another.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
As you can see, Canadian popcorn is just the worst thing ever. The popcorn is watched over by Bill and then moved to the gravity table, causing the popcorn to levitate.
This shit is ridiculous.
This isn't a
Video
joke.
fuzzy, is that
They
like-
seriously sort the popcorn by levitating it, and that's really cool. In this process, half of the kernels are immediately discarded
it's
for no
cool.
reason, because no one wants to eat an unlucky bowl of popcorn. The popcorn is reassured to let everything go before it goes to a final screening.
Yes.
I don't really
Jordan
like popcorn.
Peterson popcorn. Got it.
Bill is always watching.
It just doesn't taste, and then you have
Not
to
the
like, find healthy
handlebar
stuff to eat
As
it.
the popcorn is divided politically.
Wait. Pause. Okay, back up like 5 seconds. Look at handlebar mustache Bill.
Hey, listen.
Bill is a popcorn cuck. He's always watching.
He
Bill,
looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Bill has made popcorn his family for 5 generations. He's not going to stop now. I'm not going to have no gosh darn ice cream lover in my house.
Yeah,
You think
that's
his
right.
mustache and goatee's that bad? Oh.
We are a popcorn family. We are
a popcorn
Yes, that's
family.
right.
We do not do cake or ice cream here.
Well, I'm going to
we're
make
not.
it perfectly clear that both of y'all's southern accents is sad, and that's real bad for OG because he's actually southern.
Yeah, that's pretty
Good
terrible.
sir. I do
Crazy.
declare you have wounded me.
Well, frankly, my dear, I do not give a damn.
These transgressions can only
boy
be
got
met by one outcome, and I challenge you to a duel, good sir.
Fuck that shit. That sounds like AIDS.
Not a pink
Orthodox, right?
Pendleton. This motherfucker got a pink Pendleton on. That's what the fuck we doing?
He's also wearing a bag of red ascot, but I don't know why.
He's a blood, bro.
Yeah, no, that is interesting.
He's a popcorn blood instead of an
He
ice
probably
cream.
has to pull it over his face when he does certain things.
Probably.
Yeah, that's crazy. God bless the
Popcorn
farmers,
is
man.
divided politically.
Poetically.
Politically.
The next time you need a
Poetically.
delicious snack to liven up your parties, consider a bowl of uncooked popcorn, you disgusting
Yep.
animal.
What the hell is that?
All right, I got the Diddy clips to summon Resto. Hold on.
Perfect.
Well, the poll in my chat is 60%.
It's going to be hard to hold on to because it's always slippery.
Exactly.
Yes, there he is.
Diddy's Freak Off Island to doing these satanic
Wait,
rituals.
Diddy had a fucking freak off island?
Did you see that castle behind him there? Holy shit!
Crazy, not the Bohemian
From
Grove
disturbing
Look at that fucking castle.
He's on a vacation somewhere.
That's got to be AI. This has got
to
to
doing
be
these
AI.
satanic rituals
Wait,
on his
wait.
victims. These are the 20 weirdest
Damn,
videos that did it.
bro,
And first
you're
up,
not beating the
Diddy was
allegations,
caught.
Risto.
Why is kissing someone on the cheek like considered that? Like that's a little
They're like,
much.
man, you know what?
Because
It's not
she's
worth it to
12.
bring. It's not worth
She's
it to bring
12.
Risto
You never
back
kiss
up
your
here.
own kids or niece or nephew on the
That's just
cheek?
already back.
That's not his kid, and she's 12.
Well, I mean, if it was his niece or something, I mean, I'm just saying. People try to make things.
And if vanilla was chocolate, we'd sell more of it.
I would just assume a man kissing a girl on the cheek in public means he's like trying to assault her.
No, I don't think like he.
But Diddy touching anyone, anywhere, anytime is an automatic assault.
But I don't think he has
No,
anything
it's
to do with
not.
children. He hasn't been accused of minors.
It's Diddy.
The origins of tequila can be traced back many centuries.
And it was a
Mexico's
bad
Aztecs
decision when it
fermented the
happened.
juice of the agave
Yeah, I just think
plant to
accusing
produce a
people of minors is very
low-alcohol
serious.
drink called pulque. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, they added distillation to the process for a much stronger drink, and tequila was born. Tequila is to Mexico as corruption is to China. Tequila is only made in this part of the world, near ancient Spanish castles, such as this one. For centuries, workers called grandes borrachos have harvested the agave plant for tequila.
Ariana Grande.
Even
it's like
today,
wine.
it's harvested
It's
entirely
soil,
by hand because Mexico has yet to enter the industrial age. Workers chop away the greenery on the agave plant, leaving only the core referred to as el culo. The blades used in this process are honed to a razor-sharp edge, which comes in handy as the workers haphazardly slam them into the plants like pissed-off orangutans. Agave is a very reflective plant and serves a dual purpose in telescope making. Here, a worker demonstrates this in the field as he
Just like a
spies for
mosaic
nearby
tile.
pirate crews that may try to steal the tequila. A local band of cowboys, fresh from their campaign of pirate slaughter, then cut the agave into quarters for cooking.
Oh, they're huge.
Pause.
I'm allergic to
I've
those
never
things.
seen an agave before. I didn't know that what they look.
The chopped agave is transferred to a brick oven where it's cooked for
Well, you should work at a
79
bar with
hours,
high
and
end.
half of the batch is then sold off to Bridgestone as
There's some, like,
off-road
what do you call
tires.
it? Enthusiasts, like tequila enthusiasts. Because it's like wine where they get like snobby.
Oh, you
about
mean
it.
stupid people. Yeah, right.
No,
I got
because
it.
of the way that like it
Fiber is
has it's
completely
grown in
fucking
soil. They'll be
destroyed,
like,
and then the
this has
leftover
this,
refuse is built into a
quality
summoning
and blah,
circle
blah, blah.
to honor an ancient Aztecian curse.
I kind of think the
In this
Aztecs
circle,
won that
a
one.
giant stone wheel called Tu Madre Gorda crushes the
You know
agave
the-
refuse to
the
extract its
Aztecs what?
nectar.
He's just calling everybody's mama fat, by the way. if you
I'm
don't-
pretty sure.
I
the
would tell you what
Aztecs
this
won that
area is
battle.
for, but I don't speak Spanish.
that looks cool. That's weird.
I mean, this whole script is in Spanish. I've just been making this up as I go along. Oh, God, what the hell is happening?
Really shred it.
Why is he smelling that?
I thought he was about to stick his hand
I don't
in there.
think that guy even
Why
works.
not true?
Wonder if it's related to ginger. Spice.
Okay, come on. Now you're just teasing me. Okay, I'm going to take a wild guess and assume that this room is for distillation. So
As
the
a Patron,
alcohol
did
is
you see it?
boiled off so the vapor can be condensed into a more potent liquid.
Patron.
God, I hope that's right. An employee slips
Yeah,
some
they're labeled.
government-mandated anthrax into the batch.
I wish they would tell a little more about what they're doing.
The tequila is now ready to drink, so it's over to the bottling line. For a drink with a bit more complexity, the tequila is aged in oak casks and then inspected by a 1970s time traveler.
Where do you get that wig?
Right.
The stress of his job, combined with the fact that he missed seeing his son grow up, takes a very heavy toll.
That's kind of rude.
That is such a weird wig.
You think that's a wig?
Hens don't have to
I can't
make
see anything
lay
as a
eggs. As
Oh,
long
like
as
a
there's no
toupee,
rooster in the
like a mullet
vicinity,
toupee.
the eggs will remain unfertilized and edible. The rubber band was invented in England in the middle of the 19th century. The key to its success, of course, is flexibility. A rubber band can be stretched around items of various shapes and sizes to hold
Did you
them
find any
together.
more of the
In the rubber band
supernatural
industry,
things?
the possibilities
Oh
for
my God, shut
expansion
the
are
fuck up.
numerous.
Are you
Shut
ready?
up. That's the
you wanna
topic,
move on?
retard.
Do you want to move on after this video to supernatural stuff, Blue Jay?
I don't care. I was just asking. You mentioned it before.
100%.
I was just thinking because you're going to ask these people their supernatural experience.
Bands come in handy for a whole bunch of things, whether it's acting as a binding, a snack food, or a weapon. Production of rubber bands starts with natural rubber, made from the sap of
A
rubber.
pile of broken condoms.
So,
Has more
Orthodox,
elasticity
one second.
than
Let's pause it real quick.
synthetic
I was saying something. Then I gotta mute
He
anyway.
has a video on making condoms if y'all want to watch that one and then move on.
Well,
which
remember
doesn't
when Jim
matter
was
because
talking about politics and you said, no, we're sticking to supernatural. That's what the stream is. So I was just trying to, help with that. If
You
that's
don't
still what
think-
you want to do.
You don't think a pile of broken condoms is supernatural,
Yeah, bro, that's a sign from the Lord.
right?
I mean, it is kind of.
I was going off
though.
Orthodox own words, but if
Who
you mind,
uses
it's fine.
condoms?
Right?
I don't.
I don't because I'm allergic.
Yeah, I use that same excuse too.
It's not an excuse. I'm allergic to latex.
No, so am I.
Yeah, me
It
too.
makes getting freaky hard. Can't
make latex free
the
condoms.
freak offs.
It does make it hard and freaky.
It does.
Morning, Joe Cool.
What's up, Joe Cool? We're talking about supernatural stuff, but right now we're taking a laugh break.
Yes. So Resta, how many times have you caught herpes or chlamydia or whatever the case may be?
Absolutely none. God is on my side.
0. He's an
No,
No,
angel.
that's
I
why we
believe
have
that.
the American medical system at our back.
I don't know how, honestly,
Yes, well,
but God
we
is
have
on my
that.
side, bro.
You have to have sex to get diseases, so he's good.
You're right.
Yeah,
I'm a virgin.
it's totally
I'm a
safe.
He has sex. He does have
Super
sex.
virgin.
That's true with dudes. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yes. The homoerotic sex that you've been having lately, Resta. Would you like to tell us all about that?
Nah, it's on my
Wait, you weren't talking to me. My bad.
Well, that's the conclusion we made when you text me because I'm the only woman.
No,
I
it's
didn't
not
know where
because
it's
you're the only woman. It's because you're the only annoying motherfucker on the panel. That's why.
Okay, well, you're annoyed by women talking,
Hold on,
so
let
that
me
means
let
you're
me
probably gay.
Hold on, I got a
level up
question.
I don't think she's annoying.
Okay, squash.
Thank you.
Is Acid Reflow's picture Greta Thunberg with a damn filter? I think that's Greta Thunberg with a filter. That's hilarious.
What?
His avatar, Acid Reflow. I'm almost certain that is Greta Thunberg with a
Can't
filter.
see it. Oh, okay.
No, that's
it
that
does look
dude.
weird.
That chin is crazy.
That
Looks like
chin
the
is
Jim Brewer
wild.
guy on.
Bro, that looks like a Russian chin. Very familiar.
No, it's
What's that
serial
comedian
killer.
that was on?
Yeah.
Fake. Jim
You're
Brewer.
right.
The
You're
fact that you
right.
spell cereal like that.
No, that's the name. It's a name, serial killer, from 1995 movie Hackers with Angelina Jolie. You're welcome. Go watch it.
It's a good movie too.
Probably.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It was based in a time period when hacking was a bit of a joke. And so they told the joke through every movie trope possible.
Gotcha.
They did?
Well, yeah. Like, you remember the guy who broke into the FBI databank back in like the mid 90s, early 90s, and he just like gave away everybody's everything from the FBI security files?
Name?
Do you know
He
how
moved out
he
of the
hacked
country.
into it? Do you know how he hacked into it?
How?
He called the office and ran the modem through the phone until somebody hooked it up to the modem to see what it was. That's it. There was no hacking involved. He didn't solve any problems. There was no danger. He just called the office every day over and over again until somebody put it on a modem.
What's his name? It starts with S or something. What is it?
Cipher something. I can't remember.
No, his
Cipher.
name. The guy that read it out.
The hacker?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, I did just meet Resto. I only met him like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, welcome
He's
to
really
the fuckery,
famous.
bro.
I mean, I do. Look, I have no ill will towards you because I don't know you very well. But I was like, when you were like, "Do you even know who I am?" Like, no. Who are you? Like, I don't.
That is the
He
most
did? What a
embarrassing
loser.
thing to ask anyone ever. And I don't give a fuck. Kanye West asking someone, "Do you know who I am?" is stupid. Don't do it, Russell. Don't do
Set
that.
yourself up for embarrassment.
Did I say that?
You said something very similar. It's not
Now,
wrong.
who the fuck is this nigga? Do we even know this nigga? Like, who the fuck is this
probably
nigga?
said,
Right
like,
here.
I
Yeah, if
don't-
you know
Yeah,
this
he
nigga,
thinks he's really funny, but
that's what you
I
said.
probably
though.
said,
You
like,
did say that.
you probably
You did say
know
that.
who I am, but you don't.
Ain't no probably, nigga. You did say that. You were like, who the
Bro,
fuck
I
is
bet
this
you-
guy?
Don't listen to Kev. He's trolling.
Who is
He's
this
on a
nigga?
whole troll.
Want to go get a
Like,
super
Kev, do
chat?
we even know this nigga? Like, he
Let's go
valid
over
over
here.
here?
Ask
That's what you
him
say,
if
like verbatim.
Synthetic rubber is cheaper.
Verbatim, that's what you said. Is this nigga valid? Is this nigga valid?
Okay, yeah, that probably
that's
matches
kind of like what
up.
he did
Yeah.
to me. Yeah, he thinks he's running.
No,
the show.
I didn't do that to you. I just told you that you were fucking annoying.
You think you have a right to run everything? Like you don't even know me. You don't
No,
know
I'm
how,
not
like,
running everything. I'm
Orthodox,
just
you don't
telling
know
you that you're
anything.
fucking annoying.
Okay, but you're not running
So
the
it will
show.
always
That's
be
the point
used
you're
in
missing. You
production.
don't have any say.
A worker pours rubber processing oil into a kneader machine because it's so damn needy. He adds
Just like
mustard and
Resto
sugar
Testo.
for taste, while Kyle in the background looks for his lost surfboard.
Much like
He
Resto
forgets to
Testo.
unwrap the rubber's packaging as he feeds several pounds of it into the kneader machine. The
That is
rubber
how he
is, of
cut.
course, naturally elastic and bounces around like an unruly 7-year-old.
And venereal diseases.
This process generates heat, which both softens the rubber and explains why there was a random shirtless man in the previous shot. The kneader spits out giant dough chunks. The rubber is now depressing to look at, so it's thrown into a smoothing machine until it transforms into a much more optimistic shape. This
Ugh,
process
that
is
looks
purely done
crazy.
to reduce suicide rates among rubber factory workers. Then, the rubber is rolled into big twisty tubes, entirely undoing the previous rolling processes. This may seem bizarre, but rubber is actually manufactured in reverse, as demonstrated here, with the rubber being retrofitted back into the previously mentioned rubber trees.
Looks just like the hot dog.
Next, these aluminum poles have arrived from a nearby factory and require a rubber
Oh,
coating
this is a
before being
Fleshlight
sent out to
commercial.
distribution.
I knew
This is because the poles are smart and know when it comes to the market to always wrap it before they tap it. As for
I
the
knew
white
it.
powder,
God damn it.
That's
don't
just floppy
ask.
blicks.
Can you imagine doing that 8 hours every day?
No.
Yeah.
The tubes
it
are
for, like,
loaded into a
12
torpedo
speed.
bay both for overnight curing and to protect the factory in case of thieves.
Don't you
One of
see
the
the passed out
Filipinos
colors?
fucked-
That's clearly a third world country. They're working 22 hours a day, bro.
That's
Yeah.
all I'm trying to tell
You're
you.
not supposed to inhale it either. Those masks probably not good
One
enough.
of them little niggas fucked one of them. Like, oh,
Workers
okay,
peel the
don't lie,
rubber
I'm
off
gonna
the
fuck
poles
this.
and then give them a
What?
milk bath to infuse them with calcium.
Yeah, milk
Without
bath my
calcium,
ass.
the rubber would be too brittle for daily use, since calcium helps
That's probably that
build
white
strong
coating. You know how
bones.
rubber bands have that white, it's like a chalk?
Yeah.
Lime
Right,
water.
Allegedly,
bath.
chalk. That's
Is it
crazy.
okay that I know that that's cornstarch?
Yeah.
Oh, it is? So
What
they
the
don't
The
stick
tubes are
together?
fed into a cutting
Yeah.
machine and
Okay.
oh,
That's
looks
a
like
pig
one of those
intestine.
aluminum poles from earlier had a pretty good night.
Exactly.
Somebody gave
With
the
this
fucking rubber band a
system,
cream
the
pie.
factory
Crazy.
can produce 500,000 rubber bands per hour, and yet still somehow can't manage to bring my wife back to me.
What the fuck?
After inspection, all that's left is the credits, which signify the end of the episode and are my cue to stop talking.
My arms would get tired as hell.
All right. So Sasquatch.
Yes.
I found a one of your distant cousins, right? Are you familiar with the Rake?
Yes.
It is an urban legend.
That's my third wife, bro. Calm down.
Is your third wife?
Yeah, no. They call her a rake. That bitch is a hoe.
Don't call her a bitch. Don't do that. Watch your mouth.
She's also an actual female dog, so get off my case.
Oh, my bad. Apologies.
Yeah,
Watch
bro.
your goddamn mouth, though.
What's up, Woody?
How he does this.
God damn, bro. I like when this person comments. Like, that's a very nice profile picture. But no, so for those of you who don't know, we're getting back on the creepy stuff, right?
Please.
This is the Rake. It's an urban legend, and it's very it's very similar to Slendy Man and the Hatman. But it is
Wait. Before you continue to describe it, what's it called? What's it called again?
The Rake.
The Rake.
Yeah, the difference is it is also like Sasquatch or a cryptid. Like it's like a man / wild animal that will creep into your room and like it looks really fucking creepy and it'll just stare at you.
Keep talking, bro. You're doing good.
Yeah, this all resto edition for sure.
Sasquatch, are you jerking off right now?
Almost.
You better not be.
Oh, now I'm there.
Dub, they got you on a digital billboard, my nigga.
Your discretion is advised.
For the best experience. Oh, real life mysteries. Yes. Real life mysteries presents.
If you want to put a link to it, if they got a YouTube video on it, we can watch it next.
Hold on. That is a creepy one.
Oh yeah.
Cool. See, Bumpkin, it's daylight now, so the supernatural has no power.
I just saw a rake outside.
No, you saw a hoe.
No. It's doing that. Not a normal human. All right.
Urban legends. With the studio? What the fuck? Pause it right there. Oh my god, bro.
What are you trying to get your nut off? Why you want to pause it right there?
Yeah, one time for the one time, please.
Well, no, don't give him back shots, bro. That's weird as fuck.
No, back shots. What y'all talking about? Look at the reverse arch.
Back shots, front shots. Does it matter at 2 a.m. in a bus station bathroom?
All right, wait a second. Hold on. Back it up 5 seconds.
There.
Go backwards. Hold on. Pause, fool. Pause.
He ain't here.
Go back a couple seconds because it's like some captions right there.
All right, my bad. I had to step away.
This sounds like the thing that was watching your mom.
One more. There you go. All right, so the rake. All right, the rake. What is it? A reiki?
No, it's the rake.
Humanoid creature described by reports as being 6 feet tall with grayish skin and a look just like Kev's surprised face.
6 feet and 100 pounds. That doesn't sound that true.
Big black eyes resembling a large hairless dog or a naked man.
Wait a second. No, those things do not resemble each other whatsoever.
It is often
he's 6 feet.
Suburban areas.
Those two pictures?
When spotted.
Where has he
just
been?
stares
Bro?
at the person.
The Rockets are losing right now. Where is he? The fuck? He's 6 feet tall. Join the NBA.
Provoked or approached. It opens its mouth and widens its eyes.
Sasquatch.
No.
Wait.
The Reiki is known for stalking, inducing nightmares, and then nigga take the
eyes
goddamn chat down.
above behind it. Too.
Daring. God damn it.
Orthodox guy, why would you do that?
That was not me.
Somebody's OCD. Cool.
What happened?
And then tearing apart his victims.
Get counter them shit. 3 of them are my kids.
Oh, no. What the fuck?
The hair.
All right, Squatch, you got this one.
The nightmares are its method of choice. They are always the same. It's of the creature sitting at the end of the bed observing the victim.
Isn't that interesting? How that's how it always is.
Yes.
It has a hat on now. I think.
I mean,
yes.
Once you've been
Edge of the
married
bed.
to her for about 3 years, that's all you need.
Bro,
Hold on.
we can't narrate if you keep doing all the weird shit. If it, it feeds on their sanity for a while, and then it kills them. Squatch.
It is speculated that the Rake is a proxy, which has gone through mutation due to powers given by the Slendy Man.
Oh my god, bro. The Slender Man. Oh,
Is it just drawings?
I need to go to fucking sleep.
The ones who survive to tell the tale end up in an asylum or commit suicide.
Or they play Batman.
I am the night.
Yo, pause this entire shit right now. Zoomer, you need help, homie. You.
Yes,
Hold on. There
He's
is
like, yeah, that's all great, but can I fuck?
Go. Wait, what the chick?
Attack me, boo.
Have any of you
Rake
seen
me.
Cooney?
Rake
Can I
me,
get
my
less?
friend.
Can I get less bass? Can I get
I
less
must have
bass?
missed something. I don't know.
Oh my god!
Is that a picture of me?
Eugenia Cooney is the female version of the Slender Man.
Yes.
What does that have to do with Rake, though?
She's 6 foot, like 93 pounds. Yes, she is the female version of the Rake.
Did you say you failed me? Is that what you said?
Oh, she all Caitlin Clark edition. Yeah.
Zoomer
Is
can't.
he talking about the Joe Rogan experience with the the Skywalker Ranch? Is that what he's talking about in the comment?
Let me see if there's any audio of this, because there's no any. If there's not any audio,
I don't think there's any
video.
pictures either. It's just like real photos. I mean,
Coming over.
Oh fuck no! There's no audio to this. My
There's
autism
not
brain
exactly.
can't do
We
it.
need to
it's
narrate
kinda
this.
lame. What about one that's
Fucking
actually like
narrating.
video? Like the Skywalker Ranch, Joe Rogan did, and like they have a lot of videos of like actual camera footage.
Oh yeah, Joe Rogan questions everything. That's like a copyright free thing too.
Yeah, he went to the Skywalker Ranch. I don't think he saw anything though. I can't remember.
I'm
I
only
mean, like-
scared of shit that I can't beat up.
What?
Indoor shoes.
So everything? You kind of a small fella. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, I
I'm
ain't
just saying,
trying
like,
to
if it's like a ghost, then like I'm like, fuck, bro. Like, what am I gonna do with that? Like, them 7.62s is gonna go straight through the ghost. But if it's like a cryptid or something, then I'm straight.
Are you?
I found
Do you speak
somebody
Spanish?
I found somebody that tells the story of the Rake very well. Here we go.
A monstrous creature from beyond, or just another creepy pasta? This is The Rake Explained. Let's talk about it.
Cool. I've been wanting to see some
Welcome
illegal
back.
immigrant content.
Today, we're going to be discussing the hideous and disturbing creature known as the Rake. Imagine this: a humanoid creature with pale gray skin.
Oh my
Sometimes
god, what
all
the fuck
white.
is this?
6 foot
What is
tall,
he?
but crawls on all fours, similar to a spider. 2 huge black eyes that reflect
Racially
light,
ambiguous.
a
Like a
nose,
skinwalker.
Did he
and a
just say
tiny
2
mouth
huge black
that when
eyes?
opened becomes
The other one had
huge
just
and
holes in
shows
his face,
hundreds
remember?
of teeth. Now the good news is that from most of the stories that I've heard
Is that
about
the
this
mouth
terrifying
orthodox?
creature,
I
if
like
you
Yeah,
don't
no, that
approach
shit
him,
makes me look
he'll
up.
simply just watch you and stare at you from afar.
From afar.
But if you continue to move
This guy is
forward or
goofy as
act
fuck,
threatening
but I'm
in
not gonna
any
lie.
way,
This is a DACA recipient right here.
Listen, if we're gonna
Thanks,
smut
Obama.
out Flow State on this fucking panel, I'm not gonna participate. That's out. Y'all not finna talk about the powder dusty in this panel. That's what I'm not doing. I fuck with y'all, but you would not smut out Flow like this. It's crazy.
Who smutted out Flow? What are you talking about?
The Woody said, "Send him back."
Oh, that's crazy.
There's no very good evidence of this rake thing, is there?
No,
Yo, why is he looking at the camera like that though?
There's found footage, like stories and shit we can watch of it, but like,
Usually he can be found
Whoa,
sitting
that
at the
thing
foot
fucking
of one's
moved.
bed,
Take it easy,
staring
Sasquatch.
at you, watching you as you sleep.
That looks scary when it came to that thing.
Oh, hey, honey, I
An
was just
inducing,
thinking about making some
terrifying
breakfast.
nightmares.
I didn't know you were up.
Sightings of this creature first began as early as 2003 in the northeastern part of the United States.
As
Many of these
early as
sightings garnered
2003
local
is
media
crazy.
attention, but not long after, it was
Right.
suddenly a
Right.
blackout, and all forms of media were wiped or destroyed. Someone did not want anyone to know what this creature was. In 2006,
Including
this
you.
legend
Oh,
began to spread
Paul,
with
that's all
more
Pornhub.
eyewitness
That's a screenshot from Pornhub.
I need to go.
Oh, goddamn. That's Muff diving a BBW. Like, what?
Guys,
BBW.
please hit
That's
the
all
Cash
Muff dive
App.
BBW. That's BBW Muff dive.
If we don't
That's
hit the
like-
Cash App,
Oh, yeah.
if we don't hit the goddamn Cash App, someone doesn't hit the goddamn Cash App, it's over, bro. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Hit the fucking Cash App.
Who's making a noise?
Who's nutting?
I wanna. Can I use my my retainer?
The fuck is
For
your
what?
retainer?
You
For
do have
what?
a retainer. What would you
I have a
like?
retainer to extend the show.
Oh,
Oh no, the show is not, dude. But this is just Bumpkin leaving. Like,
Yeah, no, this is just me leaving, homie.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the show up until we start doing up until like 30 minutes before we do the new show
Bumpkin likes giving ultimatums.
later today.
You going to work or what?
Or I might just stream all day on this creepy stuff.
Who, me? Am I going to work?
Yeah.
Nah,
Nigga,
I just
like Buddy really looked like he male pattern baldness edition of climbing the mountain of like my 700-pound life. You know?
Yeah, it looks like
It's like a freak off.
Looks like that fat dude that tried to fight me earlier. I don't know.
This is a screenshot from my OnlyFans.
Accounts
of the creature, with many
No,
internet
Woody.
minds
You
beginning
sick
to put
nigga.
together the pieces and trying to find out what exactly this creature was. Supposedly, there were accounts as far back as the 12th century with evidence. Supposedly, there were accounts.
He just walked in on his wife fucking another dude. That's all that is.
That's fine.
No.
Accounts as far back
Look at the one in the background.
as the 12th century, with evidence of its existence documented in a 1961 mariner's log. This log
So is the rake that
pause.
thing from the
He
fucking...
said the 12th century as far back as a 1961.
Right?
Yeah, this
A
man
mariner
does
was-
not know.
was,
He has
going
no
through.
concept of time, bro.
All right,
I've already established that. No
Was it
concept.
an
are, like,
Alfonso
sleep
Poirot
deprived.
movie with like a little girl stuck in a maze or something? Like the Labyrinth or Pan's Labyrinth? Is that a thing?
The ring?
No, it's not. I don't think so. Is
Movie
that a thing for
called
you?
Pan's Labyrinth?
Wait, what? No, explain yourself. No, make that make sense. Hold on. What?
Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth, 2006 by Guillermo del Toro.
Oh, he's good.
Who the fuck is that?
That's got
Ben
a
F,
rake in
Denise?
it.
Huh?
No, Guillermo, he's a director.
Oh my god, this.
Oh, I
brother.
thought you said Benicio del Toro. Okay.
Well, no,
Benicio's
rake-
the actor.
story-
Don't try to
the
help
story-
him out. Nah, let him. You're gonna die on this hill.
Bro,
yourself,
the rake
bro.
came
And I
from
think there's
4chan.
a-
Can we just
I think
establish
the
that
rake
this shit
can
came
go.
from 4chan, bro?
Huh?
Oh my god, Doug.
I don't know what that is, so I don't care.
I'm not
Denizen knows who
acknowledging
that is.
person.
Who what is?
It's a website.
You said
It's not
4chan.
cool.
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
4chan, never heard of her.
Is it a political thing group? Or
4chan. I never put 4. Never mind.
I honestly
No,
don't
it's
know
like
what it
it's
is,
like
so.
the step
Joke
before.
didn't
It's
make
like
it.
4chan is like the step before you go like dark web.
Okay. And what is that?
All right.
Okay, forget it. It was.
continue, bro.
It did
Before
so bad.
4chan is where all the feds and glowies are.
From the foot of my bed,
okay.
I felt a sensation.
Weird shit, basically.
That 10% she doesn't love is me, by the way.
Everything.
Ugh.
We must return to England. We shall not return here again. At the request of the Rake.
No, it's a hacker.
Then there was
not
this
a
journal entry from 1880 that was originally translated from Spanish. I have experienced the greatest terror.
I don't know, looking kind of thick, bro. I still
the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine.
Oh my
They
god,
are
he was
so
narrating way
fake.
better than this nigga.
Black.
Right?
They saw me
struggle.
and pierced me.
That reminded me of that
His
bad
wet-
guy from.
That look like Uncle
Who Framed
Fatty, to
Roger
be honest.
Rabbit.
Pause it right
All
there.
right.
Oh goddamn, that look like Uncle Fatty.
Pause it real fast. Pause it real
Right
fast.
there. That look like just that.
That's
Look
not
just
even-
like Uncle Fatty.
Woody with the $1 Cash App says, "Ask the Rake to send his sister to visit Zoomer, and any donation gets booty." So let me load that up real fast.
Hey, yo, a hole is a hole, bro.
You think Fred
Yeah,
is well
you would
known?
say
There'd
that.
be better.
I can name a couple ways, maybe this shit might go. You just might forget that this was what you're getting hyped for. Minute light into the day, so I'm in that guy who needs someone who's sweet and up on shoot to make that high low.
You know, the severe conflicting of emotions I get when I'm talking about spooky, scary stuff, supernatural stuff, and then seeing that fucking ass reminds me of my ex. I should call her. I wonder if the girl in that video is also a witchy girl.
Yeah,
child support is very spooky.
Call her on stream for sure.
Call her right now.
Thank you, Arctic Timberwolf, for coming up. He said, "I gotta drop down. I'm falling asleep." Thank you, Arctic Timberwolf, for popping up.
Oh, he wants the wiggle.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It make me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. But luckily the seats go back. I got a knack to relax in my mind, sipping some red wine. I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Crib is so cramped, me suckers suffer from paralysis. Rhymes, I write them in the
Rhymes.
So were you just joking when you said your ex passed away?
No, she's dead. Like, no, she died in January. She died January 15th.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus Christ! You know.
Just when you said you'd call her, I was
God
like,
bless the
maybe you're talking
dead.
about different ex.
It's kind of
Nah,
the
with the
joke.
Ouija
It's
board.
kind of the
Yeah, that's the joke.
God
That's
damn.
the inside
Yeah,
joke.
what's the joke?
damn.
Yeah, I missed the
Oh,
joke
wow,
here. What the
okay.
fuck?
And Blue Jay, you were actually here on the inside for the inside joke.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
sorry. I'm
When he
sorry,
said
Orthodox.
caller, I thought he meant
Blue
caller
Jay. Do you want to
phone.
meet my dad? Let me meet my dad.
What the
I'm gonna
going on here?
I'm gonna go.
Say
I'm
yes,
gonna go,
Blue Jay. Say yes.
I'm gonna go
No,
wake
'cause I
him
know
up and let
he's
him say hey to
deceased.
you.
Some kind of trigger word gets said here. What the fuck?
No.
Hopefully he's a therapist, because like she fucking needs
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Huh?
Damn, he knows you, Blue Jay.
And what is he talking about? I don't
He
know
said
what
you
he
need a
means.
therapist.
Yeah, but why? What was the like?
He wants to fuck you. You know.
I
Ignore
do not
that.
want to
That's
have
little
sexual.
bitty.
Oh, this is
Little-
negging. Is this negging? Is that what that's called?
This is this
Absolutely
is his game
not.
right here.
Absolutely
Me
not.
asking
No, this
Orthodox
how- this
if he was
how-
serious
you know.
about his girlfriend passing away means that I need therapy. Okay, got it.
I'm taking.
Wait,
I'm
something
good.
about his
You're a
girlfriend?
piece of shit, Resto. That's crazy.
What's
No,
his
that's
name?
all I said. Was is that
Oh
true?
yeah, what the?
No, this
What'd
nigga
you say
really
about
trying
his
to capitalize
girlfriend?
on-
His name is
This nigga really
Ivan.
trying to capitalize on the
Because
death.
he
That's
said he was
crazy.
gonna call her, and he said because she's a witch too, and then I said, so I
Oh
thought maybe he meant like she didn't actually pass away, but like dead to me.
no,
I
it
was
seemed like that
clarifying.
was residual. Like that came from like y'all had history or something.
Well,
Yeah.
earlier on the panel, remember he said that, and then when he said he was gonna call her, I thought he meant actually call her.
No,
I didn't
I'm
know you were
I'm
talking
just
about
making I'm
Wendy's
just
before,
making
so I
jokes.
missed that.
It's a way we process in
No, I
the
get it.
modern
Yeah.
world.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fuck, I can't find the
So
picture.
somebody did actually die though. There's
Oh yeah, no,
actually
my dad died in September of last year, and then my girlfriend died in January 15th this year.
God bless the dead, brother.
I'm next up.
God bless the dead. Yeah, for
Condolences.
Thank you. But I crack jokes about it because mainly I think it's funny to ask people if they want to meet my dad, and then like show them a picture of like the UPS box where it says cremated remains. It's funny
You're
to me.
putting people in an awkward
Oh, you a
position.
sick nigga.
Bumpkin, I think you are next. I just heard 3 knocks.
You sick
I can't find it. Let me see. I think I did.
Can you put a
those 3
side by
knocks?
side up of Uncle Fatty and this
What's
whatever the fuck you got on the screen right now?
Uncle
Can you put a
BJ?
side by side up?
I can
said
do
I
it.
That's the
think-
rake,
Hold
bro.
on,
That's the
Bumpkin.
rake, bro. I'm trying to fuck.
Hold on, let me tell Bumpkin ask you what I said. I said I think you're right. You are next because I just heard the 3 knocks. So did you guys hear that?
It would make
Moving
sense
on.
though, since
was
Bumpkin
that?
is like, his homie. It would make sense he would go
And we
next.
hope Bumpkin dies next. LOL.
Just to continue to punish Ortha in the
Wait,
worst year
who's
of his
dying
life.
next?
you
Can I
guys
skip the
remember-
fucking line? Can I skip the
Do you
line?
guys remember when Bumpkin said every time someone in his family dies, every
Oh my
God!
god. Okay, Woody with the $1. We need female rake breeding centers for Zoomer.
No,
What are you
Woody,
so,
why are you doing this?
turned on by this?
I've
secret?
been in some toxic ass sectors before, but I never heard anybody say something like that. Like, we hope Bumpkin dies next.
Well,
Oh, you haven't met
I haven't
Imperius?
said bitch once. I haven't said bitch once, Kev.
You don't know.
I can name a couple ways, maybe this shit might go. You just might forget that this was what you're getting hyped for. Minute later through the days, so I'm in that guy who needs someone who's sweet and up on shoot to make that high love.
All right, there we go. Continue. Woody wanted the
What do you
pink
call her
booty.
pink? That's racist.
She's wearing pink and the room's pink. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's meant to insinuate a lot of stuff.
You guys are taking me way too as a child.
Her shit might be pink. It looked pink.
It most likely is.
Wet.
It should be
I
pink. It better be
thought you
pink.
guys were supposed to be
Nah, bro, it's green.
I will not sleep.
Oh my god, look at the ghost. Are you serious, my boy?
Dad, they be hitting that. That's
Hell
the
nah.
Rakes sister. They be hitting that shit.
I'm
They be
finna-
hitting that shit.
Its legs are
Bro,
backwards.
how
or
do you
something.
tell AI to do this? Like, I need the
Oh, no,
scariest shit
that's
ever.
the-
It's like a
And then
grasshopper.
you thought you was
That's
done
found
talking
footage,
to
my
AI.
boy.
Like, I need the scariest
found
figure
footage, my
ever.
boy.
And then you thought you was done talking.
No,
And then you reach
believe it
over
or
to the
not,
party
Kev,
like,
this
hey, bitch,
predates
twerk
AI.
that shit, bitch, twerk that shit, bitch. Thought
Kev, this
AI
image
was done
predates AI. Believe it or not.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, this
All right,
shit's
let
like
me
from the
shut up.
90s.
That's
Like,
crazy.
they took this picture has been like shown on so many TV shows when it's like people seeing shit on like the side of the road at night, like the Believe It or Not TV shows, like the supernatural ones.
Bro, what in the chupacabra twerk is this? This is crazy, bro.
You can hit that shit from the front and the back at the same time.
Oh God, though. I'm
At
like,
least
damn,
the
you
that's
still
a
get
pretty
to look
face
at
and a nice
evidence,
ass.
though.
I might do something to it.
How can y'all women compete with this? Y'all can't compete.
That's a
I don't
good
know.
question.
I
I
guess
ain't
it's
gonna
over
lie
for
to you,
us.
Dub. That's a good question. Like, imagine that shit didn't have the whole little devil look at the. Imagine that's all like Hillary Duff, like in the face right there,
It's like
Man, I don't
pink
give
on
a
it.
fuck.
The way it's
and
on
then
its feet.
all Hillary Duff in the ass stuff. But she was just built like that though.
Nigga,
And
I'm
she
nutting
was
this
like,
out
"What's up,
and
my
I ain't
nigga?
taking
Like,
care
you
of the
good?"
kid.
That's crazy, bro.
It's feet are
Picture
facing
that
the
though.
wrong way.
Ooh, Hillary Duff in the face
With
and
the
the ass.
rest of the text just
With
being
that body?
scribbles.
That's grossing me out a little bit.
In 1964, a suicide note was found reading the following: As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage
Miley
any guilt or
Cyrus.
pain I have introduced
Yeah,
through this
that's,
act.
yeah, I
I
was gonna
see.
say, Taylor,
It
this
is
is
not
Taylor
Miley
Swift.
Cyrus.
anyone other
This
than
is for
For
anorexic
once I
person.
awoke
That look
and
just
felt
like
his
Miley
presence.
Cyrus.
And once I
That is so
awoke and
stupid.
saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot
Stop
sleep
being all dramatic.
without
This
fear
nigga
of
being.
what I might next awake to
You need
experience.
eye sockets? I don't
I
think I have
cannot
that.
ever wake.
I can give myself the chills just by imagining.
But is there any real
Yeah, this
truth
guy's
to
like
his
when the
existence?
kindergartner's giving
Well,
like a
the easy answer
has a
is
role in a
no.
play.
He actually originated through a collaborative effort on 4chan in a thread entitled "Let's
What
Make
did I
a
say?
Monster."
Say sorry
His
right now.
features and purpose were revised many times before he was finally created. From
Bruh,
there,
this
many
nigga-
creepypasta stories began to spread
What
around
did
the
I say?
internet,
Say sorry.
along with videos,
Say sorry about
photos,
what?
and fan art. Creatures
I'm
like
not
the
talking to
Rake
you, man.
have and will continue to be
You're talking
created
about
on
me
the
the 4chan
internet.
thing.
But beware, because if enough people actually believe in something, it may just actually come true. What do
That's
you
not how
think?
that works.
Is the Rake real?
But yeah,
Let
no,
us know
you
in
might
the comments
come, nigga.
below.
I'm not coming. What
Don't
the fuck
forget
you
to
talking
like,
about? I'm not
share,
coming.
and subscribe.
The
Why
fuck?
would
As
anyone
always,
want that to come
I'm your
true
host,
anyway?
Morty Mouse.
Dude,
I'll
you
see
might
you later,
come, and I
or
might
I'll
come. The
see
story
you
might come.
at another
The
Woody,
might
oh my
come.
gosh. Woody
women
must like
voting?
anorexic
I mean,
bulimic.
try to slip that shit. You might come, and I might come, and the story might come. Nigga, no, I'm not coming. You do what you do. I'm
Like,
not
I should
coming.
call.
I'm
I
gonna
should
come,
call,
bro.
I should call
That's-
ICE over the quality of that video.
I'm gonna
I don't
come.
know. That fool was like, I think that nigga like to beat off to the sound of his own voice. Yeah.
I mean, like it was all right. That seems like a
Nigga,
5-year-old video to me. It
Don't
seems like a
say that.
5-year-old video to me.
By the way, the thumbnail, that the thing in the background of Flo's channel
Yeah.
for the new or the Flo's new video, that's the hat. That's a Hatman, by the way.
That's the Hatman right there.
Yeah, in the back, in the back of his channel. Unironically.
Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. No, seriously, look.
Okay.
That creature thing in the doorway. That's actually a Hatman.
Oh,
That is a
I'm
Hatman.
finna cook that nigga. Bro, I'm finna cook him.
And he did that before we went live. Like when I was asleep during this stream. That's fucking weird how shit like that works.
Funny.
It means it's true, bro. You heard the man. If enough people believe in it, bro, it's true.
Exactly. That's God, bro. Don't deny the signs. You know.
God did.
You know,
It is. Look at that,
That's
boy.
God.
All right, so
Yeah,
wait.
stupid that boy.
What was that fucking female one that somebody wanted me to look up? I can't. I thought fucking Sasquatch was gonna
It
drop
was like
the
the
link.
female rape.
No, they were
Does she got the
joking.
dumpy? Ma'am,
Let's
wait
do
a
something
minute.
a little bit more
Does she
realistic.
have the dumpy? You see this?
It gotta be some succubus shit. It gotta
It's
be.
gotta be something more
pause.
than drawings. Like
Oh, this is some Mexican shit.
Yo, I've been trying to get a succubus for a
bro.
minute, bro.
At
Shut
least
up,
with the
nigga.
chupacabra and the sky or what are they called, skinwalkers? At least they have actual evidence. They have dead animals, but like just the drawings, it's like so stupid.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They actually have dead animals? Is that what you said?
Why are you
Yeah,
listening to
they
her?
suck the blood out of animals. They're both vampires.
All right, hold on.
They actually animals, livestock
Hold
farms.
on. I got something for you. Hold on.
But they'll be all the blood will be sucked out, but the bodies will be whole. They're like shriveled up.
Hold on. Azalea Banks. Type in like Azalea Banks dead cat.
I got you. Hold on.
You know about that one? You know about that?
You showed it to me already.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
are
for
you talking
sure.
about the Haitian lady that eats the cat?
Yeah, if we talking about like real shit, you know,
that
we
her
talking about like
cousin
real
called on
shit.
her. Yeah, I've seen that. Oh.
Do
So
like
she's like, oh no, she's actually Black American. She's not Haitian. She wasn't.
no,
doing
she
video
is
or
Haitian.
whatever.
Yeah, she is Haitian.
No, she. I don't think so.
Hold
She's
on.
American.
Go to the what's in the news? Go to
The
that
lady's
one.
apartment?
It's like the.
Not
What?
not this one.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, that's short though. Go to the what's in the news shit. Bro got the whole shit like with her little lives, explaining everything in there, all those shit.
What she do? She ate the cat. And not in a good way.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Nigga, act like that ain't your bitch. You know what the fuck she did, nigga. Stop that.
I don't know what the fuck she
I don't
did.
like this about you, bro.
Man.
You be on it. What did she do? Like you wasn't there, nigga. Shut up,
Nigga, I'm all lawsuit edition, bro. You know I don't know nothing.
bro. You know exactly what the fuck happened, nigga.
I don't
Hold
know
on.
shit.
Put her up. You put her
Okay,
up to the
hold on.
shit.
We don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, have you guys seen the one where the lady's in the apartment and her cousin calls 911 because she's covered in blood, she's eating a cat, and she was like biting a cat that was just like
Yeah, I did see
and
that.
she's
That
on
was
the
crazy.
sidewalk. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was crazy.
That was a sick one. Nah, this shit that
Yo, that freeze
rest of-
frame is dirty. Is this it?
Nah, hell no, nigga. Hold on.
Don't
copy
watch
it. I'll
something
put
like
it in
gonna
the
get
back
you
chat.
stressed.
This nigga got a picture of himself in the back. Who does? Wait, I got a picture of myself.
You get animals on TV. No.
Bro, that's you without the that's you without the
I don't want to
bandana.
watch an animal like that. Let's not. No,
I just noticed I got a picture of myself in the
look
back
just-
when I said that.
I don't
Well, who
like
the fuck got a
like
picture of
that.
themselves in the back?
You sick nigga. Did you check your fucking email, bro?
What's that noise? Someone's got something in the back.
No, bro. Like I just got back in country, bro. I was in Japan for Father's Day. I just got back.
Yeah, happy belated, by
Yeah.
the way. Yep. And
Belated
anybody else
Father's Day,
involved in,
nigga? Because I nutted somebody? Thanks.
What? You get upset with that? That's crazy.
So-
All right, yep, that's the one.
Oh, but Lucifer the cat died 3 months ago, and we had to put him in the ground.
What? Oh, why are we
hang him
watching
up
this?
for the very first
No,
time.
this violates my religion.
The very first time, the real cat. The cat.
Y'all gotta watch this lady is fucking weird.
I didn't stay muted until it's over.
So
Azalea Banks
know,
digging
but Lucifer the cat
up
died,
and cooking
No.
her dead cat.
and we had to
No,
put him in the
bro.
ground.
You want to talk about letting demons inside?
You don't get
The very first time.
This is how you let demons
Baby
inside
girl,
right
let
here.
me inside. Let me inside.
No, the thing is, this chick, what isn't she like an actual like voodoo practitioner too?
Oh, God in heaven, she is, and she's like a little Hollywood princess. You know what I mean? She was on top of the whole little R&B pop game for like 2-3 years.
I don't care what she was on top of. Get on top of me, baby girl.
Fucking wild.
Yeah, he wants to eat the dead cat girl. He wants to fuck.
All right, hold on, pause it. Okay, so just in case anybody didn't hear what the fuck she was saying before, she was saying that her cat died. Her cat Lucifer died, and she buried the shit or whatever the case may be. And now she finna go to the backyard and dig up Lucifer, and that's what she doing right now. This is like 3 months after the fact that she buried the cat Lucifer, and she digging the nigga up like time now. Just in case y'all missed that, but anyways, onward.
Uptown, and then you work, she's coming back to life. Bring the bitch to doom doom doom. Boom. Doom 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 doom. The cat is in the bag.
Oh God, that's really her cat though.
Hey, can you tell me how long this is going to be so I can come back? Because I don't want to watch it or listen to it.
It's
so I'm
like 5 minutes. It's like 5 minutes.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, Blue Jay.
Oh, you want to watch the rest of the bullshit, not the real shit though.
Well, no, see, some people can't handle that stuff. I respect it.
Oh God, but so she dug the cat up, then she brought it into the house to perform like a it's not a voodoo ritual. It's a she's like Haitian. It's like it's something similar.
Santeria.
No, it's not Santeria. It's like I think it starts with an H. It's not voodoo.
Imagine the fucking smell of this concoction she's making.
Oh God in heaven, bro! When she pulled the motherfucking cat up in the bag, though, when she buried the bitch, like as soon as she put 3 months later, like that smell alone, fool, you know.
Jeez.
I have those same trash bags, by the way.
She brought the nigga in her house, put it in a big ass fucking pot with some water and really boiled the nigga. Like what? Like bitch, what are you doing? You know? That is crazy right there. That is
fucking wild.
That is sick, bro. And the sick part about, like, we was watching bullshit or whatever, some shit that might be a wobbler, like earlier, you know, like content edition or whatever the case may be. This not content. This is actual factual. Like the bitch really did this stuff, you know. Like, oh shit, these might be the type of people to watch out for. You know?
How do we know that she actually did this?
Bro.
It's right there.
It's like in your face though. Yeah. Press play on them, Nick.
Wild.
Pause.
Which serve in this bitch, honey.
Oh, you missed it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Go back. Right there. Boom. That's the cat skull right there. That's Lucifer right there. She got a whole little, like I said, it's not voodoo. I forget what the fuck she called the shit. It's not Santeria. It's some other shit. You know, some other like witchcraft type shit that she believe in or whatever the case may be. But she got this whole little jar. You know, she be putting shit in, bro. The bitch is crazy, but she really be believing in this like witchcraft shit. And she really did that. That's her cat Lucifer's skull that she put in her little voodoo pot. Like all the other shit. Excuse me. She done had it up on her Instagram. You know, every time she adds something to this little pot, it's like a little clay pot or whatever. Like the Veuve Clicquot, you know, the crucifix, the $100 bill, like everything that's in that pot, she didn't have the explanation for, like when she been adding that shit to the pot. It was like a 3-year thing, like a 3-year lead up, bro, to the point where she added that goddamn that boiled cat skull, bro. Yeah, it's like a real timeline of events, bro, where she was doing some like what's the shit called? It's not voodoo. I can't even remember. It's some other shit, but it's some like magic shit that she believed in. Like that $100 bill was from a nigga she used to fuck with. Like it's all like symbolism behind the shit that she placed inside of that pot. Was like doing magic behind. It's like, oh, what the fuck, bitch? Like, really? Ugh.
It's fucking wild. What's up, OTW?
Shit crazy. What up?
Can't believe that. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, okay. They might say some shit behind it at the end of this video. I can't remember.
Press play on this.
Witch serve in this bitch, honey. A real witch serve. The way that sage is burning in that shell, that cat went out with a fucking bang. That's really my ace boom motherfucking coon. Taking my bitch to Miami.
2020 was exhausting. 2021, please don't do it to me. You know, I sat here while y'all white people argued back and forth and used me as a pawn and told me my life mattered and all kind of other shit. Giving impeachment again. It's like, bitch, I just want to go to fucking Coachella. Where the fuck is Coachella? I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Honestly, it's like disease and chaos every day. Open the Coachella, bitch. Open up the fucking amusement parks. Go get an ice cream cone before this shit burns down. I can't do this with y'all no more. It's exhausting. No, really, for real. At least open up the Afro punk. At least let the black people go celebrate because we ain't done shit fucking wrong. And I've been sitting here being exposed to coronavirus every time I go get my fucking groceries. I'm still not sick. There's a million and other fucking one ways that you could die in America. This is one of the big risks. Can you please open my concert and open Coachella? Shit, I will even take an Afro punk. Whatever y'all do. Fight in the background. Just let me live my life. Please. It's been like a year and some change since I've been on a stage. And I'm starting to go insane. Because really, white people, you motherfuckers have been telling me that I'm more likely to die forever. You know, you've been telling me that I'm more likely to die of heart disease and diabetes and cancer and gun violence and all these other things that you up in the society for me to fall into a trap for. What the fuck do you think I give a fuck about some fucking coronavirus, bitch? You can't be fucking serious. After all the centuries of you telling me, indoctrinating me with the idea that I'm gonna die, that my existence is a consequence. You think I give a fuck about some fucking coronavirus? Really? After all the stress?
It was like basically the only reason she did that because she went crazy from the coof.
She claimed she didn't eat the cat. She just was boiling it and preserving the bones.
Allegedly, I don't know. The bitch is fucking crazy, bro.
I mean, fair
She's fucking
assessment.
crazy as shit.
People get their
Super
pets
crazy.
taxidermied all the time.
That's what she claimed it was. She says it's a kind of African taxidermy. It's meant to preserve the cat's remains.
Yeah, whatever the fuck she said, God bless her. You know? That shit crazy, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you doing. Let just God have that. You know what I mean? Just bury the motherfucker and let God have that. You know? Don't do the other shit. Dig them. I gotta dig the motherfucker up because I don't think God doing his job with the whole little like, you know what I mean? Like how everything just kind of when you bury it or whatever, it just kind of goes back to the earth. I don't think God doing his job. Like, bitch, what the fuck? I've been digging the nigga up, bury, boil the motherfucker, and then stick it in a pot inside my house with a little bit of the fur remaining. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's sick.
Yeah, what's up?
It's crazy.
What's up? Somebody called my name?
No, I said, yo, G. The G nuts in the chat.
I mean, it's fucking gross. I'll give you that. But this is La Llorona that we're moving on to.
It's weird, but if you think of her like as a form of taxidermy, it's nowhere near as weird as the claim that she ate the cat.
Okay,
I also think cats like get a bad rap.
It's a very
they're
good
like
one. Another
associated.
one.
Yeah, we're watching.
They're like associated with witches.
Oh, well, who the fuck
I
said
mean,
she
another
ate
one.
the cat?
Another cat one or another totally different?
No, we're watching another topic altogether.
Okay, good.
Known as the Weeping or Wailing Woman, was likely born in the 1650s. We know this because she appears to be in her 20s when she is married with children in 1673. La Llorona was alive so long ago that the best known record of her mostly comes.
By the way, the lady they're talking about, the most modern reference to her is I think there was a Conjuring movie based around this character. So I think that's why I think they're going to be referencing the movie as well as like a historical record. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. It's supposed to be really scary.
Comes from the folklore surrounding her. While the stories vary depending on the source, a few constants overlap. When La Llorona was young, she had a different name. In some retellings, it's Maria, but in a well-known play written in 1917, it's Luisa. In many iterations of the story, she was born into poverty, but as she grew up, she became incredibly beautiful. So much so that she drew the attention of a wealthy ranchero. He married her and they had 2 boys. Unfortunately, these children would not live for very long. As she gave them life, she also took it away, thus beginning the curse of La Llorona. To find out what drove this young mother to commit this act, how she became known as the Weeping Woman, and how her curse endangered generations of children, stick around to the end of this video. This video is sponsored by Audible. I'll be covering the life and afterlife of one of Mexico and Central America's most iconic legends, La Llorona. There's not a lot documented about the childhood of La Llorona, but one thing that is consistent across the various legends is that she grew up in poverty. So when a wealthy conquistador came to her town and pursued her, it makes sense that this would be a very big deal to her. According to History Today, there was initially a shortage of Spanish women in what the Spanish dubbed as New Spain, the region now referred to as Spring Break. This meant that unions between indigenous women.
What's up, Blue Jay?
Bro, that nigga
I said,
look
are
like
the
he was
most of the Mexicans in poverty?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
All right, we're gonna run that back real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
According to History Today, there was initially a shortage of Spanish women in what the Spanish dubbed as New Spain, the region now
Pause.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, boy,
I'm not sure,
double
Blue Jay. I'm not sure what the fuck you were talking about, Blue Jay. I'm like, What the fuck is
Double
that?
grip on that shit is crazy. Wait, who that in the back?
bro. And
Though?
look at the shit all dripping.
Who that in
You
the
don't know what
back?
That's out, bro.
they're in
This
poverty.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that. Who that in the back?
I've been there a couple times. They are.
I don't give a fuck. Who that in the back?
Referred to as spring break. This meant that unions between indigenous women and Spanish men were quite common. However, many of these unions didn't last very long. To get a better understanding, we'll need to take it back to Mexico and parts of Central America during the 1600s, where this iteration of the legend originates.
Pay attention what this nigga doing in the future. We know what the fuck
The
type
fates of
time
the-
he on.
For real. Indigenous
Oh,
and
yeah.
mestiza women who married Spaniards were mixed. Some enjoyed stability and enhanced status, but more often than not, they were cast aside a few years later for younger women, or more often, a Spanish wife. More alarmingly, their children were sometimes taken away, a practice that derived from the Spanish tradition of relieving the
What a
so-called
loser.
wayward women of their children. This left many women during this time to feel completely helpless. La Llorona is kind of an embodiment of the collective pain and anger of women from this time that got turned into legend. It's something that's come up a lot in horror history, from Godzilla
I'd
being a
kill him.
metaphor for nuclear fallout to the Demogorgon being a manifest.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're trying to put me
Yeah,
out and take
man,
my
no
kids,
goddamn
bitch. You're going down too. Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
Split
She
your
turned
throat in the
35.
night.
She's expired. It's over with. Sorry.
Like,
We're going with the new models. New models. That's what we're going with.
Okay, we heard you. Shush. So
Yeah, we
happens
heard
in
you too.
cultures,
So shut up
right?
and let's watch the
But
video.
they keep the older wives to take care of them at least. God damn, like this guy's a.
Nah, we good out here.
Okay, well you'll have to
Let's
go
move
split
on.
in the night. So there's that.
Who is we, nigga? No, that's my problem. Who the fuck is we, nigga? Speak for yourself. Don't do this we shit, dub. Who the fuck is we? You,
Nah,
nigga,
we
speak
going
for
after the
yourself.
models. We
Like
good-
we
we
good
good
out
over
here. We good out here. You know, no. Who the fuck is we?
Nigga,
Yeah, I'm not
me,
even
myself, and
against
I.
getting the younger wives. I don't care about that. Do at least take care
This
of the
black
young
on
ones.
black violence is making me uncomfortable.
And then
Yeah,
the children
God,
don't have
bro.
their mother anymore.
Yeah, I'm
They're
finna
going
pull up the
children.
hollow tips.
Exactly.
No, we are. This is how we talk.
They're taking their own children's mother away. Like, hello.
Yeah, okay.
We don't care.
Manifestation of
Who
fierce
is we,
communism.
nigga?
I think we need a term
Who is we? Like Nintendo we?
for this. So I'll call it cultural legendizing. That sounds pretty good. There are different iterations of La Llorona, but for the sake of horror history, we'll stick to the lore as told in the Conjuring universe, more specifically, the 2019 film The Curse of La Llorona. According to the local priest, Father Perez, the story goes as follows. La Llorona fell in love and had 2 sons with her husband. The family loved each other, and her sons demonstrated their care for her by giving her a necklace. I don't think she knew at the time how literally true this statement was. Father Perez explains that she and her family were happy until one day she found her man in the arms of a younger woman. In a fit of rage, she took away what he deemed most valuable, his testicles. Oh wait, no, it was his children, and she drowned them in the nearby river. As soon as her rage blindness cleared and she realized what she had done, she wept and then took.
Yo,
Oh,
you.
cuz this shit crazy, nigga. What?
How you gonna be?
And so
how
you telling me? And so hold on. You telling me I'm supposed to stay with this woman when her first reaction was to kill the kids? Get the fuck out of here.
Your instincts on your
I'm just
instincts
surprised
on, well,
that
my
y'all
bad,
are
dub.
surprised.
No, my thing. My
Fuck
thing is
1623 Lorena Bobbitt, nigga. What the fuck you mean? I'm surprised y'all surprised. Like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Nigga had 12 acres of farmland and all the shit. Like, fuck wrong with her?
Ooh, you had sexual relations with another woman. I'm gonna kill the kid.
She has ovaries. I
No,
don't know
my
if you've
thing-
met such a creature before.
My thing is like you just fucking murdered your own children. Like you're just mad you're having to deal with the repercussions of your own actions to the point you literally make yourself into a demon.
Yeah, that
Like
is
I think I'm gonna invent a new test for when I date a chick. Just have a bottle of holy water, but let me just hit this bitch in the eyes with this one good time.
He probably was with her because she didn't suck enough dick. Let's be real.
Wait, what?
There is
What
an
did you say?
epidemic going around.
There is an epidemic. There's a dick sucking epidemic going on.
True.
There
The lack of dick sucking going on is reached.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stocks
man.
are low right now.
Glad you guys made me aware of that.
What's up, Blue Jay? Welcome back.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, perfect timing.
OTW, why don't you hit the link?
It's not about jealousy. You guys aren't getting it. It's
What do you
about.
mean?
See,
No,
she's the woman right now. She's the woman in this video. Someone
They
it's not
didn't
about
work.
jealousy.
They couldn't remarry. Basically, your base was putting her out.
No. Okay, no. Blue Jay. You left.
Took her own life in the same. Soon as her rage blinds.
You left, right? You left before it happened. You're stuck on them leaving women and then getting remarried. This
No,
is
what?
what the
This is the one that kicks his wife out and.
No, sister, some other shit happened. Some other shit happened.
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
I
hold
was
on.
gone.
What is-
I didn't hear.
Is that shining
So
Ty?
let me run it down. Let me run it down for
Look
you.
at the phallus in the background over bro's
Can you just
shoulder.
rewind
That's
it?
crazy.
Penetrating the La Llorona.
Today's lesson.
She and her family were happy until one day she found her man in the
Mountains
arms of
are
a younger
dicks.
woman. In a fit of rage, she took away what he deemed most valuable, his testicles.
Now see that's a Blue Jay response, right?
Oh, I thought she was talking about
But
the
the rest,
conquistador.
no. But the rest of this, listen to the rest of this, Blue Jay. I want to see if you agree with this course of action.
Oh wait, no, it was his children, and she drowned them in the nearby river. As soon as her rage blindness cleared and she realized what she had done, she wept and then took her own life in the same river, cursing herself to an eternity of trying to find the souls of children to trade for her own.
Children are told to be.
See,
you ready
Blue Jay,
to die on this hill, Blue
It's hard
Jay?
to say if I was in her place. I don't know because
It's hard to say.
What the fuck do you
What the
mean?
fuck?
What the fuck?
Well, I would
Oh my god.
listen.
That's
What was
crazy.
she was basically
Explain
being
yourself.
banished. She was couldn't get a job. He was keeping the children. So that means she doesn't know who's going to be raising them, how they'll be treated.
What if she did some crazy
So you
shit?
just
What if she
killed
did
him?
some shit that was like, he's like, I gotta keep these babies from her. She might do some wild
We're
shit.
talking
Like,
about the
cut my head
conquistador,
off and my
right?
dick off and like, you know what I mean?
No,
She might do
my
some crazy
My
shit.
sister
Am I
in
talking about the
Christ.
same
Like,
story? The 1600s?
I rest my case, gentlemen.
I think
Are
we're
you talking about the
same. I'm pretty sure we're talking about the
Hold
same.
on.
I never thought I would say it,
Y'all
but then
gave me
it's
a
right.
hard time. Like I was the one who didn't know women.
Exactly. Dennison knows what.
Dennison is correct. I will give him that. I
Dennison
never
is
thought I would
right.
say that in my fucking life. But Dennison is correct.
Last time I'll ever say that in life.
Blue Jay, like what you're not understanding. What you're not understanding is he didn't like divorce her or banish her. He cheated on her, and her first reaction was, "Let me murder the children."
So that's why I was trying to clarify if we were still talking about the conquistador that was in the 1600s that would kick out after a few years.
What the fuck?
Was you there?
No, this is the story that you guys just played. And then my
Yeah, no,
internet cut out
she's
for like
quoting
2
the
minutes.
story. She's quoting the story correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
not
she-
like the last little bit. That like the last
Active
little.
listening and reading comprehension skills are very lacking in these panels, I've noticed.
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
They turn the page and they're like, "Oh shit! Wait, what?
OTW,
That's not fair."
OTW. Is
Hold on, let me
backstage,
check
bro.
the rules. This can't be in the rules.
What's up, OTW? Fucking.
So,
this is-
given her
y'all?
situation in the
What up, OT?
1600s,
What's up,
where
guys?
women didn't work, they didn't remarry.
Good to hear your voice again.
She was
I'm
getting
gonna talk
pushed
over
away.
her because I have
So,
no clue who the fuck this
yes, I may
no,
do
no,
it.
you're not. We're not gonna do that here. She was
They want a
speaking-
woman's opinion, not yours. Though,
Sorry.
unless you are a woman. Do you identify as a woman?
Yeah, like she literally. We kind of do want a woman's opinion on this fucking course of action that this crazy bitch
At
took.
least one. Yeah, for sure.
Like, what happened to her motherly instincts? Like, they just went out the
I
window or
fucking.
something?
I guess.
She
maybe-
took her own life too. Do you guys?
she
not
yeah,
did?
but
see that?
like, yeah, no,
So she's
okay, so
basically saying we are not going to be associated with this like evil.
no. What she did, according to the story, was she got so fucking mad she murdered her children.
Run it
then
back one more
realized
time,
she-
bro. Bro, run it back
then-
one more time.
then realized she murdered her.
Eternity realized it was his children. She took
Okay,
away
she
were happy
didn't realize
until one
she
day.
did it?
No, she
Hold
was
on,
so
hold on.
fucking blinded by rage she murdered her children.
She
Yes,
found her man
just
in the arms
listen.
of a younger woman. In a fit of rage, she took away what he deemed most valuable, his testicles. Oh wait, no, it was his children, and she drowned them in the nearby river. As soon as her rage blindness cleared and she realized what she had done, she wept and then took her own life in the same river, cursing herself to an eternity of trying to.
See,
Okay,
women be
so
like, I can do
where I
whatever when
would
I
be
get
able to
mad.
say where I can say if I would do it or not would be once I realize that I drowned my kids, and then would I kill myself? Yes.
once you realize, you wouldn't like think about that like
The
before,
point
like,
is,
oh
she
shit, I
was
got
in
my
a-
child, like my daughter.
How
guys are
blacked
missing
out
the
do you
point.
have
What
to
the
be
fuck?
to not realize that you're unaliving your own children? Come
Blacked
on.
out enough.
That is crazy. Huh?
No,
Wait, what?
I'm gonna be real with you. I think that part of the story is just covering for a woman. Like she can't do what she wants
Would
to.
I
Like,
cognitively do that? No.
Exactly.
yes, I don't think. Yeah, no,
It
I
didn't
didn't.
say she
I'm
was
glad I didn't
cognitive.
think you would. Well, the thing is, like, bruh, finding this has got to be purely a Latina thing, right? Finding your man cheating on you is not like grounds to go murder your fucking children.
Latina.
that's
How is that a Latina thing? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
but I've been out with a
What?
Latina, guys. You don't cheat on a Latina.
He's afraid of
Let me
Latinas.
tell you.
No,
You
they
don't
were
do
There might
that.
be a
under the
knife
man.
involved, but I don't think your kids are gonna get drowned in the process of like you cheating.
I'll fucking
Yeah, to
know.
be fair, drowning your own kids is kind of like some white lady type
That's
shit.
all. Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no
Well,
race associated with that.
I think
psychosis.
there is, ma'am. I think
It's
there
very,
is,
very
but-
rare.
Exactly.
Well, then
And
it's
the
got to be
rarity
a
is,
white
like,
thing then.
So
when that shit
It's a
happens,
female
like,
thing. It's a female
she has to be. She had to be madly in love with her husband to have reacted so violently.
Well, yeah,
she
he took her
probably
out of
felt
poverty,
like,
bro.
if I can't
Or
have
she
the
was just
kids,
fed up with
neither
them
can you.
goddamn kids. She might have been
No.
tired of them goddamn kids. Like,
You
oh
missed
my
the
god,
part.
tired of y'all.
You missed the part where he
Kev,
said
you
she
don't
had
have
to
any
leave,
children yet, do
but
you?
he was keeping
I have
the
3,
kids.
bro.
Yes,
You
this
missed
nigga
that.
got three
Oh man,
kids.
well you don't look like a guy who has
And
children.
y'all
but
think
hey.
I'm a slut. Y'all think I'm a slut. This nigga got 3 kids.
Wow,
I have
that's
2
awesome.
with the same woman, bro. And it, all
You
mine
guys
were from
hear
long term
that?
relationships.
All right, so we're not talking
That's
about
I'm not a
flex.
whore, bro. I'm not
The
a
other
whore
one,
like you.
the other one you got on Amazon.
So
Exactly.
you guys
Thank you,
missed a
OTW.
crucial part of the story again.
Since mine are Asian,
Okay.
they work for Amazon.
My bad, sister. I'm sorry. Let me stop talking. Go ahead, sister.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
You guys just missed the key point. So
Okay.
he said she had to leave, but he was keeping the children. So she probably thinking, if you can't have them, if I can't have them, neither can you.
That's not a
that is
reason to
not-
drown
That's
your own
worse.
kids. Like, what the fuck?
That's fucking worse.
I didn't say she was in a right state of mind.
Blue
That's
Jay is
crazy,
proving the
though.
point when I say women should be beaten. All right, this is proving the point.
No, I don't know that beating will help them. I don't know that will help
Also,
them.
side note, can we talk
Yeah,
about how
we
his
just
tie is
are
the
how we
carpet
are,
from The
period.
Shining?
So what do you guys
His
want
tie
to do?
is
Have that
literally the
Epstein
carpet from The
Island like
Shining.
full of men? This is crazy.
You know, like we should look to like making robot people instead. You know?
That's
No
all.
one's gonna.
Do they
no one's
make
gonna
babies?
comment on that.
Robot babies?
What'd you say?
Apparently, we don't need no more babies.
I said
Y'all can
his
keep drowning them
tie.
and shit.
His tie
like
is the
good
carpet
shit.
from The
We
Shining.
don't need no more goddamn babies.
In the
Carpet from The
hotel.
Shining.
It is. It's the exact pattern. It's the exact pattern from the carpet of The Shining.
I'm not looking at the screen. Where are you seeing this?
We need
His
babies
Look
tie.
at that fucking.
can
Look at
listen
the. Look at that
and
phallus over over bro's like left shoulder. Look at that phallus.
Hey,
Oh,
dude,
I'm not talking
I
about
think
the dick shape.
that's the
penis.
second
Look at
time.
the shit, bro. It says
no.
today's. It
That's-
says today's. It says today's lesson.
It's
That's crazy.
funny that's the second time you mentioned noticing that phallus. I wonder, like that
did-
fascinates you, doesn't it?
The thing, it's not a phallus; it's a chalk drawing of La
No,
Lorena.
It
It's
looks
for
like
sure
a
a
phallus.
phallus.
Yeah, it looks like a phallus.
To find the souls of children to trade.
Subliminal messaging, guys.
Oh god, OTW, yeah, it did
Children are
fascinate
told
me. I'm
to
like, bro,
behave.
look at that.
Listen to their elders.
Oh god.
Or La Llorona will come.
Yeah.
Steal them away.
It kind of seems like the moral of the story has been aimed at the wrong people. The kids are the only people who didn't do anything wrong, and they suffered the most. And future generations of children are
Damn
made to
it,
fear
all
the
I
tale
see
of
now
La
is that
Llorona,
cock
when
on
it
the
should
board.
probably be directed at couples. For the next 100 years, La Llorona continued to haunt the river and other bodies of water, searching for children to kill. As the legend grew, people claimed to hear a woman crying. Some followed the sounds to find a woman in a white gown floating above the river. If children were the ones to find her, she was said to be ruthless, and that they wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. These stories
Bullshit.
mostly come from Mexico, but like
See, okay, it
They
sounds
just
like
tell kids that so they run off.
it sounds like this woman just abused children.
Exactly,
Yeah.
bro. She got mad
Yeah,
at her nigga
they-
like, you got me fucked up, nigga. No problem. I'm finna
You got me
whoop these
fucked up. I'm gonna
motherfuckers.
kill
Whoop
every
your
child
your
for
ass.
2,000 years.
It was meant to
Exactly.
hurt the husband, so why would she care about other people's children that hurt him?
Well, no, that's
You
kind of
are the
cared about her
reason.
own. She
You
feel
are
like-
actually the reason. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, how can you not see this?
that's kind of the point of the craziness we're talking. Like you, it's
You know,
Exactly.
it's a legend,
children.
right? It's just a legend.
Yeah, let's see. Here's the thing about everything. Everything is based on a small kernel of truth.
Because they
Yeah,
tell
it's truth
kids
in the
that so they don't
details.
run off into the forest like they do Hansel and Gretel.
But there's
Yeah,
no
they probably
ghost.
tell men this so we don't get fucking
There's
married.
no
Just kill the
ghost
bitches
of
like
no
this.
lady in a forest or a river scaring people
Exactly.
shitless. That's just a bunch of fucking lies and hogwash and fucking superstition.
How do you know?
It's a
You don't
way
know
to
that.
scare
Oh,
the
because
kids
obviously
into
none of
staying
that
at the
has ever
house.
really existed.
Oh,
and
it's
it's
not
all
obvious.
a
How
fucking
do you know that? You
some
don't know if
kind of
that's existed?
propaganda. Fucking come on.
Propaganda,
There
my
are crazy
ass. You've
bitches,
never
though.
seen
There
it.
are crazy
You don't know
bitches.
what the fuck you're talking about, OTW.
Well, you're right. I've never in 48 years of
You guys
life
must be
seen
smart
a
in your own
ghost or
way.
had any sort of supernatural fucking thing happen.
Exactly.
So
So
I have a
how
hard
the
time
fuck could
believing
you
in
know?
that shit. Well, I know from my experience, okay? I might not
No,
know for
even-
others, but for me, I don't think it exists.
Brother,
Crazy.
y'all are missing my point. Like, even fucking still, even if there's supernatural doesn't exist, there is still an entire mythology around a woman going absolutely so batshit and fucking sane that she drowned her own fucking kids because her husband cheated on her.
Yeah, they need the
Exactly.
story to be scary
And
enough
no,
to scare the
then
kids.
I have to
Then they
admit that's a
justify-
pretty good story.
Then they justify
That's a
it. It's like, no,
horrible
she was
story.
cheated
That's not a
on.
good story. That's a
Do you
horrible
not realize
story,
the
bro.
point of it?
Yes,
What
I
is the
do.
There is no point.
It has to be good. We're talking about it.
No way, bro. Let her
Because
get her
kids
shit off.
have
I
a
would-
tendency to run off into the forest and get lost and drown in the rivers and shit. So they have to scare the kids from not running
Yeah,
off.
and women have a tendency of drowning their own
Blue Jay.
children. We get
What
it.
the fuck?
Blue Jay,
What
but
the
what-
fuck?
my point
True.
isn't that they have that like mythologies and stories exist for a purpose. The point is that there had to be some incident that was in reality that gave inspiration for that story, which means that there was a
Had
woman
to
at
be.
some point in history that got so ass mad at
That's
her
happened
husband
so
cheating
many
on her
times.
that she blindly murdered her own children.
You're
And then
acting
when
like
she
that's a
realized that there was
one-time
going to be
story.
repercussions, she killed herself.
That happens all the time in the United States and every country across the world.
Yeah, that's the point. Okay.
But
You
here's
never heard of
I'm gonna go on
Susan
mute.
Smith before?
I'm
You
gonna go on
don't
mute
remember
because-
Susan Smith,
Yeah,
bro?
I think she was in Utah. She drove off a cliff or
So-
a lake. Okay.
Hold on a second. Let's say this is hearsay, okay? And what if the story was that she actually had some issue probably with her husband, went into the forest and found her children already unalived in the river and then committed. You know, the stories can be so twisted and changed over time like the telephone game.
So you're saying that her husband kicked her out and then somebody else had hurt the kids?
Well, maybe he even got rid of them.
Okay, maybe.
Well, that happened actually recently as well.
Maybe
Yeah, I
he
mean-
got rid of them. They were in the freaking, you know, and then she ended up finding out and she just unalive. Then they blamed the whole thing on her. It was so easy. She wasn't
Why
even
wouldn't
around
he
to
just have
defend
killed
herself.
her too, though?
No, but she unalived herself when she found her children.
I know, but why wouldn't he have just included her in the deleting?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. He would have just, if he was going to take out his kids, he would also kill the mother. Like, that doesn't make logical sense.
Unless if you're looking to hurt the other person.
I mean, goddamn,
That's
are
why
we
she-
like
that's
all
why she
negligent to like
drowned the
what's going on?
kids.
You guys never heard of like Chris Watts before? Y'all never heard of Chris Watts?
No, she was
What?
hurt. She was the one that was being kicked out.
No.
He already hurt her.
She
Never heard
wasn't
Chris Watts.
kicked out.
Chris
He
Watts-
just got his dick sucked.
Bruh.
You don't
Okay.
listen. You really need to like try to focus.
No,
when
Blue
it-
Jay. In this
Yeah, he
instance,
doesn't.
that's all that happened is he got his dick wet by
No,
another
he-
woman, and
she
she's
was
like, "I'm
kicked
gonna murder
out.
the kid." No,
Oh
no,
my gosh, you
that
guys
whole
don't
she was gonna
listen.
get kicked out shit. No, he literally just cheated on her, and then she murdered his kids.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
According to the
Even
story,
said-
What do you mean that's
according-
not true?
Who's
Blue
to
Jay,
say it wasn't the
according
chick
to
that
the story.
that the guy cheated on with that was the one who eliminated the children?
They said every 3 to 5 years he would kick
Trust
out
me,
the old wife.
mistresses don't do
Blue
that.
Keep
Jay,
the
they were
children.
Blue Jay, you talk about reading comprehension, but you don't understand that he was explaining a practice, and then he went from explaining a practice to telling a specific story.
Exactly.
In the specific story had nothing to do with in 3 to 5 years the bitch getting kicked out. No.
Why did he
she
said the
lit-
premise?
She literally found her husband cheating. He was like, I guess it's time to kill my kids. Like the
Okay, well, that might have been when I was when I got kicked out. But
in
I don't
itself
know
is a
if
little
telling-
bit It's hard
That's
to
why.
believe.
That's exactly. That's why I asked you, bro. As soon as she popped back up, I'm like, can we rewind the story so she can understand what's going on? And then
Thank you. I know.
you actually did. No, he actually did that though.
Well,
And we're still here now.
Okay, then I didn't hear
No,
the
Ashley
disconnect
brings up
from when he told.
an even further extension of my point. If the supernatural is real and this story is real, then in her afterlife kept trying to murder other people's kids to bring her back.
That also doesn't make any sense.
That
Come
part's
on.
obviously made up. But here, listen. Why did he say that she wasn't going to be able to have the kids? He was keeping the kids. Why would he say
Wait,
that
say
she
it
wasn't
again.
kicked
Say it
out?
again.
He
Say it again,
didn't
sister.
say that.
He did not
Will
say
you just
that.
rewind that part?
Oh my
That I-
fucking god. Okay, Blue Jay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What did? There you go.
Today, and I had as told good. There are data terms
Exactly.
the way we're cider, stability, and enhanced
All right,
status.
that'll both off.
Over 3 fucking minutes. Like
No, just
even
put it on like 1.5 speed.
But more
That guy looks batshit crazy, man.
While we're doing this, can you please look up the shining carpet so I know I'm not wrong?
I'm not mad about having to rewind it. I'm mad that the separation between him saying bitches get traded in for newer models. And
That's when I was kicked out. Remember, I had to get kicked out streaming and come back. I couldn't hear it for like a minute or so.
What the fuck?
We're here. We'll play it, but that's not what's going on.
And the knots, they were cast aside a few years later for young.
No,
Oh,
keep
you're
playing it from
good
there.
right there, bro.
Unions
That was
didn't last
perfect.
very
Yeah,
long.
that was perfect
To get
right
a better
there.
understanding, we'll need to take it back to Mexico and parts of Central America during the 1600s, where this iteration of the legend originates.
History.
The fates of indigenous and mestiza women who married Spaniards were mixed. Some enjoyed stability and enhanced status, but more often than not, they were cast aside a few years later for younger women, or more often, a Spanish wife. More alarmingly, their children were sometimes taken away, a practice that derived from the Spanish tradition of relieving the so-called wayward women of their children. This left many women during this time
Wayward
to feel
women.
completely helpless. La Llorona is kind of an embodiment of the collective pain and anger of women from this time that got turned into legend. It's something that's come up a lot in horror history.
So I was
from
right, you
Godzilla
guys.
being a metaphor
Yeah,
for
she
nuclear
was right.
fallout
Pause that
to
a
the
second.
Demogorgon being a
The woman wasn't. She didn't go mad, man. Her children wouldn't have had a life anyway.
Bro, this isn't the fucking story yet, dog. This is just
No,
the
that
lead
is
up to
not
the
the
explanation of the
Hold on.
actual
What's a
story.
wayward
Like, y'all
woman?
chill out. Hold
No, but
on,
he's
y'all.
giving
No,
a background on the culture. He's giving a background on the culture.
Exactly.
Yes.
So think
Don't
about
jump
how the
off
woman.
fucking-
Oh my
Think
god.
about
Hold
how
on.
the
Time
woman.
out.
Sure.
Time
Holy
out,
shit.
time out.
Here's a
Let's double. Hold on,
specific
y'all. Let's double
example.
back. Let's double back on the fucking. You know what I mean? On the banter,
Just
but
play it
let's
one
let the
more
whole
time.
shit
It's only
play.
30 seconds.
No. Let the whole shit play.
a manifestation of fears of communism. I think we need a term for this, so I'll call it cultural legendizing. That sounds pretty good. There are different iterations of La Llorona, but for the sake of horror history, we'll stick to the lore as told in the Conjuring universe, more specifically, the 2019 film.
So we're telling a specific story here, ladies and gentlemen.
It already said she was losing her children, and she was
No, it did
wayward.
not. No, Blue Jay, no, the fuck it did not. This is a specific story.
It already started telling her story.
No, but
No,
that's
it
the thing.
didn't.
It said at that time that was a cultural practice that could happen.
Or could have also influenced her decision, was what I was trying to point out.
You know what?
It said she was a wayward woman, and then she took her children.
No,
and
No, it didn't. It didn't say that she was.
Not
What
at
the
all.
bruh.
Oh my god, bro, just press play.
And y'all wonder why I go for the newer models. Jesus fucking Christ.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I
Somebody
like the
check in for
35-year-old
you.
models.
All right. I guess since we're gonna pause right here, whatever the case may be, that seemed like everything that they were talking about, like leading up to what they explained to be the embodiment of her, or how you and OTW are hearing it, is like, you know, everybody that dropped out presents like on the doorstep, like, well, yeah, this old ass nigga, you know what I'm saying, had a couple grandkids, he dropped out some presents and shit. Might as well call him Santa Claus. You're like, oh, right.
Well,
The
no,
bitch
it says
definitely
she
Santa
was
Claus. The
helpless.
bitch definitely Santa Claus. No, it's just, it's an
It
embodiment.
literally said helpless. It used that word.
It's an embodiment. It was like a cultural embodiment.
Right,
you
but why
know?
would they set up the stage for that story?
Anyway,
What did she do? What did she do?
Killing
What did
the
she
kids,
do
like
to get into that situation?
This
It
is
said
crazy.
every 3 to 5 years, that's what they did.
Kill their
They did-
kids.
Not just her. No, kick
Oh
the
my
woman
God.
out. Oh my God, you guys seriously.
They didn't say that they eliminated the kids. That they would probably end up. They would get rid of them.
I know.
So
I didn't
they'd
say
send
kill
them
the-
to
I
some
never said
other
anything about the
camp, or
kids.
I don't know what.
No, he would keep them.
The father would keep his kids.
And then she would be a wayward woman, is the word they used.
Yeah, it's a single mother because
That's why I
societies.
said. She said,
because
if I can't have
society-
them, you can't have them either.
Yeah,
That's
because
what I
single
said.
mothers are the bane of human societies. 90% of the
No,
time.
if you don't have a choice and you're kicked out like that, and it's back in the 1600s, there's no working, there's no remarrying. It's not the same as now.
If
Your life
I
is
can't have
over.
my kids, then you can't have them either. Is fucking.
I said that's probably what she was thinking.
That might have
I
been the
didn't say
premise
I would
right
do
there.
that.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the whole goddamn problem that you two aren't listening to. In this specific fucking
keep playing
story,
it. I haven't heard it
he
yet.
was not going to divorce his wife and kick her out.
Okay, I
He
haven't seen the
literally
part yet
seen a
that you're
beautiful
talking
woman
about.
and fucked her, and then this bitch is like, I guess it's a good time to kill my kids.
Okay,
Hold on a second. Can I
I
rebuttal
don't have
that for a minute?
premonition. I didn't see it yet, so if you play it, I'll see it.
But don't you realize if the guy gave us, he set the stage for us to understand that, okay, so the guy cheated on her, right? So now she comes to the realization that her life is fucking over, right? Because if he decides to go with that chick, she's fucked. And so are her children.
No.
Or maybe not. But no. Well, because she has no way of finding work, life, or another husband.
Common culture.
No.
He specifically
No.
said that La Leonia in this story got pissed off and wanted to hurt her husband.
Right, but that's
Doing the
actually
one
just that's the legend, but that doesn't mean that's exactly what happened.
But wait.
Exactly. That's all we're trying to tell y'all. Y'all fucking spinning
OTW,
shit off the land.
OTW.
Like, goddamn. fool.
You're misconstruing shit right now because the kids would have still had a great life. They would have had the same life just without their mother.
don't know
Right, but this is where I come
What
in.
do you mean
and
you don't
agree.
know that? This man was wealthy. He was doing all the things. She wasn't working anyway.
This is why I agree with the premise
He had
that
a
she
big
might
ass
have.
dick. He had a big dick too.
It's why I agree with the premise that she might have done it out of, out of spite. In other words, yeah, you're not going to get these kids if I can't have them myself, or we can't have a family. It's a possibility. It gives her a good motive.
This sound like some shit. No. Your little story sound like some shit that you might be doing. That's what it sound like you would do. I'm not understanding how y'all getting to this conclusion unless this some shit that you could sympathize with. It's crazy.
If someone
Know what I'm
takes your
saying?
kids away and
Two
you're
little
just
weirdos
wandering
probably
around,
like two
This
peas in a
is
pod.
just a
This
conversation.
crazy.
Nobody's
Y'all really trying to
sympathizing.
make fucking. No, you are sympathizing. You're definitely sympathizing, and I feel like you're touching yourself while you're sympathizing. That's what I feel like. Anyways, though,
This is fucking ridiculous.
La Lenorna,
but also it
or
said
whatever
she
the
was in
case may be.
a rage fit, like she was blacked out, kind of. So
A blackout? Oh, I'm gonna kill my kids. I'm just gonna
There's
kill
no
my
way for them
kids.
to know that.
We haven't even got to the part in the story where it's actually her story.
Because she already heard it. She lied. She lied.
No, I didn't.
It's already. It's
I
up
heard-
to this
I
point.
think
Everything
there's
that
no-
we've heard up to this point is all cultural lore. It's not even her story.
No, I heard the rape
That's,
part in here right before that.
that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Blue Jay. Like Kev said, everything up to this point is the cultural lore
I
behind
know.
this
Okay, I
spooky
get that.
monster ghost lady.
Okay,
Now
just
we're
play it.
reading. Now we're watching a specific story where she gets cheated on.
I
and gets so
understand
angry.
that.
She's like,
I'm waiting for
"Time
you to
kill
play
my
it."
kids." Oh, okay.
Okay, we will, and then you'll see the part.
According to the local priest, Father Perez, the story goes as follows. La Llorona fell in love and had 2 sons with her husband. The family loved each other, and her sons demonstrated their care for her by giving her a necklace. I don't think she knew at the time how literally true this statement was. Father Perez explains that she and her family were happy until one day she found her man in the arms of a younger woman. In a fit of rage, she took away what he deemed most valuable, his testicles. Oh wait, no, it was his children, and she drowned them in the nearby river. As soon as her rage blindness cleared and she realized what she had done, she wept and then took her own life in the same river, cursing herself to an eternity of trying to find the souls of children to trade for her own.
Children are told to behave. Listen to their elders. Or La
Told
Llorona
you.
will come and steal them away.
It kind of seems like the moral of the story has been aimed at the wrong people. The kids are
I
the
haven't
only
seen that part. Remember, I said it's a way to scare children to staying not running off. Remember?
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
you
no, no,
also
no,
said 300 other things that were inaccurate. So you can't like pinpoint the one thing out of like 300 that you said. Like, see, it told y'all. Like,
Okay,
look,
oh,
you
sorry,
said
I'm not perfect.
299 other things that were inaccurate. Like, what
Okay,
the
my
fuck?
bad. I'm sorry. Let me.
I
do
like
my
your
thing
sense
on
of
purpose.
exaggeration, Kev.
But anyway,
Oh, no,
like
Blue-
Hansel and
exaggerated.
Gretel.
OTW, stop fucking simping. She's
Yeah,
wrong.
that's Resto's girl.
Three Bears.
No, that's not my girl.
I can't tell
Stop.
anyone's
Yeah,
voice
OTW,
apart.
get
So.
off my boy Kool-Aid, you know? Goddamn.
All right.
I don't want this woman.
Thank you, bro.
The people who didn't do anything wrong, and
You
they
guys all
suffered the
sound the
most.
same.
And future generations of children are made to fear the tale of La Llorona, when it should probably be directed at couples. For the next 100 years, La Llorona continued to haunt the river and other bodies of water, searching for children to kill. As the legend grew, people claimed to hear a woman crying. Some followed the sounds to find a woman in a white gown floating above the river. If children were the ones to find her, she was said to be ruthless, and that they wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. These stories mostly come.
See, not only did she murder her children, but for thousands of years later, she starts murdering other people's children. You see how?
Right.
No, that's wrong. Yeah.
Your motherfucking child wander off your goddamn campsite, bitch. I'm chipping that shit. Let that motherfucker come over this river. I
Go
got
ahead and
something
blame
for
it
him,
on a
like,
ghost, right?
God damn, bitch. Fuck wrong with you? Like, just go to heaven or something, you know? Like, what the fuck?
For real.
Crazy. This bitch fucking
say go to
vindictive
heaven
than
or
a
something.
bitch. This is why it make it hard for us to get in relationships, because shit like this. Like, goddamn,
Hell yeah.
this all happened that you pass on and shit. You finna haunt me and my kids forever and all time, bitch? Like, I didn't force you to
So
smoke
real,
that
so
cigarette.
relatable,
The
Kev.
fuck?
So relatable.
I'm from
You feel me?
Mexico, but
So,
like my
bro.
friends at the nearby taco truck, the legend would burrow its way across the border.
Don't cheat.
In 1973,
Look,
fuck you
I
just
agree
said?
with I agree with not cheating, but sometimes women are just evil. I don't cheat, and I've seen
I don't.
firsthand experience
Yeah,
of evil.
yes, you do cheat, Resto. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
No, I
Tryna
said I
come
don't
on
agree with
bandwagon
not
ass
cheating.
nigga.
I said I don't agree
Oh,
with.
okay.
I don't
Got
agree
you.
with that shit.
Right, you're a whore.
Fuck that.
Exactly. Shut up. All right,
Yeah,
that'll
I'm a
be all.
whore. Yeah.
First, you have to get
The
one
weeping
girl
woman-
to cheat. Then you gotta
First
get
of all, you
two.
gotta shut
That's
the
a
fuck up talking to
monumental
me
task
before I
for
get
you.
mad.
Hey,
That's
watch
what
your
you need to
goddamn
do.
mouth, bro. Talking to a female, bro. You
Bro,
a
I haven't
bitch
even
ass
said bitch this whole time,
That's
bro. Are you
crazy.
proud of
He's
me?
weak,
only
though.
upset because it's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't get it finished.
nigga. He wants to fuck your avatar, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of this weird ass nigga.
I got you.
He's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
yes,
not
I'll
into
fuck her.
Take
children
that
like
bullshit off the
teenagers. Sorry.
screen. Take that bullshit off the screen. Bro.
This is my show, sure, sir. I will make this into
There's a good possibility she's actually into real men.
Oh shit! The Simp Wars. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I don't like antagonizers.
appeared in Los Angeles. All this time, I thought it was La Llorona. Maybe it's actually L.A. Llorona. It's never clearly explained how La Llorona went from haunting one specific river in Mexico to becoming an
She like all Mexicans, she immigrated.
Angelino. We just know that she's doomed to an eternity of searching rivers and bodies of water. There are several rivers, such as the Colorado River or the Tijuana River, that run from Mexico into Southern California. So over the course of 100
Yes.
years, she could have migrated up these channels.
Okay, so like, okay, I love the game.
The migrated is crazy.
Into Southern California. So over the
love
course of
game
100
Fallout, right? And that's obviously the Grand Canyon. So like, imagine you're in a post-apocalyptic world and you still have to deal with a crazy bitch who like almost 1,000 years ago murdered her fucking kids because like of something you don't even understand. Like,
You think that's the Grand Canyon?
Oh god, bro! Right, and your family
That's
was like
100%
born in
the Grand
Georgia or
Canyon.
something, and they just like migrated up to California, and the bitch just
Why are
haunts
they
the
gonna
whole
carry
river
the
all the
bottom?
way up, just stalking your family. Like, what the fuck?
like even
That's
even in
crazy.
Canada.
Like,
Like,
bitch, go to sleep. Oh, you know.
And then she jumps rivers to the Mississippi and goes to Canada, right?
I've been to the Grand
that's
Canyon a
great,
couple of times.
right.
It don't look like that.
I'm
No
as
green.
mad as to like bring a whole freaking
That's the
school
Grand
there
Canyon.
and debunk the whole thing, right?
I've been to the Grand Canyon twice.
Oh,
Been
gee,
there.
Talking
you
shit,
know
you
what?
finna get a
There's
little
no
You've been to the
grass.
whole
up
Grand
there in
Canyon.
Canada.
You wait, hold on,
OTW.
hold on. You've been
There's
to the
no
whole
green
Grand Canyon.
in the Grand Canyon. There's
You've
no
been to
green.
the whole Grand Canyon. Like
Yeah,
the
I've
whole
been to
thing.
it twice.
I've literally
It's
driven
in Page,
on the river.
Arizona.
When I was a
I
simp,
promise
you
you
know,
that's the Grand Canyon.
you know why I say that that's obviously the Grand Canyon? I've literally driven on this road when I was a trucker.
That's all
This-
Colorado River edition, right?
So is this
there.
the entrance or something? Coming from
The
Grand Canyon?
entrance? What the fuck?
What the fuck is she talking?
That looks
Did
like
you
a
know
goddamn
you tried-
entrance to you.
There's
You been doing
parts of the
Kegels,
Grand-
ma'am? The
There's
fuck? You don't
parts
I
of the
haven't
Grand-
drank in
That's
3
crazy.
weeks, and
Talking
like
about
she's
entrance.
pushing me to that point.
That's
Well,
crazy.
there's parts
Kegels
of the
is an
Grand,
incel word.
well, there's parts of the Grand
No, it's
Canyon
not.
that Yeah, Kegels is not. It's a very wonderful God-given
that's
exercise that
crazy.
some
You
women
don't
can
think I
do.
know what it is? I'm a woman. I mean, but I'm saying
What
for
is that?
guys to say, "Oh, you do Kegel," like just it's so
All right,
stupid.
we're just gonna play the video. Right?
100 years, she could have migrated up these channels. While La Llorona was just a children's tale to some, the single mother, Patricia Alvarez, and the recent widow, Ana Garcia, were about to experience the curse firsthand. I think La Llorona targeted these two women because they were reminiscent of herself. Patricia is alone in raising her kids, and based on Anna's questions about if she started drinking again, it's clear that she's had a rough life and doesn't really have a support system. Anna lost her husband in the line of fire, and while he didn't choose to leave her, she was still left in a difficult situation nonetheless. Both Patricia and Anna have 2 children close in age to La Llorona's 2 kids, and both are Hispanic. La Llorona first targets Patricia and her 2 sons, Carlos and Tomas. Patricia seems to take all the necessary steps to deter the malicious spirit: a shrine of candles, boarded up windows, religious iconography, and a closet transformed into a protective spirit shelter for her kids. She may have set this up based on her own knowledge of the legend of La Llorona, which she demonstrates a pretty clear understanding of.
Your children, have they heard her crying? Have they felt the sting of her tears? They will soon.
Or she could have received guidance from Rafael, a curandero or healer, who is an expert at handling La Llorona. This might explain why Rafael is at the service for her 2 boys after they're killed, and why he goes back later to collect a sample of La Llorona's tears. Either way, when Anna arrives and finds that Patricia has hidden her children away, Patricia begs Anna for just one more night, which seems to imply that if La Llorona isn't able to take the children within a certain time frame, she moves on. This could be representative of the nature.
Bro, she a whole ass Diddy predator. Not only does she murder kids, she be trying to wait them motherfuckers out like a lion or a bear seeing you run up a tree, bro. That's fucking crazy.
That's
This
sick,
bitch is-
bro.
She's
I got
just
kinda
evil.
lost.
Is this the female rape? Is this the female rape thing
Like,
you're
hey,
talking
what's up
about?
with you,
Who are all these
capybara
other
cuz? Like,
characters
what's up with
all
you,
of a sudden?
capybara cuz, with that goddamn feather and that albatross shell? Like, she be doing all kind of weird shit. Like, niggas just out here trying to
Oh
make
shit!
a
I
living.
see
Like,
the
this is
fucking
crazy,
Kubrick
bro.
tie.
They just introduce a lot of characters at once. I can't keep up.
Nah, it's a lot.
Bruh.
What's her friend has 2 kids and she got 2 kids, and then is this someone reenacting the legend, or is this still talking about a legend?
I don't know. I'm calling cap. I think this is bullshit. I think this is just making up some shit or whatever the case may be to make
Yeah.
this
This
sound
is
good.
just a Mexican urban legend. But it's a funny it's
Well,
a
that's
funny
a
thought
Caucasian
premise.
telling it though. I don't believe him.
I guess the video is making it look like it's modern, and it's supposed to be.
Look
old
at how he
school,
looking too. Like, I got y'all.
You know he lying. Look at him.
He
That's
said
the
shit
face of a
rough,
liar.
like
Hey yo, if I walk in court and this my lawyer, bro, I know I'm going to jail. I know I'm going to jail. If I
Bro,
walk
he
in
got the
as my
dick
lawyer.
behind him too. The whole fallacy.
By
I
which
told
La
y'all.
Llorona
I
kills
told
Guys,
y'all.
this guy is probably a Saturn worshiper. He's wearing a hexagon tie. So there's a good
Nigga,
chance
that tie
he's,
is from The Shining. I've said it like 8 times.
What if I
So
told
the
you?
legend
what if I
says
told
she
you
was
Saturn
drinking
isn't
alcohol.
real? It's a prison for souls.
That's
Yeah,
a
the
dick
Sa-
over.
Saturn.
Have
Have you heard of it? The Saturn and Moon Matrix. The whole yeah.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, all right then. Don't give a fuck. What can I say?
I mean, you can explain what you're talking about. So
Oh well,
nigga
I mean,
might,
I don't have, so I'm gonna explain shit to people who don't give a fuck.
That's one nigga on the panel. Like,
Well,
explain
Re-
yourself.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe he was
Resto-
speaking for
Resto
everyone.
is- No, Resto
He ain't
is
speaking
not,
for me.
not anything to the channel other than a guest. You can definitely tell your opinion or what you believe, man. I don't care.
All right. Well, what I think is that the when you see that Saturn symbolism, the hexagon usually represents Saturn because of the hexagon in the middle of the eye of Saturn, right? So this is
What's
one of
hex? How many is that?
6 hex 6.
Okay, got you.
All right, and it's like you see it everywhere. You know, the GameCube. You see it in the Xbox. The Xbox also represents Saturn, right? It's
You see it in The Shining.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of symbolism when it comes to the occult and when they make these movies, and especially this guy seems to like really be knowledgeable about all kinds of these lores and stuff like that. So and he's wearing the tie, which for me seems to denote that the guy has more knowledge of the occult and is showing it.
He's wearing the tie.
Right, it's the tie.
Okay,
the
hold
tie
on.
is
Can you
from
back
The
it up? Back it up
Shining.
like 10 seconds. Back
Look
it
at
up
the
10
tie.
seconds.
You'll
so we
see
can see
it
the
has
nigga
the
talk.
hexagon.
It's the carpet from
People,
The Shining,
when-
bro.
If you're looking
Hold
at
on,
this from a
Resto. Let him
from
get
The
his shit
Shining.
off. Let him land his plane, Resto. God damn.
if you're looking at this from a production perspective, everything you see on screen right there is deliberately put there for a reason.
I told you about the dick over his left shoulder, bro. Everybody laughed at me. On God in heaven, they laughed at me, bro. I
Right,
knew that phallus
but-
meant something.
This and that'll explain because the
And they still
Saturn
laughing,
matrix
bro.
is all related and connected to the not the lower chakra, but the one a little bit over that, which is the one
Yeah.
that represents sex and all
The
that shit.
phallus, exactly.
The occult
That's
uses
why
there's
there's a
beehives a lot, and that looks like the hexagon.
They laughing,
and the
OTW.
beehive.
They laughing. They laughing.
The
They
Freemasons,
laugh, man. I don't
They
care.
think it's funny.
symbols.
They think it's funny, bro.
They can, but
Okay, I
I'm
can't-
telling you,
never
man, there's
mind.
something else behind this, and I'm
I
telling you, all of this is a
know,
bunch
bro.
of bullshit.
They laughed at me too.
Can you guys?
Exactly.
It's because they use the beehive, the Freemasons, and the occult.
No,
same
you
thing.
fuckers need to pay
The
attention, otherwise you're
beehive
damned.
is one
You're
of
all
their
damned.
symbols in the hexagon.
The beehive?
It's the beehive.
The
Yeah.
beehive?
There, yes, that's another representation of Saturn.
Yes. Freemasonry uses that.
Beyonce. So we're talking Beyonce.
Yes, the queen bee. The whole fucking
Yeah.
thing is all connected.
Hello, the beehive. Exactly.
And she calls herself Beesus, and then he calls himself Jehovah.
Beelzebub. Hello.
They're blasphemous.
Yes. Everybody got quiet. Nobody know Beelzebub.
They thought
Actually,
they were
I
going
know
to catch us in
The
and catch us
high
up
demon of
and be
fucking
like,
Satan.
"Oh, you."
Nobody knows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right,
This
right.
is what
It's,
ignorance is.
exactly.
it's because of the way you pronounced it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Beelzebub.
When people don't know something, some people have this reaction to try to prove you wrong, even though they're instead of listening and learning.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, no, everybody think I be joking and shit. They be like, well, Cam
No,
just
I know
making a
exactly
joke
what
and
you're
joke.
talking about.
Yeah,
and
so
it's
am I.
like,
I know exactly what the hell you're saying.
All right, for sure.
Obviously
Shit.
not.
God damn. All right, cool. We good now?
Why do you think my channel's called Out of This World?
I'm already knowing,
It's
bro.
been all that shit, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, they have the inverted pentagram. They have the handshake. They have the sun, moon. Yeah.
All right, look.
Exactly.
We're 6 hours into the stream. We're gonna probably be going all day because I enjoy this topic, and we got plenty of supernatural stuff to go. But support the Griff No State. Everybody's welcome, but everybody's got to pay. Cash App is in the back, and if you have a video or a topic that you would like to talk about, just send a Cash App and put it in the notes part. Thank you all for being here, and Griff break over.
Yeah, and
Moves
please
on. This could
contribute
be
to the
representative.
special ed kids, because it could help, children like Ixtos and chat. Please be generous. Help the kids, man. Help the special ed kids. They need it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Lauren, we've been doing we took a about an hour funny break, but the whole stream has been about like ghost stories. You should go back and watch the beginning of the stream when the stream's over, because Bumpkin talked about his experiences with the Hatman. We talked about the Hatman. I told some experiences that I had with the supernatural. It's been pretty much good fun.
Damn, Lolo's here too, bro. I can't go nowhere.
Shut up, bitch. She ain't show up because your dirty ass was here. Shut up.
Great comeback, Christos. You have to use you're using my thing to come back at me. That's like, wow. I'm like, wow. I'm so impressed.
You know how to tell if here's the thing, right? You should have hit him if you were good at comebacks. You should have hit him. If I wanted my comeback, I'd wipe it off your chin. That would have been.
Oh,
fucking
that
hilarious.
was so good. But I'm getting better at the comebacks. I'm practicing. It's an art. It's an art.
Yeah.
It is an art, but some people have naturally good talent.
Oh yeah, that I know. But that's why I listen to y'all, because you guys are pretty good at that.
Yeah. Van, go get your comeback.
I'll figure one out.
If I wanted a blow job, I'd have paid a hooker. Jesus.
Damn it. You got me. Fuck.
No, I'm just fucking with
That's 2-0, man. What the hell am I doing?
Hands up, don't shoot.
I said sucking, you biting this motherfucker. Goddamn.
God damn. Can a brother get a gummy? What's going on? Okay.
Hey, look, never knock a Gumby till you have one. Shout out to the 80-year-old horny grandmas.
Nature by which Lyodona kills her own children. It happened in a fit of rage, and once she had calmed down, she regretted her choice. So maybe if given enough time.
So, like, quick question though, and then I'm gonna play some of this video and stop pausing it. After she kills like other people's kids, does she also feel bad about it and cry? Is that why she cries? Is this just like is this just like a loop of a crazy woman?
She's still off the hook. Like, yo, man, when she was traumatized, you know, you guys got to
It could have been a
respect
true
that.
story, but I mean, obviously, it's a stretch to say she's going to do it to other kids.
Look, Gene Seed Man, it's not gay to assert dominance, all right?
Yeah, and Slick Rick, I actually use the messianic symbolism in my. It's just because it's to show people that I know what it is, and I found it pretty interesting to put that in my own avatar.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, I use all of that symbolism in my shit, man, for sure. Well, if they use it, why can't I use it? Fuck, you know.
Exactly.
And she'll spare the children she's after, just as she likely would have with her own. But that's just a theory. A film theory. In the Controverse, La Llorona does not just kill children upon first sight. Her haunting follows a specific process, which we've seen before. Her curse seems to follow the same rules that apply to demonic.
Yo, Lauren.
Now she's a bride.
She sent a very good video about the Blood Countess. We'll watch next. Very good story.
Possession by following the steps of infestation, oppression, and finally possession. In La Llorona's case, she isn't necessarily trying to possess a person in the take over their body sense that we're used to seeing, but she is trying to possess children's souls in order to try to bring her own children back to her. It makes sense that La Llorona's curse follows the same rules as demonic possession, just as Bathsheba did with the Perrin family back in 1971. Bathsheba is not technically a demon, but the terror she dishes out follows the same process. But La Llorona's version of infestation, oppression, and possession
I'm finna run that back. Hold on. Look at this
follows the
face.
same
Oh, I got ya.
Fuck me, father. Fuck me.
Why does he have that doll in the bottom corner like that? It's crazy.
Imagine you just in your bed, just beating your shit, and then like that's the face that you see at the end of it.
But I feel like if you was doing that, you'd be like, "Come get some, girl." I first swear to God.
This looks like The Ring.
Anyway.
That's crazy, bro. I'm all thankful I got to conceal and carry. Bitch, pop. He look like blow your goddamn head off, bitch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like none of these motherfuckers got blicks. Like,
yeah, well,
y'all like got blicks, bro.
I'm never less than 3 feet away from my pistola, bro. And I dip my bullets in salt and holy water. All right?
Yeah,
You see that doll in the bottom corner?
That is Annabelle.
Is that from The Ring?
Oh man.
No, that is not from The Ring. That
If you say The Ring one more time, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking snap, bro.
Well, you could have just said no. It's not from The Ring, you idiot.
Exactly. Don't be a dickhead, fool. God
No,
damn.
I'm gonna be a dickhead, bro.
Zoomer,
Well, answer
Zoomer
my
again.
fucking question. I won't keep repeating
It's
it.
not from the fucking Ring.
No, it is.
Why you
It
gotta
is
say it all
Annabelle.
aggressive? Like, be docile, fool. Like, chill out.
No, sure, you two are
You
fucking.
can just say no. You can just say no.
Or just
La
don't say
Llorona's
anything.
version
Just
of
don't talk to
infestation,
me if you
oppression,
don't
and
like
possession
me.
have unique ways of
I would
manifesting
love if we
themselves,
both
which creates
never said
problems for
anything.
all of those involved. Since I've already told you about Ed and Lorraine Warren's books that you can listen to exclusively on Audible, there are also many more reasons to explore the catalog and sign up. Audible is the only place you can listen to The Demonologist.
Did he
the
change his
career
hairdo?
biography of
Nigga's
Ed and
hair
Lorraine.
changed?
It's also
Yeah,
the
he
home of
changed
Haunted
his
House
hairdo,
Fire,
man.
where you can hear about
What the
many more
fuck?
unexplainable
like,
details
come
of the
forward.
farmhouse they investigated in the original movie. The Conjuring movies about many demonologists. More reason already told
He
you
went
about Ed
from-
and Lorraine Warren's
from
books that you
geek
can
to
listen
gothic.
Only play House Diary. The Conjuring is an
Yeah,
incredible
got
month
sweat,
for
sweaty or
Tex Cece's world.
I feel like that was just an advertisement he cut in the video. To be fair.
No, it's
La
finna go to
Llorona's
crazy
curse
here
follows
right here.
3 specific
Okay.
steps.
Does it
First,
say
she burns the
shirts?
children with her tears by grabbing their arms and scorching them.
Oh, no.
By doing this, she
Wait,
gains
did he have the
access to them,
tie on
including-
Orthodox?
He
Did
did.
the ad?
Yeah,
He
he
did.
did.
Same day,
Yeah.
I bet.
Oh my
I
God, pay
really love
attention.
that profile picture. That's a really nice profile picture.
That's all AI shit.
Yeah, but it's still nice. You can
Using
appreciate
the
it.
ability to tears by
like
grabbing their
Boots
arms
Badger?
and
You're
Would
scorching them.
that not scare the ever living shit out of you?
Oh my
I would,
God.
Obviously, yeah.
Nah, no, I wouldn't. I've actually
By doing
experienced
this,
some kind of thing with, like some shadow hands at one point when I was sleeping, and I guess the hands were trying to freak me out, and I just, kind of like waited till it was done, and I kind of was like, if you're gonna want to scare me, you're gonna have to do better than that. I was saying to myself, and then I woke up. But hey, I mean, I don't think that kind of shit would actually scare me. Honestly,
Did you pass out on someone's couch?
Bro,
I don't think so.
Yeah, right, bro. You're a liar. You're a liar.
You can say that, but that kind of shit doesn't impress me.
I'm gonna strap a GoPro to my fucking forehead, and I'm gonna jump scare you every chance I get.
Exactly,
and I'm gonna be like,
bro.
I'm gonna be like, oh, OTW. I'm gonna replay this stream like OTW talking big.
Who,
and this is gonna be jumping
bro?
around.
Who's the niggas that like to fuck the dead people? They got a name for them? What's the
necrophilia? That's good. Necrophilia.
Necrophilia. You're a necrophiliac, bro. That's what you are.
You're projecting now. You do know that.
No.
That's projection.
Back it up. Hold on.
As soon as you say you to someone else and then you proceed with your narrative, you're projecting.
OTW. Let me cook. Go backwards just a second.
Lyadona's curse follows three specific steps. First, she burns the children.
All right. Wait a second. Wait for the fucking hand to grab that shit or whatever the case may be. This is all I'm trying to tell you, bro. You might not be aware of what you are, bro. You know, I'm trying to help you.
No, I'm just saying. Obviously, being startled and being scared.
First off,
being startled.
You thought that bitch was attractive.
Hold on a second.
No, you're good. No, it's my turn.
Being startled
hold on,
and being
brother.
scared are two different things.
Right there, brother. Pause. You said you were attracted to that. And that you would be just fine.
I did not. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, you did say that.
No, I did not. Did not say that.
Everybody heard you say that.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
Everybody, what is a necrophiliac?
Why are you putting words in my mouth? Stop putting words in my mouth. I never said I was attracted to that.
Every panel, bro.
You're crazy. Roll back the footage and listen carefully. I never said that I was attracted to that.
Oh my God, OTW. You're gonna do this again, bro? This is crazy.
Go ahead, man. I'm telling you, you're out of your mind. You're putting words in my mouth, trying to make me look bad, to make yourself look better, because I pointed the fact that you were projecting onto me the fact that you like. No, you're projecting onto me the fact that you like to fuck dead people.
That's you.
So now you're trying to put that on me. Your fucking weird fucking fantasies. It's not gonna work, dude. You're putting words in my mouth. You're trying to think for me.
Trigger warning, everybody.
Don't go there, Kev.
Trigger warning, everybody.
Fucking break you out, man.
You good, OT Dub?
Like a castle of cards. You're gonna fucking fumble.
He'd keep going back to where he dumped the body in the woods and keep having a relation with it until it was too decayed.
Did you just say?
No, I just want a trigger warning with you, bro. I know you're getting triggered like super easy, bro. I know you're not like a necrophiliac. I just know I can fuck with you and you would snap.
It's good because I get into that energy, man. You got me good.
I know.
Much love, motherfucker. Much love, motherfucker. Much love.
You already know, bro.
You guys
It's all
repeat
love for
yourself
sure. My bad, sister. Nah, I just fucking with the homie.
No, but look how she gripping the fuck out of that kid's arm, bro. Like
that is crazy.
I'm just saying, she got the grip though. What's
you
that?
asked me
What's
what
that shit
when I
like?
said, did you hear me when I repeated it?
Got that G.I.
She
Joe
got that
kung
grip,
fu
though.
grip. Yeah.
Well, no, here's the thing, Resto. Is that how that bitch grabbed your neck? That dude, that Russian man?
Bro, that is, bro. That's how she grabbed my shit, bro.
Nah, that's how Mel grabbed me too. Like, all right, where you trying to go?
Oh, you got me fucked
continue to
up.
lay
You
on
got
these
me
titties.
fucked up,
You finna
nigga.
continue to
Did
lay
you
up
hear
on
me the
these
second
titties,
time
nigga.
when you said
No,
what I
you said
said?
You got me fucked up.
I said that's what Ted Bundy used to do. Is after he like dumped the bodies in the woods, he'd keep going back, like every day, every couple days, and he would like have sex with it, and then until it was too decayed or the animals ate it or something.
Bro, I couldn't imagine.
What?
Bro, I couldn't imagine a motherfucker doing that. Imagine the fucking smell.
I know, and
Right.
the dark, and it's all like laying on the ground, and it's like he cut the heads off too. And take them home and set them on his fireplace mantle, and he'd wash their hair in the bathtub and stuff, and he'd put makeup on them until they decayed too much.
What the fuck you talking about?
Ted Bundy did this.
Ted
The
Bundy.
victim
Oh,
Ted.
Ted Bundy. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people don't hear that part of the story. He would put makeup on and wash their hair and do their hair and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
great.
just put their heads on
Can you
his
press play?
shelf and his,
That's it.
by his fireplace.
No, shut the fuck up. I'm
I swear
enjoying
to God.
hearing about Ted Bundy.
There was a lot of women out there that would have fucked that nigga
He
too.
was in
though.
Utah. He got
Every woman I have ran into would have fucked Ted Bundy. That's the thing. 'Cause They
Well,
fucking
someone
get
married
turned on
him.
by that.
that met him after. Well, he was in prison, had a child with him. She knew what he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep, he had a daughter. From a conjugal.
Blue Jay, are you a true crime chick?
Yeah, I did actually kind of like watching it.
Oh, okay, that's
But
funny.
I don't.
Would you have it? Nigga, I asked her the question. You can stop negging for like 2 goddamn seconds.
Sorry, a little kid.
Anyway, like fucking, would you have like, would you not? I ain't gonna ask if you would have had sex with Ted Bundy, but like, would you have dated him or talked to him, be like giving him time of day?
Would you have
If I
helped him
knew what
carry some furniture into his truck?
if I knew
Would
he was
you?
crazy, or you mean just based on like his charisma?
If you just like you know everything, right? You know everything.
Oh hell no, absolutely not.
Cap.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call Cap.
I don't have the bad way of saying like that though. I really don't. I've never dated like rude guy. That's why I think this is funny, this clown shit that's going on. But no, I prefer like people that I enjoy time with and have fun and laugh and yeah. No,
Okay,
I'm not
what
into
about
that.
this question though? What about this question, sister? Has there ever been like a serial killer that you have seen, or somebody that's all part of the true crime, whatever the case may be, that's done some crazy ass shit that you like, damn, that nigga actually kind of fine or whatever? That you
Yeah, I
might have
thought
fucked
that
with?
Wayne guy, what's his name, Wade Wilson or something like that. I thought he was kind of fine.
I thought she was about to say John Wayne Gacy. I'm like, you a chubby chaser?
Oh,
That's crazy.
he's the
Nigga,
worst.
he don't
He's
give a
scariest.
mother. Nigga, it don't matter who the fuck she talking about. This the thing.
I don't know what Wade Wilson did. I can't
Well,
even
I would
remember.
say the same thing about Jody Arias.
That's crazy,
Wade
bro.
Wilson, I
Fuck
don't think was
that.
that crazy though. What did he do? I just remember seeing his he's doing jail calls with his dad on Post State's show. That's where I saw him. I don't remember what he did. I think, but he wasn't like a creepy like serial killer. I think he might have killed someone though. Maybe his girlfriend or something.
He killed his girl. You know what?
I don't remember what he did. I'm saying they asked me if I was ever tracked him. Like if I ever thought someone was like fine or whatever. It's the only one I can think of.
I mean, fair enough. Like,
You know what I'm talking about? The guy with all the tattoos on his neck and stuff.
I mean, just
he looks white, Hispanic, kind of. I don't know.
yeah, no. I get what you're coming from, but I just asked the question because I thought you would be like smart enough to say, nah, there's not a serial killer out there I'd give time of
He's
day
not a
to.
serial killer. You said a prisoner.
Yeah, I'll fuck a murderer. I'm like, okay.
No, I didn't. You said if I find attractive.
No. Kev asked attractive. I asked what you. I
that's
asked
what
you
I was
when John
answering.
Wayne Gacy time of day, or not
But
John
no,
Wayne Gacy.
I wouldn't like. No, that would be too. If I didn't know, like it was a gang, ex-gang member or something like that, maybe. But like someone that did something crazy, no.
But the nigga did do something crazy. He got sentenced to death. Like he did.
Well, I
something
know.
Crazy,
You didn't. I wasn't responding to would I date him. I was responding to I think could I see how he's attractive.
Yeah, you'd fucking.
No, he actually turned out to be gay.
What the? All right, if the nigga wasn't gay,
No,
you would have
he
fucked him.
confessed and he was gay. He admitted he was gay when he got into the prison. But he had a girlfriend at the time, so he was like, yeah.
He was only gay because he was locked up.
No, he done already had somebody out before that, I guess.
Hell nah.
Didn't he like also target black men?
Resto?
No, this guy that I'm talking
Jeffrey
about,
Dahmer.
he only killed one person. I think
Jeffrey
it was his
Dahmer,
girlfriend.
Fuck you mean, Resto?
I'm not talking about a serial killer. You're talking about.
I mean, it's
John,
almost Black
the kid-
History Month.
No,
nigga,
you're talking
you
about the
should
guy
know.
that ate people. What's his name?
Jeffrey
Jeffrey Dahmer.
came and went.
He targeted black men, but no, it's mostly because he targeted gay, like kind of wandering homeless men, and the guys he would meet were black. I don't know. He had other races victims though too.
Okay.
We should interview cannibals and start asking them what flavor person they like to eat the most.
Where do you find these cannibals? I don't think they're gonna admit it. It's illegal.
Well, thank
You're
you for having me.
crazy,
It's
boy.
11
You're
o'clock.
you're
I'm gonna
crazy.
take my dumb ass to sleep.
Yeah, probably me too, bro. This is crazy. You're crazy. What's his sister name?
Thank you.
Purple something.
Thank you for having me.
Blue something. What's her name?
Blue Jay.
Oh, Blue Jay. Yeah, you're crazy, fool. God damn.
Are you from Toronto?
Who, me?
No,
Blue
Blue
Jay.
Jay.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, get your shit off.
I'm not from Toronto, no.
All right. Is there a reason why we're behind this screen here?
Oh no, we were watching the video.
Yeah, we were talking about your girlfriend with her fucking dead hand on your phallus.
She gains
That's
access
okay,
to them,
'cause
including
just
the
before
ability
that,
to
I
put
was
them in a
talking with your
trance and
mama.
lure them to.
Hey, I got to mute up for like probably 10 minutes, so I'll just listen. But
All right, Blue Jay.
here to say something.
You fucking ran Blue Jay off, OTW.
Bro, that joke, I ain't gonna lie to you, OTW. That joke was so bad that it was funny. I'll give it to you. That was like so unexpectedly bad that it was fucking hilarious. That was great.
Hey, I tried.
This aspect of the legend would reflect her own children's
It
trust in her
landed.
before she drowned them. With all of her victims, her method of attack is drowning them in the nearest body of water. The location of the burn marks left on their arms also ties back to the legend from the 1600s. The burns are in a very visible spot, and from what we can see, most or all of the families that her spirit terrorizes are single mothers. Children in single-parent households are significantly more likely to be abused, according to this study in the National Library of Medicine. As I mentioned, Patricia was already subject to welfare checks before La Llorona entered her life. If abuse is found during a welfare check, law enforcement may take away the children for their safety. So the very visible burn marks feel like La Llorona's revenge. After her children were unfairly taken from her, she's imparting that same pain onto her
Okay,
victim.
so I was
This is
Unfairly
exactly
taken?
what happens to Patricia, keeping the
Yeah, I
boys
told
hidden
you guys
away.
This was somebody copying that legend, and it was modern day. And you guys were like, no, it's what? Okay.
Wait, what?
Again, this is a true story.
Okay. This right here?
Yes, somebody like basically copycatted the legend, but she said she was on welfare and she burned the kids and whatever. Like, are you not listening?
No, she didn't.
I thought this was a movie.
No,
welfare.
Lila Onya fucking is responsible for hurting the kids in all of this. It's the spirit that's doing this in this story. It's not the mother abusing her children.
In the blessed closet was her
Could you
last
rewind it
hope
then
at
a
keeping
little?
Carlos and
Rewind
Tomas
it.
safe
It's like a
from La
possession.
Llorona. But during her welfare check, Anna tries to take them out, leaving them completely vulnerable. As the boys sleep in the foster care institution, La Llorona makes her next move. She puts Tomas in a trance and summons him out of the
This isn't
bedroom.
the legend.
Carlos wakes up and, seeing his brother just standing at the edge of the room, runs towards him, trying to get him to come back to bed.
The
But
movie.
it's
Like,
too
pause.
late.
Like, he
Carlos
wakes up
catches
like,
sight
man,
of La
Either a movie
Llorona
or
in
a
the
true
mirror.
story.
You guys are like, man, fuck wrong with this nigga? You know what I mean? Like, La Llorona or whatever the case may be. It
They
ain't the
wouldn't have
same
all these
mom like
details
Man,
about
possession.
are you
welfare,
on
blah,
lean
blah, blah.
again, Roberto?
Right. Like, oh my God, nigga, are you serious?
Get your ass back in bed.
They must be telling the movie plot then, right?
You better be pissing on yourself.
I don't want to have to clean up puke and Skittles again.
Oh God,
I like, bro, I'm not.
that was
You
a
got me
terrible image.
Fucked up. Right.
Shout out to Trayvon.
Yeah, and rest his soul or whatever the case may be. You know? Nigga, he looking at a little bit like, oh my God, bro, I know this nigga ain't standing up like the poltergeist. He ain't going, man, nigga, we finally made it, my nigga. You finna trick this shit off for us again. You know, again.
We about to get adopted to a rich family. You acting like this? Motherfucker, take your ass to bed.
Selfish bitch.
Oh, I miss mommy. Bitch, I want a four-wheeler for Christmas, all right?
Lala Yornya my ass, nigga. I'm finna take you out. Fuck a Lala Yornya.
Throw your ass out the window, mom. This bitch can burn her arms all she wants to. I want a goddamn four-wheeler for Christmas.
Saying my ass. I got something for you right now. Time now. Take your, take your black ass back to sleep or something.
You mean to tell me you can't deal with a little burn on your arm? Fucking pussy.
Right. Right. Exactly. This is how Free Willy, like the movie Free Willy, was supposed to start off, but, you know, he thought it was like insensitive or whatever. But anyways, that's besides the point.
Then, after her briefly disappearing, he gazes upon a puddle of water from a leak in the ceiling, and this happens. She grabs both of them and takes them to a nearby river to drown them. Anna is called to the crime scene to identify the bodies, and with no father to watch them, she has no choice but to take her own children with and lock them in the car.
Stay in the car, okay? And please don't wake up your sister.
But Chris is a kid, and of course, kids don't listen to their parents, especially when they're right next to an active crime scene that looks really cool. Patricia also shows up and, driven mad with grief, tries to blame Anna for interfering. When Anna asks what she's talking about, Patricia tells her.
La Llorona.
At this point, Patricia essentially becomes a proxy of La Llorona herself. She's prayed to the wicked spirit, asking her to take Anna's children in place of her own.
And I prayed to her to give my children back to me and take yours instead.
See, I told you this is a Latina thing, bro. This is a Latina thing.
You was right about that, bro. I'm sorry for questioning you. You was right. God damn. You did say that too.
Patricia is now following
Like, that's some Sangria evil type shit.
La Llorona's ghastly footsteps, hoping to sacrifice other children in order to trade their souls for her own. It's almost as if the spirit of La Llorona sees Anna's kids through Patricia, because Anna's kids aren't targeted until Patricia makes eye contact with Chris as she's taken away in the police car. When Chris ignores his mother's warning and gets out of the car to investigate, La Llorona sobs in a nearby alley, luring Chris to her sound. As he checks to see if she's okay, her head suddenly snaps in his direction, and she lunges towards him, allowing herself to burn him with her tears by grabbing his arm and scorching it. She's now attached herself to the family.
That is fucking crazy.
Branded the nigga like, I told you to stay in the car, stupid nigga. Just branded him and shit. But the old little necrophiliac fingers like, bitch, you hit me with the necrophiliac fingers, bitch.
She gave him the necro touch.
God bless him. Poppy Chulo, God bless him.
Oh, fuck.
You do have to scare kids, especially when they're like little, because they're not afraid. They'll just wander off in the mall or the yard. You kind of have to like.
Nigga, no, you ain't trying to make excuses. Bro, you was doing the most. Trying to tell us how the bitch was like, well, shit. I mean, they deserved it. Like, you was telling us crazy shit.
Wow, that was a
like,
major
you
reaching.
shouldn't
on your
hurt
part.
children. What the fuck?
I could have sworn I didn't say that, but maybe I.
Kev has that kind of thing where he likes putting words in other people's mouths.
That was a major jump.
Blue Jay was like, that was a great recap. Someone's exactly what I said. Fuck them, they deserved it.
Yeah. Talking about the reason they continue the legend.
Listen, sometimes, I know this is your first time dealing with me. Sometimes you just gotta tell me to fuck off. Because I'm finna lie. I'm gonna just be honest. I'm gonna lie.
Fuck off, Kev.
There we go.
To lie.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I would lie. I would lie for the cook, for sure.
Oh, God.
You did say that shit, but we'll let God got it.
She chases him back to the car, where he breaks the other rule that Anna set for him, not to wake up his sister, as he begs to be let back in. Only he can see La Llorona screeching at him on the other side of the window, but Chris's behavior is still enough to scare her. In addition to that, Samantha becomes La Llorona's next.
Bro, imagine some crazy bitch in a wedding veil just fucking like all red eyes and shit and screeching at you outside of you. Ma'am, I know this is not the Methno state. Please leave.
What if she was a bad one, though?
This might be the Methno state. Please come in and sit down.
La Llorona was.
What if she was
La
a bad
Llorona
one,
was a
though?
baddie before she, did all that murdering and shit.
What if she was just like a hall pass, like pale face hall pass? You know what I mean? Just look a little.
I think that's why they make her not bloated too, right? Like otherwise they would want to gross you out and make the corpse all bloated and shit. But not when it's a young, beautiful woman. Then it's like more important that the audience is. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Even in serious movies like fucking Silence of the Lambs, for example, that was a movie that pushed the edges. But the fucking dead chick still had to look like a model.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I am thankful for it. I am so tired of this progressive bullshit. I was trying to get fat bitches on the screen. Fat bitches belong in the fucking back of the beauty pageant bus.
Exactly. God bless y'all fat bitches, but just treadmill.
No. A curse upon ye fat bitches.
You that's right. Curse upon you fat bitches.
Kev, have you ever had the sadness, the absolute disdain of a fucking fat bitch with a what is it called? A fucking a
UTI?
fat bitch with a fat bitch with attitude, like a fat bitch with like. A fat bitch with self-esteem. No, a fat bitch with self-esteem.
A fat bitch with self-esteem.
What about a plump 7?
There is no
thick
such
7
thing.
or plump 7. You gotta
There's
be
no
thick 7. Ain't no plump 7.
There's no such thing as a plump 7.
There's no plump 7?
That's a myth. There's no
plump
7.
Okay, all right. My bad.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I've seen some works of nature. Make you wonder about
I just
gravity.
figured, a plump 7 might be something,
Plump is crazy. The word
you
plump,
add the word
plump
on
itself,
it.
That's like got 5
But
attached to it. Just
But
plump.
it's not. It's like
Plump
it's
is
not
crazy.
fat though.
What is it?
Wow,
plump.
It's. I think it's like a little bit before fat. Like it's not there yet. It's kind of
okay.
plump.
What thickened it up to get it to be plump?
Plump is like nothing. nothing.
Fucking
plump.
breakfast sausages. What do you think?
Plump is like nothing's hanging over itself, but it's just kind of like it's on its way.
That's thick. That's thick.
Okay, thick then. Plump, thick. All right, I
No,
guess I relate.
Canadian. You're right.
I am Canadian. We
curves are
have
on
different
point.
express. Yeah, the term.
You guys are very polite.
Okay.
You guys are very polite. No disrespect by that, but you guys are. You're very fucking polite.
I think I lost what little melanin I had just hanging out here right now.
Oh yeah, my IQ dropped to like 80 since I've been here.
That ain't on us.
80 is correct.
That ain't on
Yeah, okay.
us.
I tried to be like you weren't already hanging out at an 8.
He's like, yeah, blame the pool. Blame the pool.
Blame the cesspool. Okay.
I need to play some more. Do I need to play some more Diddy clips to get Resto to come back?
No.
That's the funniest
No.
part.
No Diddy clips.
Targets. The following day, while Anna is at work, she's playing out in the rain with a see-through umbrella. Lyodona attempts to lure her in the same way that she did with Chris by crying off in the distance. However, Sam has more self-preservation and stops at the fence just at the end of their yard. So Lyodona resorts to other tactics. She blows Sam's umbrella into the water, and when she reaches in to get it, she's met with a surprise. She too is burned when Lyodona grabs her arm and scorches it with her tears. That night, she puts Chris into a heavy trance, and Anna finds him repeatedly opening and closing the front door. She thinks he's sleepwalking, but he's really setting the stage for Lyodona to blow open the door, granting her access to the house, which she uses to confront Anna that same night.
Get out of my house!
Anna ushers the kids to come in and sleep in her bed while staying up all night on guard with a baseball bat. The terror continues the next day, while Anna is at.
Bro, what if she would have cold cocked the fuck out of one of the kids with that?
That's all I saw.
Mom, what the
two
fuck?
Children. Batter up.
Oh, jeez, Alexander.
Don't
Oh, I'm
burn in
sorry.
the kitchen. Beans don't burn on the grill. All battered up edition. Like, bitch, what the fuck, mama?
Oh my god.
She's like, you two little niggas got fucking touched by the necrophiliac bitch, didn't you? Yeah, okay. No more questions. Go to bed.
Y'all got the cheese touch.
Yeah, he got the ghost aids.
Right. This nigga looking like, what's going on, man? What's going on my ass, nigga? You know what the fuck going on?
What's going on? Mama got the baseball bat and a crack rock again. Fuck.
God.
At work, Lyodona lures Chris into Samantha's bedroom and knocks him to the floor with another powerful gust of supernatural wind and lunges for him, scaring him away to the edge of the stairs, which she pushes him down after appearing in the adjacent room. He lands on his wrist just.
Oh, that's bitch made. I hate when fucking ghosts do shit like that. That makes me so mad. That makes me want to diddy him even harder, bro.
Oh, God, squabble up. Like, let me catch my ones with you, motherfucker. Don't just push me and disappear, nigga. What's up? Like, what?
Bro, I'm just gonna pee on a ghost. If next supernatural one I have, I'm just gonna piss on him.
Put him that pause and let's fight. That's what he should have done.
Bro, I be saying this though. I'm not even joking. Like I had a couple homeboys or whatever, roommates, I should say. You know, they were like, well, it's a ghost in this house. I'm like, bro, I'm not scared of no ghost. Just to be honest, I'm finna be a ghost one day too. You know? So play with me if you want to. You know, eventually it's gonna be a level playing field. And I ain't playing fair. You know what I'm saying?
Who's at the
Once I
door?
get to that point when
Is
I'm
that
not
the
playing
mom?
fair, motherfucker. So play with me if you want to.
Yeah.
And I ain't had no
Yeah.
problems, bro. I ain't had no ghostly encounters. I ain't no
Okay.
poltergeist. I ain't had no none of that.
They scared
I've
of
been
me,
sleeping
man.
good.
Yeah, same here, bro.
Can't finna walk up. All right, you wanted to talk all that good shit. Now I got the ghost stick. Let's go.
I'm not
motherfucker.
playing about that. Yeah, exactly, for sure. You want to be ghost and like, like do all the funny shit. You know what I'm saying? Have a couple chuckles with your little ghost homeboys or whatever the case. But I'm finna be there too, eventually. So keep playing, you know? We're gonna see about it.
I'm finna send you to the super afterlife.
Yeah, it's like,
on
you
crib,
wait till
nigga.
I get to the other side, mofo.
Oh, yeah, I'm gang banging on everything, bro. On crib.
You finna send him to the other side.
For sure, bro. Yeah, I'm finna. You thought you was finna meet God? I'm finna take you to the ghost.
Hold on
Uncle
a second.
Snoop.
Yeah,
Keep
let me
playing.
take a minute right here before I go.
Finna meet
For
God.
sure.
God.
Yeah, you gonna Snoop first. You gonna crib guy first, motherfucker. All the
What
jokey
was you
jokes.
wanting to ask, Blue Jay?
What? Are you talking to me?
I thought you had asked a question.
Yeah, I did. I was just telling you I'm gonna hop down. So thanks for having me, and then I'll probably catch you later.
No, no problem. Thank you for coming.
Okay,
Salute to you,
no problem.
sister.
See you
Nice
again.
to meet you.
You too. Have a good day.
See, that's where
Before
I am.
Anna walks through the door, and she completely overreacts, considering from her point of view, he was just sitting there with a sprained wrist. Sure, La Llorona probably could have killed Chris right then and there if she wanted to, but she may have been setting Anna up just like she did with Patricia, to seem like an ill-equipped mother, as she would know firsthand that having her own children taken away from her was a pain worse than death. The ensuing social services visit at Anna's house was probably a humiliation very much akin to La Llorona's feelings when the conquistador she married took her boys away to a better-suited woman. Also, La Llorona still needs to burn Anna with the black tears in order to complete the curse.
Damn, this whole time Blue Jay was correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
I fucking been backing her the whole time, man.
Yeah, but it don't count when you do it because you back women.
Suck my balls.
You gotta have balls.
Bro, you was
first
backing
or-
everybody, bro. You co-signed everybody. Oh my god.
Give me a fucking
I
break
backed
here.
her up,
Blue,
too.
Blue
I
Jay,
backed her
Blue
up,
Jay
too.
vindicated. That's fucking wild.
That is crazy.
Damn, that's fucking crazy.
She seen this shit
Samantha is up.
before. I don't believe it.
She had to watch this before.
Oh god, bro, to call that shit 100%. Show.
Upstairs taking
And
him
then
back.
for OTW, you're like,
Seems
fucking
like
co-signing,
kind of
like-
not a good idea.
Now she do it. See, Blue Jay. See, that's the thing.
She's
Blue Jay
celebrating.
Laliona. We called it from the get go. She is Laliona.
I mean,
That's why
I
she
kind of
got
feel
up
like
outta
she
here.
earned that, though.
Nah, I don't believe that.
I mean, fair.
Like,
she
I
did what
don't
she
like a
wanted
sore
to do.
winner, but I feel like that's well deserved.
Yeah, no, she doing the victory dance now.
Idea given everything that has happened, La Llorona seizes the opportunity to attack her and bring
whole
Anna to a
movie.
place of vulnerability. Samantha is washing her hair with her eyes closed when she feels a pair of hands massaging her scalp. For a brief moment, La Llorona is tender with Samantha, just
You know, first off, if I'm in the fucking bath and I feel any extra pair of hands on me, I'm gonna turn around and bop up who the fuck it is. I don't give a fuck.
Oh god, bro. When I was 7, 8, 9 years old taking a bath and shit, like ain't no fucking random ass pair of hands just finna grab me and start massaging me from the like, what the fuck? I know ain't nobody in this goddamn.
What if those
bath,
random
like-
pair of hands just grabbed your phallus and, you know?
Bro, they gonna finna. I see. I love my dick. They finna get an extra. So I'm about to
That's
defend my
crazy,
fellas.
OTW. I said I was 8, 9 years old, and you asked me that question. That's crazy.
I was actually thinking about
What were you thinking about?
you
He
your
was
age
thinking
now.
about-
I
I
wasn't
landed that
thinking
plane
about-
right there. I just landed that plane right there, bro.
I
He
was
was
thinking
thinking
about
about
children.
La
I'd get out
Llorona
of
grabbing
there.
him
I just get out of there
with
right
her
now.
blue hands.
What were you thinking about though?
I was thinking about you at your age now, not as a child.
Why are you thinking about me at my age now inside of a bathroom? like naked.
You know, I agree, but you know, I could ask you the same question when you pointed out the phallus in the backboard.
As she likely was with her own children. Sam is tricked by the feeling of that motherly touch. However,
Because
as
it's a penis-shaped mountain in the
Lyadona's
fucking
decrepit
random.
hands pull her under and pin her there. Anna
It's
and
funny
Chris
how
hear
it
the
stood
commotion
out
in the
to him.
bathroom and run up to save her, just in time. Anna pulls her out of the tub, where she crawls backwards, petrified in fear, almost looking as if she's scared of her mother, but she's actually gazing on to Lyadoona. This time, it's Anna's turn to get burned by the weeping woman's
Bro,
touch,
that's
just as
scary
she
as
turns
fuck.
around.
That
to
made
see
my-
it.
that
By
made
this
my
point,
fucking
Lyadoona
neck
has
up
marked
the hair
each
on my
family
neck
member
stand
to
up.
complete the curse and can now strike
Man,
at
she
any
saw the
moment to
movie.
kill the children. Things
Ain't
would
no
be
way.
complicated, however, when Anna goes outside the church to bring in reinforcements.
Reinforcements.
Blue Jay said Ted Bundy washing the hair.
Anna and the kids seek out the curandero Raphael, who reluctantly agrees and implements his unorthodox methods by having Anna and his kids roll eggs over everything in the
I was
house.
gonna
He
say,
calls
was
the
that a
ritual
boiled egg?
Bro, I feel like that man's about to sell a bunch of meth and then beat somebody to death.
Right?
Oh yeah, like y'all don't pay attention anymore. Go to your rooms and shit. I'm finna rub the door frames with like a boiled egg and like we're gonna be safe tonight.
He's gonna grab one of the kids and be like, "What did you do to my deal?"
and he says that it's meant to detect evil in the house. The ritual of rolling an egg in its shell to pick up or ward off evil is a practice that not only goes way back in Mexican healing, but is still in practice today. He cracks one egg into a bowl, revealing the yolk to have turned into a burning black tar, and the other eggs explode, gushing the substance everywhere. Almost like the spiritual equivalent of a paper towel picking up dirt from a surface. It reveals that Lyadoona has definitely made her mark on the house and the family. Anna and the children assist Raphael in several other rituals, leaving the house looking very similar to how
Look at that
Patricia's
little
looked when
bootleg
Anna
ass
went to pay her
Annabelle
that initial
doll.
welfare check. While doing this,
See that fucking Timu Annabelle?
Chris notices Raphael's
Let's go back.
look when assist Raphael in several other
There you
rituals,
go.
leaving the
Right,
house
bingo.
mark on the
Blue
house
yolk.
and the family. Anna
Saw
and the children
Timu.
assist Raphael in several.
That's
shit.
fucking wild.
It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. In the face ass. That is a Raggedy Ann doll if I ever seen one, bro.
Yeah, no, like the real Annabelle, Aster Reflow's right. It is that is a Raggedy Ann doll, but the real Annabelle is also that type of doll. Like I don't know why the fuck they got this puppet ass bitch on the Conjuring movies.
Yeah, that
like
is
no.
crazy.
Because it looks scarier.
It ain't no nose on that
No,
doll
bro.
either.
To me, a Raggedy Ann doll looks creepier than a puppet.
100%, bro. Just
The
the,
only
same as
thing
the,
that will make
the
it
Chucky
worse.
doll.
The only thing that make it worse, I don't know if y'all was here when me and Bumpkin was talking about the porcelain dolls, but like the porcelain clown dolls. The only thing that would make any doll worse if it's like a porcelain doll. That fucking shit's so creepy.
That shit
That
is
sounds like
creepy
it
as
might
fuck,
be
though.
trademarked or some shit.
What? The Raggedy Ann doll? Or what? Or what?
Yeah, like anything that's looks like if they took a real any doll and used it in this movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like the point of this doll is it looks like those dolls, but it's not. Some dude
got
in the
the
props
nose, yeah.
department made it.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's no nose on that too. Like no.
Which to me that makes it creepier with no nose.
Super creepy. That's all like Michael Jackson edition. Raggedy Ann doll. Goddamn.
Several other rituals, leaving the house looking very similar to how Patricia's looked.
You gotta
when
look
Anna
him in
went to
the
pay her
eyes,
that initial
not the
welfare check.
noses.
While doing this, Chris notices Raphael's cross, which he explains to be crafted from the fire trees that surround the river where Lyadoona drowned her children.
They say the fire trees wept as Lyadoona drowned her children. As the only witness to her sins, they hold a special power over her.
He also reveals the
Who the
vial of
fuck says
Lyodonna's
that to
black
their
blood
fucking
tears, which he
9-year-old
collected
son?
from Patricia's house. He mixes it with holy water.
Who says that to their 9-year-old child? While he
It's
holding
not
the
his
fuck-
child.
Actors in a movie.
Whatever, 9-year-old child. That's crazy. Hey, I'll put that cross down if I was you, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? The bitch be chipping shit. Look just like you, they bitch be chipping shit. Like, oh, shit. Right. Let me put this shit down.
I
Like,
wish
that's
Bumpkin was
crazy.
still here because like he could show a picture of the fucking clown that he brought up. That shit, that fucking clown doll is creepy.
Water and refers to it as anti-venom. La Llorona arrives later that night, vicious and determined to...
See, now she looks all bloated and nasty. Now she ain't hot.
Bro, if I was on if I was on ecstasy, I'd probably hit that. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Oh, good.
Like, man, you look like a little dead avatar or something.
It's like,
you know what? When you go into one of them raves shit and they put on all the black lights, that's what everybody looks like.
For sure. Yeah. That's probably why I got to.
We all look like fucking demons when we're under a black light, man. It's crazy.
Bitch might get me bricked up looking like that. Like, all right, shit. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's hit this Aleister
Find the
Crowley
children.
real quick.
Anna and the kids
YOLO,
believe
nigga.
that they're being
What?
protected as they're surrounded by candles huddled in the living room under Raphael's direction. But La Llorona takes her by surprise and wails out a horrible sound that extinguishes all of the lights.
Bro, I want a horror movie that's so fucking serious that a scene like this occurs because you always get the candles getting blown out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I
But
want the guy
how
that
do you
they-
think? How do you think the candles were blown out? Do you think it was by a gust of wind?
Well, no, I want the guy who comes in to help. That's ideas to once the candles get blown out, he just turns the family like, well, we're fucked. That's all I got. Just like leaves immediately.
Y'all can stay here if you want to. Check this out.
Oh no, fuck this shit. See, I was just playing, but this shit's serious.
Fuck, bitch, you finna die here with your kids, bitch. You better get in this F-250. Oh, you did, bitch. You and your goddamn kids. They'll be like, no, we're gonna stay here. You know, for La Casita or whatever. Yeah, be like, okay.
The light says she farted. Replace all the candles with joke birthday candles so they stay lit. They taste like ocean water.
And the house was taken over with darkness. As soon as it reached
Anna and the kids are actually exactly where La Llorona wants them. It wouldn't be a movie in the Controverse if there weren't some air-yeeting, and La Llorona starts that here. Anna is air-yeeted out of the way and left unconscious on the floor. As the kids beg Raphael for help, he does nothing, but instead slinks back into the shadows of the house, leaving the kids unprotected and completely susceptible to be air-yeeted.
Yo, he did exactly what I wanted to do.
I knew that nigga was not to be trusted, bro.
He hit that fucking note the fuck out.
Facts.
No, this whole time he was doing a curse to get them killed instead.
When Anna comes to, she gets up to try to save her son, but she's not going to make it in time. At just the last possible moment, Raphael sticks a hand out and grabs Chris while throwing his vial of antivenom into La Llorona's face. This has the desired effect and burns her face so badly that she lets go of Chris, and Raphael is able to shove her out through the front door. He slams it shut and puts down another row of seeds from the fire tree. Explained another way, it was all a setup to lock La Llorona out of the house, and to her frustration, she fell for it. Because the seeds are collected from the same fire tree that the cross is made from, La Llorona is unable to cross this barrier as long as the line is not broken. And apparently she can't use any of that supernatural wind power to break them herself. I don't make the rules. I guess Rafa overlooked the Garcia's back door though, because La Llorona promptly uses her force to blow it open. And
Ain't that a bitch, bro? You always forget the back door. I bet you the mom was like, no, I don't want to. The mom
Right.
stop.
Nigga already burnt the demon eyes out with the seeds of the fucking crucifix tree or whatever the fuck he said. Like, and the bitch left the back door open. I'm like, oh, matter take the bitch, you know? I'm
wasn't seeds. It was
I'm
like
kicking, I'm putting my foot dead in her back, like, get your motherfucking ass out of here, bitch. You left the door open. You out of here. You know what I'm saying? Take her, La Casita, or whatever the fuck. Like, get this bitch out my life. Irresponsible, hoe. The fuck? And her head game fucked up. Matter of fact.
I mean, that's one hell of a gust of wind for for two people not being able to close the door. I mean, that's a lot of wind.
Ruck, your mic is not working.
Is he on the panel right now?
Yeah, that'd be funny if he wasn't.
That's crazy.
That would be one of the best chats in the history of YouTube right there.
He was. He just left.
Anna, Chris, and Raph.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he is here.
Oh God, Ruck, what up with it, Ruck?
Raphael
Oh
raced
my God.
back to seal
That
it
is
shut,
funny.
but Raphael was not the only one playing chess here. This was also just a clever distraction.
Clever girl.
She's really just using the back door as a distraction to trick Samantha into breaking the seal. Lyodona gets a hold of Misty, Samantha's
Wait a
beloved
minute.
doll that she
If
associates
that was
with her.
not a sexual innuendo, that was crazy.
Look, man,
shit.
all I'm saying is if this
Say
dumbass
what?
little kid goes out this motherfucking door for that doll, she deserves whatever the fuck happens.
Yeah, exactly. Your sacrifice, like that's Darwinism, bro.
My shit working
It is
yet?
what it is. No, you're good
Is
now.
my shit working yet?
Yep, you're good now, brother.
Copy.
Deceased father. She would not be the first or last evil entity to manipulate a doll in the Conjureverse. Misty is set outside, just barely out of Samantha's reach, so she'd have to reach past the seeds to get it. It's also fitting that she uses this doll named Misty. Mist is the gaseous form of water, and water is Lyodona's murder weapon. Samantha takes the bait and is just barely able to get Misty without breaking the line of seeds, but Anna sees her at the last second and yells at her to get away from the door, causing her to get distracted and accidentally drag the doll through the line of seeds, granting Lyodona access to the house. Lyodona immediately grabs Sam for one of the most dramatic air-eating sequences yet. She takes her to the nearest body of water, the backyard pool, and holds her under. Anna dives in and feverishly searches with the flashlight. Upon finding her at the bottom, Lyodona attacks Anna, and during the scuffle, Anna rips off Lyodona's neck.
I've been preparing that moment I've been preparing for that moment my entire life. Me and the homies used to box underwater all the time. I'd get that bitch a two-piece straight up. That bitch would be fucked up.
And a biscuit, bitch.
Yeah, for real. Bro, I'd make my fucking knuckles sharp, be booping that bitch in the fucking nose. Just straight up
God.
break that bitch's nose, bro. I'd be cutting
Fucked
through the
up.
water.
Yeah, take your look, bring your little ghost ass underwater, bitch. Let's see what's happening.
I'm an Aquarius. I love the water. Swimming is my second fucking nature. I'd get that bitch like, I prepared for that moment my entire life. If there's one place I ain't afraid of shit, it's the water.
Yeah.
It's the same necklace
All that.
given to her by her boys that she said she would wear forever. This absolutely enrages Lyodona. It's the last connection that she has to her own children. But before she can retaliate,
Bitch, you murdered your kids. That sounds like a you problem.
It's funny you say that you'd be like a beast underwater, because I'd be a beast in the air, actually, on a roof. It's like I'd take anybody on a roof.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Raphael blesses the water and mixes in salt, causing the pool to be turned into holy water, which drives Lyodona out. Anna is able to rescue Samantha from drowning, but Samantha is now in a trance, just like what Patricia's son Tomas experienced shortly before his death. Raphael and Anna realize that the only way to keep Samantha from just walking outside into Lyodona's grasp again is that they must keep her locked away. The same method that Patricia was reprimanded for the night of Anna's visit. So fittingly, Patricia would be Lyodona's last trump card to weaponize against Anna's family. Being a regular corporeal human, Patricia has no problem simply walking over the fireseed barrier to abduct Chris and Samantha.
You took my babies from me. Don't do this. She'll give them back to me.
Patricia shoots Raphael in the shoulder and breaks the line of seeds at the door, allowing Lyodona to get inside. It isn't completely clear if Patricia entered Anna's house on her own volition or if this was under Lyodona's direction, but in either case, we know she was manipulated by her belief that her children's souls could be freed if she offered the souls of Anna's children in their stead. Lyodona, after powering her way through everyone in the house, tosses Anna into the basement stairway. As she is thrown, she drops Lyodona's necklace, but Chris picks it up and keeps it close. At this point, the trance on Samantha is broken, with no explanation as to why. I would speculate that it could be tied to the sunrise as a symbol of the passage of time into the next day. Again, this goes back to the idea that Patricia brought up at the beginning, that she only needed to keep her family safe a little bit longer, and then the evil would potentially move on. The children run to the attic, but the ball and broad finds them and corners them. As the final moments draw near and she walks towards them, Chris uses his final line of defense, Lyodona's necklace. This causes her anger to suddenly disappear. Her face returns to the soft, kind features from her natural life. Different people are going to interpret this in different ways, but I think in that moment, Lyodona saw Chris as one of her own children offering the necklace, and the anger and malice temporarily went away, allowing her to take the appearance of a more friendly ghost. On the contrary, you could look at it as another one of her tricks, her trying to get the Garcia children to let their guard down. The moment of pleasantness would be short-lived, however, as Samantha accidentally uncovers a mirror, allowing Lyodona to see the reflection of her true monstrous self. Eyes covered in black blood, and she immediately reverts to her previous form. The moment did buy Chris and Samantha just enough time for Anna and Raphael to reach the attic and protect them. Lyodona turns her attention to Raphael because he poses the biggest threat with his cross made from the...
Go ahead.
Do we all recognize that his tie is the same floor pattern from the carpet of the hotel in The Shining when the
Yes.
kid is rolling through?
That
was
mentioned.
So OTW was saying like way earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed it.
Yeah, Resto almost lost his mind trying to get us to say that, and I thought it was funny to like not.
Me too. They were like, are y'all fucking serious?
I missed all the good stuff. My bad.
Yeah, I'm basically like, nah, bro, I don't see it. Like, he's the only person that panel let me gaslight today. Like, I tried to gaslight Blue Jay, and everyone's like, no. I'm like, fuck y'all.
It is the best.
I keep waiting to
As long
see
as it's not malicious, it's fun.
I keep waiting to see a little dude riding a big wheel up his tie.
It might be. I mean, look at this shit. This shit is weird, though. Like, that's weird.
Fire tree sees. She vehemently throws him into a pile of boxes. With all of the Garcia family together now, she charges at them. However, Raphael is just able to kick his cross across the room to Anna, who grabs it and promptly stabs Lyodona through the chest.
How you gonna stab a ghost with a crucifix?
Stabs Lyodona through the chest.
Wait, you mean that's all we had to do the whole time?
I just had to stab the bitch.
Tuco, that's all we had to do the whole time?
That's so anticlimactic.
Nah, you're fucking around with seeds and shit.
Sometimes they kill them off so easy, right? It's like almost fucking disappointing.
Or like the way that they, I don't know if did you guys see Sinners?
I think I did.
Bro,
I think I did.
Is it any good?
I haven't watched it yet.
It kind of was. It kind of was. All right, spoiler alert. You know, if you haven't seen it and you don't want a little spoiler or whatever,
where are we supposed to go?
Plug your ears. When the ghosts got, or when the vampires or whatever the case may be, like when they got invited in, you know, like everybody was safe or whatever. You couldn't invite them in. And then the Asian lady got all pissed. She's like, well, yeah, my nigga out there with my goddamn Toyota Corolla. Fuck that. And then the bitch invited the ghost and like, come on in. The niggas looking like, oh, bitch. Like, that was the dumbest. It was so anticlimactic. I'm like, I felt like they could have done something better, you know? So I just hate it, like, with the spooky stories or whatever, when it's just some stupid shit. Like, the story's good or whatever they come in, and then you just ruin it with some dumbass shit. Like, come on in.
They write
like,
themselves
what?
into a wall.
Yeah, it was stupid.
That's
Like,
why
it's
I
really
think
stupid.
sometimes the whole storyline isn't necessarily for the person that is watching, but actually is another underlining message to another elite.
You know they got
if
email
you're looking at
too,
it at a
right?
surface level, it's to entertain the audience, right? But when you look at it from another perspective, like allegorically or symbolically, the whole story says something else for sure.
Like what?
Well, that would you'd have to take the time to break the whole movie down and watch all of the symbolisms in every scene, and then relate the symbolism to what it could mean, because there's all kinds of different interpretations when it comes to symbolism, because it's more about intent than
Or you
definition.
could condense it. You could condense it, you know, and just give like.
I think it's about deporting the illegals.
Mental masturbation. Script writer, mental masturbation.
No, I'm curious. You know, you don't got to explain the whole movie. You could just like say a little bit about what you mean. Though.
Well, like I was explaining earlier, you know, from a producer's point of view, or let's say the director of photography and the scriptwriter, they all come together and every scene is like constructed. So everything you see in the image that you're watching is put there deliberately. So it's either following the literal narrative, or it's also telling you something else in the background. You know, there's another message being told. But that language isn't necessarily it's like translatable, like because I said, symbolism is about intent. So it depends what intention and how they use that language. So we're not able to decipher necessarily how they communicate, but we can at least recognize the symbolism, point it out, and then maybe extrapolate from that with people who have a little bit more knowledge on the subject.
Well, no, that's a whole. That sounds like an outhouse full of shit to me. If I ever saw one or heard one or whatever the case.
Well, maybe you might say that, but if you look at the subconscious mind,
what does an outhouse sound like?
The subconscious
OTW.
mind. Listen to me.
Say that one more time, and that's exactly what it sounds like.
The subconscious mind operates through symbolism. That's how it takes in information.
It does.
Toxic Angel called. He said it's his turn to have the brain for a day, OTW.
All right, I yield.
No, I don't want you to yield, you know? I just want you to explain yourself, like, effectively, because that didn't make any fucking sense, bro. To anybody that doesn't know anything about esoteric shit,
dude,
or like, you know.
I can't dumb it down more for you, dude.
You don't have to dumb it down for me, brother. You got to dumb it down for people that don't understand what you're talking about.
I've made ample amounts of videos about symbolism. I've pointed out, like, all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ruck.
I was trying to give you an out. Stop trying to overtalk people and out-explain them and share knowledge, okay? You obviously know what you're talking about. Don't try to be too smart. Just tell us what you mean.
No, he thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Well, see, that's where I yield, because if you already have your preconceived idea about what you think,
bro. I already told
you already have your
Trigger
preconceived idea of, you know.
I'm not mad at certain things. I'm not mad at certain things like predictive programming. Like, I'm not mad at certain things, you know, with predictive programming.
All right, here's a really good example.
I'll give an example.
How about the TV series Fallout? Look at that. How that one's totally loaded with fucking occult symbolism.
It's a great fucking series. What are you talking about?
I couldn't get past the second episode, bro. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. I watched up to
it's a Fallout TV show.
Yeah, exactly.
There's occult symbolism because it's Fallout inherently.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's loaded with it, though. It's totally loaded with it. It's insane.
They want you to die.
How loaded? How loaded?
Every scene, practically.
Is it like 10,000 bottles of baby oil loaded, or is it like a 9mm mag, like 11 rounds loaded, like in one in the chamber? Like how?
Like
loaded?
in every scene, there's something that relates to the occult.
Is it squishy?
Is it squishy? Oh man.
Maybe, right? Like maybe. I don't know. Who the fuck knows, bro?
Dude, here's another movie, Glass Onion, with the guy that plays. You should watch it, man. It's the guy that plays James Bond. What's his freaking name?
Pierce
Daniel
Brosnan.
Gregg. Daniel Gregg.
Glass Onion was a Knives Out production. It was the follow-up to Knives Out. Daniel
Exactly,
Craig
right.
plays
And
that
is loaded with occult symbolism. I mean,
it is.
Like what?
Totally
Explain
loaded.
yourself.
Well, I mean, we'd have to bring up the movie, and I have the video. I broke the whole movie down with Zetetic Warrior. You could go check it out on my broadcast,
bro. Since you're the utmost expert on it, like just explain the occult symbolism or whatever the case may be. Just
well, there's a
make your
lot.
case.
There's the pirates.
Fucking pick somewhere and start, and then fucking pick
that's
another
what I'm
place
doing.
to finish.
I'm going somewhere with this. The
Fucking
Skull and
hurry up.
Bones. 322 is a number which relates to the Skull and Bones, and they use the pirate symbolism in a couple of those
University.
scenes.
You talking about Yale University?
Yes. Yes.
So they
Yale
use.
University, Skull and
You'll
Bones.
see a lot of pirate symbolism, and the one-eyed patch. They'll use. You'll see like a literal
as the Goonies.
Exactly, and it's also related to the Pirates of the Caribbean. But anyway,
All that means is that somebody involved in Skull and Bones was one of the major financial influences, and they put an Easter egg in there for the other Bones.
But there's a lot of Easter eggs in there. That's not just
or somebody did it for the lulz, like I would
Why
if
would
I
the
were to
fuck-
make movies.
Exactly.
I would
Why
load
would
that
they
shit
call
with
it
so
an
many
Easter egg?
yeah, exactly. Especially
Well, I
if
mean,
I
what
were
is
like
Easter?
in
That's like an underpaid Disney cartoonist that puts the word sex in the smoke puff. It's like, you ain't paying me enough to not have fun with this shit.
I'm not gonna lie, that shit is weird though with the Disney movies where it looks like a bunch of dicks like all throughout the shit. It's like, oh, hold on, bro.
I think that's
That is
just
crazy.
animators getting away. I think that's animators getting away with shit because everybody's under, we got to get it done by Friday. I'm
not mad, right? There was probably like an office pool, like, hey, Greg, I bet you can't put a dick inside of fucking Pocahontas. Get away with it, bet you can't. Nigga, how much you got on it? 20.
Right. $50
30.
for
30 or
anybody
I'm
that
not.
can make
30 or I'm not doing it, Greg.
$50 for anybody that can make Mickey grab a dick, right?
Exactly. So one frame out of Pocahontas had a fucking dildo
you
inside
can't
of it.
trust any of that shit anyway. Look what
Can't
Lucas
trust it.
did to Star Wars.
Look at what they did to Star Wars.
Oh my god.
He fucking changed the shit.
How?
Like Han didn't shoot first now, right? Didn't he change
Would he
that?
shoot
And
later?
then- yeah, like after Greedo, and then Anakin, like Darth Vader's
Nobody
not
even
in-
gave a fuck about Greedo in the fucking original. So who gives a shit about that? Nobody gave a fuck about Greedo.
The point was whether or not Han shot first. That's what
Well, see,
made
this is
him
where it's
kind of
getting-
like
it's taking a. You took a
he
left
was
at
like he was a
homoerotic, bro.
morally ambiguous person. That was the
Ambiguous
point.
is crazy. That's crazy. No, he wasn't. What the fuck?
Yes,
does
he
that have to
was
do with
because he
Greedo
shot
shooting
Greedo first. Because he shot him first. Han shot first.
Whatever, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Then they made it look like it was reactive and self-defense later. And then they
It
put
was,
Anakin
because it was.
Skywalker and placed Darth Vader with it.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did, bro.
You're sounding
Bro,
like
you
a
don't know what the
juggalo.
fuck you're
What is
talking
up
about
with that?
doing.
I do.
You're
No, you
picking the
don't.
wrong team here.
Yeah. You sound like an asshole right now, man. You need to watch the movies
Choosing the
again.
juggalos. You're choosing like the free dude with the face paint and the big
Yeah.
nose in the.
No,
in the
yeah, you're
cantina.
fucking. You're on the dark side. No pun
Over
You're
intended.
pretending like you know what you just said.
No, I know what I'm talking about, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I mean, okay.
What the fuck does this have to do with the OTW talking about the Illuminati inside of Dawson's
I
Creek?
don't know
What
why
the
you're
fuck does that
talking
have to do
about
with
it.
Exactly. Me neither.
Yeah, well, quit it.
Yeah. Let's just move on with the clip.
He said, "Quit it."
Yeah, quit it. Let's move on with the clip.
Yeah, please. Let's not fuck with y'all,
Across
but
the
y'all
room
nerds,
to Anna,
though.
who grabs it and
Y'all nerds.
promptly stabs Lyodona through the chest.
That is like such a big fail.
And that's
I
where
liked
we
it.
begin
I thought that
this
was
chapter
cool
with
shit.
the malicious Central American legend. However, this may not be the final chapter of her story. After Anna and the kids say goodbye to Raphael later that morning, she looks back at a puddle and sees something that alarms her while we hear the sounds of children's laughter. Could this be the return of Lyodona, who is always associated with water, or does this youthful laughter suggest that a new entity, perhaps one of her victims, has legendized as a new threat, joining the likes of Bathsheba, Malthus, Valak, and Isla, among many other evil beings in the Conjureverse? There is a lot more to learn here about these antagonists, so check out the playlist on the left for the lowdown on the Conjureverse's most horrifying villains. And remember to
Oh, that was
subscribe to
corny.
CZ's World for new horrors every week. Ring the death bell and select all.
That shit was corny as
Huh.
fuck. At least we fucking snuffed out OTW's fetishes, though. You know. Now
Yeah,
we know
but
you're weird.
You don't want to pick my brain, dude. You'll get lost in there, man. It's a
Pause.
fucking weird place.
That looked like it might have been a decent movie, you know, but Anna was kind of hot.
That was a shitty ass movie, bro. That'd be no, hell no. They're probably gonna charge you like $2.99 on Amazon for that.
It was a
Yeah.
shitty movie. I
Freddy
made the
Krueger
mistake
was a
of
lot
watching-
better.
I made the mistake of watching it. It was shit.
It looked like it was shit, to be honest.
I
I think
fell asleep.
OTW probably has a better ghost story than that.
Yeah, I'm a living ghost story.
No, you're not, bro. Just tell like a real one. Don't fucking fabricate anything.
I don't know any ghost stories, man.
You're a liar. I know you fucking have had like some all jokes aside, I know you have had some like paranormal experiences because I've heard you talk about the shit before. So
I
don't
ghosted
lie.
your mama.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with
Yeah,
ghosts.
but that has nothing to do with fucking OTW's ghost
Yeah,
story.
but it's super like the topic of the stream is like supernatural shit in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Don't be
nothing
fucking- don't be
spooky
all
about
fucking-
what I have to say.
How the fuck do you know that, fool? It's your story.
Can we talk
Tell your
about somebody
fucking
else
story.
right now? I don't know.
No,
I was
tell
like,
your fucking story.
Can I
but no,
completely obfuscate
Listen,
from this
Ortho,
conversation?
hold on, bro. No, Ortho, this fool actually has a crazy ass ghost story, bro. A supernatural story, whatever the fuck you want to say. This motherfucker actually
Who?
has a weird one. OTW.
Well, tell the OTW. I've told mine. Everybody's shared one.
Exactly, bro. Don't be fucking acting like a little bitch right now, all scared and shit.
Come on, OTW. If you share yours, I'll share mine. We ain't
Pause,
showing
man.
nothing.
Yeah, don't be
We'll
acting
share.
all Canada right now,
didn't
fool.
say
Like,
show,
you know what
I
I'm
said
saying?
share.
America,
The only
fuck
weird
up.
experiences
Wow,
I've had
share
was
is worse than show, man.
Come on, guys. I mean, the
Showing's
only
bad enough.
experiences that like I would maybe call supernatural were under some sort of psychedelic.
Tell your fucking story, fool. I don't want to tell the story for you, bro. Tell the story.
What you're talking? Well, fuck. I've had more than one.
Well, share one.
I don't know.
See,
I
he
guess
laughing and shit.
I guess one of them was one time I took really like 0.5 grams of mushroom, and for what I can recall anyway, I was sitting in my friend's apartment, and we were three. You know, one woman, her name was Cassandra, his name was Pascal, and we were just like having this conversation all on mushroom. And from the corner of my eye, I can see kind of like portals opening up. And through the portals is like a bright light was kind of like going through those portals, and it was just getting brighter and brighter. And then all of a sudden, my friend Pascal kind of like started talking, but not in his voice. It had like a.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what was the voice that you heard exactly?
It was more of a. It was the speaking. It was like kind of like. Anyway, it just said it was time to go. So it was like, you know, and had nothing to do with the conversation we were having at that moment, right? So I was like really freaking out. So, and then I kind of understood what was going on. It's as if it was like, I thought it was like some sort of angel saying it was time to go. And another part of me said, yeah, well, that could also be a demon trying to get you to leave so he can take over. So anyway, so I refused leaving, and I said, I got things to do here. You know, I have a daughter and whatever. I think I was 24 when that happened. And and then whatever that thing said, well, your life is going to be how did he put it? Well, in other words, it was going to be a living hell.
You know, like your life is complete and utter shit. You know.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a living hell if because I chose to stay. So that thing, the portal started closing. That being left my friend, and then everything came back to normal. And all of a sudden, I started feeling like really fucked up, and I had to get up. I opened up the door of the apartment, and I walked in the hallway, and my friends were kind of like following me, and I just dropped to the ground. And when I dropped, it felt like I fainted, but I was still conscious, and I dropped as if I was in a fucking coffin, guys. I was like my vision was as if I was looking from the inside of a coffin. And then my friends kind of looked down at me and they say, "Hey, dude, are you all right, man?" And I kind of looked at them and I says, I wasn't really afraid or nothing. And I kind of looked at my surroundings and I was saying, yeah, I guess I'm all right. I mean, what can I say? I was like, there's nothing really I can do. I'm kind of stuck in this hole. And then, I don't know. Then I just came out of the hole and then back to reality, I guess. And my friend helped me up and he says, what the hell just happened, dude? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what just happened. Something fucked up just happened, dude. So that's like the story.
How long would you think that you were like in that space or whatever after you collapsed?
Maybe 2 minutes maximum.
Yeah, it felt like 2 minutes. So when your friend picked you up, when you got back to reality, like how long had it been like in this realm? Probably just like a couple seconds or whatever the case may be.
Maybe, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Exactly. I remember you telling this story before. Everybody think I'll be capping, like, oh, I can't be lying and shit. I know this nigga had a supernatural story.
Y'all are rude.
Yeah, they are. They calling you a liar for.
You can't call somebody a liar for their personal story.
I just said I took mushrooms. I was like, that's how I went. That's the experience I went through. So I don't even think something like that.
You didn't know
happened.
the chat is like
really nice.
the most intelligent and experienced with everything.
Oh,
every subject.
Yes, you're right, Desizen.
Everything that's ever happened in the history of forever. They even know more about your personal life history than you do, bro.
Yeah, your mods are so supportive of your panel guests. That's amazing.
Yes.
How many shrooms did you take?
Half a gram.
Half a gram.
Vanta, you should hit the panel. I'm ready to hear your ghosty stories now.
Yeah, me too. I'm ready
All
to hear
right,
some more
so-
ghosty stories too.
So, Kev, you should give one. You ever experienced anything?
Nah, not really, bro. Nothing crazy, you know. I definitely have experienced some shit that was like a little unexplainable, but I'm like, yeah, they got to be an explanation for that shit, you know.
Were y'all here when I told mine?
I had an
Nah,
NDE.
bro. Tell yours.
So, you had an NDA with your demon, really, nigga?
I had
Hold
an
on, wait a minute.
NDE.
Yeah, I was like, hold on, wait a fucking minute. We ain't hitting Bumpkin's Cash App right now because Bumpkin's not here. He's on panel, but he's asleep.
For sure. Tell your ghost story though. Come on.
Yeah, you guys said, I got a story. Why don't you say your story, OTW? And I'll tell you my story. So
I didn't say I'll tell you my story. I did told you my story before, fool.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the other people
No,
on the
Kev,
panel
if
here.
you got a story, tell it. I've already told mine, but I'll tell it again.
Tell yours, bro. Tell it, yeah.
All right, so my ex lives in like a really haunted house. Oh, Vanta. When we lived together when we were early teens, about to turn 20, right? She lived in a really haunted house, and her mom needed help paying bills, so I moved in. And like the fucking windows, like it's like half underground. The basement was like the bottom half of the house, like a 2-story house, but the bottom half of it was like a halfway underground. Like as you went around the house, you got into the driveway, and it fucking locked. Like the bottom part locked from the outside, right? And the windows were barred. They had iron bars, and then the windows were double pane soundproof, right? And then there was this little demon room under the stairs. I call it a crawl space, but it's actually built into like under the stairs, like it's meant to be there. It's not like an access for anything. And it was so ungodly cold. Like I had demonic air conditioning when it got hot in the summer. If the power went out, all we had to do was like open that door, and the whole fucking bottom half of that house would get cold as fuck. And like, so there was this presence there that whenever you would walk upstairs, like I'm a big motherfucker, right? And back then, this was all fucking muscle. So like, you literally a presence that is like 3 times bigger than me. It felt like would be leering over me. Like I could feel the breath on my neck, like somebody was breathing on my neck. And like every time, and I felt like I was so like it was bearing all of its weight down on me. And every time I take a step, it felt like it would take a step, and it would be like going up these stairs and down these stairs. And then one day I went down the stairs because I was upstairs cooking, right? and I went down to grab something. Can't remember what I went to grab. I think it was my bottle of whiskey for what I was cooking. And like I was downstairs and the door went boom, like slammed. And like even the upstairs door did not lock from the downstairs. It locked from the upstairs. So when I went to like go out the door, like okay, well it was the wind. Like my dumb ass did not put two and two together. I was like, oh, it must be the wind. And then like the door was closed, so like there was no wind getting in this bitch. This triple paned fucking windows, right? And then the fucking like when I went to open the door, like I could not, like it was stuck. Like this whole time, like I'm a big guy, so I do believe in the supernatural, but like this whole time I'm dumb and retarded, right? I'm young and I'm not putting two and two together until I got back in the kitchen and I saw that the door, like I realized the door was locked. And then I had to fight to get out. I'm like, something was trying to fucking kill me down there. Like, it was so fucking scary. Like, this house was very fucking horrifying. I got another one involving that same fucking house, right? So, my girlfriend, her little sister, her mom, and then what would be her mom's boyfriend, like, several months later, she got a boyfriend, right? They left for the night. Not for the night, but for the day, and they were gone like late into the night. I don't know when they got home because I booked it the fuck out of this house when this happened. I'm not your average white person. I will fucking leave. There is no splitting up. So I was playing my Xbox, playing online, playing some GTA 5 actually, and it was a huge fucking storm, and the power goes out. Well, I noticed my game's still on. I'm like, that's weird. And it stayed on for like 2 or 3 minutes after the power went out. But like I couldn't control my character. And I couldn't do anything. Just the TV was frozen. Well, when the TV turned off, I could have sworn I saw like a face. Like in the blink when the TV turned off. I'm like, okay, that's creepy. So I go sit on the couch and I start getting on my phone. I'm like, the power's just out. It is what it is. I hear whispering. I hear my name being whispered from like her mom's room. And like I start hearing more and more. I'm not. I swear, I put this on everything. I'm not fucking lying on this.
Okay.
I swear to fucking God. Like I hear my name being called. Right. I go to stand up to check it out because like I am that white. If I hear my name being called and like I hear whispering, and as I get closer, more and more voices are calling my name, and then that's when I start getting scared.
What?
And then as soon as I get to the threshold, that's a little hallway between their upstairs, her mom's room, her little sister's room, the upstairs bathroom, and the dining room, I hear like a chorus of like loud roaring laughter. I turn around and I tell you, I booked it the fuck out of that house. When I swung that fucking door open, I about shit myself again because I opened the door to one of the biggest fucking non-raining maelstroms I've ever seen. Like it wasn't raining, but it was lightning and thundering. And I looked up and it was like yellow. It was like, you know how it gets yellow and dark, like not yellow, but like pinkish when it's raining. There's a fucking maelstrom that's going on there. I see that shit. And I'm like, oh, fuck, nah, fuck that. And it's like right above the fucking house, circling the house like it's the eye of the fucking storm. I get in my car, I go back to my grandfather's where I was staying, chilling with him as a young man. And I tell my grandfather what's happened. He made me some coffee. He was like, you saw the fucking devil, didn't you, boy? You look pale. And I'm like, I told him what happened. He laughed at me. He's like, quit being a bitch. I'm like, fuck you, old man. And then like my
I never told you the truth about the Hatman. I am the Hatman.
Yeah, okay.
But no, my grandfather, that same night is when my grandfather told me that he saw a black muscle car. I can't remember the model he said it was, but it was like a specific model. And like he was like a master mechanic and had been a mechanic all his life. And he told me that he thinks his time to die, like that same night, he told me he thinks his time to die is very close. I slept at my fucking grandfather's. I did not go back to that house. My girlfriend's blowing my phone up. I just look at her like, nah, not today, Satan. I fucking just put my phone on silent and take my happy ass to bed, bro.
And like, give me Jezebel, pussy nice, but fuck that. Jack off today,
for real. And like,
that's actually crazy.
I was exactly 18 at the time.
Oh.
And Fucking
fresh
like
blood.
6 months later, I went to Job Corps, and then my grandfather died like 2 months when I was in Job Corps. By the way, when he told me that story, and he had been having the
Crazy,
dream.
bro.
He had been
Damn.
having the dream repeatedly about the black
That's
car.
That's nutty, bro.
So the black
Honestly.
car was telling him you're gonna die.
Well, he said that from the get go. He said, "I think that's the Grim Reaper here for me. I think my time's
Oh.
coming." And he said that
Grim
for like
Reaper
6
stepped
months.
up his whip from a horse to a car. Oh shit!
Get that black Cadillac.
My grandfather pulled out his mechanic books and showed me a picture of the car. Nah, that's a pretty fucking nice whip. That would definitely be something Death would roll around in.
White shirt,
Dude,
black hat.
I
black
want to
hat,
see
black-
Bumblebee roll through the fucking driveway when I kick the bucket, man.
My
You don't
grandfather.
get to
my
fucking
grandfather's
pick your
awesome,
fucking
dude.
death character, fool. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, not the
Yeah, real
character. I
quick.
meant the car, man. The fucking Camaro, bro.
Exactly, bro. Oh,
Starts with
That's
Starfree.
like that is like
It's
for me.
selfish,
is
dog.
like, that is like the car, man.
selfish.
Oh no! Do you want to know something absolutely hilarious? I had a keeper on, right? Whatever it was, I make the joke that it was trapped in my Xbox because ever since then, my Xbox would literally ding and the tray would open randomly, and like it even happened a couple times at my house where I'm at now. A couple years ago, and like if it was plugged in and you unplugged it for like a day or two afterwards, it could happen randomly, and that's the weirdest fucking part.
That shit is.
So your
I be
Xbox
thinking
is like a
about-
ghost trap from the Ghostbusters?
Yeah, no, it's like a spirit box, unironically.
Yeah, it's like your ex-girlfriend's vagina. She still
it
has your
is-
soul.
It is the Xbox.
box.
It's the
Exhibit
Saturn box. Yeah.
The exhibit box.
Saturn
right?
box is crazy. Yeah, it's
All right,
possible though. It
I
is
got a
possible.
question. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Rhett.
I have a couple options for you. I have been exposed to what you call ghosties for pretty much my whole life. I've been for some reason available to this shit, but I also have what I think was probably or possibly a vampire story from Paris. So I can tell you about the
What?
haunted apartment, a haunted theater, or the girl I think
bet
was a
Vance, just
vampire
come
in
back.
Paris.
Tell us about.
I'm down for whatever, but I gotta let my dog back in. I'll be right back.
Oh, dogs first, bro. I'm all about the dogs.
Oh, you can
All
start
right.
the story if you want.
Here's the all right. So, 2015, my wife and I took a trip to the UK and to Paris to go see the Rugby World Cup. I knew a couple guys playing for the Americans. Rugby's a fairly small community, so you know a lot of people. So when you go international, you know there's a lot of partying. You meet a lot of friends. Yeah, a lot of good shit. But part of the deal was if I got 3 weeks in the UK to watch rugby, she got a week in Paris, right? So I had never been to Paris. She had been there before. We go to Paris. We're having a great time. Make a lot of friends. One of them is a sergeant at arms for the Hells Angels of Paris. So I'm safe anywhere I go. I mean, it was really a great fucking experience. But we're at the Trocadero, and it's this big open area with a circular drive, you know, like huge roundabout with beautiful architecture and stuff all around, and you can look out and see over the river with the bridges over the river and stuff like that. And we're at this outdoor cafe right on like a corner. About 10 yards to my left is a newsstand. Straight out ahead of us from where we're sitting, the door of the cafe is over our right shoulder. Straight out, we're out on the street at these tables. Straight out in front of us is parking about 20 feet away. Between us and the parking is a bench. To the right, our right of the bench, the left of the bench, if you're sitting on it, is a tree. There is no metro entrance. Okay. Make note, there is no metro tunnel. There's no way to get out of our line of sight. Lori and I are looking at the menus. I glance up, and there is this gaunt, white, tall, beautiful, drop dead, gorgeous woman, pale skin, red lips, lighting a cigarette. She's wearing a black skirt, a white blouse with like a black jacket over her shoulders, but she doesn't have her arms through the sleeves. and she's making eye contact with me as she lights the cigarette. So immediately the like, oh my god, the man bone is like, oh hey, here's a hot woman making eye contact with me while she lights a cigarette in Paris. So of course I grab my cigarettes and I elbow the wife, and like I start to light my cigarettes and make eye contact with this gorgeous woman, and my wife notices her, and my wife looks back, and we have this little smile, we laugh, right? My wife and I take maybe 3 seconds looking at each other, smirking and snickering. I look back up, that woman is gone. She's not walking away, she's not hiding behind the tree. She didn't move there was not enough time for her to go anywhere. She was just gone. And my wife and I were like, she vanished. She fucking vanished. Right? It was crazy.
So
We
your,
get
your
on
wife
with our
saw her
trip.
too.
We get on with our trip. 2 days later, we're at this cafe that we had been before, and I'm looking down the street at this fashion store because you can see all these model types going in and out of it. So it's kind of a nice morning. And this same woman walks up to the door. Before she goes in, she turns, looks at me, and gives me that look with one finger up in front of her face, like and she goes into the store. My wife comes out of the restaurant. I call. I'm like, my God, that vampire lady is here, right? And we watch and we watch and we watch, and the chick never comes out. But both my wife and I had the weirdest vibes for those 3 days from when we first saw her and we last saw her. It was weird. It felt like there was a vampire, man. It really did.
Y'all both saw her though.
Oh yeah, Mrs. Ruck saw her. You can ask Mrs. Ruck. She saw her too.
Wait, what about how the fuck did y'all distinguish that she was a vampire versus a ghost when she just
The vibe,
disappeared?
the vibe. She was talking to us, man. She was talking to me. She says, "You know me. You've known me." When we were on the tour
know
bus
me.
in the 2 days in between, she kept coming back. And my wife's like, "She's here, huh?" And I'm like, "Yep." It was weird, dude. It was fucking weird. I can't explain this shit.
That
I'm
is
not
weird.
Zephyr, I'm not. I might be a little pagan. I'm open. My ears and eyes and my thought process is open. My spirituality is fairly open, but
Yeah.
I don't necessarily jump into the stuff and buy into this stuff.
No,
But
everybody's
something feels
experiences are
a
their
certain way.
experiences. I
If
just be
something
asking
feels a
questions.
certain way, it feels a certain way.
Yeah.
You met
probably would've
energy
went.
vampires. You met people where it's like, I don't want to be around you. You're sucking the soul right out of me. Well, it was kind of like that.
Yeah, but they didn't disappear. Like, well, I'm like, no, hold on, stay right there,
Yeah,
nigga. I'll
no,
be right
this
back.
this
And then,
chick
like, turn
disappeared.
around and turn back around, and it was just disappear. Yeah, that's different.
This chick just flat out disappeared. It's
What's
like
up,
you look
Jess?
down, you count to 3, you look up, and she was gone. And there was nowhere for her to go, nowhere for her to disappear to.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I ain't never had no nothing in life ever like close to that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. We had a haunted apartment in San Jose, but that was weird shit. Like the shower would go on with nobody in it, or we'd all be sitting in the living room and stuff would start happening in the kitchen, and we go in the kitchen, and then the channel would change on the TV or the stereo would come on, weird shit like that, and we would talk to it. Hey, turn the stereo on, and the microwave would go on instead. But that was like the ghost thing. That was back in the late 80s.
Damn. Well, Lauren gave me this video. She wanted me to play it. It's called The Blood Countess.
Yeah, here we go.
What's up, guys? It's Ollie from History Profiles here, and today I'm going to do a video about the Blood Countess.
Oh my god, that looked like Lauren's
blood.
auntie or something.
They got the
Hey,
same
guys.
big ass forehead. What's
Oh
up,
god.
Jess?
What are you doing?
We're doing a spooky, scary skeleton stream where we talk about ghost stories in the supernatural.
Hey,
Well, I got
Jess.
That's
about
acting. Oh, go ahead.
I got about an hour left on my stream. I was gonna come chill out with you guys and then send over a raid over here. What do you think about that?
Based, I appreciate that.
Yeah, first raid too.
Shout out to Jess.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'll come chill out with you guys for like an hour and then I'll send everyone over when I end. Does that sound good with you guys?
That's great with me. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Should we?
All right.
We should postpone starting this video then if she's gonna come over.
Well, that's up to
Oh,
you
this
guys.
is Lauren's video, huh?
Yeah.
This is what.
Who else is up on this panel?
Let's see. We got you, me, Bumpkin's still up here. Let me put him in the back. He gets in the back of the bus.
Yeah, my boy.
OTW, Dennison, Ruck, and Jess.
Denizen.
Yo, what up, player?
I know you got a fucking scary story too. I know you got some supernatural shit in it. There's some weird shit that happened.
Not really.
See, not really is that's what I'm saying, man. Stop lying. No, well, not really, but kind of. Man, I'm a little shy. Bro, say
Nah, I'm not shy, dog.
Let me cook, fool. Tell us your story.
What story do you want to hear there, Kev?
No, you got one, bro. Whichever one you think is the best.
Yes,
I don't really.
that is the Countess.
I don't really believe in the supernatural.
It doesn't matter, bro. But I know you done had some weird shit happen to you that you can't explain now.
I do not believe in the supernatural.
That I can't explain.
Yeah, you might be in that business where you're like, hey, that was weird though, fool.
You know, Dennison?
Nigga, tell your weird story, bro. Tell your weird story.
It's funny.
God
I
damn.
doubt that Dennison can't explain something.
He doesn't want you guys to shut me.
This is
matter, Dennison.
in OTW. Do you understand?
Yes.
Why it short circuited my brain?
Absolutely, and I understand
Yeah.
also why your idea of like the 116 and up and the rest should be deported to Singapore. I like that idea. I think you're.
I have
absolutely right.
limitations, you know, because of the way I think on that. It's crazy.
Let me be as blunt as to say I believe Dennison can explain everything that happens in his life.
100% this motherfucker can. 100%. Yeah.
It
Tell
got
your
to,
story,
I
bro.
noticed it. I noticed it when I was studying for a state exam to become an insurance agent, and there was a contradiction in the source material, and I couldn't get past it. Like, I took the test with a friend, and he was like, "You just have to know what answer they want you to say, right? Like, because it didn't really matter what the facts were." But I could not figure out how to answer it because there was contradictory information in the source material. My brain just went like into the sizzling android mode from a fucking Star Trek episode.
Yeah,
That sounds so military training right there. That sounds so military training. There's the right way, the wrong way, then there's the way that we're going to tell you it is.
Yeah, corporate training.
I'm not mad at that. I'm
very
not mad at
similar.
that though. Well, they give you an example.
But
like,
anyways,
for the
that's why it's hard for me to give you a supernatural story, right? You know, because I don't think I have any.
You ever heard like footsteps or something
Oh,
that
fuck yeah.
sounded like footsteps that was unexplainable? You're like,
Oh yeah, earlier.
sure somebody.
Yeah. Earlier, I said how one.
Bro, tell that story then. God
yeah,
damn.
I'm about to. I told it. I'll tell it again.
Stop acting all autistic
you
on
gotta
me,
shoot it.
fool. God damn it.
No, you just had to be more specific. That's all.
All right, my fault.
I told it earlier, but I don't think you were here. It was a night where there wasn't even any wind. It like when it gets eerily quiet, you can't even hear nature. Like no leaves, no crickets, nothing. And I was in the back half of my property where it was the most wooded, and it was dark out. and I just heard this, like, I felt the ground rumbling, and I heard galloping from like a creature that was at least twice as tall as I am. And then I started hearing the huffing and the breathing coming closer and closer. And at that point, I booked it. I just booked it out of the woods.
Experience.
I was expecting to hear some fucking Bigfoot stories.
I think he is telling the Bigfoot story, but he's fucking ran away before he captured the holy grail.
It's a
of fucking
fancy
content.
Bigfoot.
Oh my god! Stop being a
It
pussy,
sounded
bro.
like a
Pull out your
huge
cell
mule
phone
or
next time.
whatever.
It was a
huge
century.
mule.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. It's century. It was like really,
A
really
century?
tall, huge, and just like galloping hooves and like heavy breathing.
You're lucky it didn't spear you.
What?
You know.
Yeah, you're talking gibberish. I can't even understand what the fuck you're saying.
I don't know what a century is besides like 100 years. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I took a lot
I
of.
feel like you guys are
I
fucking
took a lot of drugs.
Denizen and I kind of speak the
You guys are
same
having, like,
language.
nerd sex.
Hold on, let's dumb it down a little bit.
I think he meant to say
Yeah,
centaur.
dumb it the
A
fuck
century is a half human, half horse.
Fucking two nerds dry humping each other on
that's a
panels.
Oh, it's how you're pronouncing it. Oh, it's your accent.
There is no
That's
vowel
my
sound
accent.
after the
That's
R.
it. It's my
Your
Canadian
There is no
accent.
vowel sound
Yeah.
There is no vowel sound after the R. Okay, centaur.
Oh, centaur.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it's your accent that made me go, what the fuck?
That's it.
I heard him
Sorry
say
about that.
century. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
is a
same.
century?
That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
well,
I was like,
it
Two
could have been.
galloping centuries.
Yeah.
Like, what?
T-A-U-R.
Jesus Christ. God, it's
Centaur.
centaur. So that's the horse with the dude body, right?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally laughing at myself right now. This is good.
So you heard a horse in a dude body, like 2 times horse and 2 times dude body, just galloping at you out of the forest and shit. You're like,
Hey, look, man.
What in your mind made you think that was a fucking centaur?
Centauri was
Like,
galloping.
yeah.
Nothing made me thought it was
Whatever.
a centaur.
Yeah, I'm the
How
one
did
who,
you- how
who
did you
projected that.
guys pronounce it? Centaur. Because we pronounce it centaur in Australia.
That would have made more sense than century. Then they could say
Yeah,
a
well,
century.
I'm still asking myself why I said century. I'm like,
Me too.
see,
I
I'm
think
just like
you guys are severely
lost in the
confused
languages,
by the
man. I
sound
don't
of
know.
it. How many fucking books and fucking fantasy movies have you been watching?
So many, like so fucking many books
I
and
can
all
tell.
kinds of movies
I
and
can I don't tell.
really read.
series and completely,
Exactly.
you know, yeah. The
Harry
hard drive
Potter's
is
not
like
Canadian.
fucking
You
full.
want to be phonetically dressed drowned by a woman that puts a Z at the end of the word you?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like Americans saying y'all. What's the Australian version of y'all? Is used.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we
Any
actually,
more questions?
we
Any more
actually have
questions?
Americans that do that.
The fuck?
I understand.
Yeah.
I comprehend.
No,
Yeah.
Jess, do you have any supernatural
next
stories?
question.
Yeah, I was waiting for a
What
follow up.
on?
Is there a follow up to that or like?
I would like there to be a follow up,
we
either
have
A
used
for
on
that
it. We
or
have
B
used
for
it
like
in the
how the
States as
fuck
well.
did you think that it was a centaur? Like what in your brain connected for
I
you to
didn't.
think that it was a centaur running you down?
I'm the one who
out of
projected
No,
the
it was
forest
a
at your house?
century. It was
Come
a
on, guys.
century.
Yeah, it was a
Right.
century.
No,
What
no,
made you
Come
think
on.
that the year 2000 was fucking stalking you?
Dennison never said centaur. That was OTW.
Like,
like,
oh my
and he
god,
said-
Y2K is following me. Oh shit. Like, what, bro? Like, what?
It was the headless
Centaur.
horseman.
Like, what
It was the
fuck?
headless horseman, dude. It was the headless
Oh
horseman.
my
If you hear a
God.
random-
Get a straight
if you hear a
jacket.
random gas,
You guys need to lay off the fucking fantasy movies and shit. Seriously.
if you hear randomly
Oh
gas,
God in
I-
heaven. This is the problem with
infecting
people
your
playing
brain.
too much of that goddamn
Don't even know what's
Pokemon
reality
Go.
and what isn't anymore. That's concerning.
I just assumed it was like an adult deer or something.
An
That's
adult
what I
deer?
assumed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Could be a horse too, because of where it was at the time.
A horse?
Yeah.
A wild one. Is like exiting
You know,
the
if you-
forest to chase it out.
A wild one or one just scared, because it was stray on my property and I
Are
wandered
you
up on it in the
autistic, bro?
dark.
Are you on the spectrum?
Nope.
Okay. All right,
If
for
he
sure. I'm gonna
was,
crack
would you
jokes
tell?
then. All right,
If
keep
he
telling
was,
your
would
story.
you tell?
I'm finna crack jokes.
That was the end of the story.
This is retarded, to be honest.
Oh God of heaven! I'm like, bro, you dumb as fuck. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I just assumed it was like an adult deer. You mean like a buck? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Be
well, shit,
nice.
it was that or like a big ass nigga or something like that. I don't know. Out the forest for sure, like a horse.
Do you know how dangerous?
Oh,
Do you know how
horse?
dangerous a deer can actually be if you ain't got a gun?
Yeah, the ones that get old, yeah, they can
Hell
fuck
no,
you up.
bro.
Those motherfuckers
A
will gore you.
whitetail?
Oh, they're not as dangerous as the half horse, half man, dude.
Exactly. The centaurs are. What are we talking about exactly? You
No,
can't
it's
just talk
not a
about deers. We
centaur.
talking about
It's a
centaurs.
century. You got to pronounce it right. It's century.
I never
Exactly.
said
You talking
either
about
one
the
of
Y2?
those things.
Yes, you did.
No,
Oh,
no,
God,
no,
I did
no.
not.
That was OTW.
No, it
That was
wasn't.
OTW.
Yes, it
No,
was.
You guys are one and the same because y'all was both co-signing each other's stupid ass stories. So
Yeah, you
whoever the
were
fuck
both
it was,
stated.
exactly.
Right,
Don't do
Laurel
that,
and
bro.
Hardy
Yeah.
are one.
I wasn't jerking him off. He was jerking me off. Whatever.
You can't even have a coherent conversation because you're arguing over who said what and what words mean. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh my God.
I got a question for you, Vanta Silver. How do you get century from centaur? Come on now.
I'd like to know that too.
That was crazy. That was honestly crazy. Oh shit. I feel bad now, Dennis, and I'm sorry, bro. You ain't cooked. You know.
Why do you
God
feel
bless
bad?
you, bro. Well, because I'm like, bro, tell your story, and we all poking fun at your story because it sounds like bullshit.
Oh,
but,
I was going.
you
I
know?
was going after century.
That
not-
sounded like
not
bullshit.
innocent. I wasn't.
The
going
guy
after
who told you
innocent.
that someone was breathing on his back and slammed the door invisibly.
And it was a half horse,
or
half
the
human.
fucking
Right.
Hatman who pulled Bumpkin off his bed. All that made perfect sense. The chick who
That
drowned
made
her own
perfect
kids
sense to me.
and then had to kill kids for like 1,000 years just to get their souls back. That seemed totally legit. But the fact that I was out in the woods at night at dark and I heard a large animal running toward me is completely unbelievable.
No, I believe you 1,000%, man. I've had my own what I
No,
like,
we believe
what
you.
I
We're
think
just
was Sasquatch
just
experience.
confused.
I wanna
No,
hear
I know you do. I just wanted to point out how
making
absurd what he
fun
was
of
saying was.
I haven't been here for
fun
the
of
rest of the stories
OTW
either. I'm just fucking
I
around.
would
I don't
love
even know what the fuck.
I think it's better when I repeat it in my tone of voice and with my articulation. It kind of really,
love to hear the rest.
it's like rubbing
His
salt in
own.
the open wound. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
okay with hurting feelings, so it doesn't bother me.
Well, it hurts my
So,
feelings.
does anybody else have a story they want to share?
I kind of wanted him to finish his. I thought there was
That was the end.
Okay.
The story ended 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. I think we just well, it was probably me that just like fucked this whole story up. I'm like, oh, the centaur was running you down out the woods.
At least you're not one of those people saying God came to you and was telling you to go do something, and you know God sends you messages and he talks to you and shit like that. You're trying to preach to everyone how you're some prophet of fucking Jesus and shit. Like there's people that do
No.
stuff like that.
Like
We got rid of Resto like probably about an hour and a half ago or something like that.
Was that his life story? I don't know. I missed it.
Yeah, he thinks he's the Christ. We're like, oh god. She's like,
I
"I'm
always thought that
sleepy."
Jack, from what
I
I've
am the
seen,
Christ.
Jack Talcott seems to think that he's the coming savior of the world, but yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh, I'd love to see him and Resto on a panel because Resto honestly thinks he's the second coming of Christ. He's like, man, yeah, well, I'm sleepy.
Who?
The dude that has
Resto.
non-sexual orgasms throughout his body.
Yes, him.
He's retarded.
You're talking about Talcott.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not going to speak for Resto, but that's
Yeah, he was talking about somebody else.
come the same way. No.
Yeah.
I understood who she was talking about.
Yeah, but that's not who you were talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about Resto.
I don't hate the dude. I just
Similar.
think he's insane. I just think he's fucking nuts. I'm here to save the world. I can end all the wars. You're fucking delusional, mate.
And praise God, man. Praise God.
I've heard worse shit.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not delusional.
I'm just saying, 99% of the people I meet are completely delusional.
That's not a good thing. That's not something that we should be like, oh, it doesn't matter because there's worse people. That's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing.
That's above my pay grade. It's your world, boss. I just live in it.
Oh no, the truth is the truth. How I feel has got nothing to do with it.
Dude, is that the old school Joker from the animated Batman series?
Yes, sir. Wearing a Hotep hat as well. He's woke.
That's what makes it the funniest.
Yeah, I found it randomly. I'm like, yep, my avatar.
That is crazy. That motherfucker has a Kwanzaa hat on. That's sick. Hold on, bring that back up on big screen, and that's literally a Kwanzaa hat.
He's in deep thought. He's
That's
like, black
crazy,
struggles.
bro.
Yeah.
Hey, this Australian woman banned me yesterday. What the fuck? I
Oi,
told you I knew
mate.
you was on other streams, lady.
I didn't ban you, mate.
Meanwhile,
Sounds like
I already want to ban you, so
I
you're not
didn't ban
making a
you.
good
I
case.
removed you off
seriously.
my panel for being a retard, and I remove anyone who's
You
a retard.
sound like a dude. You sound like a fucking Australian dude.
Wait,
Is that the best you can do?
You heard me.
Have you got a
God,
better
this is so
insult than
fucking
that,
boring.
mate?
Oh, come on, shut up.
That's like me saying, "Oh man, you got a small dick." Like, come on, mate, you can do better than that. Really?
You didn't see it. You didn't see it. You want to see it?
Oh, come on.
What's
you can
with
do
all
better
these
than that.
male presenting
better than that.
intersex
That's the
fucking
best
people
insult you
always
got.
coming
Hey,
up
put up
and
a banner.
arguing like women all the time?
We're good.
Put
You're
a
not
banner
coming
up.
back up. You're not coming back up. You're good.
Bro, he's threatening to
Holy
show his cock,
shit.
bro. Put a banner up. That's crazy.
I already booted him. Off.
I'm like, God damn. Complimented you
Meanwhile,
about your little
meanwhile,
Kwanzaa fucking goofy, and all of a sudden you're attacking a
Meanwhile,
woman
poor
up here?
Pete's Dynamo
What the
has
fuck?
to mute us as he goes to the drive-thru for his lunch at Chick-fil-A.
That was crazy, bro.
That was the Rolex guy I wanted. I don't know his real name.
And who has the Rolex?
But it's the guy that
as an
comes up
avatar?
and brags about having a Rolex.
Oh, he's still here. What
Yeah,
the
I
fuck?
know. He got called out on my stream for that shit, and then fucking he spurged about it, and then he got removed off the panel for spurging and carrying on about being called out, and then yeah, he came here for it. He's not even banned. He just got removed from the panel.
Look, Rolex guy.
Added.
I had
My
porn
fuck up
bombers.
girl.
I had porn bombers earlier when I tried to stream yesterday. So as a precaution, I'm gonna need to see some investment. So hit the Cash App if you want up. If not, I can't let you up.
I mean,
That's
they
not
can
even
afford a
trying to.
Rolex.
That's not even trying to
God.
grift. That's literally just like
No,
you
I
threaten to
don't
show
believe
your
It's
dick.
insurance. It's insurance.
I banned people for that too. I banned people on my channel for just threatening. It's like, no, don't even make a threat, because if you do
All
that,
the
you're
time.
gone. There's no fucking second chance there.
Yeah, that's
That's
out.
it.
It's not about being a pay pig. It's literally you threaten to show your dick. I've had porn bombers. Like, it's insurance.
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. So you're not gonna
Wild
boot
even.
Denizen or what? Like, well, I'm pretty sure that was Denizen. Alt.
That wasn't Dennison. That was I Get It, the Rolex guy. The dude with the
I
watch.
know it was.
I don't know. Dudes seem to get triggered when they fucking get flicked off my panel for some reason.
They don't like being dominated by a woman, I guess.
The funny thing is most of the time it's Are not men that removes people from the panel, not me. I do, but most of the time it's him. He only does it though when it's a appropriate situation, like someone's been breaks TOS or has been just a fuckwit. Especially, and all people that threaten that kind of shit get banned straight up. I wouldn't tolerate that crap unless you want to encourage people to do it. Fuck that.
Exactly. Lator. You know what I'm saying? Go get another screen name. You out of here, Jack. That's out. So speaking of that being out, let's talk about some shit that's out of this world. OTW, since you got banned tonight on your alt account, you know, we will be Jess, do you have any
point of privilege?
Yes, he banned OTW for sure. OTW's out of here.
Point of privilege.
I don't know if you met me before, Jess, but I be lying. So, don't take shit I'll be saying serious. Well, we were talking about.
Let me address. I've been on panels with you before. That's all good.
Let me address this guy real quick, dude. I don't give a fuck what somebody else does on another panel. That's their show. This is mine. Don't bring it over here. It's retarded. They had a good reason. You're not a content creator. You wouldn't understand. Here, you guys go ahead.
Word.
Okay, I was just gonna ask Jess because we was talking about like the whole little supernatural shit. Like, do you have any like supernatural experiences or anything like that that's happened in your life
Yeah,
on a
like
real
some
tip?
psycho kangaroos. I know koalas have like the highest STD in Australia. That's already scary.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Bro, Australia.
My brother, I do have some story. There was this house that my mum lived in after I left home. I didn't live there with my family, but they all lived in the house. And when my mum showed me the place, because she showed me before she moved in, I really liked it. You could go upstairs and you could go out onto the climb out on the window, and then it had like tin all the way around the house, so it's like a big veranda all the way around. It was pretty cool. And the whole place looked cool and everything, but fucking there was something weird about the place. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I could sense something off. Like you could call it intuition or a feeling or whatever. But I could sense that something was weird about the place. And I actually said that before my mum moved in there. But she moved in anyway. And after she moved in, not long after, I noticed there were spotlights all the way around the house, which I thought was really fucking weird. This is in the middle of the country, by the way, in the middle of the bush. So yeah, there's spotlights all the way around the house, which is very, very fucking odd for them to be that many all the way around. And then some weird shit started to happen. So my youngest brother, he was only about 4 at the time, 4 or 5. And he used to go underneath the house and he would have full-on conversations. Like he would be talking like he's talking to someone, like having a conversation with someone, but no one was there. And he would always go under there. We would try and get him out and he would continue to just keep going under there. No matter what we kind of said. And it was weird because there was a few times there that I actually heard another voice talk back. And I wasn't the only one in my family that heard another voice underneath the house talking to him. So, and he told us that, and he told us he was talking to a whole family, that there was a whole family that lived under there and all this shit. And that was like kind of like the first start. This is only the start. So that was like the first kind of incidences was to do with that stuff. And then there was something weird with my sister where when she was outside, kind of similar to what you were saying, Dennison, which your story, even though I was giving you shit for it, it kind of reminded me of this. Every time my sister was outside, there'd be like something in the bush because the bush is that thick around the house. There's a bit of cleared out and then the rest of it's like really, really thick bush. You can't even see through it. It's that thick. And there would be like this noise, nearly like a pig, like a grunting noise in bush where you couldn't see what it was, but you could hear it, and the bushes would ruffle and shit. So and she would run in the house, and it'd go shh and ruffle with her, like running with her kind of thing. But we could never see what it was. So that was the next thing that started to happen. And then after that, my mum started telling me these stories about seeing these big fucking like Bigfoot looking things. And I'm like, yeah, right. It's a fucking, you just tell me some more bullshit, Bigfoot crap bullshit. There would have been something that you've just kind of mistaken. She was like, no, come out and see it. You'll see it for yourself. So I did. I went out there. I sat on the tin roof that I was telling you about with all the spotlights on, which was interesting that, like I said, there were spotlights all around the house. And sure enough, these big black looking fucking human ape fucking looking things.
The yowies?
They came down from the hill. They came down the hill. There was like 4 of them, which is weird because most Bigfoot stories you hear, it's only one of them at a time, but there was always more than one. There was always like 4 of them at once. So sometimes more, sometimes there was like 2 or 3, sometimes there would be like 6 of them. And they, when they would move, they didn't make rustling noises. Like they didn't make, it was almost like they were floating kind of thing. It was fucking, their moves were like seamless kind of shit. So they were able to move around without making noise or making their presence known. But when they would look up at the spotlights, their eyes shined blue. So you know how we have like a green and browny, orangey kind of fucking eye shine, like how the color of our eye shine?
Yeah.
Theirs was bright blue, completely bright blue. So, and they would come down nearly every night. They would come down. And this isn't even the end of the story of this place. Then later on at this place, I was staying there. I was staying there on and off. I used to stay there to see my family, and I kept seeing these gold-looking things. I've still never really come up across an explanation for what these fucking things are, but they look like kind of like little mini, like Oompa Loompas, like mini people, but they're gold. Their whole face is gold, their body's gold, and they got this like headdress looking thing on that's gold as well. And they smile, they got big smiles on their face. So they look kind of like happy children, but they give off the most evil sensation ever. It's confusing as fuck as a human kind of looking at it. And you'd see one and then you'd see heaps of them. And it scared me when I first started seeing that shit. I thought I was going crazy, so I didn't tell anyone. Like, I didn't tell my family and shit until a bit later on. Until one night, it got a bit serious, where my sister was a baby. My youngest sister, she's about 12 now. But when she was a newborn baby, she slept in the bed it was me, my mum, and her in the bed. And I woke up to her kind of stirring. And I thought that I saw her move, and then I thought, no, my mind's playing tricks on me kind of thing. So I measured her against the bed, like the pattern on the bed sheet, so I could tell if she actually was moving or if it was my mind playing tricks on me. And no, she was moving. Like, I could see it, and that freaked me out even more. So I went to grab her, and when I went to hold on to her, I actually could feel resistance of something trying to pull her off the bed. That is the most full-on experience I've ever had, where whatever this was trying to actually take my sister, like drag her off the bed while she was a newborn baby.
That is wildly terrifying, actually.
We found out later on. A little bit context.
Crazy.
We found out later on that the on the hill where I said those things would come down from, there was a real ancient burial site that was also like a pagan ritual site.
I was gonna say like an Aborigine burial ground.
Yes, Aboriginal burial and ritual site. Yes, that's exactly what it was.
Go towards the light, Caroline.
And I have no idea what those gold. Even to this day, I still have no idea what those gold things are. I've asked people multiple times what these things are. I've tried to research them. I have never come across any information about what the fuck they are, but they are the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. And they look peaceful, but they are evil as fuck, which is mind-boggling.
So wait, when you say they look peaceful, but they're evil as fuck, did it give you like a feeling of existential dread, or did they just do mischievous shit while looking peaceful?
Both. They were the things that were trying to steal my sister out of the bed.
Oh damn!
What the fuck?
But they're deceitful, so they look like happy little children.
Halted says shiny nose.
They're really, but yes, they also do give off a really deep level sense of dread. And I've encountered other things other than this, but this is the most extreme level of dread that I can't even put into words.
That's
because
like
I was trying to figure if it's like
the black-eyed children here in the States.
I'm trying to think about because the story I told about like the existential dread in that house, especially when you went downstairs, was so fucking bad. And there's sometimes just beings and creatures that when you
It
encounter
wasn't just
them,
me though. It wasn't just me that experienced this shit. It was my brother with the shit under the house. It was my sister with the
Yeah,
stuff
with the voices and
in
shit.
in the bushes. It was also I wasn't the only one that saw the gold creatures. I wasn't the only one when we were looking at those so-called Bigfoot kind of things. There was multiple of us at the same time looking at the same thing.
well, see, the thing is, like, in the house that I experienced it, I wasn't the only one either. Like, people, I noticed that a lot of people, like, if they live close together or their family, they'll have like group encounters as well. So it's fucking
I don't even know what
crazy.
that is. That's different to ghost stuff. That's
I mean, it's still
something
technically
that-
supernatural stuff we don't
It
understand.
is, but it's something outside of all of that. It's really
It might not be like necessarily like ghost shit. It might be like interdimensional.
no. These
you know?
things,
It's like cosmic
these
horror.
things,
Okay.
these things exist between the boundaries. They exist between the lines. They exist in the place that we can't fucking see. That's where
what
these
I'm trying
things
to tell
are.
you. Exactly. No, think about it though. Think about it, right? Like people be having like these ghost experiences. There's too many people that have had like authentic experiences.
I
that
mean,
just
I can tell you
dismiss the
one
shit,
off the jet.
you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But there's
no,
also
like-
like think about think about like radio, or think about your goddamn cell phone. You know what I mean?
That is the most
like
haunted
you can pick
place
up your
I've
goddamn
ever
you can
I will
pick
take
up
you
that
there.
cell phone.
Any of you
listen,
ever
listen,
come
listen,
to
listen.
Australia, I will
No.
take you there, and you can experience the shit for yourself.
So
It's some shit between the lines or whatever that we can't
Australia's
explain.
already
You know what I
scary.
mean?
You got to have giant insects. Some
Yeah, Australia's already scary. I feel like y'all shouldn't be
Okay.
allowed to have ghosts and
Kev has
demons
a
and
good point,
shit.
though. Kev
That's
Kev
where the
has
ghosts
a
be
good
kicking
point,
it at.
though.
They on
People call me
vacation down
crazy
there.
for that shit. I don't really give a fuck.
No,
No,
I wouldn't never call you crazy because I've experienced I've never seen any beings, but I've also like the story that I told y'all when I was an adult was nothing compared to the shit I lived in when I was a kid, and I'll let the panel go, but I'll tell that story a little bit later.
Yeah, but the pulling my sister out of the bed, that for me, but when the line comes between like, is this in my imagination and this is actually fucking reality? Like, I don't have any explanation of how she got dragged down the bed. None.
Oh, I've been full on thrown onto a snake or like attempted to be thrown onto a snake.
Yeah,
by
but
something.
when it's you, it's different than when it's you're
When-
trying to
when
save
it's
someone
someone-
else that's so innocent like that. And like there are legends, Aboriginal legends here, which like in Australia about creatures like this that steal children.
Yeah,
It's like
no,
not
that's horrifying.
I
Look,
believe you. I believe you.
Watchman, like $50
I
cash
don't
up to
take
risk
that
it.
kind of shit lightly after that experience. That really fucking yeah. And the thing is that it wasn't the only time that it happened. My mum and I've had conversations about that place, and she had experiences with that same thing happening with my sister. That they wanted her because she was a pure, innocent new spirit. She was not even 6 months old yet.
Well, my entire
And they're
family,
easy
right?
for the pickings for the wrong kind of entities.
No, like my entire family has had experiences sort of similar to that with kids, like especially with kids. Like for instance, like the talking to people. Myself, I've had an experience with that where not just my grandmother and my mother have heard that, but like family members visiting could hear me talking to someone in my room when I was younger. Like it's fucking wild, and I don't remember any of it. Like they'll be like, "Hey, do you remember that imaginary friend you had?" I'm like, "Nah, that's crazy."
Someone just mentioned in my chat about changelings. That is kind of that. Yeah, that is around the legends around here. That yes, there are
What's it called? The changing?
Changeling?
Yeah.
a changeling. Yes,
They're like
a changeling.
doppelgangers.
A changeling is where your child is there's legend really old legends about children being swapped out for the children of other creatures.
Like
So
goblins or gnomes.
Okay.
so
Maybe
they'll
the
be
dingo
like
ate you, baby.
spirit. they'll take a pure or innocent spirit baby when they're really young and replace it with one of their own for the person to raise as their own. But
what be
does
the
that make
point
sense?
of that though? Yeah, that no, the Lord makes.
What would be the point of that?
Like,
The energy, because the energy of pure innocent spirits is fucking is different to a corrupted spirit.
no, listen. I'm not mad at like the theories behind it, but
And this is energy,
genuinely like
because it's
I really
energy.
be wondering like because
Because it's energy.
Yeah, no.
Well,
I'm
the
not
theory
mad at
is,
the
I'll
energy
tell you
shit,
what
but-
I'll tell you the theory and the legends around it. The theories and the
Okay.
legends around it is that these they're not really spirits. They're more interdimensional creatures, and they do this
entities.
because they do this because they feed off the energy, so that the energy that some of the energy that we have is like junk food to them, kind of thing. So
Okay.
Babies are uncorrupted. They got no corruption to their soul or their energy at all. So the power of their energy is a lot more intense. That's why babies were often used in sacrifices for rituals and stuff like that. It's for those kinds of reasons.
Oh, we talking about we getting like we going like
This is the
reptilian
belief.
shit.
I'm not saying whether I believe this is true or not. I'm
No,
saying these
for
are
sure.
the legends around it.
It sounds similar to
My people believe it. Yeah, Somalians, they believe that too.
So we have.
It's global. It's global.
Well, if you're a Christian and you believe in demonic possession and things like that, the easiest spirit or body to possess would be a child.
It's not even Christianity.
Do you know what's absolutely horrifying? And I think Dennison was here for it. This could very well be true, and it's something that you're all sharing in a delusion with me when you interact with Bumpkin, because like me and Bumpkin, the similarities of our life are very horrifying. Like when Bumpkin was telling his story about the porcelain dolls, like I also had porcelain dolls around me, and like me and Bumpkin find out that we have a lot of similar. Well,
I have other stories,
Bumpkin
but
is
that one's the
definitely
most
my
crazy. That by far is the most crazy fucking like.
But it makes the simulation theory
kind of
realistic. Like everyone's
situation
having a
like that.
similar, cultural frequency, demonic, stories. So yeah, it could be a simulation. We might be experiencing the same, I don't know, circuit board.
Well, the thing is, even if you don't believe in ghosts or demons or whatever, you can't explain that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, that's kind of what this is.
Rationalize
This
it
is
all you want to, but yeah.
this is
never understand
generally
it.
like
You get there.
supernatural stuff, Halton.
Wait, I've got questions, and I'm the one that experienced it, and I've got fucking lots of questions, and I've tried to find fucking answers on it, and I probably will still keep an eye out for some answers about that one, because I've never even. I want to know what these old things are and where they come from and what the fuck they're about.
You may not never know until you transition. You may not never know. Like I went.
I ain't
I've
changing
gone, like,
my gender if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking. I'm
knew
talking
it.
about like till you leave this like vessel that you in right now, like this meat.
I
suit,
know what you meant. I
mean?
was being.
Yeah.
Don't question my fucking. Don't question my allegiance to Caitlyn Jenner no more. Don't do that.
Oh, wait, what?
That was out of pocket.
So I have a top 10 scary Australian urban legends. Let's give this a watch.
Nice.
It's
Oh,
only
let's go.
it's only 9 minutes. Let's give this a watch.
Australian urban legends. Starting off number 10 now, we have the Black Ghost of the Blue Mountains. If you ever head through Victoria Pass on Australia's Great Western Highway, keep an eye out at night. For more than a century now, truckers have reported seeing the ghost of a child bride called Carolyn Collette. She was beaten to death.
Well, pause. Did he just say child bride?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. He did.
Fucking, that is wild.
Mashallah.
Right. I'm glad you're not the only one that caught that. I'm over here
42.
like, what?
1842. Boy.
out there in the past.
Now
Now they say her
shit that happens out here.
It happens all over the world. That's what's so fucked up about it.
tortured soul haunts
A
those
lot
who
of
pass by
places
on
to
a
go
dark,
missing,
cold
yeah.
night. It's claimed that the colder the night, the better. When black ice covers the road, threatening to spin vehicles down to their doom, everyone is forced to slow down. Once everyone is slow, Caroline is said to approach, ready to seek vengeance for her gruesome death. Next up at number 9 now, we have the Burning Airman. During World War II, an Australian bomber plane crashed on the outskirts of Canberra, killing all 4 on board. It would become known as the Canberra Air Disaster. Years later, people people in the area started reporting strange encounters in the woods. They said unearthly lights could be seen near the old crash site. Others heard the droning noise of a plane followed by a loud bang. Then things got weirder. A teenage girl once ran screaming from the forest, saying that she was being followed by a long dead airman. She said he was covered in fire and that he followed her to the edge of the forest. More people began to report the same thing,
like an
horrific
air ghost rider?
encounters that left people traumatized.
An aerial Ghost Rider?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like a Burning Man in the air.
I've never even heard of any of this shit that this dude's talking about.
Aerial goes on like, stay in
Is this
school,
an American or an Australian? Does this dude even know what he's talking about?
He doesn't even sound Australian, to be fair. It's like a fake.
He looks pretty ginger.
He's a ginger.
You think being ginger makes you qualify as an Australian? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking Australian.
More the accent.
Have you not seen the Scottish and the Irish and shit? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, they're like Australian cunts too.
Well, that's because we actually have a lot of
Basically,
Irish.
Scotland, England, they just took their prisoners and sent them over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Prison colony and all
Yeah,
that.
and you do realize that America was fucking started by Britain as well.
God saved us.
Yeah, but not by the prisoners.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Buy all the
God.
pussies instead.
Not by all the crims.
We're gonna have a Commonwealth fight. Moving on.
Exactly. They said all the hard asses here and left all the pussies for you guys.
I mean, I'm appreciative. Like all that
Yeah,
pussy.
thanks.
America, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I can't lie. I'd rather be American than Australian.
I'm just
Thanks
saying,
for the pussy, Britain.
Yeah, on God in heaven, we will
God
fuck
save the Queen.
Australia up.
I mean it,
Hey,
man.
calm
Get into it.
down.
We
Hey,
will
calm
fuck
down.
Australia up.
Calm
I
down.
was just
Fuck
Calm down.
Australia. We
It's
will fuck
okay.
Australia up.
Just breathe.
I was
All the
just
way up.
about to
Breathe.
say
God
that.
bless
It's gonna
y'all,
be
but we will
alright.
fuck y'all up.
I
We will
promise.
stomp a mud hole in y'all. God
Deep
bless y'all,
breath
but
in.
we will fuck y'all up.
Imagine talking shit when you borrow all your military equipment
You're
from
gonna
us.
be okay. It's fine.
To be fair,
It's a
Georgia,
very unique position to be in.
my home state started out as a prison colony. To be fair,
Yeah, well, you know,
prison
it tracks.
Like
It's
seriously,
a prison colony.
who gives a fuck?
Call a spade, you know?
Hey, can we get back to talking shit about the Air Ghost Rider or whatever the case may be?
I know Americans
the
do that.
ghost
They're like, you hate
This
me.
is
That's
coin
why
I guy.
you choose to. Calm down. It's all good. Everything's all
I
right.
know. I'm an antagonist as well. I know.
Stories have been enough to tempt some people away from the forest forever for fear of seeing this burning airman stalking them through the trees. Moving on to number 8 now, we have Kelly. This is a very creepy one that was shared on Reddit. User Puppy2010 said that they have relatives in the northern beaches area of Australia on the country's east coast. There, locals tell tales of a girl called Kelly who would appear in people's cars near Oxford Falls if they were traveling alone.
She's driving an Audi.
That's the ring. That's literally the ring.
That sounds like a prostitute that you forgot to pay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Said to be the
It's like the
spirit
ring,
of a
come on,
girl
the
who
I'm
TV.
died
more
in a
and more
car crash.
convinced that this dude is either American or he's from Tasmania.
Why would he be from
Tasmania.
Tasmania?
He's definitely not Australian, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I
she's
could
right.
hear,
Doesn't
I could
sound.
hear the disdain in your voice when you said Tasmania.
He has no idea what the fuck. Yeah, fuck Tasmania.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Got it. So you feel about Tasmania? Okay.
Tasmanians all
Alabama
have
or
2 heads.
Kentucky. That's how we feel. In the United
Tasmanians
States.
have 2 heads.
Wait, what? Tasmania has 2 heads?
Tasmanians have 2 heads.
Please explain.
What's the heads?
Elaborate.
One they think with and one they
I
talk
have
with.
2 heads.
Yeah, listen, I tell
One
you,
they think with
I'm
and
not
one they
sure
talk
what she said.
with, right?
Or they're like Yakub. They have 2 brains. Like Yakub.
Don't you know what the
In the
reference of having 2
1970s,
heads means?
Yeah, I know
Jeez,
what
no,
the
we're
reference
not
is. I
fucking
just didn't, I wasn't
Tasmania.
understand. I wasn't sure that you said heads.
I mean, all
I wasn't
men
sure that
have
was the
2
word that
heads.
you
Yeah,
were
2
using.
heads.
Lauren
Tasmanians
is
all
right.
have 2 heads.
Lauren is right.
Are all Tasmanians men?
Well, are all men inbred?
What the fuck?
Wait. Do you mean Two-Face? Do you mean Two-Face? Is that?
Oh no, she's
No,
calling them
2 heads.
inbred, like they're mutated.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
they have 2 heads from being inbred.
Tasmania is the hills have eyes.
Oh,
That's what happens when you. when you fuck your mother, you end up with kids with 2 heads, and then they're
Like
Tasmanian.
Siamese twins. You mean Siamese twins?
Yes.
Okay, Siamese.
No, I mean one kid, 2 heads, inbred.
Can we get a representative of the Tasmanian government here to refute this this racist propaganda?
Them
It is
cunts,
This
they
this
live on the
hateful,
turd of
dehumanizing.
Very,
They are the
very
turd of
bigoted.
Australia. Fuck them cunts.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. So
Haunted
Tasmania is
road
the
ever
Chernobyl.
since.
Oh,
The scary
Tasmania.
story is that if you don't tell Kelly to get out of the car, she will take control of the
I
car.
don't care.
Those who
That's
believe
like
in the
Kelly.
tale of Kelly,
You
they
can,
worry for
you
the
can do
travelers
that
who
to
have
yourself.
Is that what the Tasmanians look like? Hold on, back that shit up a little bit. Pause.
Oh, if you wanna,
That's what the Tasmanians look like right there.
No, that's a good
Hell
looking
nah.
Tasmanian. That's a
Keep my
model
passport if I gotta go over there. That's out.
Man, this bitch got it bad for the Tasmanians.
No, this is a model in Tasmania.
She's like, that's a good looking Tasmanian.
Oh, this video, like this video, I ain't gonna lie, is ass. So we ain't gonna watch the rest.
Oh shit.
You know what it's asked? You know what it's asked? It's telling me
Jess
to
is
get someone
fucking
called Kelly.
sick, though. She really called Tasmania the Chernobyl of fucking Australia.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, that's
crazy.
The island.
Yeah, I
of-
call
Crazy.
it the fucking turd. It's the turd. That's why it hangs off the end. It's the turd that won't fucking leave your asshole. That's Tasmania.
Jesus Christ.
The Tasmanian dingleberry.
Savage.
It's like a Tasmanian
dingleberry.
Yeah, Tasmania the dingleberry. Exactly.
The dingleberry? Oh,
That's nasty. I never knew this history. I learned something today.
You need therapy, Jess. You need to be like practice, like going, be like
No, I
nice
don't
for
need
like
therapy.
30,
The only cunts that
45
need therapy
seconds.
are the ones from Tasmania.
Let's start with
You
like
always know
45
someone
seconds
from
of just being
Tasmania?
nice.
Wait, a recovering Tasmanian always has a scar on their shoulder from where they had their second head removed.
Jess,
She's
say
like,
something
the
nice
only
about
therapy
Tasmania. Say
I
something
need
nice.
is killing Tasmanians.
Exactly. Say something nice about Tasmania. Please.
We need to
The
learn about
landscape in the
Tasmanian
country's
thing.
nice, but the rest of the place fucked.
Say it again.
The landscape in the country in there is fucking nice, but the rest of the place is fucked.
No,
Like, can you
at
show
least
us
we got, like,
examples? Like, if can we
a third
YouTube
of a
it? Can we find on
compliment.
Google? Two-headed Tasmanian.
Tasmania's shit. It's like the pubic head turd of Australia.
Pubic head.
Some people like pubic hair. You ever watch, like, you ever looked at like a
Have you ever
1970s
seen a
Playboy?
pubic head turd? A pubic head turd's worse than a turd rolled in glitter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, those
That's
70s
crazy.
Playboys are collectibles.
Jesus
Depends on
Christ,
your
we're analyzing levels of pubic turds now.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it
crazy.
sounds
You
supernatural.
out of pocket, Jess.
stupid questions,
Just say
you get
something nice
stupid
about
answers.
Tasmania and don't take it to another level. You're disrespectful, fool.
All I did was say I heard some animal running toward me in the woods.
Nah, y'all stupid
You
questions.
brought up
you
the
get-
century shit. God damn it.
Yeah, you.
I did not. That was OTW.
You wanted an explanation
All
about
white people sound alike.
Okay, explanation. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Wait, who's she talking to?
Talking to me, fool. Who the fuck you think she
You
talking
don't
to?
watch that video.
Who's she talking to?
What's up,
He's
guys?
gonna argue over who I'm
All-
talking to. Ah.
What's up, Gar? How you
Lauren.
doing?
That's your
What up?
aunt.
Can you hear me?
Right.
Yeah, Lauren, I noticed, like Kev said, that has to be your aunt because y'all have the same big ass forehead.
Gotta be.
You see right there with the yeah.
Is that the two-headed baby this one lady keeps talking about?
No,
You know,
this is-
honestly,
Garian?
yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, what up?
Yo.
Look at the wig is pushed back and everything, bro. That's a big ass dome.
This looks like the
I'm not-
This looks like the hood weave prototype. Right
Oh,
before
look
they
at
had
the
those long extensions.
No edges as well. No
Hood,
edges. on the
hell no,
side.
I don't look nothing like that, fool. Hell no, her shit already pushed back. And she got
I know,
straight
forehead
hair.
right there.
Don't blame that on the hood weave. That's
That's why I said prototype, sir. That's why I said prototype.
The forehead is taking over. Just look.
Yeah,
I
this
can't
is
lie.
like-
I want to lick him. Like, you know what Kanye licked Amber Rose
That's
for?
Bro, you want to look at this bitch's
Contradictional.
A-head, dog?
Like white woman head tastes better than black woman head.
That's
Way up
white
here,
forehead.
like yes, sir. Bitch have dreams.
You can smell her dreams.
Yeah,
Oh.
bitch got yeah,
That is true. I do have a pretty big head. I do have a pretty big head.
5 head, 6 head. That girl got a 7 or 8 head.
Yeah, this was an 8-head. 8-head.
Not a 4 head, not an 8 head.
That's the IMAX forehead right there.
They use that shit. They use that shit as a ruler
Hit
back.
the like button if Lauren's got a big ass head.
Hit the thumbs down. Lauren doesn't actually have a
Pretty
big
much
ass head.
Netflix on that woman's forehead.
Hey, bullshit.
That's
Matter of
bullshit.
fact,
man. We-
yeah,
we
pull
saw
up
the-
here, Lauren. Defend yourself.
Kev, we saw the pictures, man. She
Yeah,
got a dome.
What's this wee shit?
Really? I never
Yeah,
seen
we-
her before.
Nah, hold
Wee
on.
saw Who the fuck said that?
Why?
We
Why?
from History Profiles
I'm about to
here,
pull up Lauren's fat ass.
and
dome.
today
Hold up.
I'm going to do a video about
Watch the forehead.
the Blood
Watch the
Countess.
porno on her forehead.
The Blood Countess.
No, you don't understand. I was doing a stream and we was talking about donks, and fucking
Oh,
Lauren
okay.
posted a picture of her sitting in the chair, and it was supposed to be a thirst trap picture. But the first thing I noticed was that big ass fucking dome.
Oh,
Yeah, she had
mega
a-
mind.
Yeah, she
Oh,
was,
that's crazy. I'm not co-signing that, fool.
she was working with an
Mega
IMAX screen, man.
Y'all out of pocket.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, IMAX, pure K, crystal.
Yeah, she had the
Hold on,
Sinners
bro,
movie on top of that.
you talking all that shit. Oh, y'all sick.
No, you
really
gotta
sick.
see it though.
No, I'm proud of it. You know, as a Somalian, we have big foreheads. She's my cousin. I'm proud.
Was it that Friday night?
Own your forehead, my dear. Own it.
Banter, do you and Lauren share a psychic link?
Yeah.
Trying to say I got a big forehead too. What's up with you, man?
Yo, she
You
said,
don't
she
get
said,
it.
that-
Kev,
that- you like
Kev,
redheads?
Kev,
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what
like
you
redheads.
look. Kev, I'm gonna tell you this now. I don't know what you look like. So
No, I'll show you Discord. Yeah.
Y'all crazy.
But I don't look like that guy from Captain Phillips. Not him. Ugh.
yeah.
What?
You bastard.
Oh,
What the
man.
what the fuck that motherfucker say?
Talk about a
Captain
movie.
Phillips. Yeah.
Yeah, mush mouth. What you say, bro? I like it. Hold on.
Moving on.
Fucking I don't feel like diving through it, but it's funny as fuck. Oh man.
You're not being abused, Lauren. Relax. There's no
Wow.
abuse there.
That was
It's all
enlightening.
banter.
This is where OG is where Do Dirty was on stream. Hold on.
That's one ugly looking fucking bitch.
Yeah.
See, this is why misogyny is a lie. No one hates women more than women. See?
No, I hate everyone equally.
That's a take.
I hate everyone
true, though.
equally. Trust me.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Fair enough. I respect that.
But I agree. Like, I'm not like majority of women.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just a
Oh,
cunt to
here we go.
everyone.
Me too.
Observe. Look at the big head.
Where?
The head is the first thing on the forehead.
Oh, that yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, fuck. Is that?
That is a big ass forehead.
Yeah, that is.
Nah, stop the cap. That's not too bad. Come on.
Bruh.
I was expecting like way worse.
I mean, he is Somalian.
Yeah, to be fair. Different standards. Yeah.
Crazy.
Nah, I was expecting like a xenomorph. Yeah.
That's wild. All right, Lauren, that's definitely your auntie. Stop lying.
Yeah, for real. They got the same.
Play the
big
video.
ass-
God damn it, Lauren. I tried.
Yo,
God
you
damn
a
it.
wanker. You sending messages to the chat?
Yeah.
That was you, Gary, and I forgot.
Yeah. I don't think Bumpkin's even up.
Whose real name?
No, he fell asleep on panel like several hours ago.
Oh, fuck. That's funny.
Elizabeth Bathory was born in 1560. She was born into
Oh,
a
bro,
very
you big
prestigious
head.
family, and she spent her childhood growing up in a castle called Etchid Castle. Her father was a baron, which conveys her family's importance. Young Elizabeth, who would later be nicknamed the Blood Countess, grew up in Hungary, and as a child apparently suffered from seizures. In that time, the remedy for such an illness was to rub the blood onto the lips of whoever suffered from the seizure. Therefore, she may have had her lust for blood from a young age due to the method in which they tried to cure her condition from. Young Elizabeth was raised as a Protestant, and she was gifted in linguistics, learning German, Latin, Hungarian, and Greek. She had all the things a young girl would
All right,
want.
guys.
Wealth,
I gotta head out anyway. I'm running out of time. I'm gonna put everyone over here anyway. So I need some sleep. So
All
I'm
right,
gonna get going. But you guys have a good one. I have a good stream.
All right,
All right, thank you,
good
Jess,
talking
and
to
thank you for
Good
sharing your story.
Good night,
That
Jess.
shit was great.
Thank you for sharing with us.
Oh damn!
No worries.
I'm gonna have to rewind it.
Wait, Gary, do you have any supernatural stories?
Oh shit!
You're African. You might have some good ones.
Oh,
We
wait,
got-
you
we
gonna
got one-
pull up now when they're talking about the girl that has seizures and you
later,
gotta wipe blood on her lips?
See you,
and
Jess.
we're
You be
talking
safe.
about
Thanks
Diddy
for
in the
coming up.
closet and biting? Never mind.
Wait, what the fuck just happened right there?
She left, and he was the guy with the redheaded guy as his profile picture was talking.
I was joking about the last stream, Kev, about now we got a girl who needs lips, who needs blood on her lips to stop having seizures. When we were talking earlier on your chat about
Yo, I missed some shit. What the fuck, yo?
Yeah, there's just a lot going on right now, my boy.
Yeah, Gary,
That's
you're
fine.
not alone. I'm
What?
confused myself.
I do have a story. I do have a funny story. I remember when I was a kid, I was going back to the continent to see to visit my grandmother, and she was telling me about this story a couple weeks ago. There was a guy who got his clothes stolen by what he reported as goblins, like actual fucking goblins. He was describing them as shit, like, oh, little green men, little green bald men were going around snatching his clothes, and it's been happening for a good like 3 weeks now. So I looked him up on the news, and I found out around the area where he lived at, and I ended up seeing the guy. I forgot his name, but my dad and I were asking him a bunch of questions about the whole incident, and he was like, "Oh shit," and he was like, "Okay, so when was the first time you seen one of these little goblins?" He was like, "Oh, it was around at night. I just got done doing the laundry, and all of a sudden, a little hand came up from the side of my house and just stole my entire basket. I tried chasing after him, but by the time I got outside, he was gone." It was crazy.
Isn't that like the South Park episode where they were stealing underpants?
I know it sounded just like that shit, but it wasn't just underpants. It was whole clothes. Like his shirts were gone, shoes were gone.
And that's how I got charged with indecent exposure. You see, it wasn't my fault.
Took the tennis shoes out of the heater. The warm rubber tennis shoes out of the heater too. Those little bastards.
It was that little Aborigine gnome that stole my clothes.
Aye, nay. Not the Aboriginal
All right,
no.
Vanta, you have.
Aye, nay.
Aye, nay. I'm like an Australian. Yeah, Orthodox, yeah.
That's a pretty good fucking accent you got there, Mike.
Negging, not lost.
I tried, mate. I tried. I watched Home and Away and Neighbours back in the day. You know, put the shrimp on the barbie and all that. Tell the women,
All
aye,
right,
Sheila.
Vanta, let's
Yeah,
hear it.
try to make it a little more nasal.
Yeah, I'll try. Orthodox, yeah. Back to my horror bullshit. So
It works, though.
basically, I'm Somalian. We believe in demons and jinns and supernatural bullshit from a different dimension. And there was this one time, my auntie, I remember visiting my grandmother's house. I was like about 17, 18, one evening. I was trying to visit my grandma because there was like a family gathering with my cousins and everyone. And then I think it was like around the evening, my auntie was in the other side of the living room. Like there's two living rooms, right? And then she started screaming randomly, just and then was like, "What the fuck?" And she started flipping. She was flipping on the floor like when a fish comes on land, starts flipping around. Like her whole body was just flipping. Yeah.
She was having a seizure. So
It looked like a seizure. Yeah, it looked like a seizure. She was flipping, and everyone trying to grab her. And she was screaming. She was screaming. She sounded feminine at first, right? Like a woman. But then next minute her voice changed to like a very masculine, like a deep baritone voice, like Barry White. He's like,
Barry
"This
White.
body is mine." I'm not joking. All my mother's life. I'm not joking. She went full masculine. This body is mine. Bro, half the family ran out. Literally, my grandma was like, "Everyone, get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" My mother was there. Her sisters, they were like, "Get the fuck out!" And then my uncle is like, "Yeah, let's call the the cleric, the imam, the Muslim guy who reads the Quran on people, whatever." So we were all waiting for half an hour. We could hear her like just shouting, "This body is mine! Fuck y'all!" Like she was swearing in Somali, right? The cleric comes over real quick because he was like around the corner from us. He goes to the living room. He's like, "Everyone, get out of the house. I only want the mother, my grandma, and a couple of sisters to hold her down. Everyone else leave the house." So everyone's outside the house, right? Outside my grandma's house. And all we can hear is like,
wait. Did you call him a little prick comes from around the corner, or did I mishear what you said?
Like he came from the corner, little corner. I said little corner. Around the corner.
Okay. I thought you said this little prick came from around the corner.
I mean, to be fair, in hindsight, he was a prick. I can tell you that. But yeah, like we were all outside the house, and we can hear my auntie just shouting with that deep masculine voice, and he's like, "This body is mine. This body, I love this body. I love this body. It's mine." And I can hear my grandma crying, my auntie's crying, my mom and my auntie's crying, and then the cleric goes,
"Body."
Yeah, he kept saying that, "I love this body," because he was kind of attractive for her age. This demon was twisted, and then
it's a female with the Barry White voice.
I don't know what it was. If it was a masculine or feminine.
Can't get enough of your little babe.
The cleric goes, "I need
bitch
to
turn into Barry White."
I need to be.
Said the bitch turned into Barry White.
No, I'm not joking. Like she sounded like a regular woman, and then she goes from deep voice. Like I'd never heard that in my life. I turned white, bro. I turned ghost white. So the cleric goes, "I need to beat the demon out of this woman." So because we can all hear that shit outside the house through the window. And we could just hear like big thumping.
Did you say the cleric said we need to beat the demon out of this woman?
Yes.
Yo, that's some African ass shit, man.
Yeah,
he's lying, bro.
Why didn't you just lock her in a room or something?
No.
Let me beat the demon out you, bitch.
Let me beat my grandma. Let me beat my grandma.
I don't know if in the collection plate.
Actually, who said lock her in? Who said lock her in? Someone said lock her in. Who
it
said
was
that?
me. I was like, why
okay,
don't you
so
lock her in a room or something?
So here's the counter. There was cases like this before in my community where we actually lock up people for that, right? But it's ineffective. They end up self-harming, hitting their heads on the wall, scratching
Yeah,
themselves.
clearly you don't know anything about third stage demonic possession, okay, man? So why don't you just chill and let the expert tell the story?
Goddamn right.
Exactly.
Uncle Rocker, no relation. In the name of white Jesus.
In the name of white Jesus.
I command our black nigga soul back to the depths of hell.
I swear, my uncle was like that, literally.
No, nigga. That's just the tip of this iceberg. Read, nigga, read. Now, Robert, now, just hit him with anything. Come on, everybody join in. Use your powerful hands. Let's whoop this nigga's ass. Repeat after me the holy phrase. Nigga, get your black ass out of here. Get your black ass out of here. Yeah, you mean
This what y'all needed to do?
Close to that. Not exactly, but close.
Next thing you know, they'll be beating the James Brown out of
No, Orthodox. I'm not joking. It was quite physical, like really. Because all we were hearing was just like the cleric reading the Quran, right? And like while he was
nigga, I know you ain't co-sign that fucking Boondocks episode like that really happened.
No, it doesn't, bro. I'm telling you, certain parts of communities do that shit. Especially the Islamic community, like
beat the demon out of a woman.
Yeah, it's called jinn. It's called the jinn possession, possessed by a jinn.
See.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
That's
real.
why I
So
like denounced Islam. These niggas be doing weird shit.
that's why I left, my guy.
Hell nah.
That's why I left. Oh my God.
You know, I watched
Like,
that
I'm
movie.
finna
It
whoop
wasn't
the
that
gin
good.
out this bitch. Like what?
I watched that movie.
That's
It
crazy.
wasn't
You
that
Muslims
good.
is
She
wild,
was
bro.
faking. She was faking the whole time.
No, but see, that's the problem, right? So me and my cousin outside the house, while
Goddamn
hearing all
creamer in
that
my
shit, right?
coffee, bitch. I'm finna whoop the gin out you.
Bro,
Niggas
me and
is
my cousin,
wild.
we ran to the shop and we said, "Is this bitch faking it? If she gets mentally ill, like if she's like bipolar,
Doing too much.
schizophrenic." But then that voice,
She is a
to this
friend.
day, I
She
still remember in
forgot
my
to put
head
the
that
creamer in
voice.
the nigga coffee. Hell no.
I don't know.
What if she was just upset that the
This
chicken
bitch
was
crazy?
Yeah, what if she was just
Gary,
upset that
Gary,
she
I said,
made the chicken? She made the chicken a little too cold.
I said
Gary,
two
Gary,
sugars, bitch.
Gary, I'm telling you, Gary, her voice going from her normal voice to that is physically impossible. Like till this day, I'm like I'm scared to ask her, like, Auntie, can you please try that again? Like I'm scared.
Vanta, do you
crazy,
remember
Gary.
what day this was on?
I was 18, so this is like roughly 2006. 2006 around summertime. Like summer,
Okay,
June,
no,
July.
I mean like what day? Like, do you remember the date?
No. I just remember it was like the evening. Like
I was going to say, was this on
sunset.
Halloween, perchance?
No, I said summer, nigga. I didn't say Halloween. I wish it was. It would make it more funnier.
What I was thinking is
I'll
maybe
make the story more funnier, to be fair.
What if this was some sort of prank, and she was
Bro,
just trying to scare you?
Bro, so Gary, me and my cousin go to the store, scared, right? Still shaking. I'm like, is this bitch crazy? Is she faking it for attention? Is she? I don't know, bipolar, schizophrenic, something. But then again, that you can't go from just regular voice to like Barry White. You can't do it on command. Impossible.
Ain't no way, bro. You lying.
Oh, my mother's
What?
I'm not
She's
joking.
schizophrenic? What?
Yeah.
I said, could she be bipolar? Could she be schizophrenic? Could she be anything?
Bipolar.
You never heard of bipolar? Like when people go from manic.
Yeah, I know what bipolar is for sure.
Yeah.
Nah, I never heard no shit like that. You know, like a bipolar bitch just turned into Barry White. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm like, it made no sense. Like I'm going through the whole, the DRM, mental institute dictionary. And I was like, she went from a regular female to deep masculine ass voice. Impossible.
To Barry White though. God damn it.
I use that because that is the deepest voice I can think of, and it was that deep. So anyway,
What about the
let's go
nigga
back
from
to-
Boys to Men? What about the nigga from Boys to Men?
not
Don't
the
do
dark one.
Barry-
Not the voice. The one who goes, "Hey, baby, let me tell you a
Don't
story."
do Barry White like
I need
that,
more
bro.
cowbell.
Dude,
I need more
that's
cowbell.
crazy.
Yeah, that shit is
more
insane.
cowbell, my boy.
But hang on.
Say that
So
shit
what
about
happened,
the
right?
nigga from Boys to Men. Don't say that shit.
No, not the voice to
Barry
men.
White, dog.
Not voice
nigga,
to men. It
bro.
was Barry White. Bro. It's not voice to men. So anyway. So we walked away. Me and my cousin confused. And then we come back, right? We come back like 10 minutes, and we just see everyone is crying. I'm laughing. Like, don't look. What do you mean, don't look? I walk in. I see her. This woman's all bruised up, bro. Bruised up.
Bruised up.
Because you was getting beaten up the whole time, like the Uncle Records video right there, getting whipped and beaten.
Oh, but hold on. I'm American, bro. You gotta slow down with that British ass accent. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Slow down.
I was saying the cleric, while he's reading the Quran, who's actually hitting her with like a stick, like a wooden stick.
He was whooping on her. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saying, "Yo, demon, get the fuck out, demon, get the fuck out." And the demon's like, "No, I love this body."
Out of her. Like, really though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the Islamic way. You beat the jinn out of the person. Yeah. And while reciting a Quran verse, a specific verse relating to devils and possessions in the Quran. So yeah, he was reading while whipping her. So to
what surah? Right? It's called
let
a
me
surah.
double check up. Yeah, it's a lot of surahs. Goddamn, there's one specifically on Surah Shaitan. Hang on. Surah.
I want
But
to
yeah,
know about
anyway.
the one specifically where it talks about like whooping the jinn out of a female. I want to know about that one specifically.
Oh. What? It's not the female. It's anyone who's possessed. You hit them. Yeah, you hit them until the jinn and the whole point is the jinn has to leave from the toe, from the big toe, It's like a
From
like
the
a,
big
like a
toe?
yeah,
You
it's
gotta
like
whip the
circulation.
bitch. You gotta whip the bitch from head to toe.
Yep. He's like that's the exit.
Y'all niggas crazy, bro. Hell nah.
You think I'm making up
Oh,
my mother's
man, you let me
life?
back on. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Who the heck was that?
Y'all
I don't
see
know
my
who's
new
that.
avatar, Kev? You see my new avatar?
That was someone that I told I wouldn't let back on if they didn't pay a 50.
You see my new avatar
Okay.
there?
As
That's the
insurance.
face I make. That's the face I make. That new avatar is the face I make when I toe ejaculate the jinn.
What the fuck? What are you saying?
Oh, that's a
What?
crazy avatar.
Ejaculate that
Yeah,
jinn.
that's
They said
sick.
that you had to
Pause.
make the jinn exit through your big toe. So that means you got to
Mhm.
toe ejaculate that jinn.
Oh my god. That's diabolical.
my God.
That's diabolical.
So all,
But
all
yeah.
you niggas with them yellow ass big toes, but that fungus underneath it or whatever the case may be.
No.
Just need a good
You
ass
don't
whooping from head to toe. Beat the gin
understand. You don't understand the gin possessions. Like when it comes to like
It's
these
crazy.
Islamic African cultures,
Toe ejaculate, man.
it's
toe
insane.
ejaculate.
It's insane. It's insane. And by the way,
No, it's not the same.
no. Because have you seen the Christian version as well? Have you seen the Christian version where people get possessed in Africa? It's
Bro. We
wild.
get a priest. We get a priest to perform
why
an
you don't drink
exorcism.
that.
He
He doesn't bring a broomstick and whoop the bitch from head to toe.
No, but guess what?
Not gonna lie, we don't.
Wait a minute.
It's not the same.
Wait a minute.
It's not the same, bro.
I have seen.
It's not the same.
I have seen a priest who steps on a woman's stomach. He's like, get the hell out of the body on her stomach.
He stepped
seen
on
that.
her stomach. Okay, bro.
Yeah.
He didn't have a broomstick and just started whooping her like in the.
Well,
you
yeah,
got too big a goddamn it, Lauren. You got too big a goddamn forehead. That's why the goddamn demon in you in the first place.
That's true.
The demon's in her forehead, bro. Demons in the
Crazy,
dome.
bro. I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm sorry. Lauren finna cuss me out.
Why
That's
Lauren
crazy,
get
bro.
sick for no reason?
We don't do that like in Catholicism.
Why
Like
did
we
Lauren
don't whoop
get
people.
smoked
We
for
don't
no
whoop the
reason?
fucking right. She just got
That's
My
a fucking
bad.
fact.
My bad, Lauren.
Yeah, don't lie. In Catholicism,
Poor Lauren.
We don't
I'm
whoop
trying
the
to
fucking
tell a
demons out of
story, and
people.
Lauren's
though.
catching heat for no reason. That's not fair.
Yeah,
I'm
she
not gonna
caught
lie,
a straight. I'm sorry, Lauren.
for the only exorcism I've seen, man, I've only seen them sprinkle some water on.
Careful with that no reason shit.
Okay.
What is an exorcism if you're not pulling the demon out of somebody, Kev?
You're not literally pulling the demon.
Like,
wait a minute.
Exorcism has ever been performed in Catholicism where a demon has literally been whooped out of somebody. Like that is not a thing.
Don't
That's
you have
literally not a thing?
self-flagellation when you
Oh,
guys?
so you're saying all those years that the Catholics were whooping people, they weren't getting the demons out; they were just
Salem with trial.
It wasn't a part of an exorcism.
At least you don't burn our women when they're possessed. You guys burn. Again,
So they
burn
were
on the stake.
whooping people, no demons involved. They were just whooping ass. It's fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Do this. Is that what you're saying again?
Yeah, you missed your money on the parlay. You better ante up. You finna get your ass whooped. We ain't talking about demons.
ante up.
That's different. Yeah, for sure.
Listen, sir. At least if
You
you're gonna
missed
beat
the
up
ticket on
women,
the bookie. You finna get your ass whooped. You don't pay, but that ain't got nothing to do with the demons.
that's crazy. See, at least we have an excuse if you want to beat up people. Like, yeah, you're demonic. Whoop. You guys would burn people for no reason. Oh, you're a witch. Burn them. Burn this bitch.
To be fair, we did that because a bunch of
that's that crazy
Get
shit.
the demons. Only the burning gets the demons. The whooping is for what then?
They call it holy fire for a reason, man.
Nigga, fire will fuck anybody up. I don't give a fuck if it was like Jesus's right hand man. If you put some fire under his feet, that nigga finna squirm. I goddamn that shit hot. You know, man, fire is fire. Ain't no holy fire, demonic fire. Fire is fire.
But you know what?
Named Joseph, and he got this other friend. He got like 12 people he gonna have dinner with. Oh, I swear to God.
Damn. This dream just became sacrilege. What the fuck is going on?
Sacrilege, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, back to. By the way, gins are very common in our culture, and
Right.
Going back to Jess's point, and someone mentioned earlier about frequency and all that. We also believe jinns live in a frequency. They're in different dimension. They have their own reality, and they come through in certain points of when frequencies correlate with our timeline. That's the whole
Gin is
point.
very common in my reality too. Gin and tonic, gin martini.
Oh, I love gin. Oh yeah. Mm-mm. And by the way, gin is James Bond's favorite drink. Yeah, see, even James Bond loves a little bit of gin. But yeah, no, I'll never forget that. I will never forget seeing a relative of mine go from a normal sounding woman to Barry White because she was possessed, beaten. And by the way, it kept coming back every now and then. Like it'll be like a year or two, or she'll have the same episode, and the voice will change. We have to call that nigger again. Like yeah, bruv, come back, bruv. Do your Quran reading and whoop her again a little bit. Yeah,
bro. Listen, the gene are like if it's like multiple dimensions or whatever the case may be, right? Like so, we leave this vessel, we go on to the next dimension, or life form, whatever. What if the fucking the gene or whatever the case may be is just like the teenagers from like the next dimension, so they can like
it could be.
They got like a little ability to like come back through. So they just like hop into a body real quick. Like I'm finna make this bitch like I'm finna make this bitch cuss her parents out real quick or whatever the case may be.
But this is why
possess the bitch real quick. Possess the bitch real quick. You know what I'm saying? Parent like, oh hold on, bitch, like you got me fucked up. So she catch a whole ass whooping just boo bop bop. Yeah. And then nigga hop out the body like on the other dimension just laughing.
Bro.
That would be
My
some
uncle,
crazy.
bro,
What if
my
that's
uncle,
actually demonic possession? You know, some
my
teenagers
uncle's
on the
lucky.
other side, like
My uncle was lucky.
doing
She
dumb
got hit
shit.
with a stick. She got hit with a stick. Back home in Somalia, they throw rocks at you, bro. They throw rocks at you. Like, demon out of here.
Yeah, they might for sure.
She
That's what
was
I'm saying.
lucky.
What
She
if
was
possession
lucky.
is just some teenagers like on the next level though, just fucking
I don't-
niggas like.
I'm telling you, that's why also I can't watch that movie, The Exorcist, the OG with the little girl. That just scares me till this day as a grown ass man because I've seen that real time. That whole body contortion and the voice changing and all that. Again, I question: is it mental? Is it mental sickness or is it actual some next dimensional thing that just takes over?
Might be some other shit, bro. How do you? Well, you the nigga that experienced this, so how the fuck
I
are we supposed to know?
witnessed. No,
What do
no,
you
I
think
witnessed.
about it?
I
What do you
witnessed.
think
I
it
witnessed.
was? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what do you think it was? Because you the one that went through it.
It's going well. We're just doing I'm gonna do like a 12-hour stream. Let people
Yeah.
extend it if they want to past that, and we're already on 9 hours. We're doing supernatural ghost stories today, Oxycat. You got any you want to come on stream and tell?
Yeah, about some woman getting beaten up by a cleric.
Come on. Speaking of The Exorcist, did you know the full
Really?
movie's on YouTube?
You just said
Yeah,
that.
it is like
for
the
fuck's
OG
sake.
movie.
Yeah, the original movie. It's just on YouTube.
Garen, I still can't watch it. I still can't do it.
Fuck it, we can watch it right now. We can watch it right now.
Bitch.
You know what?
The
That
fuck?
see you later.
You know what? I might do a movie stream and I have people vote on any of the free movies they got on YouTube. They got a bunch of them on here.
Can
Jimmy, you remember that line, Jimmy?
I'm thinking about it.
He started going climbing on the ceiling, crawling on the ceiling and shit.
Yeah, the first movie is gonna be The Exorcist, just for Vanta. Since the OG's just on YouTube, I'll just pull that up.
And Garen, what's the other Exorcist movie where it starts off with the Muslim prayer?
We can watch.
What'd you say?
And a high social class.
Oh.
Elizabeth was engaged to be married to Fernek Nadesty, the son of a baron. The couple were married when she was 15 in an extravagant Hungarian palace. He gifted his new wife the castle of Chete in present-day Slovakia. It was an extravagant castle with at least 17 surrounding villages. In 1578, Elizabeth's husband went to war against the Ottomans, leaving her alone to manage the castle and all the affairs that came with it. While her husband was away at war, the now blood countess gained an appetite for the blood of young girls. The acts she committed ranged from driving needles through her servants' lips, beating them bloody, leaving them to freeze to death in the cold conditions. Once she had enough with toying with her victims, would she finally kill them and then bathe in their blood in an attempt to remain youthful. She lured many
The
peasant girls.
question that never gets answered is, did the attempt to remain looking youthful work? Because she looks pretty damn youthful in all her pictures.
from the
Are all these
surrounding
pictures
villages.
taken at around the same time though? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, also you have to remember, like paint. It's like a
Or
footnote in the
paintings,
painting,
yeah,
isn't it?
paintings.
Yeah. So painting a picture like that of quality that could take months, probably years, depending on the artist. So maybe that was in a prime, and then
not to mention the painter can make her whatever the heck she wants. To
oh
look.
yeah, because she's
Yeah,
the
you
patron,
better
right?
paint
She's the
her like
patron.
she's youthful, even if she looks like a hag, or she's gonna murder.
Yeah, I was great.
Jobs
She'll
in
chop
the
you.
castle.
She'll chop your nuts off or something. I don't know.
Little did they
Yeah,
know what the Blood Countess had in store for them. It is said that hundreds of young girls went missing in the castle, and once they secured a job with the Countess, they were never seen again. Eventually, rumours started to rage around the castle and the surrounding villages that the Countess was a vampire and was feasting on the flesh of those young girls, drinking their blood out of chalices and, of course, bathing in their blood. Her thirst for blood was insatiable. Her accomplices would bring up a girl, and the Countess would savagely sink her teeth into their faces and shoulders. This seemed to invigorate her for a short while giving her pleasure, as she was extremely sadistic in nature. Her psychotic tendencies were evident, as the Countess herself preferred to inflict pain on the young girls before finally killing them. The Blood Countess was such a prolific killer that the surrounding villages were running out of young girls.
But you know, that
Whenever
looks
the
like
call
that
came
looks
to
like
the village for
pause
jobs
it.
going in the castle, the peasants would hide away their daughters in fear that they would never come back. To the locals in the surrounding villages, the Countess was the incarnation of evil.
What the fuck?
The Countess's lust for blood was so ravenous that in the end she resorted to luring noble girls to her castle, as she had ran out of peasant girls in the surrounding villages. After the disappearance of one noble girl in 1609, the parents became concerned, and after questions were asked, the Countess attempted to stage her murder as a suicide. This would ultimately lead to her downfall. Her reputation became so rife that her own cousin conducted a raid on her castle, in which he discovered many mutilated corpses of young girls, some with their eyes and ears missing. The only way to describe the sight is it was demonic. Not only that, the bodies were littered around the castle, a shocking sight to behold, which could bring a man to tears. There were also many more girls imprisoned, awaiting inevitable death at the hands of the Countess. The Countess and her accomplices were arrested, and under torture, her accomplices confessed to the murder of 650 people. As well as the confessions, survivors and servants had come forward to testify, and they recounted savage and grisly tales that went on in the castle. One witness said that the Countess would tie girls up,
Thanks for the rage.
batter them until their whole body went purple and black, with their skin hanging off their bones. One servant said they were forced to plunge a red-hot poker into the mouth of a young girl. These are just to know about today. The Blood Countess was never put on trial due to her social standing. However, she was locked away in a room for 4 years until she died in 1614. Elizabeth Bathory is now known as one of the most evil and prolific female serial killers of all time, and her more fitting name, the Blood Countess, ascends into legend. Thanks for listening, guys. Like and subscribe for more upcoming content. See you soon.
That is
Hold on, bro.
wild.
Yeah, that is crazy. The vampire shit? I don't know about that though. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she just liked drinking blood. I think it was like her
Yeah, I
kink
think
or
the
something.
bitch was weird. Exactly. She was just weird. You know.
It's like, she reminds me of that one video, that one fat white lady who was painting with her period blood.
Yeah, Marina Abramovich.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I
No,
think
God,
it was
that's who I was thinking about
it was
too
a
the whole time.
dark energy power thing. I don't think it had anything to do with actual beauty or
Can you
anything like
fix
that.
her?
Damn
no,
right
you
I
can't fix
can.
that. No, you can't.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Simp. Don't do that. You can't fix these
How
demonic
you
beings,
gonna
man.
simp for someone like that? You didn't ask how it's gonna
Exercise
fix her.
them.
Fix her by drowning
I
her.
mean, I know at least three guys. I know at least three guys
Arrows
who would
at
sent
her.
for a crazy.
You can't call me a simp. You don't know how
Garen.
I know at least three guys who would sent for a bitch like that.
I mean, the
Look,
fix
all
might
I'm saying is grippy socks, grippy box. All right.
This is one of the guys.
Oh, that's
That's all y'all need to know.
That's true. Up. Bastard.
Yeah. Get your socks up.
salvageable. No,
Jess,
but I'll fix the problem.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you rated me or Bumpkin, but there was an increase in viewers. So thank you either way.
Aye, nay.
Saying thank you either way. But I'm just saying her logo 3.0.
They talking about Caitlin Clark, you know.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, she did look like Caitlyn in that side profile.
Yeah, she did for sure.
Look, all I'm saying is grippy box equals grippy socks, all right? Or grippy socks equals grippy box.
Make that make sense though. I know it rhymes and shit, but what the fuck does that mean though?
If she's crazy,
Crazy bitches can fuck like goddesses. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Grippy socks.
You never experienced grippy box before?
You never had sex with a bitch that would slash your tires?
Yeah, you've never had
I don't know
sex
what
with
grippy.
Oh
I don't know what grippy socks means. I never heard that.
Grippy socks is what you get in the mental institution.
Okay, that's something I didn't know.
Like the whole saying goes. The whole saying I told Bumpkin goes. Smooth seas never made strong sailors. Grippy socks equals grippy box. Give the crazy girl a chance.
Oh,
okay.
See, I knew about grippy box. I didn't know about grippy socks.
Yeah, the little
exactly.
grippy
Shut
socks.
the fuck up. This nigga like, oh, shut your dumb ass up, Cam. You don't know what the fuck that means. You're like, oh, that's what that means. Shut the fuck up. Ask a question about it. With your fucking Kwanzaa goddamn Joker hat on, man. Shut the fuck up. Your stupid ass ghost story, nigga.
That's kind of true. Hey, drippy box is good too, I guess.
By the way, fuck Kwanzaa. I hate Kwanzaa. It's the worst holiday of all time. Who created that bullshit, by the way? Kwanzaa. Who created that?
Like Kwanzaa?
Yeah, who created Kwanzaa?
I forget what the brother's name
thought
was.
Australia did that for tourism.
Oh, that's the airline. That's the airline.
They do that for, yeah, but didn't they do that shit for tourism purposes? Saying, well, if you don't like the snow, come down here.
All right, hold
No,
on.
but I'm talking about the black
Vanta.
Silence.
We are the 9th hour into the stream. We're taking a small grift break. Remember, support the grift no state. Everybody is welcome, but everybody must pay. Thank you all for being here for this great stream. We're talking about ghosties and supernatural stuff today. We will probably do this stream because I like this topic again. We'll probably do it again in a week's time, and we'll probably pick a specific country or a specific continent for their culture and their cultural supernatural stuff to go over. But anybody who has a story they would like to share can join panel. The link is posted in my chat, and if you were in someone else's chat or somewhere else, just ask for the link and I'll post it. I would like to thank Kev, Dennison, Rudd, and Vanta and Garion for being here. I appreciate that a lot. And if you don't mind, if you like what we're doing here, Cash App scrolling in the bottom. Grift break over. Let's continue, guys. My bad.
Okay, yeah. Back to this Prince impersonating ass Kwanzaa cap, Koofy cap wearing ass nigga down in the bottom left hand, British nigga. Hello?
Yeah. Vanta.
I was trying to antagonize some shit. I'll just fall back.
I'm still here. I'm still here. Yeah, Prince, Hotep hat, Kwanzaa. I heard you. I heard you clear.
All right, don't mind. I'm just antagonist, bro.
Why am I being attacked?
Oxycat, time out. It's not drippy socks, it's drippy box.
Exactly. It's all uncircumcised vagina.
Hey, bro, this shit be hitting different.
Ooh.
Yeah, what
Look, man, you don't know love. You don't know love until a bitch pushes a knife to your throat because she thinks you're cheating. You just don't know love.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Protect your
you know,
energy,
this
fellas.
nigga made me want to treat him Avatar. I'll be back. I'm gonna treat him Avatar. Call me Prince Kwanzaa Hotep nephew.
Yeah, Kwanzaa Kufi, to be specific.
Kwanzaa Kufi.
Go take your potty break, nigga. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, we got to take a comedy break. We've
Cold
been
tea in the UK.
The energy's getting off. Hold on, the energy's getting off. So we got to take a comedy break. Let me look for one we haven't seen. Have we watched the one with chocolate?
Chocolate.
We have not.
SpongeBob.
We have not.
I don't know.
We have not watched the one for chocolate, so we will. Here we go. I want to get Kev's reaction for this.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Oh, I love this video.
This company makes chocolate in various forms and then sells it to companies which manufacture it for retail sale. It also supplies chocolate components such as cocoa powder and cocoa butter. First, an innocent cocoa bean bag is made out as an example to the employees who don't meet their daily quota. Its succulent beans spill into a collection tray. A conveyor belt moves them to a cleaning system, which is a cage filled with starving
Calm down. I'm showing this one to
beans
Kev.
clean of any dirt and debris. Next stop is a micronizer, which heats the cocoa beans and spins them at a constant rotation.
If you haven't tried to behead a man, can you really say you love him? Tragic.
Separating them from their families. Then they enter a shell-removing machine called a winnower. Inside, the beans are read various bedtime stories, which trick them into thinking it's nighttime, causing them to remove their shells. Then, a vacuum is applied to the beans, resulting in the two most popular forms of chocolate: hard chocolate and not so hard chocolate. Here you can see the employees' dedication to work through their
They were
back.
talking about you there, Kev.
And is
Not
later
so
added
hard.
to the final product for flavor. An employee then activates a grinding machine, wherein the constant heat and pressure create a chocolate soup mixture, referred to in the industry as chocolate soup mixture. The factory extracts some of the
If I
cocoa
worked in a
butter from
chocolate
the
factory, I
mixture
put my
and
mouth on that
immediately
thing
pours
every
it in
day.
the sewer in a bit of environmental conservation.
Kev loses his shit every time.
By
we
this
watch one
time,
of
the beast has been awoken and must be fought back by employees with various instruments. Doing this allows the chocolate to pass through mixers and refiners to give it a softer texture, and also prevents the beast from ushering in 1,000 years of darkness.
Ugh.
Now, the chocolate is in a very delicate state, to which even the smallest disturbance can ruin the batch. The employees are very careful to... What are you doing, Peter?
Delicate chocolate. That's delicate chocolate.
At this stage, potting soil is ground into the chocolate for about 6 years, allowing the chocolate to return to a liquid state. Then, the chocolate goes into this big fucking machine, and I don't know what this thing does, to be honest, but by this point, the chocolate is now chocolate chips, I guess.
Does magical stuff.
Now this is some voodoo witchcraft, man.
Are then jostled ever so slightly to prevent them from falling asleep, creating their rich and stressed out flavor.
Stressed out flavor.
The chocolate chips are cooled until about 50 o'clock.
Exactly, brat.
The chocolate chips are then given a brief experience of typical Californian traffic.
50 o'clock. That's military time for you civilians.
Finally, the chocolate
All right, Grandpa.
again jostled. This
That's not
time,
even a real
just to piss them
military.
off.
Yeah, it doesn't even go that damn high.
The deck, the part of the skateboard you stand on, is made up of several thin sheets of wood called splagoos. Inexpensive boards use other materials to substitute for wood, such as compressed talcum powder and spray-painted cardboard. These high-end boards use sheets from a now extinct type of wood found only in parts of northern Ukraine.
Yeah,
The
see, we
sheets are
put
put
those in
through
Marine
industrial
Corps plate
rollers
carriers
to make
back
sure
in the
there
day.
is no leftover wood juice left in them. This could make the skater sick if they choose to drink it.
Actually covered in the last Borat movie. Pay attention. Stay woke.
Workers stack 35 of these sheets together and place them in a hydraulic press lock to prevent would-be thieving employees
Warrior, I'm not bringing you up because I know you're a porn bomber. Come on, be better.
from stealing the wood and selling it on the black market. The press applies 44 tons of pressure, causing the sheets to reach peak arousal, as evidenced by the substance coming out of the sides.
Hell no.
Pause. The sheets are now removed as a solid block. Speed holes are drilled into the sides of it to help with wind resistance, making the boards travel faster.
I don't believe you.
Fanta, if it's you, change your name back.
Now it's time to prepare the skateboards for consumption. A template is placed on top to aid with cutting, as the excess wood is sawed away from the decks. This excess wood provides sustenance for the employees. The decks are aerated to prevent spoilage, and then are given a practice run by an employee. What the hell kind of skateboarding is that? The skateboards are then massaged by a licensed masseuse. A tense and tight board tends to crack easier than a relaxed one.
What up?
Then, an employee uses the board to practice his hootenanny dancing for an upcoming cattle rustling event.
All the Vietnamese skateboard shops next door to the nail shops.
Ah, come on.
This section of how it's made is brought to you by our sponsor, Dyson Vacuums. We were told if we wanted our sponsorship money, we had to find a use for this stupid fucking brush wheel thing. 95% of profits of skateboards actually
dad
come
joke
from
that
their
got me.
involvement in the drug trade. Here, boards are laced with PCP before going to distribution. Each year, nearly 17% of employees involved in this process end up missing. Next, mint coating is added to the board for taste.
Taste.
Oh shit, bro. I'm crying.
That was licorice flavored.
Oh my god, I'm literally crying.
The final step of the process is applying decoration. Of course, the most common decorations come from pop culture, such as this recognizable character, Really Angry Bird Thing.
If they have
it's a nice board.
Man Bear Pig, I'll buy it.
Hey, bacon.
Bacon is now processed and even pre-cooked.
We're not about to
in
learn how they
factories.
make bacon.
Yeah, but yeah, come on.
Starts with
Optimus, don't do it.
skinned dog carcasses. Most factories elect to use
Can't
dogs
make me.
because it's
Can't
cheaper
make
than
me.
pork, and
Can't make
customers can rarely taste the
Oh,
difference.
that's nasty.
How is that
Oh,
possible?
please stop it.
meat
Please,
is
please.
placed
No,
How
don't
is
do
that
it.
possible?
Don't do it. Don't carry on. I love bacon. Don't do it.
down on a conveyor
Doing,
belt to
all right, Vance, I'm gonna need $20 to the cash app right now.
ensure the employees judge it only by the content of its character.
This is gonna make me
The
Muslim
conveyor
again.
takes
I'm
the meat
gonna
to a
return back to
cheese
Islam.
rolling machine,
This is
which
haram.
cuts it with slices of Kraft singles. This process is rough on the meat, so it's not uncommon for some afterbirth to be evacuated by the product. This afterbirth travels down a separate conveyor belt, where it will then be used in cosmetics. Meanwhile, the meat pieces are bathed in salt water and are sent to employees to begin the brining process, giving the bacon its signature fishy taste. You thought I was kidding about the brining, didn't you? Well, the next actual step is brining.
Look at all that cocaine wasted on bacon.
Then the brine solution is mixed with red food coloring to give the bacon its signature red taste. The meat now passes under... wow, I don't know what this is, but that just looks nasty.
Yeah, is that piss?
I'm sorry, but we are required by law to show you this. Then a local sweatshop worker
all that
earns
good urine
his
is wasted
$2 an
on
hour
bacon.
salary by putting hooks into the meat and then hanging them on a rack. Then it's into the drench cabinet for a bath in what remains of the employees who rally for better working conditions. The meat is then transferred to the show floor, where customers can choose which bacon slab they want to wear for this coming fall season. The meat is sealed away in case any of it is still screaming. Now it's into a storage locker for the next 10 to 100 years. This aging process firms up the meat and helps unlock its hidden flavors. Then the bacon is shown the might of the German army by being run over by a Panzerkampfwagen 4 medium tank. The factory crew often relieves stress by playing a game of Jenga with the slabs of meat. This game is a particularly close one, so they're wrapping it up for later. As you can see, the crew really loves Jenga. Workers then load the meat into chutes. Just off camera, two very strong men jostle these chutes back and forth with all their might. They do this because meat is a good source of protein.
The meat across the room or some shit.
The meat hates this and falls apart under the stress into the strips we've come to know and love.
Poor meat.
Today, most commercially made paper is made from wood
on YouTube.
Yo, Orthodox
Dead on
stream's
YouTube.
gone.
YouTube.
I think it got copyright struck.
Yeah, they
I don't know how
got
though.
Yay.
But the video, I guess the video, it ran a bit too long.
It'll be back.
Okay.
I'm gonna hop back off real quick. I gotta go do something. I'll be back.
We've been watching these all day long.
Why I hate YouTube, man. Trash platform. Ugh.
Crazy. Lordy, lordy. Crazy even.
By the way, also, do you have Kick by any chance? Like,
Yes, I do have Kick.
Okay, good. Because I heard you get paid just for views alone. The views, no comment, no algorithm, no like stuff and all that shit.
Yeah. If you you got to become a partner though. You know, it's just
That's the tragic part.
partner.
But I heard the threshold's a bit lower than most. Like, it's not as heavy loaded as like YouTube or Twitch. You can get partner a little bit quicker.
We're back. We're back. By the way.
Okay.
We know we're where.
Stop playing the video. Yeah, for sure. Why you laughing like that, Lauren? Why you laughing like that? That shit ain't funny. Why you laughing?
She big mad at me right now.
Lauren the type to laugh at you when you get terminated from YouTube. Like, yeah, haha, his channel's gone. Good riddance.
Yeah, Lauren hates me. It's okay.
She definitely does.
I mean, hate is equal to love because the opposite of love is not hate, apathy. So Lauren actually loves you, low key, if she hates you.
Why were you screaming? Like, why were you yelling like Harold's name in the chat though, with a bunch of like exclamation marks?
Because I deserve it. What did I do?
Oh
Wait,
my
who's
God.
Harold?
You tell me, nigga. I don't know.
I don't know who's Harold.
You're Vavint, right? Like, or Vivint? How do you say it?
I'm not reviving.
Vavint? What's your name?
No, I'm not
Yeah. Vanta.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You said like Harold. That's how
Harold?
I came across.
Did I talk
You said
Harold?
like
Wait.
Harold or something.
Did I get possessed by a gin as well?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm finna beat the gin out you, bro. Keep playing.
Yo, see, now you're gaslighting.
Like you said,
you're
some
the
H
gin,
name,
bro.
something
You're
like
the
some
gin, bro.
dude's name, like started with an H, and then you like had
Who
like
the hell
4,
is
5,
Harold?
6, 7, 8 exclamation. You tell me, bro. You like Harold. You had like 3 or 4 exclamation points behind like a name that you dropped. It sounds like a
Let
dude.
me go
now.
back in the chat.
Yeah. All right, let me look. Yeah. Harold. Some shit like that. What?
Y'all are fucking ridiculous.
Also, I swear to God, I feel like I'm being gaslit.
Was it Haram?
Bro,
It might have been Haram.
You was like Haram.
Oh, Haram. Yeah, I said Haram because of the bacon talk. Yeah, the bacon talk.
Haram.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. See?
That's
Makes
right.
me look like I'm crazy. I'm saying, nigga. Yeah, what's this salmonella bullshit? Salmonella.
Yeah, salmonella.
What the fuck does Haram? What does Haram mean?
So Haram means sinful in Arabic.
Yeah, in Islam. Like
sin.
Muslims are not allowed to eat bacon,
Sin?
pork.
Not
Yeah.
laws. Not laws had a video request.
It's like kosher.
Hey kids, I think we can all agree that there are few pastimes more grotesque than competitive eating. The concept of a bunch of guys pushing their anatomy to its limits just for sport leaves a bad taste in my mouth in more ways than one. But imagine if these men didn't adopt this habit just for fun. Imagine if some gross biological error forced them to eat like this for their entire life. Introducing Tarare. Tarare was born in France around 1772 to a poor farming family. It's said that his appetite was so voracious that, by his teens, Tarare could eat an entire
A quarter of a cow, or what the fuck? What the fuck going on?
Yeah, what is happening here? It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
Sounds like it. Like
Fuck, I was muted. My bad. Phantom checking my PayPal. Oh shit. I felt hurt when I got shushed, bro. LL JK. Extend the show. Okay, so we were gonna end it at 12. Now we'll end it at 12:30. Thank you, Vanta. By the way, like when they butcher a cow, they sell it by the quarter, right?
Yeah.
I do have a Cash App. Snow, it's scrolling on the bottom. It's $ Orthodox Guy. It is spelled correctly on the Cash App, as not to confuse people, because we don't play around about money around here. But thank you, Vanta. You get you some booty. Do you want red-headed booty or do you want original booty?
Red all day, my nigga. Red.
Red. All right.
I can name a couple ways, maybe this shit might go. You just might forget that this was what you're getting hyped for. Minute light into the day, so I'm in that guy who needs someone who's sweeten up, won't shoot to make that high love.
That ass always brightens my mood when I just see that bitch go around the world.
Even the part where she shakes left cheek, right cheek. Oh, that's talent right there. It's went left, right, one by one. Very
red till I'm dead.
Yeah, goddamn right.
Oh. Like, let's get back to Not Law's video. This is a Not Law's request.
Entire quarter of a cow carcass in a single day. You'd think he'd be like mega obese, but no, he only weighed 100 pounds by age 17. However, there were still a few things that stood out about Terare appearance-wise. For one, he had a huge, stretched-out mouth with horribly stained teeth. He could reportedly fit 12 eggs in his cheeks at once, much like a chipmunk keeping its chipmunk eggs warm. Additionally, when Terare was full, he'd get a crazy Octomom gut going, and any other time, he'd have a huge flap of stretched out skin hanging around his waist. He also stank to high hell, even by 18th century French peasant standards. He was described as reeking, quote, to such a degree that he could not be endured within the distance of 20 paces. So between all this and his horrendous outhouse flooding dumps, his family had had enough. Alright, you're eating us out of house and home here. You gotta go, man. You heard me. Kick bricks, Froggy. Wow, he just called a French person a frog. That's so racist. No, it's not. They're all French. The guy just looks like a frog is all. Oh. Well, too late. I'm already offended. That's fair. Dislike. After leaving home, Terare was forced to beg and steal just to satisfy his gargantuan appetite. Inevitably, people began to take notice of him, and eventually he landed a job as a street performer in Paris. People would hand Terare
What are you so angry about, Chris Lestrange? Is he French or something?
Was it the redhead booty cheeks? Did he get offended by that?
Right, bro. Just like flies
Is that
up.
a ginger whinger? What the fuck? I'm a ginger. I didn't take offense. Don't be a ginger whinger. Fuck you.
Oh, his message got deleted, apparently.
Deleted the message.
By the way, sometimes YouTube can be goofy like that. They just terminate your comment.
Yeah, like I don't delete anybody's message. Well, onwards with the video.
Entire baskets of apples, eggs, and even wine corks, and watch in delight as he horked them down without the slightest hesitation. Normally, this went off without a hitch, except for one time when he suffered a severe intestinal blockage. Fortunately, the crowd was kind enough to carry him to the hospital, where he was treated with the strongest laxatives the 18th century had to offer. I would draw what happened next, but it would probably get my channel deleted, so let's just picture it for a few moments.
Now, here's the real
Moving
question.
on. Cut to the year 1792.
In
This
those
marks the
days,
beginning of the War
yeah.
of the First Coalition.
Imagine
Ever heard
that
of it?
shit.
Me neither. Who was in
Yeah,
it? Fucking everyone.
flush.
Anyway, Terare decided to enlist in the war. After all, maybe
not
that
imagine
profound
that.
emptiness he was feeling was just a lack of purpose in life. Turns out, no, he really was just psychotically hungry. Even after being granted quadruple rations, Terare would still be digging through the trash pile whenever he got the chance. After suffering
he's
extreme
sucking that
exhaustion,
trash
he was
pile
sent off
dick.
to the military hospital.
Pause that
in
shit
Sudan.
and
The
rewind that
staff there
back.
was so dumbfounded.
That fool, if I ever seen somebody sucking a trash pile's urine, I mean, that is the fucking graphic right there. That goddamn. That's his homeless family. That's crazy.
They went full Coast Guard on that.
Sucking trash piles? You sucking trash pile dicks, my nigga? Okay.
They went Coast Guard on that picture.
Yeah, that's definitely Coast Guard. God bless the Coast Guard. That's crazy. I'm like, damn.
Crazy.
Looks like a trash pile blowy if I ever saw one in my life. Trash pile
boy,
blowy.
that boy hungry. He ain't even thirsty. He hungry.
They a banana in there
Exactly.
somewhere.
And look at the haircut too. Like, damn, you didn't even catch a fade, bro. You just like fuck it. Get the
Ashes.
scissors.
Terare would still
Gotta
be
get
digging
that
through the
banana
trash pile
peel.
whenever he got the chance. After suffering extreme exhaustion, he was sent off to the military hospital in Sudan. The staff there was so dumbfounded by the man's abilities that they decided to keep him there to run a few experiments. The first of which involved putting Terare in a room with a meal prepared for 15 people. Naturally, he ate the entire thing and immediately fell asleep. Next, they presented him with a raw eel. In response, Terare crushed the eel's skull between his teeth before slurping down the entire creature in one go. Now, this is hair-clenchingly horrifying for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he put a whole frickin' eel in his stomach, but secondly, there had to be some point during digestion where the meat was gone, but the bone still remained. Now, for those of you who don't know, an eel skeleton looks like this. That means Terare had all of those needle-sized ribs stabbing into the walls of his stomach at once, and he was fine. He also ripped a live cat apart with his bare hands, drank its blood, and ate everything but its bones, and then later gagged up the fur and skin like an owl, but, that's
bro,
neither
his
here nor there.
paws.
After reviewing
He's
our data,
paws.
I've come to the scientific conclusion.
Bruh, he's big fucking hungry.
Super paws though.
The
Bro, I
eel
actually
thing-
gobbled down
the
a whole
eel
ass
thing-
eel first off. He just deep throated the eel. Let's start there.
Right.
There's been a lot
It's
of paw
like-
shit.
It's like the deep throating
Since
of
the-
it is way pause, and
That was
maybe it's
crazy.
a soft bone creature, but still, ooh,
Like he just spit the whole ass carcass up and shit too. Like, damn, all the meat was digested, but the whole skeleton, like nigga, just
it's like when I was a
regurgitated.
cartoon. When I was
This is peak 2025.
when I was a kid, we would see
Some
cartoons
dude eats a fucking live cat, and we're gonna analyze whether or not it's gay.
where
God
some,
damn.
where some cartoon character would put
Yeah, but does it make him gay? I mean, that's what I really want to know here.
He got a little weird though, Denizen, bro. He got paws. He got paws for sure.
He got paws.
Have you ever deep throated an eel before? Oh,
There you
fuck
go.
no.
Just
Oh,
link-
eel,
link
bro.
to the-
Pause.
link to the StreamYard and the YouTube channel. It's been posted, bro.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
He said
We got a goddamn
YouTube.
human on our hands.
Like the
We
thing
all
he's
know,
in.
with great devour comes great responsibility. Since Terrare was still technically enlisted, the military decided to utilize his abilities for the greater good. Hey Terrare, it's me, the General. Listen, could you eat this box with a note in it for me? If you do it, we'll give you a wheelbarrow
he's
full
all
of bull
deep throat
organs.
edition.
Lo and behold, 2 days later, he
Told
passed the container and min.
Bro, did
This
he?
nigga all deep throat edition. I knew it. I knew something was up. Like,
Could you eat this
hold
box
on. I'm
with a
like,
note
hold
in
on,
it for me?
pause, cuz that
Mm.
motherfucker really deep throated the whole eel though.
And eels are electrifying, right? That's an electrifying deep throat.
That's not electrifying, bro. That's not cool.
Eels are electrified, man.
No, that's pause,
Stop
bro.
it.
No,
Not
it's
all
not an
eels
electric
are
eel, bro. You didn't deep throat an electric eel.
Jesus Christ.
You just deep throated
I
a
mean,
regular one.
he could as well. If he can do a whole eel, he can do an electric
No, it's
eel.
a regular eel, bro.
You know, people
boring.
people eat eels out of the canals in England regularly. Eels.
No, we
yeah.
don't. No, we don't, sir. That's a
They
lie.
do. They
That's
do
a
too.
lie. That's the French.
Oh my god,
That's-
don't take it
that's why
personal,
Europeans hate
bro.
the French.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. We have toast and beans.
You eel sucking sons of guns.
you have them tossed in beans.
Toast and beans, yeah. Toast and beans. Man, that's an eel. The British don't
Oh
eat eel.
my
The fuck?
god, bro. What?
Disgusting. Ugh. Toast and beans. Yeah. Easy.
You got the nerve.
Okay, first of all,
Uh-oh.
hello.
Oh, I just-
Oh, there we are. First of all, why are you guys still streaming?
Eat
All
motherfucker
right.
for the general. My bad.
It's fucking late.
I was able to go to sleep, take a nap, and wake up, and you guys are still streaming. The fuck is going on? Is Orthodox guy even still here?
Yeah,
It's how to stream correctly.
Life, you don't even have a decent
Oh.
sleep cycle.
Oh yeah.
Pumpkin is like 6:20 p.m. for me, so I'm chilling. I'm cool.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm
what
not,
your
I'm not these,
I don't-
I'm not these bums who's still active.
I don't give a
Stop
fuck about your
yelling, bro.
Brit
Stop
Bong.
yelling, fool.
I don't give a fuck about your Brit Bong fucking time zone, dude.
Brit Bong, I like that word. Brit Bong.
Damn.
How's that sleep cycle working?
Oh, it's fine if I take quick naps. It's fine.
Right on.
Yeah. The buff's out for sure.
Oh, now he
Well,
shows up. The fuck? Why is
we were
Chris
just watching
strange?
this video, bro, and it started out with like this stick figure deep throating a fucking eel.
I'm still angry.
Then
I'm
he
still
goes.
angry. Nigga said
He
eat
throws an
eels.
eel, then he turns into a cardboard box eating motherfucker.
Exactly.
I mean, what's wrong with eating box? What's wrong with eating box? Tell me. What's wrong with eating
I mean,
box?
nothing would be wrong.
Tastes like cardboard. You're eating the old
not how we got
dusty
here,
box,
yeah.
dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I feel like you probably eat a lot of cardboard over there in Somalia, right?
Yeah, you probably eat a
Somalia?
lot of dusty box. bro.
I just said I eat beans
Eat a
on
lot
toast.
of dusty box.
Beans on toast.
Yes.
Of all of the British things to assimilate to, you chose the wrong thing to assimilate to.
No, because that's the easiest when you're going to work, bumpkin. I ain't got time to make a full English with sausages and beans and bacon and eggs and all that bullshit. I'm going to work.
You chose the one English thing that other people don't even.
I'm trying to catch a tube in London. Quick time. Beans on toast. Jump on the tube before I'm late to work.
Oh,
Bloody
shit,
American.
What the fuck is Dumble on tier? What the fuck is that?
This poll in my chat's been going forever. 91% of people in my chat says Resto is gay. So
Oh, perfect. I knew it. Take a screenshot of that, please.
9%, right? 9% said no, so I'm assuming that's Resto coming in and
exactly.
Oh.
He said some Paul shit like right away. As soon as he pulled up, said some Paul shit. I told y'all. Little Diddy.
Are you tired yet, Orthodox?
Oh, I've been tired, but like I'm also trying to make a little cash.
Did you get any donuts yet?
I got one from Vanta, one from Woody, and then that's it.
Yeah, bumpkin. With my beans on toast money.
I will segregate you.
That's fine.
All
Me
right.
too.
If you do it, we'll give you a wheelbarrow full of bull organs. Lo and behold, 2 days later, he passed the container in mint condition and was given his reward as promised. With this proof of concept, they made him an official spy and sent him into Prussia with a document in his belly to be delivered to an imprisoned French colonel. Unfortunately, there are a couple things Terrare couldn't do that are generally important when sneaking into another country. A, he couldn't speak German, and B, it's pretty hard to maintain a low profile when you're running around like a madman, wolfing down garbage and mutilating small animals. So he ended up being captured by the enemy. Initially, he kept his mouth shut, for once, but after a whipping and a day in jail, Terrare gave in. After confessing that he did, in fact, have vital intelligence snaking its way through his GI tract, the Prussians chained him to a latrine until the box emerged 30 hours later. The note wasn't actually anything important, so they just mock executed him, gave him a severe beating, and sent him on his way. After all that, Terrare returned to life at the hospital, desperate for a cure for his condition, but nothing they ever tried worked. Meanwhile, the man's endless hunger continued to get him into all sorts of trouble. He'd often sneak out of the hospital to eat the scraps behind the local butcher and fight stray dogs in the alley for their precious garbage. He'd also seek out patients undergoing bloodletting in order to take all their life juice for himself. On several occasions, he was even caught attempting to eat bodies in the mortuary. By this point in my research, I was so desensitized to this guy that I didn't even bat an eye when I first read that. I was just like, alright. Guess he must have been hungry. Anyway, the hospital staff begrudgingly tolerated Terrare's buffoonery until one day when he went too far. Well, Terrare, you've only had 3 mess hall raids, 4 miscellaneous trash-related mishaps, and 1 cadaver defiling. So I'd say, so far, this week's been pretty good. Doctor, we should probably inform you that a 14-month-old child has gone missing from their room.
That was
Terrare,
when Terrare
look at me.
belched, right?
Did you eat a fucking baby? Terrare was promptly kicked out of the hospital and spent 4 years out and about doing, whatever horrific shit you can imagine. When he came back, he was suffering from advanced tuberculosis and died shortly after arrival. During his autopsy, the surgeons found that when they looked into his mouth, they could see all the way down his throat and into his stomach cavity. As you can imagine, his whole abdominal region was profoundly deformed. Basically, if this is a normal human, this is what they found inside Terrare. Just like the man's mind, we can see that around 90% is devoted towards food and 10% towards everything else. So, moral of the story here is that, no, you know what, not even I can find anything resembling a moral here. Not all stories have a point to them. Sometimes they're just sad and disgusting from beginning to end. And now a word.
Delicious.
That
They're
is
tender,
fucking
they're juicy
wild.
morsels.
And that's a real person that existed.
A Frenchman, might I
Now-
add.
Now you know. Now you know why all Europeans hate them. All Europeans hate the French.
He ate a 14-month-old baby, bro.
They're delicious. They're tender. They're juicy morsels. Stop.
Oy vey.
No, they're
Aye,
not.
nay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just felt my credit score go down. What the fuck?
can't even imagine it. It's so grotesque. Yeah, I can't even imagine it.
Even a low IQ Somali would not entertain that. Good lord.
Don't you guys eat kids over there? The first time I've seen like
No,
live
we don't eat
videos
kids.
of
We
them.
don't eat
Definitely
kids.
do.
We eat camels.
They
Baby
Right,
camels.
Kev. You like definitely saw a couple live leak videos of them like literally boiling children alive and like eating them right out of pots, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Brothers will be at the back of the abortion clinic just eating fetuses in the garbage bin. Nom 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 nom. Ugh, disgusting. Disgusting. The French.
Yeah.
French.
You got a lot of traumas you got to work through, bro.
Nah.
That's why we should.
I mean, yeah, actually I do. Actually I do. I can't lie. I can't lie. I have no traumas to deal with.
Yeah, but you throw in that A1 steak sauce or some Heinz 57, and everything changes.
It's crazy.
So
that's why ICE is going crazy right now. Just to be honest, this type
Well,
of shit right here, man.
Well, welcome back, Pumpkin. There you go.
So glad to be back.
Bumpkin, hold it down for like 15, 20 minutes. I gotta go do something.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I'll post some videos in the back for you to watch and go.
Potentially, or we might just bullshit for the 15 minutes. We'll see.
I'm out of here, boys.
No, Kev, you gotta stay.
Have a good one, Kev.
Ah, shit. What is this video?
There's two of them that are ample enough time. One of them's an hour and 12 minutes. The other's 29 minutes. I'll be right back.
Well, it sounds like you're gonna be going for a lot longer than fucking 15.
15, 20 minutes.
Pumpkin, don't listen to it. That means like probably an hour. You know, he's gonna take a little nap. That nap will go from 10 to 20 to a whole hour.
Well,
I overslept. I was too tired.
Well, eventually I have to go to the store and pick up some food. So
then who's the third captain of the ship if you two are gone?
no one right now.
Then okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know we're closing on 10 hours here of a stream. Are you guys ready?
Today's story is a classic don't go in the woods type of story. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button over to your kid's birthday party and then ask them if they want to hit the piñata. When they say yes, put their blindfold on and then replace the piñata with a beehive. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Oh, it's very creepy.
Located in the far northwestern section of Canada is the aptly named Northwest Territories. It is a massive swath of land that virtually nobody lives inside of. To make that point crystal clear, consider the following. The country of Germany has a population of 83 million people, give or take. The Northwest Territories is 4 times as large as Germany, but only has a population of about 50,000 people. In addition to being this huge and mostly unoccupied space, the Northwest Territories are almost completely wild. Think dense forests, huge mountains, massive rivers and
No
lakes,
problem, Rock. Take
and
it easy,
lots
man.
and lots of really big animals. Even for highly experienced outdoors men and women, the Northwest Territories can be a truly hazardous place. And within this truly hazardous place, there is one part that is the most hazardous, and it's right in the middle of the Northwest Territories. And it's this 11,000 square mile stretch of just pure wilderness that's called the Nahanni Valley. In 1976, the Nahanni Valley was made into a national park.
That's
But don't let
crazy.
that fool you. This is not some family park that anybody can go to. There are no tourist accommodations, so there's no hotels. There's really nothing inside of it. And there are no roads that lead into this park. The only way you can get inside this valley is by plane or by boat or by very stressful and difficult overland hike. But for those who are able and willing to make the effort to get inside of this valley, you have the opportunity to explore one of the most beautiful places on the planet, because this section of the world is almost completely untouched by man. It is really nature at its purest form. However, there's a catch. This valley is said to be haunted. Over the last 10,000 years, the handful of native tribes that have attempted to settle inside of the Nahanni Valley have all either suddenly disappeared without a trace, like the Naha tribe, that literally overnight just was gone, leaving behind their shelters, their food, their supplies, just gone. No one knows what happened to them. Or the tribes have abruptly fled, claiming they were being terrorized or stalked by creatures lurking in the forest, like these white demons and these large wolves they called wahilas. Now, of course, this just sounds like folklore, and it might very well be that that's all it is, folklore. But starting in the early 1900s, some very strange things started happening in the Nahanni Valley that were not folklore. These things happened, and they were horrifying. These were horrifying real events. And they might, depending on your viewpoint, give credit to some of the theories that the native tribes people have about this valley, which is there's something evil lurking out in this forest, but we just don't know what it is. In 1904, three brothers, Willie, Frank, and Charlie McLeod, who all lived in the Northwest Territories, decided they wanted to go looking for gold in the Nahanni Valley.
Of course,
they because so few people had ever been inside of this valley that if there was gold to be found, then certainly it had not been found yet. And so after a very long and arduous journey using sled dogs and trains and homemade boats, they finally slipped into the valley and found themselves on what's called the Flat River, which runs right through the center of the Nahanni Valley. Now, the Flat River is kind of ironically named because it's anything but flat. It's actually more like a rapid at certain points. But either way, the three brothers, they're on their boat, they're making their way up the Flat River, and at some point they pull off onto the riverbank and they set up camp. And then once their camp is set up, they go down to the river and they put their gold sluices in the water. A gold sluice is this long, skinny box that's usually made of wood, and it has a strainer on one side. And gold miners will put it in the water, submerged, and they will kind of shovel the sediment on the bottom of the water into this little funnel. And the big stuff will get stopped by the strainer, and the dirt and the water will just kind of flow out the side. And so the idea is you can trap gold nuggets inside of the sluice. And so the three brothers, they get their sluices up and they start looking for gold, and right away they hit pay dirt. There is tons of gold in this river. And so all day, all night, they get all this gold. The next morning, they do the same thing. And by the time all their containers are literally filled to the brim with gold, they decide, hey, let's go back and turn this in, get some money for it, and then come back out here. And so they pack up their tent, they pack up all their supplies, and they put everything back in their boat. They get out onto Flat River, and at some point, very early on in their journey back, the boat capsizes, and the boat actually breaks apart from the strength of the rapids of Flat River. And so the boat actually just sinks, and much of their supplies sink, including all of their gold. But the three brothers are able to grab some of their supplies, like their rifle and some lumber and some of their mining supplies, and they swim it all to shore. They catch their breath. They're totally devastated at the loss of the gold, but they're alive. They have enough supplies to survive. And so they figure all they can do is maybe try to go back to their original site, try to get some more gold because they did still have a sluice, and then try to get out of there and then, regroup and come back another time. And so using some of the lumber they recovered from their broken boat, and then also by cutting down some trees, they literally fashioned another boat and then hopped back on the Flat River, and they went back up to that site where they had found gold earlier. They set up their sluice, they set up their camp again, and this time they didn't find any gold. So all day, this very disappointing day that they've already lost all their gold, now they're not finding any more gold. And so that night when they went to bed, they decided that the next day they were just going to leave. And so the next day they get up, they pack up, they hop back on the Flat River on this new boat they built, and they're able to make their way out of the valley and get back to their homes. As soon as they get back home, the two younger brothers, Willie and Frank, start talking about how they want to go back into Nahanni Valley and go get more gold, because now they know there's gold out there. It's not a question, yeah, we didn't find it that second time, but we know it's out there. Charlie, the older brother, he wanted to get the gold, but he felt like, hey, that was a close call with the boat flipping over. I don't know if it's a good idea, so I'm actually not going to go. You guys can go. I'm going to stay. And so several months goes by, and Frank and Willie have been doing all this preparation for this additional trip into the valley. And finally, in 1905, they're ready. And so Willie, Frank, and a third man called Robert Weir, who was a friend of theirs, he was going to replace Charlie. The three of them, they make their way up into the valley. Now, they didn't tell anyone how long they were going to be gone for. And so when they didn't send any word and no one had heard from them in weeks, Charlie was actually not that concerned because he knew there was lots of gold to be had out in the Nahanni Valley. And so he figured they must have struck it rich. And now they've decided to live out there long term, or at least maybe through the summer or maybe the next year. And so he wasn't concerned. And because he wasn't concerned, nobody else was concerned about these three men. And so weeks turned into months, turned into a year, and still no one's heard from these three men. No one's heard from Willie, Frank, or from Robert. But still, Charlie maintains that nothing can be wrong because there's three of them out there. They're incredibly experienced. There is a ton of gold out there. I'm sure they're just killing it and they're just acquiring all this gold. And we're going to see them in the next couple of months, maybe, and everything's going to be just fine.
Okay, Fanta, you need to stop with this. You need to stop with this. From Mortal Guns predate the
You never heard of the Anunnaki? You never heard of the Anunnaki from the Babylonian, Sumerian?
You were not gods and shit. You were not.
I'm not. I didn't say I'm gods and shit. I'm saying I was slaves and shit. I ran from the plantation like Adam and Eve. That's my ancestors.
But a whole other year would go by. So they've been out there for 2 years and no one has heard from them. And at this point, Charlie thinks to himself, okay, I have to go out and see if they're okay. And so he rounds up 4 other people from his town and he mounts an expedition to head back into the Nahanni Valley to go find his 2 brothers and find Robert Weir. Charlie and his search party eventually, after yet another long and arduous journey, they get into Nahanni Valley and they get onto the Flat River. And so they start making their way upstream along Flat River. So it must have been a very treacherous journey getting through the rapids of this river. And the whole time they're scanning the left and the right side, hoping to see some sign of life. They're looking for any indication that these 3 men are out here and just fine, but they didn't see any sign of them. And so they finally made their way all the way up to the very end of Flat River, or I should say the very beginning of Flat River, where it breaks off from a much larger river called the South Nahanni River. And once they turned onto the South Nahanni River, they began going downstream. And again, they're looking on either side for any sign of these 3 men. There's no sign of them. And then the river they're on takes a very sharp turn. It's actually called the Big Bend, and it's about a 45-degree turn. And as soon as you make that turn, it dumps you into this 10-mile stretch of river called Second Canyon. Now, along South Nahanni River, which is about 350 miles long, there are these 4 canyons that the water passes through. And they're labeled 4th Canyon, 3rd Canyon, 2nd Canyon, and 1st Canyon. And these canyons are massive. These sheer cliffs on either side of the river shoot up to 3,000 feet above the water. And in some parts, the water is actually just as deep, thousands of feet deep.
It will.
Second Canyon is unique because the cliff faces are as sheer as you're going to get. And the cliff faces almost butt up exactly up against the water. So there's really very little shoreline on either side. So once you're in this 10-mile stretch, you're basically boxed in. You have thousands of feet of water below you. You have these massive...
I like that when he's saying miles, he actually has on the bottom of the screen, like he's already done the math to put it into kilometers. That's very nice, honestly, for our, non-freedom unit. Using
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Really where to go. You need to get through this section of the river before you can effectively get onto the shoreline and take a break from being in your boat. And along these cliffs are these openings you see high up all over the cliffs on both sides that are openings to these massive cave systems inside of these thousands of feet tall cliffs. And because of how difficult it is to not only get to Nahanni Valley, but also to get up to these different cave openings, nobody's gone inside of them. We don't know what's inside of these caves, save for the few that are down low enough that people can explore. So as you're passing through Second Canyon, it's almost like you're being watched because there's all of these openings, but you can't see into them. And you're just forced to go down this 10-mile stretch and you can't really go anywhere. And whatever's watching you, it's watching you. As soon as Charlie and his search party entered into Second Canyon, it would have immediately gotten darker because that's another part of being in Second Canyon. These huge cliff walls of this canyon obscure the sunlight. And so they would have entered into this canyon. It would have gotten darker, and it's very windy inside of Second Canyon. So the winds would have picked up, so it's dark, very strange setting for them to be in. And they would have been looking on either side at these little strips of shoreline on either side, barely big enough for a boat to be. they would have been looking for any sign of life, but they didn't see anything. As they're making their way down this 10-mile stretch, as they're getting closer and closer to actually entering into First Canyon, which is the next canyon you would enter into, the sides of the river start to get slightly larger where you could actually beach a boat. There's some trees. And on the left-hand side, right before exiting Second Canyon, they notice there is actually a tent perched within some trees. And so the search party naturally goes right over to the shoreline. They hop out. But as soon as they step foot on land and they have a clearer view of this tent and what's outside of it, they notice there is a body clearly lying on the ground outside of the tent. And so Charlie and the search party, they run over, and as soon as they're up close, they can tell this body is missing its head. And they see the clothes on this body are totally charred and burned. And whoever this was, they were reaching with their right arm when they died. And right outside of the reach of their right arm was a rifle that was propped up against a tree. And so they walk around this one body and they go around towards the backside of the tent where the opening to this tent is. And they find another body, another very badly decomposed body, and it's positioned kind of halfway in the tent and halfway out of the tent. And there's a blanket kind of partially obscuring this person's body. And when they move the blanket, they see this body too is missing its head. So Charlie, and
Okay,
the search
just
party,
missing
continue
heads.
to
All
search
right.
around the camp in hopes of finding the heads of these two people to try to figure out who they are. But they never find the heads. However, they do find some personal effects both in the pockets of these two bodies and then also inside the tent that would confirm these are Charlie's brothers. As for the third man that had been with them, Robert Weir, he was not at the campsite. And in fact, he would never actually be found officially. However, a little ways down the river, another partial skeleton would be found several months later that was attributed to Robert. However, that was not 100% confirmed to be Robert. The only other interesting thing that was found at this campsite was a carving in a nearby tree. And it just said, "We have found a fine prospect," indicating that Charlie's brothers had found gold. But there was no gold either on them or in their camp or in the river nearby. Nothing. There was no gold. Charlie and his search party would leave the valley and get in touch with the mounted police, who would come out to the site where the brothers had been found. They would launch an investigation, and ultimately they would come to the conclusion that all three of these men, the two brothers and Robert, had starved to death. And then after they had perished, animals had taken them off, which is why Robert was found so far away and why the skulls were missing from the two brothers. Now, Charlie did not believe that. He believed they had been attacked by native tribes in the area, but the police were not buying that. They said this was a natural thing. This was an accident. And so that's that. When the story of these two decapitated men made the news, people went crazy about this. People were very divided about what they thought really happened. There was a percentage of people that believed that partial skeleton that was found, that was not Robert Weir. He had not died. He had murdered the two brothers, decapitated them, and then made off with their
We've
gold.
built a
The other
fucking-
percentage of people believed that
crazy.
all three men, the two brothers and Robert, had been attacked by a person, a group of people, an animal, a creature, something. There was some sort of attack. And that's why the two brothers were in those positions that indicated they had encountered something horrifying, with one brother reaching for the gun and the other appearing to have leapt from his bed before he ultimately died. But regardless of which side you fell on, pretty much everybody at the time who heard about the story became terrified of the Nahanni Valley. Specifically, they became terrified of that stretch in Second Canyon where the two brothers had been found. And so actually that stretch got renamed the Headless Valley. And from that point forward, that's all it was known as. And so even though there were obvious gold prospects
Heads just naturally
in
fall
the
off,
Headless
true.
Valley and all along the South Nahanni River and the Flat River, people
It has
after
now
the
been
story
15
broke
minutes, by
were
the
just
way.
not prepared to risk going in there and potentially becoming another victim. And so
Told you, Bumpkin. Also, I went to bed.
2 years later, though, in 1913,
Jeez,
a
KO.
gold prospector named Martin Jorgensen decided, you know what? I'm not going to let some scary stories about some headless men and,
Look at
ghosts
Halter, he
and
looks at-
killers on the loose. I'm not going to let any of that get in the way of me taking gold out of Nahanni Valley. So all on his own, Martin makes the arduous trek inside of Nahanni Valley. He makes his way up Flat River, and he finally finds a spot about 70 miles upstream of where Headless Valley was. And he actually built a one-room cabin because he was going to stay there through the winter. And then the plan was he would meet up with his partners the following summer. And so right after he got there, he set up his sluices and he started mining for gold. And apparently he found a lot of it because he sent word back to his partners outside of the valley that he had made it rich. And so his partners were really excited to meet up with him the following summer and see how much he got, because they planned on going back into the valley with him that summer. So that summer rolls around, his partners go to the meeting spot right outside the valley, but Martin doesn't show up. And so his partners, they stay outside at this meeting space for several days until finally, when he doesn't show up, they decide, we have to go in there and see if he is okay, because at this point he should have been here. There's no excuse. And so they end up going into the Nahanni Valley. They make their way up Flat River, and they go roughly to the area where they knew he was staying based on the message he had sent earlier. He had described where he was staying, and they actually found his cabin, or I should say they found what was left of his cabin. His cabin had been completely torched, burned to the ground, and laying on the ground next to the burned out cabin was the burned out remains of another headless corpse. And this corpse belonged to Martin Jorgensen. The police did a thorough investigation, but they were never able to determine what actually killed him. The police did not connect Martin's death with the two McLeod brothers' deaths, even though they were all decapitated. They were in roughly the same area, and it happened within a few years of each other, and they looked very, very similar. Even though that all was true, the police said, nope, these are totally separate. Martin died for some reason, and then animals took parts of him away, and that's why his skull is missing. Martin's
Dude, what animal specifically only eats the skull? Like, well, what is going on here?
I'm not sure. I'm sure there is one. I'm sure there's an animal that can eat a whole skull. Please.
Yeah, but specifically the skull?
Also,
why was his cabin burned down?
Okay, yeah, focused only on the skull. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Ooh, okay, that's weird.
Super weird. And his cabin's burned down? Okay. All right. I'm saying natives.
Skull was never located, and the gold that Martin claimed to have struck it rich with was also not at the cabin, not on him. There was no gold anywhere in the vicinity. When Martin's death made the news, people went crazy, and despite the police assuring everyone that his death was not connected to the McLeod brothers' deaths, even though the police were saying that, the public didn't see it that way. It was just too easy to connect one decapitation with two other decapitations that have happened close together in a relatively short time frame. And so a lot of people assumed there must be a killer on the loose somewhere in Nahanni Valley. 7 years later, in 1921, the rumors of a killer on the loose were still alive and well when gold prospector John O'Brien and his partner decided, you know what, despite the rumors of the so-called killer or whatever's going on in the Nahanni Valley, let's go into the Nahanni Valley and try our hand. Let's try to get some gold. And so the two of them made their way into the valley, and they set up camp in Headless Valley, not far from where the McLeod brothers had been found decapitated. So they set up their camp, and they're there for a couple of days. They're doing well. They're finding gold. And then at some point, John tells his partner that he's going to go out and check all of their traps along the river, and he'll be back in about 8 or 9 days. And so his partner waits 8 or 9 days, and John doesn't come back. Couple of days after that goes by, and now John's past due, and so the partner decides he has to go out looking for him. And so there was another gold prospector in the area, and so this partner contacted him, and the two of them went to the river and began walking upstream until they found John. And he had frozen to death, but it was very interesting the way he was positioned. He was sitting in front of this obviously previously lit campfire. He wasn't hunched over. He didn't look like he was in pain. He looked like he was just enjoying the fire. There was nothing on his face that indicated discomfort or pain or fear. He was even holding the matchbook in his hand. It was like he was just sitting there enjoying the fire when something caused him to suddenly freeze. In fact, witnesses would say John looked like he had been flash frozen, as if it had happened in a matter of seconds, because it didn't look like he had reacted properly to freezing to death. And the police, when they came out, they would say, this is odd. This is odd the way he's positioned. But ultimately, he died because he froze to death. And so there's no foul play here. And so no further investigation is needed. 5 years later, in 1926, a hunting party that included a young woman named Annie Lafferty was camping out along the Flat River inside of Headless Valley. And so that night, they're all kind of joking around the fire. And then at some point, they decide to all go to sleep. And then the next day, when everybody gets up, Annie is no longer in camp. and there's no sign of where she went. And so they begin by yelling out and walking around the immediate vicinity to see maybe if she stepped away for a minute, but
She
Annie's
dead.
just gone, and no one knows where she went. So the hunting party spends the rest of the day looking for Annie.
But is
but
Annie
there's no
okay?
sign
That's the
of her.
question. Is
They
Annie
ultimately
okay?
leave the valley.
I don't
They
think
tell
she's okay.
Police come out. There's this huge search, but Annie's never found. Several months later, a man named Charlie, who happened to have been out near Flat River, near this hunting party when they were out there, but Charlie himself was not in the hunting party. He didn't know Annie. He was just in the vicinity. He overheard someone talking about a member of that hunting party, specifically a woman, going missing. And when he heard that, he knew he had to tell police what he had seen that night out near Flat River. So he goes to police and he explains that that night, when he knew there was this hunting party over there, he could hear them, he knew they were over there. He said at some point he went to bed and then he woke up when he heard the sound of rocks falling into the river in front of him. He was sleeping along the river's edge. So he sits up and he looks out across the river. It's totally dark, but there's some moonlight, and he's kind of looking around wondering what's causing the sound, but he can't see it. And then he hears it again, and he can tell it's off to his left. And these are not huge rocks. These are like medium to small size rocks, like rocks you could just pick up and throw. And so he's looking, and all of a sudden he sees, maybe a couple hundred yards away through some sparse trees, he sees a naked woman, a white naked woman, running on all fours up this mountainside. And as she's running up the mountainside, her feet and her hands are knocking little rocks into the river down below. She's right on the edge of this cliff. And as she's running up this hill, she stops and she turns, and he gets a good look at her face. And Charlie would say he was so taken aback by her face. It looked like she was possessed. There was something wrong with her face. And so Charlie instinctively ducked down and chose not to follow her, even though he knew anybody running naked anywhere in the wilds is doomed. But he felt like he could not go near this woman. There was something wrong with this woman. And so the police, they take the story down.
You
say,
follow
hey,
the
this is
white
what
lady
Annie
on,
looks like.
on
And Charlie
all
would
fours.
say, I mean, I think that's
Running on
her.
all
I think
fours
that
up a
matches
hill?
her description.
No, thank you.
And so universally, it's believed this woman galloping up this hillside in the middle of the night naked was Annie. The police ultimately would not investigate Annie's disappearance any further because at the time Charlie was telling them this piece of information, she'd already been gone for months, and the assumption was she was dead. 4 years later, in 1931, another gold prospector decides to try their luck in Headless Valley. A man named Phil Powers. He makes his way into the valley. He finds a spot off of Flat River. He builds a cabin, and then shortly thereafter, his cabin burns to the ground with him inside of it. Now, his skeleton was intact, but the strange thing about his death is based on the origin of the fire, which would have been on the roof. He should have had an opportunity to climb out of the cabin before it burned down, giving rise to the theory that he was actually dead before the fire started. We said this was an accident caused by Phil doing something with the stovepipe that led to it catching on fire, and this was all one big accident. But the vast majority of people that have followed along to this point with all of these strange deaths, they were just not buying it. 5 years later, in 1936,
Another
two
one?
more gold prospectors, William Epler and Joseph Mulholland, they entered the Headless Valley to try their luck, and shortly after
This time is crazy.
a search party came out to look for them, and they found their cabin, and just like Phil Powers, it had burned to the ground, but William and Joseph were not in the ashes. They were not anywhere nearby. In fact, they were never found. No one has any idea what happened to them, and no one knows what caused the fire. 9 years later, in 1945, yet another gold prospector named Ernest Sabbard entered the Headless Valley to go looking for gold. And then when he did not leave the valley for an intended rendezvous with some of his partners went looking for him, and they would find him inside of his sleeping bag, laying down, decapitated right along the flat.
Bumpkin, can you pause it real quick, Bumpkin, if you don't mind me?
So the police would come out, they would do it.
So this whole thing's about gold, right? This whole back-to-back timeline is for gold in Canada.
Yep.
Give it up! Give it up! Give it up! Bullshit! What? If some guy called Phil Powers just died, it's over. That's the most masculine, powerful name I've ever heard. Phil Powers. If he couldn't make it, like.
And these are gold prospectors. Now, every one of these people are gold prospectors. They legitimately are like woodsmen. They know what they're doing. They're very skilled, right? They do this all the time.
Right.
Like they're skilled.
Yeah.
So yeah. The first one dies. I'm not going out there. Let alone we're at 6 now.
Yeah. I'm like, I think I heard like six, 7 names so far. 1945 currently. We're on right now. 1945.
Oh my god.
Carry on.
Do an investigation, and they would call this an accident where he starved to death or he died of hypothermia, and then after he was dead, animals must have come in and removed his skull, and that's why we can't find it. And so the police did not, at least not publicly, connect his death to all of the other decapitations in that small area. 1 year later, in 1946, another gold miner,
Oh my god,
John Patterson, went into Headless Valley,
The-
and he went missing.
Again,
The search party went in looking for him, and John
I don't think I
was
need to
never
add on.
found. But
the old decapitated, right? Head gone. So having the community or the nation said, "Hey guys, don't go there because you lose your head." Like, don't people talk?
That's what I'm saying. Like, hey, everyone in this valley that tries to spend the night gets their head decapitated, or sometimes throughout their stay they get their head decapitated. So or they die and their head gets missing. So maybe don't go to the head decapitation zone.
Yeah, is there no warning, no hearsay, no communication?
Yeah, shout out to Phil Powers, bro. You were just trying to take a nap next to a stream.
Yeah.
Got you though.
On one of the last nights that the search party was in the Headless Valley, they were camping out near Flat River. Some native tribes people came into their camp, and they warned them about some white figures that were walking around the valley that night. They're down near the river, they're out in the forest, they're kind of all around here.
White
So
Walkers
you
from
really
Game
need
of
to be
Thrones,
careful. You don't want them to see you. And then these tribes people just left. And so the search party is absolutely horrified. They know about the rumors of this place. They're out here looking for someone that's gone missing in this place. And all night, all they hear are distant howls and screams that they hadn't heard in the previous nights. They're hearing these wailing sounds coming from all around them, like these things that are out there were intentionally trying to scare them to get them to leave. It felt like they were not.
You know, when the native tribe that hates that you're the white man rolls up to you and says, "Hey, there's these creepy ass shit out here, and you probably shouldn't be out here. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're not going to be out here for very long. You probably shouldn't spend the night." Tells you that shit, and they actually leave. I mean,
I'm like, thank you very much. I'll follow you too.
You know what?
I'm like,
yep. How about we run? How about
but they're bumping. But here comes the old stereotype. Oh, it's like Scooby-Doo, right? Oh, white people, they're always curious. Ooh, wait, I want to know more. And then curiosity kills the cat. Like, oh, unlucky.
Supposed to be there. The next day, first thing when they got up and they left, the leader of that search party would say he just felt like the whole valley was totally sinister, and that constant wailing they heard the night before, he said he will never forget. From the mid-1940s onward, there have been far less strange incidents reported inside of Nahanni Valley, but one could attribute that to the fact that far less people have been going into Nahanni Valley ever since the 1940s. And in recent times, huge segments of the park have been permanently closed. The park has said the reason they're doing that is to protect that segment of the park. But other people have speculated that at least part of the reason why they're closing these segments, many of which are right near the Headless Valley, is because they're trying to protect people from getting anywhere near whatever it is that's lurking inside of that park. But regardless, it is still a fact that over the last century, there have been dozens and
wow.
We can tell you just woke up. We can tell from your voice you just woke up. You just woke up. You took a little nap. Like, yeah.
You took a little nap, didn't you?
Yeah.
I had to go get an energy drink. I didn't wind up taking a nap. I almost fell asleep on the couch for the air. I got overheated.
Bitch, I'm sitting in my own sweat right now.
You're in the UK. How hot does it get there? Fucking 60 degrees?
You Americans with your fake Fahrenheit numbers. So I'm dealing with 30 degrees Celsius. Calculate that with your Fahrenheit garbage.
Okay. Okay.
30 Celsius.
Hold on.
Not negative 30.
Yo,
All you
that's
have to do is
still
put F to C.
Yeah.
That's only 86 degrees.
That's
it's 100.
only-
It's 100 where I'm at.
So is that hot enough for you? 30 Celsius? Is that suffering?
No.
Bro, it's 100 degrees where I'm at.
It was 90 degrees, right? Which is
But you bastards have air conditioning in your house, right?
oh my.
Pumpkin, Orthodox, you have air conditioning.
And dozens of people that have either gone
That's pretty
missing or
loud.
who have died under very mysterious circumstances inside of this valley. And the truth is, nobody knows why. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let
Yeah, that was crazy, Orthodox. I don't know if you were watching or not.
Yeah.
Several people died, and all their heads were removed.
Yeah.
Um,
and they're all white.
and they're
Following a white woman with on 4 legs. Apparently.
Yeah, very actually terrifying. A native tribe rolled up to them and was unironically like, "Hey, we have reports of these white figures, not you guys, like crawling around and doing a bunch of weird shit. I would suggest that you guys don't stay here very long."
Mhm.
While the search party's literally out there searching for someone who went missing.
And the white woman is called Annie, so I think Michael Jackson got the song from this storyline.
Right.
People were looking off. They were chasing Annie, wondering if she's okay. I don't know. Canada, people, Canada. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Canada. Damn. Denizen, are you even still here, man?
Hi, African.
Hi, African.
Hi, African.
The African.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, Wakanda forever.
True. Stay true.
I am alive. I'm alive.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
True.
Wait. Why is Lauren saying, wow, Bumpkin's alive? What happened to you, Bumpkin?
Because Bumpkin went to sleep for like most of the stream.
Most of the stream is
Yeah.
exaggeration.
Okay, guess what, Bumpkin? When I first came to stream earlier, it was like, goddamn, like 9 hours ago. And I was like, oh, I just woke up and I heard you speaking. And then
Wait, you've been streaming for 10 hours? What the fuck?
No, 12. 12, my ninja. 12. YouTube has a 12-hour limit. Yeah.
Look, if you want me to do a 24-hour stream, you're gonna have to give me 50 in the cash app. I need a down payment on that motherfucker.
By the way,
That's for sure.
Orthodox, I engaged in a 24-hour stream playing a video game with a friend, and that shit was painful. It was painful staying up for 24 hours. Never again. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, by the way, someone sent me a DM where they tried to give me a cash app.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Chuck Smith Orthodox guy is me, especially if it has the deer in the profile picture. Why it gives this may be a scam alert, I don't know, but it gives it to me whenever I try to give to other creators. I promise you, I'm not a scam. I just want money for streaming and being nice. If you guys want to support, thank you to the person who reached out to let me know that was happening. And if you are a mod and someone is disrespecting you, I made you a mod for a reason. You have every right to time them out and do what you want with them and wield your power as you see fit. You do not have to tell me, nor do you have to ask permission.
Make me a mod too. I want to be a Somali pirate.
Y'all have been live longer than I've been at work. That's funny as fuck.
Vanta, I thought you were a mod. I thought you were already a mod on my
Do
channel.
not make this goddamn Somalian fucking pirate a mod.
You know what? I bet it was Bumpkin that unmodded me. He used some special powers to make me a regular civilian.
Make
F you,
me
Bumpkin.
make
Bastard.
this goddamn Somalian pirate a mod, dude.
Not only did I make him a mod, I made him a managing mod.
Oh my god.
Days. Orthodox, I promise you, I won't abuse it. Unless it's Bumpkin, I won't abuse it against Bumpkin. Bumpkin.
You can't. I'm a mod. You can't mod these other mod.
Bumpkin is also a managing mod.
Ah, damn it. Okay, everyone in the chat, I'll be grateful. I'll be a nice Somali pirate. Don't trust Bumpkin. I'm a good man. I'm a good activist.
Yeah, you have to share the power with the white man. You know, everything that you've ever wanted.
I mean, we did once upon a time. It was called the British Empire. Somalians, British, we were once as one. Until the communists took over. Goddamn commies. Anyway, Orthodox, one thing I want to add on. Yeah. You deserve support. You deserve some money.
Support the show.
Support the show, yeah. All that goofy stuff. Support the show, hit the like, etc., etc. But I think your show is kind of unique, to be fair with you, because that whole what he was doing earlier with supernatural shit, we need more of that. Like people just come in, talk shit, tell the storyline. We need more.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want to oversaturate the market.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't tell you. No, Lauren, you can also wield your moderator power as you see fit.
The woman's getting jealous. Woman.
Well, she was a mod. She was a mod before you were.
I mean, I was a day one. I've never seen Lauren before. I was here. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No,
Lauren.
you were here longer. She's only been a mod for like a month, but she was a mod before you were.
I know. I'm being playful. Don't mind me.
Snow is also a mod.
Also, Distant. This is one of my favorites. Shout out to Distant.
Yeah. Distant Lights is a mod as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that person is a male or female, but still.
I mean, I was there when I saw Orthodox play as a Somalian. I saw Orthodox play Crusader Kings, and he played as a Somalian emperor. He ran a whole Somalian empire, and guess what? He took over Bumpkin's empire. I remember that. That shit, Bumpkin. I remember when Orthodox was trying to come over to European side of the planet, Crusader King 3, and
I never made it. It was always the joke. It was the joke.
You were getting there because you were taking over the whole Africa at one point.
I started kicking ass, and then I had a bunch of rebels pop up, and I'm like, oh god, I can't do anything. I've made too many enemies.
And where did Bumpkin start from? Did he start from like Sweet, like the Scandi, or the Anglos? I remember.
I think that one wasn't I playing Scandinavia and I was playing as Hyperborea?
Yeah, you start from Scandi and you just took over the whole of England. The whole England was like Bumpkin then.
Yeah, Scandinavia, England. I literally had it all. And I was like, holy fuck, I'm so rich right now.
So Bumpkin, you're from Oregon, right?
I gotta take a fucking piss.
Made him so angry.
Because you know the answer.
Horrible. Oh, that was horrible.
That's fun. That's funny. Yeah, I see it in the Discord. Lauren sent me this video. She just messaged me in the Discord again. I saw it like a couple hours ago is when she sent it. She just messaged me in the Discord and asked me if I was doing scary stories still.
Also, I want to address.
No, Bumpkin is from Washington, so I always pick on him and say he's from Oregon.
Yeah, that's horrible. I'll be offended too. To be fair with you, like I've heard a lot of bullshit from Oregon. I'll be offended. Also, I want to address B. B said, "It's this guy from Wales."
Oh, he's talking about you.
Me? I am a dusty Somalian who somehow ended up in the city of London 20, 30 years ago. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But yeah, no. By the way, in the UK, no one likes Wales. Wales is like the most cut nation out of the 4 nations: England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. Wales is the most cut. So there you go.
I just somehow ended up in England having ass going over here on a boat and shit. Shut the fuck up.
I took a plane, sir. I was not on a boat. I took a plane.
I took a plane.
Yeah.
Yo, Stormcrow, get in here, brother.
Oh,
I've been waiting for you to wake up. I've been waiting for you to wake up because everybody on here, everybody on this panel except for Afrocan has given their supernatural experience, and I know you've had one.
I mean, Crow, can you top my auntie's Barry White story?
Wait, what you talking about?
We're talking about supernatural stuff. It can be aliens, demons, ghosts.
Possession.
I have some stories. I don't know if I want to talk about them, but I have some stories.
Oh, I have stories. I don't want to tell it though. Fuck you, African.
Just tell it, Birdman.
It involves demonic shit.
Oh, so
That's why I don't want to talk about it.
I mean, I spoke on demonic shit earlier.
Hold on. I don't know if she is still in the chat, but Miss Snow has sent me a Cash App. So, and she's a first time donator. So she gets the new and the old booty for being the first time donator. Hell yeah, let's go. We'll start out with the new booty and then she can get the old booty.
Who?
Snow.
Oh, what's up, Snow?
Yeah, I don't know if she's still in the chat, but shout out, thank you, Snow. Here's that new booty, and then you can get that old booty afterward.
I can name a couple ways, maybe this shit might go. You just might forget that this was what you're getting hyped for. Minute light into the day, so I'm in that guy who needs someone who's sweet enough, won't shoot to make that high love.
Bumpkin, I want you to know we did really good working on that together because we picked the perfect fucking song for that. I don't know what the fuck the music video was for originally, but it was garbage compared to the fucking shit we put together.
That's true.
My money don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle, for sure. It makes me wanna dribble, dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. But luckily the seats go back. I got a knack to relax in my mind. I'm sipping some red wine.
I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Grip is so cramped, you sucker suffer from paralysis. Rhymes, I write them in the car.
That's my fucking Magna Carta, dude. That's my masterpiece right there.
I can't lie. I can crib walk.
Redhead's your Magna Carta, bro. I gotta go piss. I'll be right back.
Fuck. I was gonna say the second clip, the beat. I could crib walk. I could holler, shake that shit. That beat was fire. I can't lie. Good beat.
Well, the second one or the first one?
Yeah, no, the second one. The second one's good. Absolute fire. Was that you, Bumpkin? Were you did you do the whole edit, like visually, the audio, everything?
Yeah.
Nice. Good. Very good. Very good, sir.
You know, I'm a connoisseur of sorts. You know.
Yeah, but I still think the ladies deserve a male version whenever they send some money because the women. Bless them with a Chippendale person. Just a male dancer. You can do it, Bumpkin. You can do it. You can do the whole editing.
That? Do what?
You can edit a whole male dancer. Orthodox. I'm speaking alien. Can Bumpkin edit male dancers for the female donators?
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to though. He hates the lady viewers. So the lady viewers, when you want to send Bumpkin a Cash App, you should remember how much he hates you, and you should send me the Cash App instead.
Come on, Bumpkin. We live in a free market. Free market, sir. Give the ladies what they want.
He's got to soak a little bit.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
This is usually time.
Gay.
That's some bullshit.
So ladies, when you donate, that's what you're gonna get from Bumpkin. Those clips.
Man, I'm finna whip this
African, did you see this clip?
That's the bad guy. Hey, ching, hon, ching, bing, chilling.
Yeah.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
That's me, dude. That's so me, dude. I love
Re-
democracy. I love
Revenge of the Sith, best film of all time. Star Wars.
Sith. What are those? I have no idea what that is.
Oh yeah, true. Mm-hmm. Wait, there. I'll wait for more clips.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, no, Bumpkin. The video Lauren just sent, I'm about to send it to you. We're about to make some clips out of that. Thank you, Lauren. You'll see. You'll see why. You click on this shit. Check it. DMs. Check that shit.
Is Lauren white or black?
Lauren is a white woman. You wouldn't be interested.
Not interested. Fuck you, Lauren.
Perfect.
Afro-Can only likes black women.
Taking a deep dive into one of the most unsettling and disturbing stories in recent history. We'll also explore the strange sightings of a mysterious humanoid in the Midwest from 2021 and examine one of Papua New Guinea's long-standing mysteries. You will not want to miss this one. Back in the early 1900s, Nicholas was working for Southern Pacific Railroad, laboring in a remote forested area on the California.
Denny
boy.
Denny boy. Oh, Denny boy.
Wait, so this video we're watching, why does the guy look like Bumpkin?
No, Bumpkin. Oy, vey.
You were hearing Dennison hit that.
Man, I thought Lauren was like kind of mixed race. Is she white? Is she a Caucasoid? Ah, a shame.
I can't believe I can't show my base edits that somebody made me, my Cole edits, because it shows a gun in it. Such a shame.
Catheter.
Huh?
Catheter.
Denizen, are you back?
No.
Denizen's back. Let's go. You were snoring, bro.
I use push to talk, homie.
Oh, then who the fuck was snoring on the chat?
I don't know.
No idea. Yo, Bumpkin, are you okay?
I need to go to the store and pick up some food, bro.
Who was snoring? Tell us.
But get some cat food while you're there.
You are correct. I do got to pick up some cat food for this little fucking little.
Catheter.
Why did it sound like Speedy Gonzalez?
Denizen, why do you keep saying it like that? What is going on?
That's what he sounded like. He said,
Ay, Dios mío. Ay, caramba.
Dios mío.
Ay, pendejo.
Feed me.
What's happening?
Orthodox guy, are you there?
Also, this is your channel, sir. Sir.
There you go. You I think you found your snorer.
No, he was literally just here.
Yeah, Orthodox went back to napping.
He got swallowed up by that other portal.
I thought for sure, Denizen, you were asleep.
Nigga so
Why
fat
do I
he
hit-
broke space and time.
I hear birds.
Yeah, I heard like cricket or bird, something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's birds out my window.
Damn, that's loud.
What are you Snow White or something? Why you got all these animals coming to you?
Nah. You can ask your mom.
He's got birds, pigs, squirrels.
Fucking Snow White over here.
I want that now.
I'm trying to fuck your mom in there. Would you give me a break?
I want a 3D animation of Bumpkin like standing in a prairie.
No Bumpkin.
Birds.
Fuck that shit. That sounds like AIDS.
Fucking squirrels running around and birds on his fingers.
That's the new name. No Bumpkin.
Like some AI Chinese slap of like him doing that, yeah.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
What the fuck? Yo, that help me, man. I feel like I'm getting.
You want you.
This is MK Ultra. What's happening?
Donate.
Gay.
Oh, now this nigga's back. All right, I'm going to the store, so run your stream.
All right, bye.
Fucking border.
Yeah, we're calling Bumpkin Snow White.
No, Snow Bumpkin. Snow Bumpkin. That's my name for him. Snow Bumpkin.
Yes, I agree. But oh, you just woke up. Guess what? You just woke up in time to donate. Give me money. Donate. Give me money. Money me now. Gotta get them when they're still groggy.
You should give me money, actually.
I'll show you out.
Bumpkin stays DMing me, nigga, hell Hitler. Like, I don't know why. You work for the channel. You don't have to donate. You literally are. You like. I want everybody to know. All right, Lauren gets credit. Lauren is responsible for like 90% of the clips that you guys see. The 90% of the clips and videos that you see, she is dedicated, doing hard work in the back, helping out
That's
the channel.
not hard work. We can do all that too, Orthodox. All of us
But
can do
you
that.
don't. You don't.
Well, then I will commit. I'll be the new Lauren. How about that? I'll be the new Lauren. Call me Vanta Lauren.
Lauren.
How about this?
Yeah. All right, Vanta Lauren, let's go.
And by the way, also, I have a bigger forehead than her. So there you go. I'm the new Lauren. I have a bigger forehead, and I'll send you all the clips. All the clips.
Why does Vantaloran already sound like a thing?
It's very
Right?
important.
Like something from fucking Star Wars or some
Welcome,
shit.
bro.
Why does that already sound like it's...
It sounds legit, right? It sounds legit. That's a Lauren.
It does. It sounds like a Lauren clone that you would make on a special planet.
Sorry, Lauren. You're done. I took over.
There's like fucking millions of Bantalorans.
Hello, everyone. What the fuck did I walk into?
Well, we're having a stream. We're having a stream, and we're going for 12 hours. Hell, we might.
We are having a stream.
It's one of the streams of all time. But we're doing supernatural stuff, telling stories. So like, I'm gonna be real. It's probably going to be, but like, no, seriously though, Vanta, getting up clips and finding like an unlimited amount of funny shit.
Yeah.
Actual funny shit. That takes a lot of skill and a lot of fucking time. And like, she's just got that shit on fucking deck. She is like responsible for at least a 25% bump in not productivity, but like production quality.
Yeah. No. You know what? Come on. By now you should know me. Like, yeah, I chat a lot of shit. I have like dark humor, sarcastic. You know, I'm not trying to undermine Lauren. To be fair with you. Yeah.
Because like she.
Yeah, but a Lauren can't be trusted though. That's why in the year whatever the fuck we commissioned the Vantaloran project in order to create
women.
many Laurens.
Can she call herself Vanta Lauren too? I want like Vanta is just a random ass name. You can add anything to it. I want Lauren to be a partner. We both have big foreheads, right? We're both mods, and we can both bamboozle people with dark humor in clips. Yeah. Join me, Lauren.
For
I'm like Darth
real.
Vader. Join me, Lauren, in the dark side.
But no, Lauren. In the future, though, I want to be very, very clear. Right? I would rather have your money because I like money.
Not videos, money.
All right, Mr. Krabs.
Money.
Let's be real. Orthodox. He's a shekel. He's a shekel feed.
Wait, why am I watching a black
I'm
woman
shekel
show?
brother. A black
Where's
woman
my-
show.
Yeah, it's fucking Tamron Hall.
I thought. Well, we know why you're watching it. You're like, yeah, that's the shit I like. Yeah, you're dirty girl.
Well, I mean, they got a guest on who's kind of hot, but like Tamron Hall got like the dyke cut. I don't know if I really like that.
David Wayne, join the Discord and post it in the
Actually, I'm lying. I dated
advertising
lesbians before.
Lesbians aren't real.
Well, yeah, I'm proof of that. I made them not lesbians. But yeah.
Oh,
Let's go.
I remember the lore for this.
But here's another unsolved mystery. I did completely miss the one y'all went over because like I had to go fucking like not. I had to go like fucking like not have a heat stroke. You know. So.
Bitch, I had a heat stroke while I'm talking to you on the stream. Like I'm literally suffering here. I'm tweaking. I'm sweating. Good lord. Fuck summer. Summer is the worst season of the year.
Yeah, man. Pax is taking up all the oxygen. He's eating it all.
I hate you, fat fro kid. I hate you so much.
You calling me fat is like a homeless man calling another homeless man broke.
Oh.
You.
Oh.
That's like the pot calling the kettle a nick. Don't make me start hitting you with the fetal alcohol syndrome memes.
Crying right now, sobbing.
Pew pew pew. Was that Bumpkin? Did Bumpkin come in? Oh, like smoking?
Actually, all this fat talk makes me want some candy.
But yeah, Orthodox like so.
Don't start saying fat jokes. You'll summon man, and then everybody on the fucking panel will get. Bro, I can't believe y'all bully that dude shaded like that from the fucking Discord so much. Like skinniest man ever, and you're like, why are you so fat?
Well, they've known like man knew Shaded for like 10 years, so he's got like 10 years worth of like fat joke ammo.
No, but you gotta understand. When I'm depressed, I'll be like, oh my god. I mean, Lauren, I still would rather have your money, but some of these clips are nice.
I mean,
whenever I get depressed, I'll be hitting man like hit me with some fat jokes, and man will
He
literally
looks at the fucking Bible of them. Honestly,
yeah, he literally works out spreadsheets like which
bro, remember the shit we used to say to Bumpkin? It was kind of mean.
When he disconnected and y'all said man fell through the server, I'm about pissed my pants.
Bro, like when he left the server, just fucking Batati said something like, "Oh, fucking, he fell through the server."
See, Orthodox. That's why I deleted my Discord. Discord.
Oh yeah.
Evil.
Wait. Two words. Fitness protect. 3 words. Fitness protection program.
It enlightened me, sir. It enlightened me.
Yeah, no, that's a fitness protection program.
Yeah.
Brothers for fatties in the fitness protection program.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't think Bumpkin would like that memory too much.
Look, I hit you with the hardest one of all a few months back. Don't ever get cocky, bro.
What was that? What was that again, bro? I know you did. I remember me saying that. Which one was it?
Fat Frocan said, "I'm going on a diet," and I was like, "Fucking for you that stands. Did I eat this hour?"
True.
My God.
True.
Yo, it's fucking wild.
My God.
No, but our buddy, man, like bro, he's got fucking fat jokes on deck for days. He's like, he'll just start fucking rattling them off, and like 15 minutes later, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean if anybody sound off. You didn't shoot yourself. Like,
But yeah,
Quit telling me what to do, David.
But yeah, Pax, I'm gonna enlist in the Navy as a battleship. So don't worry.
is that one? Is that an original or is that one for man when you told him he was going to the
No, that was some one of my other friends you don't know and told me. When I told him I'm thinking about going in the Navy, he's like, "Are you enlisting as like a carrier or something?"
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know why. But it's just throughout everyone I talk to, I'm always the biggest person in the room, even if I'm not.
You're not even that fat.
I'm not. I'm like 160 now. But
here we go. American
160 tons, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, you keep talking about American measurements, but only one of our countries put a man on the moon. All right.
I don't even believe you guys went to the moon. How about that? I don't believe in the moon landing. There you go.
Oh my God! All right,
I said it.
You know what I got to say?
The way it typically worked was crews of laborers would set up a base camp in the woods, and then they would split into two-man teams that go off and do some labor each week on the track.
Are we watching Bumpkin talk?
Each one of these teams.
This
would
is the
work for a
bumpkin
week
that
in
got
relative
the DNA.
isolation, and at the end of the week, they would return to the base camp. On one particular project, Nicholas was dispatched to this line camp.
He sounds like him.
As part of a two-man team. Now, both him and his partner had been working together for quite some time, and they had gotten close with one another. And so they made the long ride to their makeshift camp in the woods and got settled in for the week. Now, this particular line camp that Nicholas and his partner had been sent to, this project was actually positioned on a high embankment that would provide an excellent overlook of a vast meadow that kind of gently slopes down, opening up to this huge lake. Now, this campsite was ideal because their mission was to build train tracks in that same meadow. And since nobody lived near this lake, the building of these tracks went largely unnoticed. It was kind of like working in no man's land. But Nicholas and his partner were not the first laborers to cut a line through this lake. Two surveyors had beat them to it, and they had begun their work weeks earlier, delineating the best path for this rail line. They would start from the water's edge on the side nearest to the line camp and began making their way down the lake towards the opposite end. Both of them were carrying heavy equipment, flags, and their tools of the trade. One of them was a former Confederate soldier, and both were rather robust, brawny men who were...
So what you're saying is this man was incredibly based. Go on.
Generally well liked by the railroad laborers. And all was going well until about day 4 came around, when something truly menacing began to stalk their camp. Now, during this time, one of the two-man teams returned to base camp with only one man. They were told that the other man had disappeared. Despite the group at the base camp giving a brief initial search, all efforts to locate this missing man were unsuccessful, and there was no sign of what happened to him. The workers were left to speculate that something terrible must have befallen this poor man, and many of them were already dreading their week-long stints in the woods, a place that now appeared far more ominous and dangerous than before, and they had a good reason to feel that way. When these men would venture into the woods, not only were they risking their life to comply with an extremely dangerous job, but they were also entering an extraordinary wilderness that was literally teeming with dangerous predators and severe weather that they would have to contend with on a daily basis. Now, it turns out that what happened in the dark areas of these woods was far more sinister than any of them could have ever imagined. And soon, these men would get to confront these horrors firsthand. So about a week goes by, and they still are clueless as to where this missing man had gone. No one really knows what happened to him. Now, despite this and the continued search for him, they still have a job to do. Now, at this point, several weeks had now passed, and the camp has now moved north in order to finish the railroad line. During what started as a rather ordinary workday, one of the men had gone into the woods to relieve himself when he'd make a startling discovery. He found
The
a man,
Vantaloran.
the man, the one who had been missing, and
The Vantaloran is stalking the camp, actually.
Yeah.
It is the apex predator of the woods. I thought this was Bumpkin.
I'm telling you, it's Bumpkin. Like, you're also, if I was just listening, oh yeah, that's Bumpkin talking. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
Indubitably.
He was alive, but nowhere close to well. The man, when found, had no clothing, no shoes,
Oh
nothing.
my god!
I mean, he was
my god, Lauren, you need to stop. I'm getting distracted from the fucking stream.
What's
Nah,
happening?
Hold up. That sounds bad, but this is what she keeps. This is the type. She's sending me thirst traps to make new dono videos, and this is what she sent me. Look at that shit. I love her.
Okay.
Well, you know it's hot as fuck where she's at working out though. By the way.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be real. Is she in a fucking barn?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
she's sweating like a motherfucker.
Also, you know she has a pungent muff after that whole swap.
That's fucking
Pungent.
hot.
Pungent muff is crazy.
I would dive in that shit.
completely stark naked. He was.
I hit her with that Napoleon. Don't shower.
Do not wash.
Do not wash.
Potent.
That pause. What's up, Polymer Ricky Z? All right, look, Griff break. We are on the 11th hour of the stream. All right, support the Griffno state. All right.
Please.
What if I don't wanna?
Yeah, bye.
Yeah. Lock off.
You will be deported. All right. You know what? You know where you'll be deported? Where there are no white women, where there are no black women. All right. You'll be.
Send him to Somalia, sir. Send him to Somalia.
No, that's a reward. He loves black women.
Send me to Somalia. I'll come back the leader of the nation.
You know what?
I will father a child with every woman in Somalia.
I want to see it, sir. I want to see it. Make it happen.
True. I'll become the fucking god emperor of fucking Somalia.
Somalia. Of the seas, you're like Aquaman.
True. True.
He's
I'll become like the pirate king.
One Piece.
There will be legends with my name.
Video. Oh yeah, you were Rob. That diving video, I didn't find that one as attractive. I saw that bubble butt on that girl, and I was like, I gotta share this one with the boys.
Mm-hmm.
Hit that CT.
That was good. That was a good video. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but anyway, we are in the 11th hour. If you are enjoying the stream and our reviews and us just hanging out, please donate. If you don't feel like donating, well, fuck you. First off. Yeah. Second off, welcome to the show. It is free. We do this for fun, but it is nice to make a little bit of fucking cash. Thank you very much to everybody who's watching. Thank you for those who've been with us. We've been consistent at 30 viewers since fucking 8 o'clock this morning. No, we've been gone longer than that. We started out 20, got up to 10 within an hour, or 30 within an hour of streaming. And most y'all guys have been with us since we've been streaming. So, yes, I did. Yeah, I did keep that first one for myself. And that Swedish booty is unmatched. Yeah, I did.
I mean, anyone who can afford it, go to Sweden. There's some fine whacking bitches over there. Yeah.
But thank you guys for watching. Please support the channel if you think we're doing a good job and you want to keep us motivated to doing more. If you don't want to give money, you can be like Lauren and post links in the chat. I do have the ability for every person to post a link in chat, not just moderators. I do not have it cut off in my personal settings. If I see you posting links to stuff that is not YouTube friendly, though, you will get a boot into the ass. All right. We
Not gonna be able to see it.
Afrocon, how are you doing,
Mhm.
Afrocon? But
Thanks.
we might just do a 24-hour stream. I don't know yet.
Orthodox. What say you? Half an hour. What's like the minimum donation for half an hour?
$5.
Okay. Well then.
Yeah, it's
please, people in chat.
It's $5 for 30 minutes, an hour for $10 for an hour. We are past the time when I said I was going to end it, but we're close enough to 12 hours, so I'm going to push it on through. Plus, this is great for my watch hours. So, and the whole reason I actually did this is not only did I want to chill with you guys and do a spooky story, a spooky stream. I knew if I did a spooky stream, people would be interested and it would last a while. And I am already at 2,764 watch hours. So by the time we end this stream in a few days, I will have made my watch hours and I'm at 278 subscribers. So I am almost there on subscribers, a couple of raids to my channel, and we will have that subscriber count for monetization, so we will not have to do these annoying grift breaks. You can just give when you want, because YouTube will remind you itself. But hey, by the way, if you don't feel like giving money, you can help us out by at least copying the share link, because that counts as a share to YouTube. I wish you would share the stream, but you can also hit the like button. That shit's for free. Industrico. I mean, you've done enough for me personally to last a couple years. You bought me a couple games, and you were there for me when I was going through really bad shit. So you don't have to donate, but if you want to, it is much appreciated. But you have done enough for me, my friend.
Can you get more time saying the N-word?
Huh?
No, B just said, can you get more time saying the N-word?
I'm black. What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm Somalian. I can say the N-word endlessly.
Nigga, I'm black. What you talking about? At least,
nigga. I say nigga 100 times to make my teeth white. Yeah. I'm sorry, also.
But no, we will tone it down as soon as I get that delivered. God damn.
I mean, I'm the only one here who does have.
I mean, I have the past too. I was adopted by black people.
Also, like people in the chat, like, I implore you, what is $5? $5 like a goofy Starbucks drink.
Is that an Israeli soldier? That is an Israeli. Your average Israeli soldier. I think Israel has a right to exist.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think Israel has a right to exist. I mean, if I was a Palestinian child, she could shoot me.
I have a lot to say about that whole conflict.
How about
fascinating statements? Damn, I just got here. I got like 5 hours past like when human thought was no longer capable of happening.
Zoomer, that is the link to my video on my channel. You can click that to get to my channel, buddy.
Also, people in the chat, like, just bless the guy. $5. What's $5? Like a Starbucks baby drink, a little goofy drink.
Well, if you send me $5, specify you want an extension or if it's just support. If you don't specify, I'm gonna assume it's support, and I'll only extend the show if donos keep rolling in, unless you specifically say this is for an extension. In fact, let me go back because I'm breaking the first rule. This is probably why people don't send me more Cash Apps. I got the text message of Miss Snow's Cash App, but I never checked and see if there was a message with it. See, that's my fault because I'm retarded, as you can tell. Oh, no, she just said great stream. Thank you, Miss Snow. Thank you. And you got to remember Woody with the $1. from earlier this morning at 8:43. We need female rake braiding cinders for Zoomers. Or for Zoomer. Oh, I remember Zoomer is that guy that said he definitely would with the rake. That's crazy.
Oh, I saw him like I was passing by. I saw the little comment. That guy's sick in the head. Sick.
Look, Lauren, both of those women, the one you just posted and the one with the plate carrier, those are both IDF soldiers. But I'm just saying, this is still perfectly like Israel definitely has a right. Yeah.
Who's playing fucking ZZ Top?
I love the idea. Sorry. Call me a sellout. Call me a sellout. I love the IDF women, especially the Ethiopian ones. Ethiopian IDF bitches. Why? Yeah. To hell with Palestine.
they can give me some ZZ Top.
See. We are all.
How do you fight something like that? No, bro. Somebody needs to redo the ZZ Top. That's a Squidward. The Squidward, bro. That shit.
We are all Zionists for the IDF women. There you go. It's over.
Bro, I'm gonna Zionize that pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Zionized, cut up, bruised, and completely traumatized.
Take that ass to the promised land.
So when this man saw one of the crewmen, he was so happy.
She can take this dick to the promised land.
He starts crying, and he was talking about not
I
wanting to
put dick
ever
on
be
a
out in
soldier.
nature ever again. I mean, just complete and total hysteria. The crew was shocked to see him alive, and no one really knew what happened, and it took a long time for him.
Hey, girl, you're in the IDF. My dick's a palace. Never mind. I'm not gonna go.
To finally get the faculties to tell people the story of what had happened to him. In his story, he details how a giant female ape had come out of the woods, hiding behind a thicket when he was looking.
This man says she can give me some dome with a rock, bruh. That one, I like that. That's a good one. But, as a Joner, as a shit talker, right, you should have definitely said she can give me some iron dome. That would have been perfect.
Lunging out and grabbing him and dragging him into the woods.
How did he know the ape was female, though?
Because he saw the pussy.
He was hoping.
He got, like, right up close to it or something?
It's wishful thinking. I mean, she grabbed him and raped him, bro.
No, Lord.
Apparently, this giant ape lived down in a cave in the forest, roughly several miles away, he would estimate.
Okay, here's the thing, right? It was forever before we actually found gorillas in the Congo. What if there was a type of North American ape that is exceedingly rare, right? And it is living in the northeast or the northwest in the mountains of like Cascadia.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just are extinct now, honestly. Like, look at how much we did to the buffalo.
Well, that's the thing. Like maybe they're close to being extinct, and then being a great ape, they have some type of society, and like they warn of the humans, so they are like extremely avoidant of us. And like each year, they like migrate between Washington, Oregon, and like Alaska and shit. Like, what if that were the case?
Now you sound like Dragon Ball Z. What?
And
Great.
Yeah, the black man talking about Dragon Ball Z. Imagine my shock.
Yeah.
Imagine my shock.
Because you cockazoids keep mentioning apes everywhere.
Hey, Pags.
Cockazoid what?
Yeah.
Pags, like, my recruiter for the Navy is a black dude. And imagine my shock when I see in his office, he's got like a little Dragon Ball Z Funko Pop.
Oh, boo! That's horrible. You know what?
Exceedingly black activities.
You know what? In my ideal Islamic caliphate, anyone that owns a Funko Pop, yeah, you're gonna get a chalk. I also
Are you and I friends?
We're friends.
You know that if that was in your caliphate, I'd have to die. I own one Funko Pop.
Ah, why?
It's because I love Fallout, so I got the Vault Boy Funko Pop.
Even worse.
It's worth it over.
I don't
It's
know.
it's also over.
I don't know where it's at. It's in the room where I told y'all about my my really creepy paralysis demon attack. And it's in that room, and because I don't go in that room very often, I don't know where it's at. But that's where I store all my shit.
You know what? Also, maybe it was that Funko Pop that was the source of your paralysis.
No, because I had fuck. You might be right.
Yeah, see, I see. Get rid of it, and then you'll come back to the kingdom of vanquished Islamic, heaven. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to read this out to the panel real fast.
What the fuck does that say? Zoom in.
It's from Alexander Dugan. I can't really zoom in because it's Telegram.
Oh, Dugan's base.
Yeah, Dugan's base. But I don't know what the fuck this says. Sorry, it says maybe real Trumps is kidnapped by deep state and is held as hostage. Very strange behavior, inconsistent. Thank you for the awesome commentary, Dugan. All right, we'll get back to this shit.
Bumpkin, there's people that says this is you.
Yeah,
Looks
visually
nothing like
and vocally together.
Looks about 9 feet tall and weighed at.
Okay, I hear the audio. I hear the audio. That definitely sounds like you.
She's like 600 or 700 pounds. Now, upon capture, the man was forcefully stripped of all his.
Yeah. Hold on. Go on camera real quick, Bumpkin.
I'm on cam.
All right, side by side. Hold on. Let me get it right.
I mean, Bumpkin doesn't have that goofy fringe like the other guy has. That guy has a little goofy fringe. Look at that. Yeah.
No, I mean,
if Bumpkin grew a little bit longer, like a little bit more
clothing,
caveman-ish,
thrown into a large dirt pit.
Do the fucking.
This Oonga Boonga, as I call it, kept him bound in a sick, sadistic way. This creature would hold him down forcefully and then lick his.
He got raped.
Feet and hands until they were completely raw and painful to the touch, making any effort to climb out of the pit too excruciatingly painful. Now, every desperate attempt to escape was foiled as this.
Maybe a long lost order. Who knows?
Also, I think even Oonga Boonga. That's a Bumpkin word right there. Oonga Boonga. Yep, that's something you would say, Bumpkin.
We're gonna hold a poll real quick on my channel.
We do have similar eyebrows and similar eyes. We do. That's not a lie. The nose is definitely different.
Look alike. What do that look like? Well,
no, the like from this upwards, right, is very similar.
That's just older you, bro. That's older, less angry you.
Look at Bumpkin trying to do the fringe. Yeah.
I'll do the. I'll try to do my hair like that too. Right down like that.
Yeah, no, that's literally just older, more calm you.
Creature would just resurface out of nowhere,
it's Oonga
forcing him
Boonga.
back down into the pit. When he finally managed to make an escape, it only worsened the raw wound.
Bumpkin just looks more constant. That's evil and anger.
No, by the way, Dixon is right. Bumpkin's face is a bit wider. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But a long beard like that. But a long beard like that does make a face look longer.
Yeah, and covering a weak chin. Long beard equals weak
on his
chin.
hands and feet. Nicholas himself could attest to this because when the crew found him, Nicholas included, Nicholas detailed the man's
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely Bumpkin.
appearance as one of extreme distress and fear. He described his pale and clammy skin, the filth, the dirt, the dilated
he kind of
pupils,
talks
and
like
his
me, too.
intense anxiety
Yeah.
as he continuously checked
Damn.
around him in paranoia.
Damn.
And even more chilling was the thought that this giant ape continued to roam freely in the woods around them as they worked. All of them knowing this thing could take any of them at any time if it wanted, or worse, come back for this
don't
man.
have the same
No one
nose.
knew how to explain his.
We don't have this. He has a
Yes,
much bigger
you
nose.
do.
He has a
Story,
much
but it
bigger nose
terrified
than me. Okay.
At all of them.
Yes, you have the
Now,
same nose.
years
we do
later,
not.
when Nicholas would recount this experience to his daughter and other family members, he was, of course, met with
Sounds like a blah, 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 a black bitch to me encounter to me. Thank you, Stormcrow. You should hop on panel, talk some of the supernatural stuff with us, Bubba.
with much skepticism and
I'm
mockery.
denying this.
People laughed at him and dismissed his story outright, claiming that he was simply uneducated and didn't understand that his tale was impossible. There couldn't possibly be an ape-like creature living in the woods of North America, and thus
I'm done.
experience must have been a figment of his
Same
imagination.
ears. You can't even
or
see
else.
my ears.
Despite the
Take your
ridicule
headphones
he
off and
faced,
slide back a
Nicholas
little bit.
stuck to his story, insisting that he had actually experienced and saw what he did. This story was eventually passed down to the grandchild of Nicholas and came up
that
during
is
a
literally
conversation
just
that wasn't
you.
exactly centered around Nicholas's
Yeah.
daughter, who had passed away in
Potentially,
2006,
for sure,
would retell her dad's story, the one that he had always stuck to and told with the utmost conviction for the last 65 years of his life. Now, Nicholas and his wife were actually Greek immigrants that came over here in the late 1800s seeking better living and working opportunities. They had worked in the fruit canneries down in Central Valley in California. And then Nicholas would go on to a long career with the Southern Pacific Railroad, first in track maintenance and later in track construction. Their hard work and dedication allowed
That's
them
your
to build
bronco.
a new life in the United States. But all was not as it seemed. There is a horrible twist that
Based Vanta with the $5 extension, but because he pays in British pound, it is $6.49. Thank you, Vanta.
That's
I've
right.
not
God,
told
God
you
save the
yet.
queen.
The real horror to this story isn't
You know, we can talk shit about the British all day, but the pound gonna keep pounding. It is worth more than the dollar and it has been
Goddamn right.
forever.
And people in the chat, just bless the man with just a $5. That's all it is. $5 goofy bucks. Yeah. am I wrong, Orthodox? Like just this little coin here and there. Pew pew. Except the show.
I want to know why is the only British guy we can get on this fucking goddamn show.
See, pumpkin. Just chat to your brother right there. Look at your brother. Look at him. Look. And he has beard. He has longer beard than you.
He's
Than
giving
you.
the face I imagine Bumpkin gives whenever he like griffs. Like, you should give us money.
Money.
Over. As it turns out that while this man was captured by this Oonga Boonga, this creature actually forced him to have sexual relations with it, or her, whatever it is, on top of being beaten, tortured, abused in a manner of several horrific ways. Obviously, he was not prepared for the sexual and psychological torture he endured by this being, and unfortunately passed away only a few.
Dude, so I'm being told that we need to set up a stream for when we meet the 12-hour mark.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
I'm
go
pretty
ahead and
sure
set
that
up.
might. I think I know who said that to you. Did her name start with L?
I'm bold of you to assume that it's a her.
Oh, you
hours
found
after
niggas
being
again.
discovered
Okay.
by
Yeah, we freaky around here.
the
No, we are not. Just you,
legends
sir.
involving
Bum's like, we, you mean Nintendo we?
You mean Nintendo Wii, not Wii, sir.
Sasquatch kidnappings are especially intriguing among folklore surrounding these same creatures. But what's even more fascinating are the accounts of supposed abductions that involve coupling, which is a factor that could have far-reaching
That's Vegas
implications if you
Rakes
think
right
about it.
there,
I mean,
Vegas.
since the early 1900s, There have been numerous stories of individuals who have been kidnapped by large ape-like creatures, and the account of Nicholas, as shared by his grandson John Lewis, might be one of the most unsettling and thought-provoking stories of its kind. If anything, it's truly disturbing. Patrick Garver, a 59-year-old design engineer, was driving alone on November 27th at around 10:30 p.m. It's pitch black
stop watching this
outside,
guy?
and he's driving through Chandlerville, Illinois, which is in Cass County,
No,
and
I
he's
don't think we
headed
can.
north. And there's really not much out there.
God,
I mean,
he even sounds
this
like
is
me,
basically
dude.
the heart.
Even Dan, no, Dan is like, yeah, that sounds like
there are
bumpkin.
acres upon acres of farmland. So
God
in
damn
reality, Patrick really wasn't expecting to see anyone or anything as he was driving up the highway. As he's driving up 78
He's got
into
green eyes,
Tazewell
too.
County, which is where he lived, he notices that there's a car up ahead of him, just a little bit in front of him, like roughly 3/4 of a mile, but it's also going in the same direction. And as he sees this car, because he can see the taillights, he's got a little bit of a reference point. And he kind of watches where this car is going, but he's not paying a whole lot of attention. Now, it's pretty safe to say that Patrick, at 59 years old, probably at this point has lots of driving experience in his life and would know how to tell the difference between somebody on the road or something crossing it. And so he was just driving and watching this car in front of him. But at some point, he kind of looks up because he's startled by movement. And right out in front of his car, this large shape jumps from one side of the forest over the other side. And it makes it across the road in just 2 large leaps. Boom, boom. And this is roughly about 40 yards in front of him. Now, as soon as this thing landed, it actually turns over and looks over its shoulder directly at Patrick's oncoming vehicle. This hairy bipedal creature, described as having shiny black hair, would continue and disappear into a nearby field. Now, it appeared to Garver to be moving quickly, almost as fast as another large mammal that he was very familiar with,
Can we pause it real
white-tailed
fast? Pause
deer.
it.
As Garver processed what
Funny break. Lauren sent me this. I'm going to share it. I think this is referring to you, Orthodox.
Nah, bro, she's telling you it's 2025, bro. Embrace it.
Is that real video or is that AI?
You know, this makes you gayer than me because I told Lauren we'd never played this on stream.
Did you actually?
yes, I did. She just went to daddy number 2. She's like, okay, Dad, I'm gonna play you against other dad.
This is implying you and Pumpkin are in a sexual relationship.
Who the fuck said that? Get his ass the fuck up out of here.
Answer the question, Pumpkin.
Bumpkin is Little Spoon. It's okay.
All right.
You sure he's Little Spoon?
We're going
Well, I
back.
mean,
to
he's
normal
big.
right now.
He's big.
Bumpkin,
Spoon.
don't
He's
do that,
big
Bumpkin.
Spoon, but I'm
Ah.
behind him.
He went back to Avatar mode. It's over.
I love embarrassing the homies. It's the greatest feeling since sliced
I
bread.
just hate you some days, dude.
It's okay.
This is why we can only stream for like 5 hours at a time, because anything that gets up to the 12-hour mark, we just fucking
It's
like
really gay.
and you just get really fucking gay. Like,
But wait, why does it have to be gay? Why does it have the 12-hour mark have to be gay? Why?
I don't know, but we're at 11 hours
You know what?
and 7 minutes.
I'm feeling like I want some wine. I feel like I should put up a $40 cheese and wine fund.
See, that's gay. That's
We're
gay.
dealing with, like,
that's
IQ.
Gay. That's gay. Cheese and wine's kind of gay for a man, to be fair.
What?
Real talk, New York.
Okay.
You need some whiskey, sir. You need some whiskey, some scotch.
You're gay. How about that?
I mean, yes, I'm happy, sir. Old
He's
school
just trying to
English.
keep all the cheese and wine to himself, so he'll never be gay, you know. But everyone else will be.
Hey,
All right, we're ending the poll with 27 with 66% of the vote yes, 18 votes are in. That does look like Bumpkin. 33% of people said no.
Yeah, sorry, Bumpkin, but it's pretty
Thank
much
you
what
for
he
the
just seen.
33%.
Probably spoke aloud to himself, recalling his.
Look, all I'm saying is this guy was like diddled by a monkey.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, honestly.
Which monkey orthodox? Which kind of monkey? Which kind?
What's this dude's channel? Drop it to me.
Avantaloran.
Oof, that's Bumpkin if he lost gate. Wait. Cheese and wine, but the wine is spelled wine.
That's your
Crazy.
wine. Kind of.
A mouth is a mouth? Wow.
Be wildin'. Haram.
What? This is Bumpkin when he's taking a shit.
Gay. I'm about to nuke this. I'm about to just leave and try to go to sleep again.
You could do so.
No.
You want you.
Oh.
You. Shut. Hello. Shut. Hello. Shut. Hello, TDs.
Shut.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It make me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. But luckily the seats go back. I got a knack to relax in my mind, sipping some red wine.
I sip bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Crib is so cramped, you suck a supper from paralysis. Rhymes, I write them in the car.
Rhymes.
Fascinating.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and start migrating. We're gonna go ahead and start migrating to the Spooky Chill Stream 2. I'm gonna keep this one up for a little bit. And, we're gonna go ahead and just migrate. Let me post the new video. Let me post the new video, the new live, because we got 30 minutes before this one will stop. Everybody migrated over there. So let's just chill in here until I can set the new one to be shared.
My boy. What?
Because I am mainly doing this for the watch hours. Otherwise, I would keep it over here and just let it re-record over it. But
we need the watch hours.
By the way, watch hours are
Wicked.
coming.
That's Bumpkin if he lost weight. I can't hear you from on the other side of the wall.
No. Wait, is he illegal? Is it one of them?
Might as well be. You know what they say, if it's brown, flush it down.
Yo!
Yo.
I want to laugh, but I'm looking at my skin color. I'm like, yeah, that's the deal. Shit.
Shout out to for dropping his gaming channel.
Oh shit, game! Yeah, let's go. Gaming. Okay, that is it. I'll stop. I'll stop to you, sir. We need more gamers out here.
All right, you guys. The new link to the new video is in the chat. If y'all start going over there, I have 2 tabs open. The new StreamYard is pinned. I'm going to put it in the back. You guys move over there. Yes, move over there. I'm going to also post Denison's gaming channel. So y'all can go give that a like. But yes. So you got Denison's gaming channel and then the new YouTube video.
I dropped that at the wrong time, but
I'm gonna drop the new the newest link is going to be the new YouTube video.
Drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot. Mm-hmm.
All right, that's the new YouTube video. You guys, I'm dropping the StreamYard link in the back for you.
Big words from a Mick. My ancestors colonized this land, sir. Your ancestors came over here because you couldn't defend yourself from cartels. We are not the same.
Wait.
Oh shit!
Shots fired! Shots fired! We need a medic! Shots fired! We need a medic!
Black Hole down.
I want to know how much. I want to know how much money you send to Abulita every fucking month.
They doing some white people shit up in here.
Oy vey. Oy.
All right, guys. It's been amazing, but we are switching. If y'all want to go ahead and hit that link, because we're switching. I put it in the back chat, the StreamYard link.
Right there.
Pew, pew.
Right there. Yeah.
Right
All
there.
right, guys. We're switching, and for those of you who didn't get a chance to click on the link in the YouTube chat, I am going to go ahead and end this one, and then go live on that one, and then post the continuation link on all the Discords. So, bye-bye.
And Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys can look it up, 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created, in Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck yeah. There's another short hat.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do this.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly grips harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get pulled out, bitch. You don't grip enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
No. Bank cancer?
Got cancer in your PP?
You have cancer.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
So I think
and
that's-
unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your heart.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money.
God is so good. The stillness is so gentle. The silence is powerful. See, because it's through the silence of our listening and our seeking that God reveals the wisdom. The wisdom is realized in the silence from within you. The silence within you is beyond the mind chatter, behind those gossiping and controlling voices that are always around, whether it's in your ears or around. There's voices and gossip and voices and words that want to control you, want to interrupt your peace, interrupt your silence. You choose what you allow.